Chapter 1. Traversing the World of Dragon Ball. Unveiling the bronze-level gift pack Planet Vegeta, originally known as Planet Plant, was inhabited by the peace-loving Plantians until it was invaded by the Saiyans, after which it was renamed Planet Vegeta, ultimately meeting its demise at the hands of Frieza, reflecting on the portrayal of Planet Vegeta in the anime Dragon Ball during his past life, and observing the Saiyans with tails passing by him. So he could not help but smile. Bitterly, he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, having watched the anime unfold. Witnessing Goku's growth step by step, he could not deny his fondness for it. However, mere affection did not equate to a desire to inhabit this realm in the early stages. Combat power was manageable, but as one progressed, the collapse of various power levels became utterly terrifying. Casting a glance at the tail swaying behind him, Su-Yi sighed. Though he was indeed a Saiyan, he was not the protagonist. He was merely a silent, low-ranking warrior, with a combat power of a mere 10 points. Such a level of strength might render him a minor expert on Earth. Yet on Planet Vegeta, he was nothing more than an exceedingly weak underling burdened with myriad worries. He made his way to his humble abode. As a low-ranking warrior, his dwelling area was similarly modest. Thus he encountered no formidable figures on his return journey. Daily logging gift pack system, binding in progress. Binding 10, binding 30, binding 70. Upon entering his minuscule room, a sweet, melodious voice suddenly resonated in Su-Yi's mind. Daily login gift pack system, Golden Finger. Wow, a protagonist's golden finger from the novels of my past life. Su-Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable joy. He could hardly believe that he had acquired a golden finger. System. What is the daily logging gift pack system? He hastily locked the door and sat at the edge of his bed, inquiring eagerly. The esteemed host may communicate with me through thought. The system's melodious voice continued. The daily logging gift pack system, as the name implies, will randomly present a gift pack each day. The gift pack levels are as follows: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, and King. Upon hearing the classification of the gift packs, Su-Yi silently applauded. It appeared that the creator of the system was indeed a devoted player of League of Legends in his previous life. Can I claim the logging gift pack today? Su-Yi, no longer dwelling on it, quickly began to communicate with the system through his thoughts. Yes, esteemed host, quickly. Grant it to me. Su-Yi's heart raced with anticipation. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received a bronze-level logging gift pack. As the system's sweet voice echoed, Su-Yi beheld a grid akin to those found in certain games from his past materialize before him. At the first compartment lies a yellow gift. Package the bronze-level login gift. Open it. Su-Yi stared at the yellow login gift, momentarily lost in thought before promptly unsealing it. Congratulations, esteemed host, for opening the bronze-level boarding gift. You have acquired the following items: Super Immortal Beans X50, Cleansing Marrow Pill X1, and Celius Battle Made X1. Super Immortal Beans, Cleansing Marrow Pill? And what about Celius Battle Made? Su-Yi found himself at a loss to describe his current emotions. Honestly, these items seemed rather unimpressive at first glance. In the system's storage, the first compartment contained Super Immortal Beans X50, the second held Cleansing Marrow Pill X1, and the third housed Celius Battle Made X1. With a sigh, Su-Yi glanced at the descriptions of these items. Super Immortal Beans. Consuming one will rapidly restore injuries, instantly eliminating any ailment. Cleansing Marrow Pill. Enhances physical constitution and deepens bloodline capabilities. Celius Battle Made. A combat type made possessing 1 million combat power. Single-use item. 100,000? 1 million? Gazing at the lengthy string of zeros, Su-Yi counted 1 million combat power. Wow, this is simply astounding. Even if this combat made is merely a one-time consumable, her existence is undeniably extraordinary. This bronze-level gift is incredibly powerful. Su-Yi was genuinely astonished at this stage. Planet Vegeta has yet to be destroyed, meaning the Dragon Ball saga has not fully unfolded. Currently, the strongest visible combat power belongs to the first form of Frieza, boasting a power level of 530,000, and this Celius Battle Made nearly doubles that of Frieza's. How terrifying is that? 2. The formidable Cleansing Marrow Pill. The inception of an invincible belief. It is important to note that this is merely a bronze-level gift. If you were to randomly receive a silver, gold, platinum, or even higher-level gift, how grotesquely powerful would that be? It is unimaginable. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not conceive of it. The sheer awesomeness of these items has exceeded his imagination. Esteemed host, the higher the gift level, the lower the probability of obtaining it. Today's bronze-level gift is your first acquisition, inadvertently elevating you to a new tier. Thus, You may consider this as the pinnacle of a gold-level gift. The system's sweet and melodious voice resonated in Su Ye's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, even if this is a gold-level gift, it is still remarkably impressive in any case. Possessing this daily login gift system grants me boundless potential and growth. A surge of ambition welled up within Su Yi, as he firmly believed that he would undoubtedly grow to become the most formidable figure in the Dragon Ball universe. Without exception, system, how do I consume this cleansing marrow pill? Su Yi inquired. Dear host, simply retrieve it from the system space to partake, responded the system sprite. Very well. Without further ado, Su Yi extracted the cleansing marrow pill from the system space. A brown pill, shimmering with a golden hue, appeared in his hand, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. This substance represented the first step towards his ascension in the Dragon Ball realm. With his head held high, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Dear host, please sit on the bed and await the effects of the pill. The melodic voice of the system's sprite resonated in his mind. Understood. Su Yi nodded, coiling the tail behind him around his waist, retreating to the bed, and settling into a meditative position with his eyes closed. A minute passed without sensation. 2 minutes elapsed without any feeling. 3 minutes went by, still devoid of any sensation. As the 5th minute approached, Su Yi furrowed his brow, prepared to speak. At that moment, a sudden wave of heat surged within him. Hot! So hot! Oh my heavens, my body feels as if it might explode. Ah, finally, Su Yi experienced a sensation, albeit one of considerable discomfort. Dear host, please endure this painful interval. It signifies the activation of the pill's effects. The system's sprite's dulcet voice provided a slight alleviation to Su Yi's agony. Though his face contorted in distress, he could sense his strength escalating rapidly. Exhilarating. After 5 minutes, having endured the initial phase of pain, Su Yi let out a roar of sheer comfort. System, what is my current battle power? Su Yi opened his eyes, aware that the effects of the cleansing marrow pill had yet to fully dissipate, but he was acutely aware of some tangible changes within himself and was eager to ascertain his battle power. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting host battle power. Please hold. Dear host, the initial phase of the pill has elevated your physique by 10 tiers. Your current battle power stands at 100. Only 100. Su Yi's brow furrowed. This was still akin to being a weakling. After all, on Planet Vegeta, Saiyans with battle powers of 1,000 were commonplace. A mere 100 felt utterly inconsequential. However, he quickly brushed aside these thoughts for the second phase of the cleansing marrow pill's effects, and the excruciating transformation of his body were crashing upon him. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. So painful, but exhilarating, for I am gaining strength. All suffering serves as a foundation for unparalleled strength. What is Frieza? What is the god of destruction? Even the supreme ruler of the universe, Zeno, is inconsequential. I, Su Yi, shall ultimately become invincible in this Dragon Ball realm. The duration of pain was indeterminate. Yet Su Yi persevered through gritted teeth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, after the effects of the cleansing elixir fully permeated him, he awoke. A golden light ignited within his pitch-black eyes, and Su Yi's aura retracted and refined, appearing akin to an ordinary low-tier sun. However, as he clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, he understood that he was no longer a mere ordinary low-tier Saiyan system. Reveal my current battle power. Su Yi inquired with a calm demeanor. Beep, beep, beep. Assessing host battle power. To the esteemed host, your current battle power stands at 10,000. The system sprite delivered this information in a melodious tone, causing Su Yi to focus intently, a smile gracing his face. A battle power of 10,000 indeed marked him as a formidable warrior at this stage. Moreover, let us not forget that his physique had been transformed by the cleansing elixir. While not limitless in potential, it was undoubtedly far superior to that of an ordinary low-tier Saiyan. Knock, knock, knock. A rapping sound echoed from the door. Mosa, there's a mission. A gruff voice called from outside. All right, they'll tidy up and join you shortly. Su Yi responded. Mosa was indeed the name he bore in this life. However, the name felt rather unappealing. He much preferred the melodic sounds of names from his homeland, Dahuasia. Though he mentioned tidying up, in reality, Su Yi merely lingered in his room for a brief moment before stepping outside. Upon arriving at the mission hall, he encountered several Saiyan comrades from his memories. Mosa, you seem different from before, remarked a scar-faced Saiyan who approached him. His name was Nabuz, a low-tier warrior, yet the captain of this squad with a battle power of over 500, just an illusion. Su Yi replied with a faint smile, maintaining the indifference of his predecessor, evoking no suspicion perhaps. But for this mission, you must remain vigilant. It is said that Capo will also be participating. He is our superior. Another Scion chimed in, his tone grave. Mosa, you need to be cautious. This fellow is exceedingly treacherous. Rest assured, I will remain alert. Upon hearing Capo's name, Su Ye's heart sneered this Saiyan bore a grudge against his predecessor, and it stood to reason that a mid-tier warrior like Capo, possessing a battle power of 1,000, could easily eliminate his former self, yet, for reasons unknown, this Capo hesitated to act, allowing Mosa to survive until Su Ye's arrival. Previously, Su Ye would have been utterly panicked, however. At this moment, he felt that not seeking trouble with this individual was already a significant achievement. Before long, a group of Saiyans approached, led by a notably young Saiyan Capo, an average warrior. He possessed a combat power of 1,000 at the tender age of 16. "Greetings, Mosa." Capo squinted at Su Ye, offering a smile that lacked sincerity. Su Ye merely cast a casual glance in his direction, choosing to disregard him. Such individuals were nothing but scum. Ha ha ha. Capo's laughter turned cold upon witnessing Su Ye's demeanor. This time was different from the past. Today, they were embarking on a mission to plunder resources from other planets. In the pursuit of resources, casualties were inevitable, hence the demise of a low-ranking warrior was of little consequence, was it not? The cold smile on Capo's face deepened at this thought. He was unwilling to dwell on Su Ye's attitude for now. Everything would be addressed once they reached their destination. "I hope you survive this mission," Capo muttered as he passed by Su Ye. Before bursting into laughter and departing, "Mosa, you the squad leader," Nabas approached, his expression revealing uncertainty. "Shouldn't you consider withdrawing from this mission?" "Not necessary," Su Ye replied, shaking his head and waving his hand dismissively. "Mosa, is your pride truly worth more than your life?" The other Saiyans in the squad urged him to reconsider. Su Ye felt a flicker of gratitude at their concern. Truth be told, he felt no sense of belonging to Planet Vegeta, nor did he harbor any feelings for these unfamiliar Saiyans. Yet, in this moment, he truly experienced the essence of camaraderie and friendship. "Rest assured, I do not undertake ventures without confidence," Su Ye remarked, glancing at Capo's retreating figure with a smile. "He wishes to kill me, but I too share that sentiment." Upon hearing this, Nabas and the others were taken aback, gazing at Su Ye in disbelief. Suddenly, Nabas recalled something and pressed a button on his power scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter emitted a sound, and 5 digits appeared on its screen. 10,000? Gasp! Upon seeing this number, Nabas inhaled sharply, astonishment etched on his face. "Mosa, how have you managed to elevate your power to such heights in such a short span of time?" Not only was Nabas shocked, but the other Saiyans also looked at Su Ye in utter astonishment. "From the very beginning, I have never been a low-ranking warrior." Su Ye remained remarkably composed. With no emotions discernible on his face, he instructed the system's spirit to conceal his battle power and said indifferently, "Now, please reassess my battle power." Nabas furrowed his brow and conducted another assessment of Su Ye's battle power. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power registered at 10. "How can this be possible?" Nabas and his companions exclaimed in unison. "There is nothing impossible," Su Ye replied with a smile. "Indeed, with the daily logging gift system at his disposal, what once seemed impossible could be transformed into boundless possibilities." On the eve of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, Planet Barkley, a world inherently born of exploitation, attracted the Saiyans for precisely this reason. Sharing resources with the Saiyans? Impossible. "Lord Capo, this invasion depends on you this time. It is said that there is a master on this planet with a battle power of 1000. All the Saiyans on this mission have already arrived on this planet by spaceship. At this moment, on a high mountain, a large group of Saiyans, led by Capo, is coldly watching a large city below. Rest assured." Capo arrogantly nodded and patted his chest, coldly saying, "All right, we've arrived. Mosa, get out here." Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their gaze to Su Ye, and those who didn't understand his strength looked at him with deep sympathy. This guy is definitely doomed. No one thought that this Mosa could survive. "Yes, we have arrived." Su Ye walked out of the crowd, his expression indifferent, each step firm, and his aura gradually rising. Beep, beep, beep. More than one person's combat power detector was going off, and everyone looked at Su Ye in shock. This guy, who used to be very humble and lowly, turned out to be a powerful warrior with a combat power of 10,000. Oh my god! How could Mo-sa possibly be a young genius with a combat power of 10,000? Compared to Mo-sa, what does Carbo's combat power of 1,000 even mean? So strong. I feel like Mo-sa could easily crush Carbo with one hand. Whispers began to arise, and most people held their breath at that moment. Mo-sa, what courage! How dare you hide your power? If King Vegeta finds out, he won't let you live. Carbo was actually terrified inside, but his face remained very calm. He knew that if he didn't suppress this guy, the only thing waiting for him would be death. However, he didn't expect Su Ye to be very decisive. Taking a step forward, Suyi clenched his fist and reached Carbo's face. Boom! With one punch, he directly blew Carbo apart. So weak, how dare you threaten me with this little bit of power? Suyi's eyes were filled with indifference. A large group of Scions surrounding Capo exchanged glances, then trembled. If Capo, with a battle power of 1,000, was blown apart by Mosa with a single punch, wouldn't they, with battle powers of only a few hundred at most, be easily crushed by a single finger? Suyi's indifferent gaze swept back, and all of Capo's lackeys lowered their heads. If he wanted to kill these people, it would only take a few breaths. However, there was no need. He wasn't even afraid of that King Vegeta now. So, why would he be afraid of these people reporting him? You can go ahead and mind your own business. Suyi dismissively waved his hand, saying that if Capo and his group of lackeys could invade, they should go ahead. If they couldn't, it was none of his concern if they died. Yes. This group of Scions were all cowards, fearing for their lives. Seeing that Suyi had no intention of attacking them, they hurriedly fled the area. Nabas walked over, his face filled with amazement. Mosa, you are truly powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you're only 15 years old this year, right? At just 15, you've already reached a battle power of 10,000. It won't be long before you surpass King Vegeta. Currently, the strongest on Vegeta Star is King Vegeta, with a battle power of 12,000. Suyi smiled casually upon hearing this. He knew the fighting power of King Vegeta. A power level of 12,000 might seem incredibly high to these people. However, in his eyes, it was as weak as a crawling insect. It wouldn't be long before he could simply step on it and crush it. I plan to train here, so you can leave on your own whenever you find the time. Suyi said, also, if possible, try not to return to Planet Vegeta. Soon, Frieza will destroy Planet Vegeta. After saying this, Suyi left directly. With this statement, he felt he had repaid some of his concern for these people before. Whether they listen or not is not something he can decide. As the days went by, Suyi gave himself a very rigorous training regimen on this planet. Every day, he could claim a daily login gift pack, but it seemed his luck had run out last time, as the gifts he received during this period were of black iron level. Fortunately, among these black iron level gift packs, there were some that contained gravity rooms, so his combat power did not stagnate. Now, I can easily pin King Vegeta to the ground. Suyi felt the power within him and smiled. He had calculated the time. Over the past 3 months, he had steadily grown stronger, solidifying his foundation. The progress was slow, but it was stable. System, tell me my current combat strength. Suyi was ready to set off, stepping into his spaceship. He silently asked himself a question. Beep, beep, beep. The current combat power of the host is 15,000. The sweet and melodious voice of the system fairy rang out, making Suyi's smile even wider. In 3 months, he had increased his combat power by 5,000 points, a terrifying progress. Although this level of combat power might still be insufficient in front of true strong individuals, his foundation was solid enough. With 15,000 points of combat power, Suyi believed he could easily overpower someone with 20,000 points of combat power. Let me think, where should I go? Suyi was deep in thought. Return to Planet Vegeta? No. That decision was very unwise. Although he currently had Celia's battle maid, that was a consumable item. Saving Planet Vegeta? He wasn't so altruistic for a planet he had no sense of belonging to. So, should he go to Earth? Suyi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps going to Earth was indeed a very good choice. After calibrating the coordinates for Earth, Suyi set off directly. The spaceship slowly ascended and eventually turned into a point of light, disappearing from his planet. I haven't drawn today's gift pack yet. Let me see what level of gift pack I can obtain from the system. Inside the spaceship, Suyi spoke indifferently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly obtained a platinum level login gift pack. The system fairy's sweet and melodious voice rang out. A platinum level gift pack? Very good. Open it for me. Suyi's indifference turned into surprise at this moment. Ding. Today's gift package opened. 1 Kaneki can from the Tokyo Ghoul world, an evolution to Super Saiyan, and 100 Super Senzu Beans. As the sweet and melodious voice of the system fairy came, Suyi saw a large fleet of spaceships passing by outside the glass window of the spaceship, which made his gaze sharpen. This is Frieza's subordinate army. 5. Departing for Earth, let's test the spaceship's shock resistance with Kaneki Ken. My subjects, I am King Vegeta, and you must return to Planet Vegeta as soon as possible while on your mission. At this moment, a voice appeared on the spaceship. It was the command from King Vegeta. Hearing this, Suyi took another look at Frieza's subordinates outside the spaceship and whispered softly, So, This is the day before Planet Vegeta's destruction. However, Sui didn't care at all if Planet Vegeta was destroyed or not. Barclay Planet is not too far from Earth. As the spaceship flew, Sui calculated the time and estimated that it would take a few months to arrive. The Dragon Ball storyline hasn't officially started yet, and he would have plenty of time to train after arriving on Earth. However, rather than saying it was training, it was more about waiting for time to pass, obtaining a system-dispatched gift package every day. If he got a high-level gift package, it would be like effortlessly increasing his combat power. 3 months passed quickly, and Suyi had already obtained 90 black iron-level gift packages on the spaceship. Don't underestimate these 90 black iron-level gift packages. He gained various martial arts techniques, internal martial arts, and external martial arts from the novels of his previous life. These were considered minor martial arts in his past life, but in this Dragon Ball world, their destructive power remains significant. After all, the world is different, and the effects produced are naturally different. In 3 months, his combat power had increased from 15,000 to 30,000. The increase in combat power was a full double, but his true strength was far beyond that. Master, Earth is about to arrive. While Suyi was pondering the events of the past 3 months, a pleasant voice echoed in the spaceship. Okay, I understand. Suyi nodded indifferently. The woman who just spoke is Kaneki's true identity in the Tokyo Ghoul world, summoned as Suyi's maid. This woman is 100% obedient to Suyi, not to mention simple requests. Even if Suyi commanded her to die immediately, she would never resist. During the 3 months, this woman followed the rules, cooked meals, and cleaned the spaceship, giving off a bit of a maid vibe. Suyi had naturally watched the anime Tokyo Ghoul in his past life, and now he had such a lofty and beautiful ghoul investigator as his maid. To be honest, it was quite exhilarating, stepping down from the spaceship. Suyi and Kaneki walked around one after the other. Master, is the spaceship just going to stay here? Kaneki asked when she saw Suyi looking like he was about to leave directly. No, I'm just checking if there are any people around. The spaceship was still a valuable asset for Suyi, and he certainly wouldn't abandon it. Kaneki responded and then obediently retreated to guard the spaceship. Although she was a character from the Tokyo Ghoul world, she felt no sense of incongruity in the Dragon Ball world, possessing combat power that was not too low. Her combat power had already reached the level of 300, so he flew through the air, scanning the surrounding area. This was the sky dance technique, and with a combat power of 30,000, combined with Earth's relatively low gravity, he could easily use this ability. After about 10 minutes of searching and asking around, Suyi figured out where he was. West City, the city where Bulma, the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, lived. Currently, the Dragon Ball storyline hadn't unfolded yet, and Bulma was probably still just a few years old. So he wasn't in the mood to look for one of the beauties of the Dragon Ball world for the time being. Back at the spaceship, Maki was dressed in a businesswoman outfit, especially with those long legs and black stockings, which were simply mesmerizing. Undoubtedly, during these 3 months, Suyi had been tempted more than once. Should he try to experience the vibrations on the spaceship with Maki today? Suyi is fidicated, and a smile crept onto his lips. Feeling Su Ye's intense gaze on her, Zheng Huzhao's delicate face flushed red. As Su Ye's maid, she naturally understood what kind of thing she would encounter. Moreover, this was indeed something she had been looking forward to for a long time. The two walked into the spaceship one after the other, and the battle soon broke out, causing the entire ship to shake. The delightful sounds of humming and moaning from Zheng Huzhao echoed throughout the spaceship. 6. The Turtle Hermit's Fear. Su Yi obtains the 3-star ball. A month had passed since the last spaceship shaking incident, and Su Ye's combat power steadily increased, now reaching 32,000. Gaining 2,000 in a month wasn't too slow. One day, Su Yi went alone to the Turtle Hermit's island. If you remembered correctly, this old man had a Dragon Ball in his possession. The Dragon Ball wasn't something Su Yi was too concerned about. After all, it was just a Dragon Ball from Earth, and its wishes couldn't compare to those from the Dragon Balls on Planet Namek or the legendary Super Dragon Balls. In his previous life, being a huge fan of the Dragon Ball anime, Su Yi felt that if he didn't summon the dragon, it would really lack a lot of feeling. At this moment, the Turtle Hermit was lying on a chair under the sun, wearing sunglasses and happily reading a magazine filled with pictures of beautiful women in bikinis. The turtle under the chair was lazily sprawled on the beach, asleep. Su Yi is slowly approaching, and the distance is not far now. At this moment, the sea turtle, which was sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. Master Wu Tian, did you feel that? The sea turtle exclaimed in a panic, speaking human language. The turtle sage slowly got up from his chair, reluctantly glanced at the magazine he had tossed aside, then looked up at the sky, gravely saying, "There's a very powerful aura." Whoosh! Just as the turtle sage finished speaking, a bright light shot down from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the air, looking down at them on the island with an imposing gaze. The pressure from his presence felt overwhelmingly powerful. The turtle sage had previously thought the newcomer was somewhat strong, but now that he was right in front of him, it was clear he was not just somewhat strong. He was comparable to the legendary deity. "Who are you, sir?" The turtle sage stepped down from his chair, hands clasped behind his back, his aura gradually rising. Although he knew he couldn't defeat this man, he still had to put up some resistance. "I mean you no harm." So he saw Master Roshi and smiled. This old man is indeed lecherous, but it cannot be denied that he has provided many laughs for fans of the Dragon Ball anime in the past. Huh. Hearing Su Ye's words, Master Roshi let out a sigh of relief, his slightly inflated body slowly deflating like a punctured balloon. "So, what brings you to my Kame house?" Master Roshi asked doubtfully, as he couldn't believe such a terrifying man would just wander around his territory for no reason. "I need this thing." Su Ye's finger hung on the Dragon Ball around Master Roshi's neck. He took a step forward, just one step, and instantly arrived in front of Master Roshi. His finger tapped on the Dragon Ball in front of Master Roshi's neck. Thud, thud, thud. Master Roshi was so startled that he hurriedly stepped back several paces, looking at Su Ye with a face full of fear. Anyone would likely feel the same way as Master Roshi did when someone suddenly appeared in front of them. "Don't be afraid. I said I mean you no harm." Su Ye understood the reason why his strength was so overwhelming. It was perfectly normal for Master Roshi to be so afraid of him. "Huff. Sorry, the pressure you're giving me is just too strong." Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, awkwardly laughed a couple of times, and then took the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck and tossed it to Su Ye from distance. So he took the ball and glanced at it. It was a 3-star ball, with orange light shining around the body of the Dragon Ball. This familiar scene made him smile. "Thank you." Su Ye thanked and leaped away, directly leaving Turtle Island. Whoosh! Su Ye left, and Master Roshi and the nearby turtle immediately began to gasp for air. When did such a terrifying man appear on Earth? The turtle exclaimed. "I don't know, but did you notice that this man has a tail? So I suspect he might not be an Earthling." Master Roshi speculated. "An Earthling? How could anyone possess such incredible power?" After obtaining a 3-star ball, Su Ye arrived at West City and asked many people before finally reaching the entrance of Bulma's villa. Ding ding ding. Su Ye directly pressed the doorbell of the villa. Soon, a little girl with her hands dragging behind her came running over quickly. "Huh, is she Bulma?" Su Ye saw the little girl, his eyes flickering. With short blue hair and sky blue eyes, she looked to be only 4 or 5 years old. Her delicate features combined to make her look like a porcelain doll. Very adorable. However, he didn't have to guess for long. A voice soon rang out, and Su Ye completely knew who the little girl was. "Bulma, don't run around." A man walked out of the villa and waved to Bulma, calling out to her. Su Ye looked over and immediately recognized that this man was Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. "Uncle, you're so handsome." Little Bulma waved her small hand at Su Ye with a cheerful smile, calling out in a sweet voice. "Uncle." Upon hearing that, Su Ye's expression darkened instantly. Damn, he had just turned 16. 7. Teaching little Bulma how to train Dragon Ball radar detector. Currently, Bulma seemed to be only around 4 or 5 years old, so it looked like there were still about 11 years until the Dragon Ball storyline unfolded. Thinking of this, Su Ye scratched his head. In 11 years, how many gifts would he have unlocked? By then, how much stronger would his power have grown? It was simply unimaginable. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Dr. Brief approached the villa's entrance, looking at Su Ye with confusion, as he didn't remember knowing him. "Hello, Dr. Brief. I have something I need to trouble you with." "Don't worry, I will offer you something that will greatly interest you in return." Su Ye spoke up. Hearing Su Ye's words, Dr. Brief frowned, but he was kind-hearted and invited Su Ye inside. In the villa, little Bulma occasionally glanced at Su Ye. Despite her young age, she already had a mature mindset. "Bulma, you should step out for a moment," Dr. Brief said with a smile after glancing at his daughter. "Dad." Bulma was reluctant to leave. "Be obedient." Dr. Brief shot her a glare, which made Bulma pout and leave. Su Ye smiled and watched little Bulma leave. "This girl is really quite adorable and very likable. Dr. Brief, I would like to ask you to help me make a Dragon Ball radar detector." After little Bulma left, Su Ye turned her attention back to Dr. Brief and spoke with a smile. "A Dragon Ball radar detector?" Dr. Brief was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing before. As long as it can detect the Dragon Balls from other places on Earth, that would be great. Su Ye took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief took the Dragon Ball, examined it for a while, and then returned it to Su Yi with a smile, saying, "This Dragon Ball radar detector should be easy to make. Now, tell me about the reward you mentioned." The Dragon Ball radar detector was too simple for him. What he was really interested in was what Su Yi had referred to that would intrigue him. Su Yi smiled and nodded, taking out the combat power detector stored in the system space. This is the combat power detector, which can determine the combat power of everyone. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Dr. Brief's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly reached out to take the combat power detector. Then put on a look at him. Beep, beep, beep. If it were someone else, this combat power detector would naturally be able to see their combat power. However, Su Ye's strength is too powerful. Forcibly revealing his strength would probably cause the detector to explode. Why can't I see your combat power? Dr. Brief frowned. This detector can only measure up to 10,000 combat power, and my combat power far exceeds its detection range, so it's normal that it can't detect my combat power. So you said lightly, "I see." Dr. Brief nodded in realization, then took out a small mirror to take a look at himself. Goodness, only a battle power of 1. How weak could that be? This is still quite interesting. All right, I promise to make you a Dragon Ball radar detector. Things like battle power detection glasses don't exist on Earth, so Dr. Brief is quite interested in this. Then I'll trouble you with it. Su Yi smiled and stood up to shake his hand. Come back to see me in a week, Dr. Brief said with a smile. In fact, making this Dragon Ball radar detector would take at most a day or 2, or even less. However, he wanted to study this combat power detection glasses first. So, the matter of the Dragon Ball radar detector would be put aside for now. It's fine, I can wait. Su Yi didn't mind. After coming to this world, he probably had an abundance of time. After leaving Bulma's house, Su Yi rented a place nearby to settle down. And Jun Huxiao came along to take care of his daily life. A week passed quickly, during which Su Yi got along very well with little Bulma. From time to time, he would give her some small items from his past life. As they exchanged gifts, their relationship grew closer. One day, Su Yi arrived at Bulma's house as promised. The little girl was squatting in the courtyard of the villa, practicing horse dance, with beads of sweat dripping down to the ground. Seeing her serious and focused expression, Su Yi shook his head and chuckled. In the original story, Bulma would not be training. To sum it up, she was brainy but physically simple. Now, Su Yi had taught her a set of inner strength techniques from his past life, along with some internal martial arts. Under his guidance, her combat power had increased from 0 to 5 in just a few days. Although she was still weak, it's important to note that it had only been a few days and Bulma was only 5 years old. If you calculate carefully with her combat power of 5, she could easily handle kids age 7 to 10, or even some weaker adults. Brother Su Yi, you're here. Su Yi appeared behind Bulma. The little girl had already sensed his presence, immediately stopped her practice, and stood up. She wiped the beads of sweat from her little head and happily looked at Su Yi, saying, "You're here. Did you make any progress in your training today?" Su Yi reached out to pat little Bulma's head and smiled as he asked a question. She is quite an impressive martial arts genius. Just yesterday, my battle power was 5, and today it has already reached 7. Little Bulma's sky blue eyes sparkled and blinked, and combined with her proud little expression, she was simply too cute. Su Yi was naturally attracted by the cuteness of little Bulma, and couldn't help but remind himself, little Bulma is only 5 years old. Little Bulma is only 5 years old. Just wait a bit longer, just wait a bit longer. 8. Summon the dragon, truly making youth everlasting. Following little Bulma to a small backyard of the villa, she shouted, and Dr. Brief walked out of her room, holding something like a radar in his work uniform. "Mr. Su, this should be the Dragon Ball radar detector you wanted," Dr. Brief said with a smile as he handed the Dragon Ball radar detector to Su Yi. Over the past few days, he had focused on studying the combat power detection glasses that Su Yi gave him, and he had already modified them, so they could now detect more than just a combat power of 10,000. Thinking of this, Dr. Brief took out the modified combat power detection glasses and looked at Su Yi. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power is 33,255. My God, this man's strength is terrifying. Over the past few days, he had used the previous glasses to detect the combat power of others. Some had a power level of 5, some 6, and some even reached 10. Most of these people were martial arts masters from West Capital, significantly stronger than ordinary people. And now, this man named Su Yi had actually reached a combat power of 33,255. So how could Dr. Brief not be shocked? You actually modified this? Su Yi was slightly surprised to see his own combat power. Yes, Dr. Brief showed much more respect towards Su Yi. A man with over 30,000 combat power is likely not someone an ordinary person like him can provoke. Very impressive. Su Yi couldn't help but admire Dr. Brief. He truly is one of the top super scientists in the Dragon Ball world. Complimented, Dr. Brief smiled shyly. Beep beep beep. Huh, Bulma, how do you have a power level of 7? Dr. Brief tilted his head to take a glance and saw his daughter Bulma. His glasses automatically scanned her power level and found that she indeed had a power level of 7. Daddy, Brother Su Yi taught me how to train, Bulma said with her hands on her hips, lifting her head and smiling. A girl practicing martial arts? That's really... Dr. Brief smiled bitterly and shook his head, unsure of what to say. Why can't a girl practice martial arts? Bulma stuck out her tongue and hopped away from the backyard. After leaving Bulma's house, Su Yi, holding the Dragon Ball radar, naturally started to get busy. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to teleport. Otherwise, it would have truly showcased the maximum capability for gathering Dragon Balls. He had some fun along the way, occasionally making noise and then searching for Dragon Balls, living a life that was simply too comfortable. A month later, when Su Yi returned to West City, he had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Come fort, Shenron. At that moment, in a vacant lot on the outskirts of West City, Su Yi shouted out a classic line from the Dragon Ball anime from his previous life, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. These words represent the aspirations of so many people from the 80s and 90s who watched Dragon Ball and didn't fantasize about one day gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. Now, Su Yi had indeed fulfilled his aspiration from his previous life and successfully summoned Shenron. Mortal, state your wish. Shenron floated high in the sky, looking very majestic. However, when his gaze fell on Su Yi, his eyes suddenly widened in shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can there be someone as powerful as you on Earth? What's with all the nonsense?" Having fulfilled a dream from his past life, Su Yi was in a pretty good mood. Although his words sounded heavy, he actually said them in a very relaxed tone. However, Shenron did not think so. Beads of sweat appeared on his head, and he fearfully said, "Please, Great One, state your wish." Su Yi pondered for a moment. Money was indeed useless to him. Overall, other things were also of little use. The key point was that the abilities of the Earth Dragon were limited, and too many wishes could not be fulfilled. Xiao, do you have any wishes you want to realize? Su Yi herself had no particular desires, so she asked her companion, Zhen Xiao. Upon hearing that Su Yi was willing to grant her this wish, Zhen Xiao's eyes instantly filled with tears as she said with deep emotion, "Master, I have no wishes. But if I had one, it would be to stay by your side for a lifetime." Hearing this wish, Su Yi felt a little touched and shook her head with a smile, saying, "This wish doesn't require a dragon. I can fulfill it myself. Think about what wish you really want." Zhen Xiao hesitated. To be honest, she really didn't have any wishes. Wait. Suddenly, Zhen Xiao seemed to have thought of something, touched her face, and hurriedly said to the dragon in the sky, "Dragon, I hope I can always remain young." "As you wish." The dragon opened its mouth, and a beam of light burst forth from its body, ultimately landing on Zhen Xiao. "Master, I take my leave." The dragon's voice came, and then a beam of light split into 7 parts, scattering to different parts of the world. "My skin is so good." Zhen Xiao exclaimed excitedly as she pulled out a small mirror. So he glanced back at her. She was now even more beautiful than before, which inevitably ignited a fire in his heart. "Xiao, I think you would look stunning in that cat ear white silk maid outfit. Why don't you wear it for me to see today?" Su Yi stepped forward and stood face to face with Zhen Xiao, then gently whispered something in her ear. "Listen to your master." Zhen Xiao shyly lowered her head and replied. 5 years had passed since he first met little Yukon. It had been a few months since the last summoning of the dragon, and during this time, Su Yi truly realized how low the chances were of obtaining this high-level gift pack. They were all black iron-level gift packs, although there were some good items among them. As Su Yi's strength grew stronger, he found them completely useless. Over these months, little Bulma had gradually grown from a weakling with a power level of 7 to a little expert with a power level of 50. If she continued to train like this, by the time the Dragon Ball storyline began, this girl would at least have a power level in the thousands. At that point, a 16-year-old girl could easily defeat seasoned martial arts masters who had trained for decades, which would indeed be quite hilarious. It was true. Every time this thought crossed his mind, Su Yi couldn't help but laugh. Would that lecherous old man, Master Roshi, still dare to tease Bulma then? As spring passed and autumn approached, unknowingly, another 5 years had gone by. Little Bulma had slowly grown up. At 10 years old, she was already about 6 meters tall, and due to her training, she didn't look like an ordinary 10-year-old girl in any aspect. The beautiful girl was gradually coming into her own, and to be honest, Su Yi was becoming more and more tempted. After all, this was a nurturing process that made him feel a bit tormented yet also excited, looking forward to that feeling of a neighbor's daughter blossoming into maturity. One day, Suyi estimated the time and thought that little Wukong should now be about 6 years old. At 6, he was basically capable of recognizing people. So, Suyi decided to go meet this little guy. Zhen Hu Xiao had completely integrated into this world. With Su Ye's financial support, she had opened a convenience store, and her daily life was quite fulfilling. Of course, in her spare time, this woman had been training as well, and her power level had now reached over 15,000. With this level of strength, she could easily destroy the earth. Flying toward the place where little Wukong lived, Mount Baozi, Su Ye's power had grown to the point where he could potentially crush a planet with his bare hands. Of course, that was assuming his hands are that big. By power level standards, Su Yi was now close to 100,000, unleashing his full power without holding back. He could easily overpower anyone with a power level below 500,000. So, even if he faced the Cosmic Emperor Frieza now, he wouldn't feel intimidated at all. However, it was strange that he felt his current strength should allow him to attempt to break through the Saiyan limits and reach the Super Saiyan state. Yet every time he tried, he felt a wave of powerlessness and could never find that breakthrough point. After thinking it over, Su Yi ultimately concluded that his bloodline hadn't been fully developed yet, or perhaps it was like in the previous life of Dragon Ball, where Son Goku needed rage to break through to Super Saiyan. Su Yi didn't understand, nor did he think much about it, just assuming it was a matter of timing. Baozi Mountain, this is the starting point of everything in Dragon Ball, the place where the entire Dragon Ball begins. At this moment, Su Yi was floating in midair, and outside a small wooden house, he saw a little boy with a tail squatting in a horse stance, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground, which he didn't seem to care about, his face full of determination. He had only seen Goku on the screen before, but now he was truly standing in front of me. Haha, I have to say, I was really a bit excited. Su Yi whispered and laughed. The iconic hair of this little Wukong, along with the tail that swayed freely when he was young, made him believe that anyone from his previous life, from that era, would be extremely excited to see in person. Because Dragon Ball is not just an anime, it represents the childhood of those born in the 80s and 90s. Who? Little Wukong's ears were very sensitive. Upon hearing Su Ye's faint laughter from above, he immediately followed the sound and looked up. Is there really someone who can stand in the air? Little Wukong looked up at the sky and was shocked to see Su Yi standing in midair. He thought his grandpa was already strong enough, capable of walking on roofs and leaping between trees. But he had never heard or seen his grandpa standing in the air before. Whoosh! So he took a step down and instantly reached the ground. Who are you? Little Wukong's tail stood up straight, and he stepped back several paces, raising his legs defensively, watching the smiling Su Yi with a wary expression. Facing little Wukong's wariness, Su Yi smiled and let the tail wrapped around his waist slip out, then swayed it behind him. I'm your kin. Kin? Upon hearing this word, little Wukong frowned. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to understand. Wukong. At this moment, son Wukong's voice sounded. Grandpa, it's Grandpa coming back. Little Wukong's eyes brightened, and the cautious look on his face disappeared instantly as he ran towards the direction of son Wukong's voice. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed, and son Wukong's figure appeared in Su Ye's line of sight. However, son Wukong's laughter stopped abruptly when he saw Su Yi. Who is he? Son Wukong frowned, especially tightening his brows when he saw the tail behind Su Yi. This big brother says he is Wukong's kin, but Wukong doesn't know what kin means. Grandpa, do you know? Little Wukong asked. Kin? Son Wukong glanced at Su Yi warily. He felt an extremely powerful sense of pressure from this seemingly ordinary man. This was a man of great strength, strong enough that with just one strike. No, even with just a finger, he could probably kill him. Don't be too cautious. I mean no harm to little Wukong. I just came here to see how he is living. It seems he is doing very well. Su Yi felt the need to say some polite words. Otherwise, it would indeed make people suspicious. 10. Gluttonous Wukong. Bulma's initial impression. Su Yi's expression appeared very sincere. Son Wukong saw it, and, thinking about this man's powerful strength, sighed and nodded, saying, Are you here to bring Goku back? No. It's best for him to stay with you. Su Yi doesn't plan to take little Wukong to advance the plot for now. It's certainly a good thing for him to train for a few years. Hearing Su Ye's words, Sun Wufan visibly let out a sigh of relief. As a lonely old man without descendants, he has completely regarded Wukong as his own grandson since the day he found him. After raising him for more than 6 years, the bond is definitely deep, just like raising a small cat or dog. In that case, please come in and have a seat. Sun Wukong invited Suyi inside and was just about to call little Wukong to catch some fish when Suyi flicked a capsule at the entrance, and a food house appeared before the grandfather and grandson. Big brother is so amazing. Is it the magic grandpa told me about? Little Wukong's eyes widened as he did 2 flips and joyfully bounced over, then was about to push open the door of the food house. Wukong, Sun Wukong scolded. Don't touch anything without the owner's permission. You must be polite. Oh. Little Wukong shrank back, looking aggrieved. Seeing his expression, Suyi laughed heartily, opened the food house, and waved to little Wukong, who was occasionally glancing over. This is something called a capsule from the outside world, and it can hold many things. Right now, this is a food house, and everything inside is delicious delicacies. Delicious. Little Wukong only heard those 4 words and hurriedly ran over. Sun Wukong slowly approached. At the moment Suyi opened the door of the food house, an enticing aroma had already wafted into his nostrils. However, being of a certain age, he was able to resist such tempting scents. You really shouldn't have gone to so much trouble, Sun Wukong said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he watched little Wukong devour the food. It's nothing. There are too few remaining clan members, and seeing little Wukong, of course, being a bit older, hope he can grow well. This was indeed Su Ye's heartfelt words. He naturally wouldn't hesitate to help little Wukong. After chatting for a while longer, he also joined little Wukong in the feast, which lasted for a full 3 hours. In the end, little Wukong lay outside on a small stone bench with his eyes closed, belly full, breathing heavily. See you next time. So he was also preparing to set off back home. After taking a glance at little Wukong, he leaped into the air and quickly transformed into a point of light, disappearing from Sun Wukong's sight. Huh, brother Su Yi is leaving? After 2 or 3 minutes, little Wukong finally came to his senses from a stone bench. Staring blankly at the sky and murmuring, Wukong said he wanted to give me some pointers. He better not have that idea. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. That person, just now, not to mention him, even his master, Master Wu Tian, would probably not be a match. If Sun Wukong were to spar with him, this person could probably blow him away with a single breath. As for the follow-up events concerning little Wukong at Baozi Mountain, Suyi naturally had no knowledge of them. At this moment, it didn't take long for him to fly back to his home in Shidu. Master, Miss Bulma was looking for you just now. In the living room, Zhenhu Xiao, who was watching TV, hurriedly stood up respectfully as she saw Suyi return. Xiao, after all these years, don't you know my personality? No need to be so formal. Suyi stepped forward and embraced Zhenhu Xiao, who was his first woman and had accompanied him for so many years. Although it was somewhat thrilling for her to call him master, in reality, there was no need for her to always maintain her maid identity when interacting with him. Master, Zhenhu Xiao shyly lowered her head, feeling Su Ye's affection. However, after so many years, she had long gotten used to her role as a maid. Don't call me that anymore. If you call me master, I won't force you to change it, but you mustn't be so reserved when you're with me in the future, Suyi said in a deep voice. Xiao listened as the soft and sweet voice of her master rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were deeply absorbed in their feelings, the door was suddenly knocked on. Is Brother Suyi there? Bulma's voice came from outside the door. Hearing her voice, Zhenhu Xiao shyly ran back to the sofa and sat down, staring at the television while occasionally stealing glances at Suyi. Suyi opened the door, and Bulma stood shyly at the door in a light purple dress. Bulma, do you need something? Suyi looked at the girl in confusion, wondering how she resembled the current Zhenhu Xiao so much. Brother Suyi, come out. I have a gift for you. Bulma looked up at Suyi, then quickly lowered her head and whispered. Suyi glanced back at Zhenhu Xiao, then followed Bulma out the door. The girl pulled him to the glass window, and now Bulma could also perform the flight technique. So, she soared into the air directly. Hey, you're wearing a skirt. Suyi didn't. All right, then Suyi brother, please princess carry me. Saying this, Bulma directly jumped onto Suyi's body, pouting her little lips playfully and looking at Suyi. No matter which angle I look at Suyi brother, he is so handsome, so charming. Hearing this, Suyi felt the girl as fragrance from Bulma, and although this little girl was only 10 years old, she had already developed well. Hanging on him like this was truly a kind of torment. Looking down at Bulma, her long eyelashes fluttered and her blue pupils looked even more enchanting. As his head slowly leaned down, Bulma, seeing her favorite Suyi brother seemingly wanting to kiss her, immediately shyly closed her eyes. Seeing Bulma closing her eyes, Suyi naturally understood her meaning. Their lips gently pressed together, and Suyi, being an experienced driver, slowly guided Bulma on how to respond. 11. The girl next door has grown up. Goku's shock. Su-Yi brother, Su-Yi brother. I finally reached a battle power of 10,000. The cheerful footsteps and melodious voice of the girl came. Su-Yi, who was eating fruit at home, heard the voice and went to the door to open it. Bulma, now 16 years old, had completely grown up, confirming the saying that the girl next door has grown up. Compared to her 6 years ago, the current Bulma, at a height of 172 meters, showcased her long legs to the fullest. To be honest, Su-Yi had indeed entertained more than one wicked thought over the years. She was too beautiful. Every year, the level of her beauty multiplied several times, and coupled with her occasional teasing of Su-Yi, that feeling was truly quite unbearable. Very great. Su-Yi came back to his senses and exclaimed, "It's not that Bulma's martial arts talent is particularly good that she reached a power level of 10,000 in just 11 years, but rather because of Su-Ye's guidance and the various good items extracted from the gift packs. Ha ha ha. Brotur Su-Ye. You said that when Bulma reaches a power level of 10,000, you would take me around the world. Now quickly fulfill your promise," Bulma said excitedly. Hearing this, Su-Yi began to ponder. At this stage, the Dragon Ball storyline should also be at the beginning, so taking Bulma out isn't out of the question. Alright, then you go back and get ready. Let's prepare to head to our first destination, the Bun Mountain. Su-Yi nodded and smiled. Little Wukong still had to bring him out of the deep mountains. Ha ha, no need to clean up, because Bulma has already tidied everything up. Bulma jumped up happily. You girl, you really are quite quick. Su-Yi shook his head and smiled, then took out a phone and called Masato, who was in the convenience store. Master, come back. You don't need to open the convenience store anymore. Su-Yi spoke up. Okay, master. After the call ended, it didn't take long for Zhen Hu Xiao to return. Sister Xiao, Bulma. Both girls greeted each other very politely. Let's go. Baozi Mountain. Su-Yi waved his hand, and the three of them soared into the air, flying towards Baozi Mountain under his lead. The speed of their flight was quite fast, and soon they arrived at Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, on a rock in the center of a large river, Sun Wukong was using his tail as bait to prepare for fishing. A monkey? Hee, today I'm going to eat this monkey. Suddenly, a large fish at the bottom of the river's eyes lit up, and it jumped out of the water with its mouth wide open. Huh! As soon as the big fish leaped out of the water, Sun Wukong on the rock jumped up and kicked it, knocking the fish unconscious. Hee, today I'm having a big fish. Sun Wukong hurriedly put on his clothes, then carried the much larger fish than himself and jumped onto the riverbank, whistling as he slowly walked home. Wukong. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the sky, causing Sun Wukong to look up. His eyes instantly lit up when he saw Su-Yi gently descending. Brother Su-Yi. Ha, I just caught a big fish. Today I'm treating you to braised fish. Huh, why do they feel different from us? Are they monsters? Su-Yi, Zhen Hu Xiao, and Bulma landed. And when Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the two girls, his eyes suddenly widened. In his world, he had never seen girls before. You are a monster. Bulma glanced at the big fish Sun Wukong was carrying, jumped out, crossed her arms, and huffed. Shorty, of course, we're different from you because we are girls. Girls. Sun Wukong's eyes widened again, shook his head and spun around twice, then shrieked and stepped back, dropping the big fish in his hands, and politely bowed to Bulma and Zhen Hu Xiao with his hands on the outside of his thighs. My grandpa and brother Su-Yi have said that you should be polite to girls. Hello, girls. Hearing this, Su-Yi couldn't help but laugh. Wukong, you're just too cute. I won't hold your rudeness against you. Just make sure to cook that big fish for us later. Bulma, a cute girl with its Sunder personality, waved her hand dismissively. All right, follow me. Sun Wukong immediately picked up the big fish from the ground and quickly ran off. As he ran, he looked back. In his mind, he thought that probably only brother Su-Yi could catch up with him. Those two frail girls would definitely be left behind in the dust. However, when he looked back, his previous thoughts vanished instantly. Instead, he froze in midair, his eyes wide open, and his tongue out, looking as if he had seen a ghost. How could those two seemingly weak girls keep up with him as if they were just taking a stroll? Why, you're also experts. Sun Wukong stopped and shouted in shock. Didn't you just see us using the sky dance technique? Bulma made a face at Sun Wukong and huffed. Shorty, you're still too weak. Oh my gosh. Sun Wukong was truly astonished. He still hadn't learned the sky dance technique. Even though his combat power had increased significantly since the beginning of the story, it still hadn't undergone a qualitative change. Are you scared? Bulma is a very powerful person. Bulma held her head high, extremely proud. Wukong, you'll be strong in the future too. Don't be discouraged. Sui noticed that Sun Wukong looked a bit down and couldn't help but offer some words of comfort. In fact, he could make Sun Wukong's strength dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times greater than at the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline. However, after careful consideration, Su Yi decided against it. Some things needed to be experienced and grown through by little Wukong himself. That would be the most precious treasure. Hearing Su Ye's comforting words, the disappointment on Sun Wukong's face instantly vanished, and he regained a look of determination. He clenched his fists, jumped up, and punched the sky while shouting loudly. Wukong can also grow to be as powerful as Big Brother Su Yi. 12. Setting off on a journey, the Pilaaf Gang. 6th update. After enjoying a meal of braised big fish at Sun Wukong's home, the group set off on their journey. Su Yi knows that Sun Wukong has already passed away, so she doesn't bring it up again to avoid making little Wukong sad. Bulma, wanting to stay youthful like Zhen Huxiao, still uses the Dragon Balls as the starting point for the story, and everyone sets off on their journey. Su Yi had a 5-star ball in his hand, and with the 4-star ball in Sun Wukong's hand, they had already gathered 2 balls. He wasn't particularly interested in summoning the dragon, and was simply following Bulma for fun, while also wanting to see the characters from the early days of the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Su Yi also planned to take Wukong to Master Roshi, which was the path Wukong was supposed to take. Half a month passed, and with Wukong as a light bulb, Su Yi and Bulma had very little time to be close, at most limited to some kisses and hugs, while further development was actually possible. However, Bulma was ultimately still too shy. Fortunately, there was also the presence of Zhen Hu, which made this journey not too lonely for him. There was only one last Dragon Ball left. Where could it be? One night, in a building on the outskirts, Su Yi, Bulma, Zhen Hu, and Wukong were sitting around a table, each with their brows furrowed. For over half a month, they had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, but they couldn't see the light point of the last one on the Dragon radar. Strange, it shouldn't be like this, right? Su Yi also found it strange. The Dragon Ball radar detector wasn't broken, yet it couldn't locate the exact position of the last Dragon Ball. Could it be that the radar is malfunctioning? Bulma frowned as she flipped through the Dragon Ball radar detector. It shouldn't be too likely, right? It was still working fine when we found the 6th Dragon Ball a couple of days ago, and at that time, the 7th Dragon Ball did indeed light up nearby for a moment. Really, Hu Shao said. It's okay, let's wait until tomorrow. Anyway, it's just the last Dragon Ball. It will definitely be ours. Su Yi comforted with a few words, then got up from the chair. I'm going to rest first. Everyone should go to bed early. Good night, Brother Su Yi. Good night, Big Brother Su Yi. Good night, Master. The 3 greeted each other and then went to their respective rooms. However, after a while, Zhen Huxiao changed into a black silk bunny girl outfit and gently knocked on Su Ye's room door. Su Yi opened the door, and Zhen Huxiao quietly walked in. Soon, a delightful humming sound echoed in the room. As the night deepened, everyone in the building was fast asleep. Meanwhile, about dozens of meters away, 3 figures appeared. Pilaaf, are you sure there are 6 Dragon Balls around here? A tall woman's voice asked. The short Pilaaf coldly replied, of course. I am the most powerful Pilaaf in the world. The remaining 6 Dragon Balls must be nearby. Now, stop talking nonsense and follow me. Before Pilaaf could finish his sentence, a farting sound was heard. A fart. Ashu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, What did you say? Pilaaf jumped up and slapped Ashu on the head, shouting, You dare say my words are a fart? No, King Pilaaf, I meant someone just farted, Ashu said, feeling frustrated as he rubbed his head. Just then, another farting sound echoed. In the dark, Pilaaf's face turned slightly red, revealing a hint of enjoyment. After a moment, he cleared his throat and coldly stared at Ashu, saying, You farted? Huh. Ashu was taken aback, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That's right. It was you who farted. Typically, the first person to smell it is the one trying to cover something up. So yes, it was you, Ashu. Pilaaf naturally wouldn't admit that it was him who farted earlier. No, it wasn't me, King Pilaaf, I swear. Ashu panicked, waving his hands in denial. Seeing Ashu's denial, Pilaaf narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping on his face. He then pulled out a rocket launcher from behind him and said lightly, I think I need to celebrate with some fireworks. And honestly, the person who farted just now was you, right? I wouldn't dare. Ashu was on the verge of tears. So you mean it was me who farted? How dare you accuse me, a noble and cultured king? Would I ever fart? As he spoke, Pilaaf prepared to fire the rocket launcher. Ah, King Pilaaf, it was me. I farted. Please spare me. Ashu was already in tears, fearing that if the rocket hit him, he would truly go to hell. Hey. Seeing Ashu admit it, Pilaaf coldly retracted his rocket launcher and clapped his hands, saying, All right, let's get to business. Follow me. Ashu let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Xiao Wu who smiled awkwardly and then followed Pilaaf forward. Soon, they approached the building where Su Yi and the others were. King Pilaaf, there's a building here. Ashu tried to redeem himself for his earlier mistake. Of course I see it. Do I need you to tell me? Pilaaf replied sarcastically, slapping Ashu on the forehead, then looked at the building, whispering, "The Dragon Balls must be inside." Just now, the Dragon Ball in my arms flickered. The great King Pilaaf would never fart. Although Pilaaf was ugly, it must be said that he was indeed excellent. His scientific technology was also incredibly powerful. Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, could easily create a Dragon Ball radar detector. And so could he. He even took precautions to block others from sensing his Dragon Balls. That's why 2 days ago, Su Yi and the others could sense the last Dragon Ball's location, but it inexplicably disappeared. Action. Pilaaf waved his hand, then spun around and threw a universal capsule on the ground. After a cloud of smoke, he was dressed in night gear. Ashu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, mimicking him by throwing their own universal capsules and changing into night gear as well. The trio stealthily approached the building's entrance, with Pilaaf being the first to step forward and gently push the door. Creak. The door opened. People these days are really bold. They don't even lock their doors. You all need to remember this lesson. Always lock your doors when you go out. Pilaaf turned back and glared at his two subordinates, then crouched and slowly entered. Ashu and Xiao Wu remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, but it was pitch dark and they couldn't see anything. Achoo! Just as Pilaaf's trio was stealthily searching for the Dragon Balls, a sneeze rang out. Who? They were startled. Sir. A whistling sound followed, and they saw a very small figure stumbling out of a room, still half asleep and not fully opening its eyes. Upon seeing this figure, Pilaaf's trio quickly covered their mouths and held their breaths. The figure was none other than Sun Wukong, who was getting up to pee. He pushed the door open, took a couple of steps, and began to relieve himself in an empty space. This kid has no sense of public decency. Pilaaf glanced at Sun Wukong and said in a low voice, "You guys must not learn from this guy." Yes. At this moment, beads of sweat covered Ashu and Xiao Wu's foreheads as they were almost discovered. They were now extremely anxious. Don't be too scared. This kid is a night blind. He definitely can't see us if we stay still. Once he goes back inside, we'll steal the Dragon Balls and run. Pilaaf whispered his analysis. Soon, after finishing his business, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and returned. Initially, he didn't see Pilaaf's trio. However, just as he was about to go back into the room to sleep, a fart sound jolted him awake. Who is it? Sun Wukong turned around to look at the dark living room, but still saw no one. Tap, tap, tap. Sun Wukong began to move, pulling out his Rui Bang from behind him and walking step by step towards the direction of the fart sound. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Ashu and Xiao Wu trembled. It seemed this kid was about to force the great King Pilaaf to take action. Pilaaf remained calm. As a future world-dominating villain, how could he fear being discovered while doing bad things? Remember, that fart was not mine. Just as he was about to take action, Pilaaf seemed to think of something and leaned towards his two subordinates, coldly saying, "The great King Pilaaf would never fart." Upon hearing this, Ash and Xiao Wu exchanged bitter smiles. "Kid, come and take your life." Pilaaf pulled out a machine gun, then tore off his night suit and jumped onto the dining table in the living room, firing wildly at the cautiously approaching Sun Wukong. Wow, Sun Wukong was flustered, but fortunately, his body reacted incredibly quickly. He easily dodged Pilaaf's barrage just by avoiding the glint of the bullets. My goodness, is this kid a monster? Xiao Wu and Ash widened their eyes, looking incredulously at Sun Wukong, who was swaying left and right, with every spray of bullets missing him. It was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Sui, who was sound asleep, was startled awake by the gunfire. Looking at the sleeping Makoto, he said, "Enemies are coming." After saying that, Sui quickly got up, dressed, and opened the door to step outside. Just then, a groggy Bulma also came out of her room. "What's going on? It sounds like gunfire?" Bulma rubbed her eyes, tilting her head in confusion towards the living room. As she saw the flashes of gunfire, her eyes widened, and she immediately hugged Sui's arm. "Bad guys are here. Don't be afraid." Sui comforted her. In fact, with Bulma's current strength, she didn't need to be afraid of these firearms at all. He understood that she was subconsciously scared because she had never experienced such things. "You go back to your room first, and watch how I deal with these guys." Sui smiled and pulled Bulma back into the room. At that moment, Zhen Huxiao also came out of his room dressed. "Master, do you need Xiao to take action?" Zhen Huxiao asked. "No need, Goku should be able to handle it easily," came the reply. Sui walked into the living room and saw that Sun Wukong had gradually shifted from passive defense to active attack. Every time Pilaaf fired, He spun his Rui stick in his hand to easily block all the bullets. The area was too small for this king to unleash his full strength. Kid, if you have the ability, come at me. Pilaaf knew that continuing to stalemate would probably be disadvantageous for him, so he prepared to use a scheme. I'll draw them away, and you find a chance to steal the Dragon Balls. He turned back and whispered this. As you command, King Pilaaf. Xiao Wu and Ashio hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Yi has astonishing hearing, easily picking up the conversation of these guys. Emperor Pilaaf. Hee, it's actually the Pilaaf trio. Su Yi laughed. These three guys could be said to be the longest living villains in the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, Xiao Wu, this character, even got redeemed later on and became Trunks' girlfriend. However, speaking of Trunks, a strange thought arose in Su Ye's mind. Bulma is definitely my woman. So will Trunks even exist in this world? To be honest, Su Yi was quite curious about this. But no matter how curious he was, he knew that the plot had just begun, and thinking too much was a bit premature. 14. The despairing Pilaaf Gang. Sun Wukong was lured away by Pilaaf, while Su Yi and Jun Hushao stay behind. He knew that Wukong could easily deal with Pilaaf. Perhaps he couldn't eliminate him, but driving him away would be very easy. Xiao Wu, you deal with that man, and I'll handle this woman. Ashu pulled out a katana from behind and glared fiercely at Jun Hushao. He thought that women were usually easier to bully than men. In fact, this was indeed the case, but Jun Hushao was far from an ordinary woman. With her overwhelming combat power, she could easily take down 1, 10, or even thousands of him without breaking a sweat. All right, Xiao Wu's strength was quite good, so she didn't care whether the opponent was male or female. Moreover, this man also looked like he could be easily bullied. With two loud shouts. Xiao Wu and Ashu stepped forward to find their respective opponents and began a fight. Xiao, don't go too hard. Be careful not to kill them directly. Su Yi reminded that these two guys are the driving force behind many subsequent plots, so he naturally had to remind Jun Hushao to avoid accidentally killing them without noticing, which would be extremely awkward. Okay, master. Jun Hushao obediently nodded. Su Ye's orders were her lifelong pursuit. Thus, the two of them began to play tricks on Ash and Xiao Wu. Over time, they realized that despite putting in all their effort, they were merely being toyed with in the eyes of others. Xiao Wu, we are not their match. Let's retreat quickly. Ash stepped back several paces, and Xiao Wu also took a few steps back, the two of them standing back to back and whispering to each other. We need to inform King Pilaaf that the people inside this building are even more troublesome. The Dragon Balls are hard to get. Xiao Wu sighed, and then quietly pulled out something resembling a bomb from her pocket. Look at my fart bomb. Xiao Wu threw it forcefully at Su Yi and Jun Hushao, and it exploded in midair, releasing a foul smell that spread throughout the building. It's too stinky, run. Xiao Wu pinched her nose and turned to flee the building. The great King Pilaaf will definitely take back his honor. You guys will ultimately be punished. After Ash also pinched his nose and uttered a harsh remark, he hurriedly ran away. This Pilaaf trio is truly annoying. Su Yi covered his nose, frowning and shaking his head. The fart bomb didn't cause any substantial harm, but to him, it was even more terrifying than actual harm. It stank so bad, it was getting worse. Jun Hushao frowned tightly, feeling utterly disgusted. Why is it so smelly? Who farted? This is too scary. Bulma in the inner room also shouted angrily as she ran out, covering her nose and complaining. We need to think of a way to get rid of this fart smell. Su Yi looked at Bulma, knowing that this genius girl could definitely solve the problem. It had to be the genius girl Bulma to take action. When Bulma saw her beloved brother Su Yi glance over, she proudly puffed out her chest and said something. As Bulma dealt with the foul smell inside the building, outside, Sun Wukong was staring wide-eyed at a plane in the sky, shouting, "It's my favorite little bird. Damn it, little bird, you can't fly away. Rui Bang, grow longer." Whoosh! With Sun Wukong's shout, the Rui Bang in his hand quickly elongated and directly poked into the sky. Bang! The plane in the sky was hit and flipped over, and the screams of Pilaaf and his gang erupted. King Pilaaf, this wild kid is a monster. Asu huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Calm down. Calm down. What is there to be afraid of from a little brat? Look at my missiles. I'll blow him up. Although Pilaaf was also panicking inside, he forced himself to maintain his kingly demeanor and pressed a button on the plane. Puffed, puffed, puffed. A sound similar to farting echoed, followed by about 10 missiles shooting out from below the plane. Trying to attack me? Impossible. Sun Wukong swung the Rui Bang and hit all the missiles that were coming at him back. Boom. So smelly. So smelly. King Pilaaf, did you just release fart bombs? On the plane, several missiles shot back and exploded, immediately unleashing a strong wave of foul odor. We need to get out of here quickly. Pilaaf was also overwhelmed by the stench of the fart bombs and wanted to die. But he knew that they had to leave before they were knocked out by the smell. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Run? Whoosh. Just then, Suyi suddenly appeared high in the sky, arms crossed, and coldly looking at Pilaaf and his gang inside the plane, raising his hand and throwing a punch. Boom! The plane fell, and the screams from Pilaaf and his gang pierced through the quiet night sky. Caw! Caw! A flock of crows in the forest was startled, letting out cries. The Pilaaf trio, filled with despair, struggled briefly after landing, then fainted from the foul smell and some pain from their injuries. 15. Summon the Dragon. The World S#1 martial arts tournament is in a year. When they next woke up, the Pilaaf trio found themselves tied up. Damn it! Pilaaf scanned the surroundings and glared fiercely at Suyi and the others. The great King Pilaaf never gives up. You will be struck back by us sooner or later. Asu, a staunch supporter of Pilaaf, spoke up. Suyi crossed her arms and looked at these guys with a smile, then took out 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls! My Dragon Balls! Pilaaf's eyes suddenly lit up with a green glow upon seeing the 7 Dragon Balls. No, these are my Dragon Balls. Suyi waved his fingers and then placed all the Dragon Balls on the ground, saying, Come forth, Shenron. With Suyi's summons, the entire sky darkened, and lightning crackled across the heavens. Soon, a golden light appeared, and Shenron manifested. The one who gathered the Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but it is limited to one wish. The voice of Shenron, majestic and solemn, echoed in the sky. Bulma, tell Shenron your wish. Suyi smiled and said, Shenlong, I want to stay forever young. Bulma took a deep breath, still in shock from Shenlong's appearance. Suyi reminded her, and she finally came back to her senses and made her wish. This is too easy. A flash of light passed through Shenlong's eyes, then it shone on Bulma. And soon she realized that her already peaked skin had become even more tender. Whoosh! After the wish was granted, Shenlong transformed into 7 colorful lights and flew off in 7 directions, disappearing from sight. Dragon Balls! My Dragon Balls! My wish to dominate the world is gone just like that. The heartbroken voice of Pilaaf came through, and Suyi glanced at him, pondering how to deal with these guys. If you remember correctly, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament should be in a little over a year. Naturally, he didn't need to participate in this tournament, but Goku definitely had to. Thinking of this, Suyi shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too far ahead. Brother Suyi, how should we handle these guys? Goku, holding his Rui stick, stared at the Pilaaf trio with wide eyes. No, please don't kill me. Seeing Goku glaring at them, Pilaaf lost his composure and quickly said, 9 no's in 1 second. Just give them a good beating. For such small characters, Suyi was naturally quite lenient. Moreover, he had to admit that having these small characters around to add some fun was quite interesting. All right. Goku put away his Rui stick and approached the Pilaaf trio, cracking his knuckles. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Suyi said, he gave them a good beating. The faces of the Pilaaf trio swelled up, looking like big pig heads. Ha! They look like 3 little pigs. Bulma pointed at the Pilaaf trio and laughed. How infuriating! How infuriating! When has King Pilaaf ever suffered such humiliation? Pilaaf was seething with rage. If he weren't tied up, he would have insisted on getting back at them on the spot. In the distant east, there is an ancient saying, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. King Pilaaf, we must endure, Xiao whispered. Suyi and his companions set off towards Turtle Island. The Pilaaf trio wanted revenge, but Suyi naturally didn't care. A towering dragon. Was it necessary to pay attention to these little ants swinging their fists? They walked slowly, taking in the scenery, and after nearly 3 days, finally arrived at Turtle Island. Is this the place where the legendary Master Wutian resides? Sun Wukong stared wide-eyed at the small island, which indeed had a bit of a secluded, high-spirited feel to it. Hey, little monkey, you're stepping on my turtle shell. As Sun Wukong stretched his neck to look around, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. I'm sorry. Sun Wukong immediately straightened up and looked down, his gaze meeting the serious expression of the sea turtle, and he hurriedly jumped aside. Excuse me, are you Master Wutian? Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and politely bowed to the sea turtle, wide-eyed as he asked. Master Wutian, someone is looking for you. The sea turtle shouted, then turned and slowly began to crawl away, but after just a couple of steps, its eyes suddenly widened as it slowly looked up along a person's foot. Oh my, it's that man from 11 years ago. The sea turtle suddenly jumped high from the beach, then lay down on the ground respectfully and addressed him as Sir. The sea turtle really didn't know how to address Suyi, so could only call him sir. Hello, sea turtle. Suyi smiled kindly at the old turtle and then turned his gaze to a wooden house on the island. At that moment, the door had already been pushed open, and the turtle hermit was about to come out. However, contrary to expectations, it wasn't the turtle hermit who emerged, but a bald little monk. What? Krillin? How did he arrive here early too? But upon further thought, Suyi found it understandable. Wow, two beautiful ladies. The turtle hermit also walked out of the house, and his lecherous nature immediately made him focus on Bulma and Chi-Chi, causing him to become excited in an instant. Ahem. The turtle coughed twice, reminding him, Master Roshi. Behave yourself. These two ladies came along with the gentleman from 11 years ago. Hearing this, the turtle hermit was taken aback. He then turned his head to look, his gaze fixing on Suyi, and his expression suddenly fell. Hello, sir. After so many years, your aura has become even more obscure and difficult to fathom, which left the martial arts master of Earth feeling alarmed. He had never encountered such a high-level expert, nor felt such a presence before. This is Goku. His grandfather is your disciple, son Gohan. I entrust him to you to teach him well in his training. So he pointed at son Wukong and spoke indifferently. Grandson of Gohan. The turtle hermit followed Su Ye's finger and saw a young boy staring blankly at him. That behind you is the Rui Jingu Bang, right? It indeed looks like Gohan's grandson. The turtle hermit nodded, but he was curious as to why such a powerful individual as this gentleman wouldn't teach the little guy. You can't guess the thoughts of a master, the turtle hermit thought to himself, and hurriedly bowed to Su Yi, saying, Please rest assured, little Wukong can be taught here with me. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of the tail behind son Wukong, and connecting it with Su Ye's tail, even a fool could guess their relationship. Krillin, come over and meet your fellow disciple. Seeing Su Yi nodding in approval, the turtle hermit waved at the dazed Krillin standing by, wanting these two disciples to get acquainted first. Hello, I am Krillin. Hearing the turtle hermit's words, Krillin finally came to his senses, turned his eyes, and jumped in front of son Wukong, extending his hand. Hello, my name is son Wukong. You can call me Wukong. Son Wukong smiled and reached out his hand. Having grown up, this was the first time he had such a friendly interaction with someone other than Suyi and Gohan, so he was very happy. Hello. Krillin shook hands with son Wukong, his face full of smiles, and he began to grip harder. As fellow disciples, Krillin naturally wanted to consider himself the senior. How can I become the senior? That's easy, just defeat this son Wukong. Huh, why is Krillin gripping my hand harder? After shaking hands for a while, son Wukong noticed that Krillin was increasing his grip and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Could it be? Does a stronger handshake with a good friend show more enthusiasm? Thinking of this, son Wukong's eyes brightened as if he had understood something. We'll be good friends from now on, son Wukong said, simultaneously increasing the strength of his grip. Crack. Krillin's hand was fractured. It hurts. Let go of me. Hurry and let go. Krillin cried out in pain, bouncing around on the beach. I'm sorry, Krillin. My strength is too great. I hurt you. Son Wukong quickly released his grip, stepped back a few paces, bowed to Krillin, and said apologetically, Ha. Suyi and Bulma burst into laughter at the scene. How could they not see that Krillin actually wanted to pinch son Wukong, but underestimated him and ended up getting pinched instead? All right, I should be leaving now. After the laughter, Suyi became serious and said to Wukong, there will be a world martial arts tournament in more than a year, so remember to participate. Upon hearing this, son Wukong blinked and tilted his head, asking curiously, World Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? It's not just anything. Well, how should I put it? It means you can spar with powerful martial artists. Suyi explained a bit. Really? This little guy's son Wukong's combative nature is indeed innate. He has already shown some signs of it at such a young age. Truly. Suyi nodded. Can I spar with you, brother Suyi? Son Wukong looked at Suyi with sparkling eyes. This brother Suyi had given him a very strong impression since childhood. In his opinion, even his grandfather would not be a match for this brother Suyi, so he naturally wanted to work hard to become a rival to him. You're still too weak at the moment. If you can win the championship in this martial arts tournament, I think I will have a match with you. Suyi certainly wouldn't participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, given his strength, even if it were a 1v1 match. Or, if all the participants of the tournament surrounded him, he could end the fight in mere seconds. Winning the championship? That would be too difficult. Son Wukong lowered his head, feeling quite weak. After a year of training, he realized that a qualitative change was impossible. Therefore, the possibility of winning the championship seemed quite slim. Seeing son Wukong looking a bit disheartened, Suyi shook his head and smiled. Offering some encouragement, The Wukong who easily gets discouraged is not the Wukong I know. Cheer up, believe in yourself, and you can definitely win the championship. Although Sun Wukong didn't believe in himself, Suyi had plenty of faith in him. Knowing the storyline, he was aware that in the original work, the champion of the 21st martial arts tournament was Jackie Chan, who represented Master Roshi, while Sun Wukong was the runner-up. To win the championship, he just needed to defeat Jackie Chan or Master Roshi. For the original Wukong, defeating Master Roshi might be challenging, but for the Wukong in this world, who had received a bit of guidance from Suyi, it was absolutely possible for him to defeat the Jackie Chan incarnation of Master Roshi in a year's time. After all, Wukong's current fighting power was about 30 points higher than it was in the original timeline. This meant that his current combat power was already 40 points. If the storyline held true, then a year later, Wukong would have an additional 110 points when participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, making his total combat power 150 points, not including other factors. Therefore, Suyi still believed that Sun Wukong should be able to defeat Master Roshi, who normally had a combat power of 139 points in a year. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. I will definitely work hard in my training. After being comforted by Suyi, Sun Wukong immediately became spirited, clenching his fists resolutely. Great. Suyi nodded in approval. After greeting each other, Suyi and Bulma returned to West City. Suyi's combat power is indeed formidable and terrifying at this stage. However, once the subsequent plot unfolds, if he remains stagnant, he will inevitably become cannon fodder. To protect the people around him, he naturally needs to work even harder and diligently train. A year quickly passed, during which Suyi spent all his time in devilish training. Powerful strength is the foundation that supports everything for him, especially in the Dragon Ball world. Without strength, one has no voice. Anyone who appears later can dominate his fate. He dislikes this feeling and does not want to see it. Therefore, since there's still time, Suyi is unwilling to waste too much of it on leisure. System, what is my current combat power? On this day, having just come out of the 300 times gravity chamber, Suyi clenched his fist and asked in his heart, replying to the host, "Your current combat power has reached 400,000. The system fairy's sweet and pleasant voice rang out. For 100,000, he anticipated that his strength would grow stronger, but he didn't expect to reach this level in just a year. Now, he is confident that he can easily pin down that cosmic emperor Frieza in this stage. So strong. Suyi clenched his fist tightly, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He had a very strange feeling that with just one punch, he could easily blow up the entire earth. It wasn't just my strength that had increased. Even my physical power was incredibly terrifying. Suyi understands that even if he does not use his energy to fight, with the strength of his temper body alone, he is definitely not inferior to a master with a combat power of 200,000. It is worth mentioning that during this year, the daily login gifts have progressed from mostly black iron gifts to silver and gold gifts arriving once a month. As for the platinum level gifts, he has only received one the day before the destruction of Planet Vegeta and has not received any since. Could it be that gifts above platinum randomly include female characters from other worlds as personal maids? Suyi has thought about this question, but he can't be sure if that's the case. Suyi Gij. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out. It was from Bulma. Suyi snapped back to reality and looked at Bulma. At 17, she was already stunningly beautiful, especially with her playful and charming demeanor that occasionally revealed a hint of allure, which he found very appealing. What's wrong? You look so rushed, Bulma said as she ran over. Suyi, you really are a training fanatic. The day after tomorrow is the opening of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Don't you want to see how Sun Wukong has grown? Bulma rolled her eyes at him. Over the past year, she had sought many opportunities to do something intimate with Suyi, but she never found a chance because he was always busy training. If he wasn't training, he was preparing for training. Bulma felt quite helpless about it. I just calculated the time and came out of the gravity chamber. Suyi nodded and smiled. Otherwise, he might still be in training now. What about Xiao? Seeing Bulma's somewhat resentful gaze, Suyi naturally understood what was going on. He tilted his head and glanced around, asking with confusion. Sister Xiao is cooking, preparing to change her meals, brother Suyi. Bulma and Xiao got along very harmoniously, and there was no jealousy between them. That works. Over the past year, he had mostly eaten Super Saiyan beans to stave off hunger. So now that Xiao was making him a good meal, he was naturally very happy. The next day, Suyi and Bulma arrived early at the entrance of the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Today was registration, and the official start was tomorrow. Bulma had her hands behind her back, stepping on small stones on the ground, saying, "I also want to participate in the tournament. What should I do?" Hearing this, Sui shook his head and smiled. Her current strength was such that no character from the original story on Earth could match her in a single move. Participating in a tournament of this level would be like an adult bullying a child. Brother Suyi, Bulma started to act cute. Bulma, be good. Don't act childish. Your strength is too powerful. And what if you accidentally kill someone if you don't hold back? Shenhu Xiao gently advised. If it were she participating in the tournament, there would be no problem because she understood how to control her strength and knew the limits. Hearing Shenhu Xiao's words, Bulma pondered for a moment, pouted, and quietly said, "Since that's the case, then fine. Here they come." Suya's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke 2 words. "What is coming?" Bulma was taken aback, looking at Su Yi, and then following his gaze, but saw no one in the direction he was looking. "Goku and the others are here." Su Yi smiled and said, "This little guy has indeed become stronger after more than a year." A little over a year ago, Sun Wukong's combat power was only 40 points, but now he has reached 300 points. Compared to the original work's combat power at the same time period, he is definitely a star and a half higher. Sun Wukong? Where is he? I didn't see him. Oh, he really came, Bulma exclaimed. As she looked around and then back, Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and several other companions had already appeared on a street corner. Your combat power is high, but you don't know how to use your energy. When the opportunity arises, I will systematically teach you. Suyi smiled at Bulma and walked over to Sun Wukong and his group. 18. Are you really going to deal with the Sun family? It's impossible, right? Sun Wukong, dressed in a blue suit and wearing a blue hat, also saw Suyi approaching and immediately jumped up excitedly, waving his hand. Your outfit really makes you look a bit strange. Suyi joked. Ha ha. Brother Suyi, you think so too, right? Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Suyi glanced at the people accompanying Sun Wukong. The turtle hermit in a black suit and hat, Krillin in a matching blue suit and hat, Yamcha in a green martial arts uniform, and Por flying in midair, as well as the amazed little Oolong who was watching Zhenhu, Xia, and Bulma. A large number of original characters from the early days of Dragon Ball had gathered, and seeing these familiar faces brought a smile to Suye's face. These characters were all part of his youth. Hurry up and sign up, or it will be difficult once the time passes, the turtle hermit urged, then smiled and nodded to Su Yi as a greeting. Right, let's go. Krillin excitedly ran off. Su Yi glanced over, her eyes equipped with a combat detector, easily assessing their combat power. Wukong, 300 points. Master Roshi, 139 points. Krillin, 90 points. Yamcha, 80. This year's martial arts tournament champion, Wukong, can easily take the victory. So he couldn't help but sigh to himself. In his previous life, he remembered how excited he was when he watched the first martial arts tournament and saw little Wukong imitating Master Roshi's techniques. Especially at the moment when the Kamehameha wave was unleashed, he was covered in goosebumps. It was so cool. He could only think of these 3 words to describe it. Soon, a few people who had finished registering met up with Suyi again. Big brother Suyi, have you eaten yet? Sun Wukong suggested if you haven't. Let's go have a big meal together. Do you have money? Suyi looked at him with amusement. Speaking of this big meal, he recalled that in the original story, Master Roshi won 500,000 zeni in the tournament, and this little guy ate 480,000 zeni worth of food. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked, then turned to look at Master Roshi and laughed. Wukong has no money, but soon after I become a champion, I'll have it all at once. But before that, the teacher has it. Ha ha. So he laughed out loud. This kid is really confident. But indeed, with a combat power of 300, Sun Wukong can be said to easily defeat all characters in the early stages. He thought for a moment, and the strongest person on Earth right now should be the immortals in the sky. If he remembered correctly, they also had a combat power of 300, just like Sun Wukong. After that, the group found a place to eat, while also getting to know each other. After the meal, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and night had completely fallen. They each returned to their accommodations to get some sleep, and the next morning arrived. Suyi got up a little later. When he arrived at the martial arts arena with Zhenhu Xiao and Bulma, Sun Wukong and Krillin had already passed the preliminary rounds. Seeing the orange and yellow martial arts uniforms on these 2 little guys, Suyi smiled knowingly. What Wukong didn't know was that once he wore this outfit, it would be for a lifetime. Wait, where's that kid's tail? Suyi then noticed that Sun Wukong's tail was actually gone. At first, he was a bit puzzled, but then he suddenly remembered that this guy had transformed into a gorilla before and had his tail cut off. However, during this martial arts tournament, he would once again grow a tail and transform into a gorilla. In the original story, Master Roshi dealt with the trouble, but now, with his strength, he would definitely be unable to contend with the transformed Sun Wukong. It seems that I will have to take action when the time comes. Suyi had already anticipated what would happen soon. Brother Suyi, you're here. We have successfully advanced to the top 8. During a short break, Sun Wukong saw Suyi and immediately ran out to greet him. I know. Let us keep up the good work. Suyi cheered him on. You definitely can. Sun Wukong swung his fist. Soon, the quarterfinals officially began. Krillin versus Bartley, Yamcha versus Master Roshi transformed into Jackie Chan, Nam versus Lan Fong, and Jiren versus Sun Wukong. A group of people watched quietly as the plot unfolded, just like in the original story, with no unexpected developments. The semifinals were set to be Krillin versus Master Roshi and Nam versus Sun Wukong. From start to finish, Sun Wukong was in a crushing position, defeating his opponents with a single move. There was no helping it. This was the battle power of 300, a huge gap compared to these shrimp and crab soldiers with only a battle power of around 100. Soon, the finals arrived. Sun Wukong versus Master Roshi. This was a very exciting point in the original story, but in this world, Sun Wukong's strength had reached the level of crushing everything. The excitement had become less interesting. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi exchanged blows, and the sounds of fierce fighting echoed throughout the venue. Look at my Kamehameha. Master Roshi was ready to bring out his ultimate move to defeat his beloved disciple. You can also use Master Wutian's Kamehameha. Sun Wukong looked at Master Roshi in surprise. Silly Wukong, I am Master Roshi. Master Roshi thought to himself, snickering, but his face remained calm. That little trick can be learned just by watching once. There's nothing to praise about it. Hearing this, Suyi secretly gave the old pervert a round of applause. He had seen people pretending to be others, but this was the first time he saw someone boasting about themselves, which was quite impressive. Don't look down on Master Wutian's ultimate skill. Sun Wukong still held great respect for Master Roshi, and upon hearing him say that, his little face immediately fell, looking very unhappy. Oomph! Master Roshi snorted, but inwardly he was quite pleased with Sun Wukong's attitude. Let me show you my Kamehameha. Sun Wukong crouched down and formed a flower bud shape with his hands, placing them at his waist. Came! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. No way. This little guy can also perform the Kamehameha? Master Roshi was slightly shaken and quickly assumed the same attack stance. Came! Haim! Ha! With their shouts, blue energy spheres burst from their palms and collided with each other. Seeing this scene, Suyi shook his head and smiled. Not to mention the Sun Wukong with 300 battle power. Even the Wukong in the original story suppressed Master Roshi with the Kamehameha. Suyi thought of a saying, competing with the Sun family? Completely unaware of the danger. Sun Wukong is really too powerful. Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed from the side. They thought Wukong was just a little stronger than them. But it turned out to be much more than that. The difference was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. The outcome was clear, and next, it would depend on whether Wukong would notice the full moon. So he didn't dare to look at the sky. If he did and transformed into a gorilla, he might blow up the entire earth. Soon, the competition ended. Sun Wukong won the championship, and the turtle Hermit, transformed into Jackie Chan, was the runner-up. Old. The turtle Hermit glanced at Sun Wukong, shook his head, and sighed as he left the stage. Wukong, you are amazing. On the street, Krillin and the others surrounded Sun Wukong, praising him endlessly. How did you launch that Kamehameha? I feel like you never used it before. Krillin asked in surprise. They had trained together for more than a year, and although he knew Sun Wukong was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be this strong, especially with that Kamehameha, which was just too cool. I just launched it like this. Sun Wukong demonstrated the movement, then scratched his head and laughed. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Where's that old pervert? Oolong glanced around several times, but couldn't find the turtle hermit's figure. Logically speaking, since Sun Wukong had won the championship, the old man should have been joyfully bouncing around, but he didn't appear. Cough, cough. At that moment, the turtle hermit's cough was heard from not far away, and soon he came running with a small box, saying to Sun Wukong, Wukong, you're really amazing. Did Master Potato see that? Sun Wukong happily replied, I used your ultimate move, the Kamehameha, to defeat that old Mr. Chan. I saw it. You have some of my turtle hermit style? The turtle hermit praised. Suyi couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This old man was really stubborn. Now, Wukong's strength was comparable to that of a celestial being, and he could be considered the strongest person on Earth at the moment. Brother Suyi, can you give me some pointers? Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at Suyi with bright eyes. Sure, but it's already late, and you've exhausted your stamina. Let's find a place to eat, and you can spar with me tomorrow. Su-Yi was not in a hurry. He hoped to see all of Sun Wukong's strength. All right, let's eat. Aside from fighting, Sun Wukong probably loved eating the most, and his little face was full of excitement at this moment. The next day, on a small island's open space. Do you think Wukong can beat that Su-Yi guy? Krillin, Yamcha, and Oolong were watching Su-Yi and Sun Wukong in the arena, whispering to each other. I don't know, but a man who is so valued by Wukong must have considerable strength. Krillin and Yamcha were not very clear about Su-Ye's strength, but it was not hard to guess that this man was definitely stronger than them. Su-Ye, I'm going to make my move. Sun Wukong crouched down, ready to charge forward for close combat with Su-Yi at any moment. Come on. Su-Yi appeared very calm. His combat power far surpassed that of this little guy. It was likely that just standing there, Sun Wukong might not be able to inflict even a scratch on him. Huh. Sun Wukong took a step forward and, with a fist moving at lightning speed, struck toward Su-Yi. Bang! Su-Yi also threw a punch, lightly colliding with Sun Wukong's fist. Ah! A cry of pain rang out as Sun Wukong was sent flying. The disparity in strength was too great. The turtle Hermit shook his head. Sun Wukong's power surpassed his own, but to compete with this Mr. Su-Yi was truly beyond his reach. Turtle, school, chi, skill, wave. Su-Yi thought that Sun Wukong should be unable to get up, and just as he was about to help him up, he found that the little guy was already poised to attack, a blue energy ball rushing towards him. Boom! Wukong is amazing. Krillin's face was filled with excitement. This kid Wukong is truly a natural-born fighter. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with a strange light. It seemed that the Turtle School would shine the brightest under this kid's guidance. With such a disciple, what more could he ask for? As the dust settled, Suyese figure emergit. Indeed, your strength is already impressive. Without a hint of embarrassment, Su-Yi remained very composed, taking a step forward as if teleporting. And in the next moment, he was directly in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and quickly retreated. Let me show you my Kamehameha. Su-Yi placed her hands in a flower bud shape at her waist, her breath gradually rising. In just a second or two, a blue orb of light had already appeared in the palm of her hand. Su-Yi pushed forward, and a blue light illuminated the surroundings, briefly dazzling everyone's eyes. Boom! The Kamehameha wave hit a mountain behind Sun Wukong, instantly shattering the mountain's surface into pieces, which ultimately collapsed with a loud crash. Thud! Witnessing this scene, the group led by Master Roshi stared wide-eyed, their mouths forming a large O shape, continuously swallowing their saliva. This power is truly terrifying. One from the attention of the gods. Su-Yi, your Kamehameha wave's power is really insane. Sun Wukong also swallowed several times, stiffly turning his head back from the collapsed mountain, and said in shock, with hard training, you can achieve this too. Su-Yi smiled faintly and said, Wukong will definitely train harder. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face filled with determination. This battle ended just like that, and Su-Yi was completely respected in this small circle. Everyone knew that he was a super strong warrior. Upon returning to West City, Su-Yi naturally began his training. Although he had already reached a combat power of 400,000, this level of power was simply not enough when the real plot of Dragon Ball unfolded. Just the current Frieza, in his first form, had a combat power of over 530,000. Not to mention the subsequent bosses like Majin Buu and Cell. To live well and comfortably in the Dragon Ball world, the most important thing is to possess absolute explosive power. Don't you see that Beerus can do whatever he wants in this universe? Of course, this is also because he is a god of destruction, with someone backing him up, but it illustrates the importance of strength. 3 months after returning to West City, Su-Yi quickly obtained a gold-level gift pack, which raised his power to around 500,000. With his newfound strength, Su-Yi naturally became lazy for a while, enjoying his daily meals and drinks, living a very comfortable life. The first year after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament soon passed. After 3 months of hard work, Su-Yi lays around for nearly half a year before starting to train again. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep training, but he found that his strength had reached a bottleneck period. Logically speaking, since he hadn't practiced any techniques, he shouldn't have a so-called bottleneck. However, this bottleneck truly existed, which puzzled him. Since the bottleneck had arrived, Bulma also wanted to travel the world with Su-Yi, so they lazed around for over half a year. When the second year began, Su-Yi naturally resumed various training. At the same time, while Su-Yi was training in the heavenly temple in the sky. Bobo, is that person a Saiyan? The Supreme Kai asked lightly, leaning on his staff. Yes, Bobo nodded. It's frightening that a Saiyan can grow to such an extent. The Supreme Kai lamented. I noticed his arrival over a decade ago, and it seems fortunate that he is not an evil Saiyan. If Suyi wanted to do evil, not to mention him, even a god one rank higher would have to weigh their own strength. The most important thing is, this man's growth rate is too fast. In just over 10 years, he has grown from someone he could see through to an existence he cannot fathom, even fear. You don't need to worry. Even if he is an evil person, there will naturally be great gods to subdue him. This level is beyond our reach. Bobo pondered for a moment and said, yes, you're right. In any case, we just need to avoid encountering him. The Supreme Kai nodded. Suyi will also participate in the martial arts tournament. Time passed slowly, and 2 more years went by. On May 7th, 753 in the age of the universe, at the entrance of the martial arts hall. 3 years have really gone by quickly. Suyi, Bulma, and Zhen Huxiao stood at the entrance, their faces filled with emotion. It felt as if yesterday was the end of the 21st martial arts tournament 3 years ago. Bulma was nearly 20 now, and both her body and mind had fully matured. During these 3 years, Suyi and she had accomplished almost everything they needed to do. If it weren't for Bulma insisting on giving Suyi her all on their wedding day, they probably would have finished everything long ago. However, Suyi wasn't in a hurry. After all, Zhen Huxiao's charm deepened every year, and she was becoming bolder, which made Suyi feel like he could never fully enjoy this woman's allure in his lifetime. Indeed, 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma also sighed and glanced around, surprised. It's been so long since I felt Goku's energy. They wouldn't he skip this time, would they? When they parted 3 years ago, Suyi made another promise to Son Goku. He would participate in this martial arts tournament, hoping that Son Goku would come as well. No way. With Goku's personality, he will definitely come to have another duel with me. Suyi shook his head and smiled, not believing that Son Wukong wouldn't come. He came. After 2 minutes, Zhen Huxiao's eyes suddenly brightened. Several people turned their gazes to the familiar street from 3 years ago, where a group led by Master Roshi was walking toward them, chatting and laughing. Wukong. Suyi raised his hand and waved. His days were too profound for this little guy to sense. If he didn't say hello, given his careless personality, he probably wouldn't even notice him. Brother Suyi. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Son Wukong immediately showed an excited expression, instantly fixing his gaze on Suyi and running over at an incredibly fast speed. His speed had increased significantly. Moreover, this little guy's combat power had reached as high as 2,000. Suyi was indeed a bit surprised. Although he had guided this little guy many times, the growth over the past 3 years was truly beyond his expectations. Mayday Suye. Brotur Suye. Brotur Suye. The turtle Hermit, Yamcha, and Krillin also walked over and politely greeted Suyi. Suyi smiled and nodded as a greeting, then turned her gaze to Son Wukong and said, hurry up and sign up, or we'll be too late later. Okay, sign up, sign up. Son Wukong swung his fist and then pulled Krillin and the others to the registration area. Suyi glanced at Master Roshi and, seeing that he had not moved, couldn't help but ask in surprise, is Master Wutian not going to go on stage? Is he really not going to? Master Roshi instinctively replied, but quickly realized, looking awkwardly at Suyi. Seeing him like this, Suyi shook his head and smiled, choosing not to continue the topic. Soon, Son Wukong and the others returned after registering. The preliminaries were about to begin, and a staff member from the martial arts arena was walking around with a loudspeaker, announcing, please prepare to enter the arena, all contestants. In the martial arts arena, Suyi and the others, having drawn lots, began their respective battles. The preliminaries were incredibly easy for them. Before long, the top 8 were determined after the draw. The matches for the top 8 were Yamcha versus Tien, Suyi versus Male Wolf, Krillin versus Dumpling, and Babbitt versus Son Wukong. The plot didn't change much. In the original work, Master Roshi was supposed to fight Male Wolf, but it became Suyi versus Male Wolf. The first battle began quickly. Yamcha had a fighting power of around 130, while Tien's fighting power was around 180. In the original story, Tien was the champion of this martial arts tournament, so one can imagine how strong he was. The power gap was quite significant. Even using the Kamehameha, Yamcha was defeated. In the end, Tien knocked him unconscious. Yamcha, Krillin, and Son Wukong's eyes widened as they rushed out from backstage. Announce it quickly. Tien coldly looked at Son Wukong and them, saying coldly, oh, all right. The host quickly nodded and announced Tien's victory. Damn it. Yamcha had already been sent to the hospital, and Son Wukong glared at Tien, especially infuriated by his indifferent expression. Gritting his teeth, I really hope to meet you in the semifinals. Heck, just based on you? Tien looked disdainfully at Son Wukong. Please, all contestants, step down. The second match is about to begin, the host announced. Just wait. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Soon, the second match of the top 8 began, with Su Yi facing Male Wolf. Male Wolf had a fighting power of only 100, so he couldn't last more than a few seconds against Su Yi and was quickly defeated. Next up was Krillin versus Dumpling, with Krillin winning. Wukong versus Babbitt, with Wukong winning. The top 4 were quickly determined: Tien, Su Yi, Krillin, and Sun Wukong. At the same time, the final matchups were also assigned: Tien versus Su Yi and Krillin versus Sun Wukong. Brother Su Yi, please take revenge for Yamcha. Sun Wukong glared at Tien and then deeply bowed to Su Yi. After hearing this request, Su Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Su Yi versus Tien. Without a break, the battle bell for the semifinals officially rang. On the stage, Su Yi and Tien stood on opposite sides. Su Yi's expression was indifferent, showing no emotions. Tianjin Fan, on the other hand, looked at him with a cold smirk. He had received orders from his master to ensure that the Turtle Hermit's disciples suffered severe injuries. So you didn't know if this guy was a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, but he only knew that this guy was very close to the Turtle Hermit's disciples. Just this point was enough for him to take decisive action. Brother Su Yi, beat him up hard. Sun Wukong waved his fists in the martial arts hall, his face full of anger. Su Yi tilted his head and smiled at him, then looked at Tianjin Fan. He knew this guy's strength, with a battle power of 180. In the original story, he was indeed a very powerful presence. If Master Roshi didn't transform, he would probably not be his match even in his normal state. However, this Dragon Ball world is different from the original. Not to mention the variable of Son Goku. There's also him, the biggest variable. That kid is really funny, thinking that just relying on himself is enough. Tianjin Fan knew his own strength and was naturally very confident. Moreover, his eyesight was quite good. On the surface, Su Yi seemed like a small expert, but he was just a small expert. In front of him, he couldn't stir up any waves at all. Just relying on me. Su Yi nodded with a slight smile, beckoning to Tianjin Fan with her finger, and said, if you can make me use my second finger, then you can consider a victory. Wow. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, it was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up waves of shock among the spectators watching from outside the arena. This guy is way too arrogant. I hope you won't feel too embarrassed when you fall down later. Tianjin Fan coldly smiled, and, the moment his voice fell, charged forward. Here we go. This guy's speed was incredibly fast, like a shadow. He threw a punch, but wasn't aimed at the front. Instead, it came from behind Su Yi. Su Yi, be careful. Sun Wukong instinctively shouted in worry upon seeing this scene. Su Yi shook her head with a smile, lifted her right index finger gently, and then pointed behind her. Bang! The fist collided with the finger, and logically, the fist should have more power. But Su Yi's existence defies logic. It is not. Su Yi didn't even exert himself, and the recoil directly sent Tianjin Fan flying, causing him to cry out in pain in midair. How strong? Sun Wukong was no longer the same as he was 3 years ago. He had grown taller, and his eyesight had become increasingly remarkable as his strength increased. Facing Tianjin Fan's punch, Sun Wukong thought to himself that he probably wouldn't have been able to take that punch 3 years ago. Su Yi, brother, you're amazing. Su Yi, brother, beat this inflated guy. Go, master. Bulma started cheering from the sidelines, and seeing her so excited, Jinhu couldn't help but join in. Hearing the encouragement from the two girls, Su Yi took a moment to glance at them outside the ring, smiling and waving his hand. How infuriating. How dare he get distracted and greet women while fighting me? This was intolerable. Tianjin Fan felt insulted and immediately charged over, crossing his left and right hands together, then suddenly leaping up from a distance of over 10 meters to smash down at Su Yi from above. Su Yi heard the commotion above, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He extended a finger and gently pointed upwards. Finger versus fist. Boom. Bang. The fist was utterly defeated. Tianjin Fan was sent flying, landing on the ground and seemingly unconscious. The rapid shift in the battle scene left the host stunned for a moment, and it took several seconds before he approached the edge of the ring to start counting. 1, 2, 3. When he reached 6, Tianjin Fan coughed twice and slowly got up from the ground, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face gradually turned pale. This man is so strong. This was the first time Tianjin Fan had encountered someone as powerful as Su Yi. He had always believed he had no rivals. Now it seemed he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. So what do you say? Should we continue? Su Yi smiled at him. He knew that Tianjin Fan's confidence had been completely shattered by him. Now, what remained was more self-denial. Even though you are strong, never giving up is my life motto. Tianjin Fan, Tianjin Fan's eyes widened. Then he jumped into the sky, hands on his forehead, and roared. Solar flare? Ah. As soon as Tianjin Fan unleashed the solar flare, a blinding light appeared before the eyes of most spectators watching the tournament, followed by a brief moment of blindness for a few seconds. But don't underestimate these few seconds. In front of a true master, this brief time is enough for a person to die many times over. The solar flare? Huh? So you chucked it lightly. This move was indeed quite powerful, but he was no ordinary person. 3 years ago, he had a combat power of 400,000. Now, 3 years later, he had undergone more than one transformation. Currently, with a full combat power of 1 million, he was truly unparalleled. According to the storyline, the first form of Frieza was nothing but trash in his eyes. How could a small solar flare possibly harm him? 23. Final match, Suyi versus Sun Wukong. 46. Suyi stood right in the center, not dodging the gaze at all, staring directly at Tianjin Fan in the sky. This guy could perform aerial techniques, which is why he could stay suspended in the air for so long. However, he wasn't the only one who could fly. Suyi's body slowly lifted off the ground, floating into the air to meet Tianjin Fan's gaze, much to the shock of several people wearing sunglasses. How could you be completely unaffected? Tianjin Fan grew increasingly astonished, and this man could even use the sky dance technique. Moreover, what do you know my crane school sky dance technique? He realized he could understand this man less and less, or rather, he had never truly understood him from the beginning. With that thought, a bitter smile appeared on Tianjin Fan's face. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly defeated, so utterly helpless. He had no ability to resist. Tianjin Fan, hang in there. At that moment, the voice of his eliminated junior brother, Jiaozi, echoed from outside the ring. Never give up. Tianjin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with renewed fighting spirit. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose with dignity. Divine Finger Technique. Tianjin Fan shouted angrily, concentrating all his energy into his fingertips and then releasing it all at once. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light shot from his fingertips directly at Suyi. Too weak. Facing Tianjin Fan's attack, Suyi merely smiled faintly, shook his head, and extended a finger, gently flicking it at the void. Tianjin Fan's divine finger technique returned from whence it came. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Tianjin Fan fell from the sky. Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi rushed over upon seeing this. No one is allowed to come up while the match is still ongoing. The host quickly shouted, "We concede." Jiaozi shouted loudly. Having been an orphan since childhood, he had always regarded his senior brother Tianjin Fan as his own brother. In this match, he would rather lose than see Tianjin Fan die. In that case, this match is won by contestant Suyi. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the finals. The host pondered for a moment before shouting. Suyi glanced indifferently at the already fainted Tianjin Fan, then walked into the martial arts arena. Thank you, Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward to express his gratitude. It's nothing. Next up is your duel with Krillin. Good luck. Suyi waved his hand and smiled. I forfeit. At that moment, Krillin, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback, but Suyi wasn't too surprised. Compared to Sun Wukong, Krillin was indeed much more timid and lacked confidence, coupled with the strong impression that Sun Wukong had already rooted in his heart. It was quite normal for Krillin to surrender directly this time. Krillin, why are you? Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Wukong, I know my own strength. You're far superior to me, and forcefully fighting you would just be a waste of time. It's better to let you have a good battle with Brother Suyi. Krillin rubbed his bald head and chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? Well, okay. Sun Wukong didn't know what else to say and could only nod in agreement. The two walked out of the martial arts arena and onto the stage. Exciting moments are about to come. Next up is the match between contestant Sun and contestant Krillin. So please stay tuned. The host shouted excitedly as he saw the two walk out. Roar, roar, roar. The spectators outside were stirred up by him and began to cheer excitedly. Hello, host. I forfeit this match for certain reasons, Krillin said shyly, glancing around before shouting to the host. Huh? Contestant Krillin, you want to forfeit? The still excited host was taken aback and asked in surprise. You know, you had a chance to compete for the championship. Krillin interrupted him with a bitter smile. Wukong and Brother Suyi. Which one of them can I defeat? So, let's not waste time and just let them go to the finals. After saying this, Krillin jumped off the stage and slowly walked towards the area where Master Roshi and the others were. TCH, coward. I thought you were so great, but in the end, you're just a coward. The mocking voices of the spectators rang out, and each word cut Krillin's heart like a knife. But what could he do? His personality was indeed like this, leaning towards a weak and very insecure side. Krillin, are you okay? Oolong sighed, knowing that Krillin was feeling very low right now. Kamehameha. Boom. At this moment, Sun Wukong on the stage launched a Kamehameha into the sky, and the explosion drew everyone's attention. That's so cool. Most people stopped mocking Krillin, although a few were still whispering among themselves. Whoever speaks ill of my friend again, don't blame me for being rude. Sun Wukong glared around with a stern face. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. Contestant Sun, you can compete properly now, come on, give me the microphone. The host in the corner of the stage said with an awkward smile. Here. Sun Wukong casually tossed the microphone to the host, then jumped back to the center of the stage. Su Yi, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked out from the middle of the martial arts arena. The final match of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Su Yi versus Sun Wukong. 24. Wukong with no resistance at all. 56. Brother Su Yi. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and bowed to Su Yi. Come on, let me see your growth over the past 3 years. Su Yi smiled and said, okay. Sun Wukong looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Su Yi. He took 2 steps back, raised his leg high, and clenched his fist, ready to spring into action. Su Yi nodded and stood there calmly, not moving at all. Sun Wukong began to move, watching Su Yi warily. He noticed that Su Yi was standing there so calmly, but there was not a hint of a flaw to be seen. As time passed, beads of sweat began to appear on Sun Wukong's forehead. What the hell? Why aren't they starting to fight? The audience outside began to curse. The host, encountering such a situation for the first time, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead with a small towel and awkwardly explained, when it comes to masters, if they don't move, it's already a big deal when they do. Everyone, please wait quietly. These two will surely give us a very exciting showdown. Hearing the host's words, the audience outside calmed down a lot. Huh? Sun Wukong roared and quickly charged towards Su Yi. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of punches, Su Yi responded effortlessly, not showing the slightest panic. Sun Wukong's punching speed was incredibly fast, throwing at least 20 or 30 punches in a second, making it difficult to see his speed with the naked eye. Su Yi remained calm, as always, blocking as many punches as he threw. Wukong, big brother, is making his move. Su Yi smiled slightly and casually threw a punch. Bang! Sun Wukong was hit hard and directly sent flying. Wow! This scene instantly excited the audience outside the arena. Su Yi moved as if taking a leisurely stroll in a garden, stepping forward and instantly arriving in front of the flying Sun Wukong, then gently raised his hand and slapped down. Boom! A deep pit was created on the arena floor, smoke and dust swirling, as Su Yi withdrew his hand and stood calmly, looking into the deep pit. Sun Wukong's energy was still there. He hadn't fallen unconscious or anything. So strong. Su Yi's strength is truly formidable. Within just a few breaths, Sun Wukong was suppressed, and the host excitedly began to comment. It was expected that Wukong wouldn't be a match for Mr. Su Yi, but it was unexpected that he showed no resistance at all. Outside the arena, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he said solemnly. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's current strength, which was absolutely crushed countless times over. This level of power couldn't gain any advantage in front of Su Yi. In fact, there was simply no resistance. Who exactly is this Mr. Su Yi? How could he be so terrifying? Master Roshi truly couldn't understand, couldn't make sense of it. Wukong, you can do it. Krillin and the others were cheering for Sun Wukong. At this moment, on the arena in the deep pit. Boom! Ouch! That hurt. Sun Wukong jumped out from the deep pit, rubbing his head and grimacing in pain. Seeing this kid's expression, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle and said, Wukong, we're in a battle now. Don't forget to use the turtle. School. Qigong. Wave. Su Yi hadn't finished speaking when Sun Wukong directly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. A blue energy sphere shot out with an astonishing momentum. How powerful! Outside the ring, Master Roshi's gaze sharpened. From this Kamehameha wave, he realized that he had underestimated Sun Wukong's strength a bit. This kid is just too strong. Bang! In the face of Sun Wukong's strongest attack, Su Yi still appeared quite casual, merely waving his hand to deflect the Kamehameha wave, causing it to explode in midair. Brother Su Yi, I'm behind you. Sun Wukong's voice rang out, and Su Yi raised an eyebrow. In that brief moment, he actually failed to sense this kid's energy. Bang! Sun Wukong landed a solid punch on Su Yi's back. Oh my god! This punch indeed hit Su Yi, but to the shock of everyone present, it was Sun Wukong himself who was sent flying. This man's body is incredibly tough, Master Roshi was dumbfounded. What kind of defense is this? All right, I pretty much grasped your strength now. Suyi turned around with a smile resembling that of a loving father. In an instant, he appeared behind the flying Sun Wukong, catching him and casually tossing him out of the arena. Suyi Evans. Congratulations to him for becoming the champion of the 22nd martial arts tournament. It was only after Sun Wukong flew out of the arena for several seconds that the host finally came to his senses and shouted into the microphone. Brother Su Yi is too strong. Sun Wukong got up from the ground and walked in front of Su Yi, scratching his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that after 3 years of cultivation, if he couldn't catch up to Brother Su Yi, at least he could make him work a little harder. However, everything had been ruthlessly overwhelming. He believed that if Brother Su Yi truly wanted to defeat him, it would probably take just a second. Su Yi smiled without speaking. He was tired of hearing words like you could do it if you just work hard. Besides, Sun Wukong was indeed growing step by step. At least he was much stronger than in the original story. The 22nd martial arts tournament ended like this. After receiving his prize money, Su Yi treated Sun Wukong and the others to a big meal. But in the end, the 500,000 Sony wasn't enough. And he ended up spending several $100,000 more. Su Yi didn't mind, as he wasn't short on money anyway. After the martial arts tournament, Su Yi didn't immediately return to the West capital, but instead temporarily stayed on Turtle Island, while Bulma and Jinhu Xia returned. He planned to give Wukong a devilish training regimen. Currently, Wukong's combat power was over 2,000, and Su Ye's goal was to help this kid reach at least 10,000 in a year. A year later, the result of the devilish training surprised Su Yi greatly. Not only did Sun Wukong reach the target of 10,000 combat power, but he also exceeded it by about 5,000. This meant that after a year, Sun Wukong was already a little master with 15,000 combat power. Such strength would have made him a formidable fighter on the former Vegeta planet, let alone on this Earth. Indeed, your growth rate is very fast. Su Yi praised during their farewell. This is all thanks to Brother Su Ye's guidance. Sun Wukong humbly acknowledged, very grateful for Su Ye's training. This is achieved through your own efforts. I just showed you the method. If you weren't willing to work hard, you couldn't have grown so quickly. So, you should thank yourself the most. Su Yi smiled and said, all right, I should leave now. In 2 years, there will be the world's #1 martial arts tournament. You can participate if you want, or just focus on your training. You must not be slack. Yes. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and respectfully bowed to Su Yi, who was flying away. A day later, in West City, at Bulma's home. Brother Su Yi, when are we getting married? Bulma snuggled in Su Ye's arms and shyly asked, getting married? Su Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. The early plot of Dragon Ball was almost finished, and once the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was over, it should be the time when the second generation of Piccolo was born. It wouldn't be long before the story of Dragon Ball Z began. Raditz would arrive, followed by Vegeta, the Ginyu Force, and finally the ultimate boss Frieza. It was time to get married soon. Su Yi nodded. So when are we getting married? Bulma became excited upon hearing Su Ye's words. After the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, we'll get married. 2 years is enough for him to grow into a very powerful being. To be honest, his current strength is limited to dominating this small, early-stage dungeon. A year ago, he had a battle power of 1 million, and now he has about 1.5 million. 1.5 million battle power can easily crush Frieza in his first and second forms. But what about Frieza in his third and fourth forms? If she remembers correctly, Frieza's maximum battle power in his fourth form is over 120 million, which could easily overwhelm him. Mua, Bulma is waiting for Su Yi brother to marry me. Bulma leaned close to Su Ye's face and gently kissed his cheek, her face turning red. She was very excited inside because in 2 years, she would marry her beloved Su Yi brother. Let's call you husband in advance and see how it sounds. Su Yi held Bulma in his arms and playfully responded to her, oh, calling me now? Bulma's face flushed even more as she buried it in Su Ye's embrace, softly whispering, hubby. Her voice was gentle, charming, and very alluring. Immediately, Su Yi carried Bulma upstairs to her room. For so many years, Su Yi had been holding back, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to endure for another 2 years. Other than the final step, they had naturally done everything that needed to be done. An hour later, when the two of them came out, Bulma had a tiny bit of white residue at the corner of her mouth, and seeing her shy expression, it was easy to imagine what she had just done for Su Yi in the room. I'm going back first. Remember to balance work and rest while you study, Su Yi said as he kissed Bulma's forehead at the door, then returned to the house he had bought. Okay, Su Yi bro, you work hard too. Bulma waved her hand, watching Su Ye's figure slowly fade away. Bulma had thought about living with Su Yi, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would give herself to him too soon. It was precisely because she loved Su Yi so much that she wanted to give herself on that most sacred night. She felt that would be the greatest fulfillment. Back at home, Su Yi was once again captivated by the beautiful chef, Zhen Huxiao. He had originally planned to start his training, but couldn't resist getting busy with Zhen Huxiao in the kitchen. After 2 hours, the battle finally ended. Master, Xiao Xiao wants to give you. At that moment, in the bedroom, Zhen Huxiao nestled in Su Ye's arms and shyly whispered, Xiao wants to give you a baby. A baby? Su Yi blinked in surprise, and at that moment, an inexplicable feeling of excitement arose in his heart. It's worth noting that Su Yi was now in his 30s, but his strength kept him looking like he was still 18 or 19. Perhaps it really could be time for a baby. I don't oppose it, but then Xiao needs to work a little harder. Su Yi smiled and then got busy again with Zhen Huxiao. 26. Wukong has grown taller. From Klin's Resentment 1. During the busy times, time naturally passed very quickly. 2 years had once again gone by in the blink of an eye. On May 5th, 756 of the Age of Earth, Su Yi, Bulma, and Zhen Huxiao arrived at Kame House. In 2 days, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament would commence, and they came to prepare to join Master Roshi and the others to participate in the tournament. During these 2 years, Su Yi and Zhen Huxiao had basically been busy with important matters whenever they had free time, usually for more than 2 hours at a time. Sometimes they were busy every day for a month, yet despite this, they still had not had a baby in these 2 years. This indeed made Su Yi a bit disappointed, but seeing Zhen Huxiao, who was even more disappointed, he could only comfort her. Mr. Su Yi is here. With a shout from the turtle, everyone inside Kame House rushed out. At a glance, Su Yi saw Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Oolong, so many familiar characters. Where's that kid, Wukong? Su Yi did not see son Wukong, nor did he sense his presence, so he couldn't help but ask. He had been cultivating alone for 2 years, and now had no idea where he was. However, I reminded him long ago that May 7th is the opening time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. He shouldn't miss it. Master Roshi said with a smile, My disciple surpasses me. There is no master who wouldn't be happy about that. All right, when is everyone ready to set off? So he casually asked about the location of the martial arts tournament on Turtle Island, wondering if a day's time would be enough if they took a plane. Notarus, Lan Chi has cooked, and just in time for you to arrive, Mr. Su Yi. Let us eat together before we go. Master Roshi invited. Yeah, big brother Su Yi. Lan Chi's cooking will definitely leave you speechless. Krillin chimed in. Over the years, this little guy has grown a bit taller. But according to Su Ye's memory, it seems he has always been this height. And now, Goku should have completely grown into the big Goku, resembling the latter part of his form. Time really does fly. Su Yi sighed inwardly, and together with Bulma and Zhen, they followed Master Roshi inside. Soon, they finished a meal, and Su Yi indeed praised it endlessly. Bang! Just as the group was discussing their plans to leave, a woman with yellow hair slammed her hand on the table. What did you just say? After eating, where are you planning to go? Hearing this, Su Yi looked over and immediately laughed. This woman is the hot-tempered Lan Chi. Huh, we're planning to go to the big city, Master Roshi stammered. I'm going too. Lan Chi lifted her leg and stepped onto a chair, coldly scanning Master Roshi and the others. Lan Chi, didn't you say that the air in the big city is bad for women's skin? Why are you? Shut up. Lan Chi shot a glare at Krillin, who had just spoken, and coldly replied, I just love the hustle and bustle of the big city. That's the lifestyle a city beauty should have. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi and the others exchanged glances, left with no choice but to take the hot-tempered woman onto the helicopter. In the year 756, on May 6th, at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Where's Goku? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It was raining, and everyone was standing under umbrellas at the entrance, waiting for a familiar face to show up. Krillin kicked a stone at his feet and muttered quietly, Are you that eager to see Goku? Want to show off your training results? Tianjin Fan chuckled from the side. Ever since he was knocked out by Su Yi 3 years ago, Master Roshi guided him back on the right path. Although he no longer trained under Master Roshi, their relationship could still be considered that of teacher and student. I just want to see how strong Goku has become, Krillin replied. His strength was now impressive, reaching over 600, much stronger than in the original story. Ha ha ha. The group laughed and chatted. Just then, Lan Chi, with her purple long hair, suddenly spotted someone, blinked, and hesitantly said, Is that person Goku? Hearing Lan Chi's words, everyone's gaze turned towards where she was pointing. A man about 8 meters tall was walking towards them with an umbrella. Is it Goku? Master Roshi frowned, somewhat uncertain. The aura of this man felt different from Goku's. While everyone was guessing, Suyi smiled and nodded. It really is Goku. He has grown taller and is much stronger now. With a restrained aura, Sun Wukong's combat power had reached a staggering 35,000. For reference, 2 years ago, Goku only had a combat power of 15,000. In just 2 years, he had grown to this extent. His talent was undeniably formidable. Suyi, big brother. Long time no see. The man with the umbrella had walked over and revealed his face. Who else could it be but Goku? However, since his head was wrapped in a white scarf, even Master Roshi and the others didn't recognize him at first. Suyi was naturally very familiar with Wukong after he had grown up, so he recognized him at first glance. It's been a long time, Wukong. Your strength has increased a lot. Suyi smiled slightly at him and nodded. Ha ha ha. I thought I could catch up with brother Suyi, but it seems I still can't. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. At this moment, the rain gradually lightened. Wukong. It's really Wukong. Wukong and Pooh Air exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Am I not Wukong? Sun Wukong approached Master Roshi and respectfully bowed, saying, Grandpa Roshi, long time no see. It's Wukong. It really is Wukong. He's grown taller. Master Roshi said excitedly. Are you all shorter? Sun Wukong removed the white headband from his head, and his signature hairstyle popped out. The others, who weren't quite sure at first, immediately recognized him and started laughing happily. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin crossed his arms and snorted. It's clearly you who grew taller. Speaking of which, I really have grown a bit. Sun Wukong chuckled shyly. Hurry up and sign up. Suyi reminded from behind. Yes, hurry up and register. The turtle Hermit said hurriedly. Sun Wukong nodded and ran towards the registration area. It's truly incredible that this child has grown to this extent now. The turtle Hermit turned around and looked at Wukong's back, his eyes filled with appreciation. 27. The 23rd Martial Arts Tournament preliminaries begin. That same evening, in the hotel dormitory, Krillin and Sun Wukong lay on the same bed. Krillin suddenly sat up and glanced at Sun Wukong, who seemed to be lost in thought, and said, Hey Wukong, training in the heavenly realm must be very strict, right? Krillin had heard that Sun Wukong trained in the heavenly realm's temple, which prompted his question. Yeah, it must be very strict. Sun Wukong turned his head and replied to Krillin, whose face was gradually breaking into a smile. By the way, Krillin, you must have become quite powerful as well, right? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin laughed. Hee, Wukong, when we battle later, don't get scared and weaken your legs, okay? Ha ha, I really hope to see that soon. Sun Wukong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Krillin laughed again, giving a thumbs up, and exclaimed, this time, many strong fighters will definitely show up at the martial arts tournament. So we must work hard. Not only were they getting stronger, but Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu had also been training. How could their strength remain stagnant for 3 years? Yeah, Sun Wukong casually replied with one word, then looked at the ceiling fan turning above him, his brow furrowing as he thought. The son of King Piccolo will definitely appear, but I wonder how strong he is? After all these years, Sun Wukong certainly hadn't been idle. During his initial period of training alone, he had accomplished a great deal, including defeating the first generation of King Piccolo, who had laid an egg afterward. As a martial arts enthusiast, Wukong naturally didn't think too much. Having a powerful opponent made him very happy. Therefore, he didn't directly kill King Piccolo back then. Later, when he went to train in the heavenly realm, Wukong realized how close he had come to destroying the egg that King Piccolo had laid. Otherwise, that celestial being would have also perished. Wukong, what are you thinking about? Krillin called out to Sun Wukong a couple of times. Oh, I was wondering if it would be clear tomorrow. Sun Wukong turned his head and smiled, then looked out the window. The rain that had just stopped in the afternoon started falling again, even heavier than before. Yeah, the weather has been quite strange lately. Krillin got up and walked to the window to take a look outside, then turned back to call out, but found Sun Wukong had already fallen asleep. He was stunned for a couple of seconds, and then shook his head and smiled. While Sun Wukong was asleep, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha were both waiting seriously for tomorrow's arrival, as their main goal was to defeat Wukong. Soon the night passed. The next morning, Suyi got up very early. Beside him were Bulma and Zhen Hu Shao, both of whom he had kept busy for most of the night. Although he hadn't taken that final step with Bulma, he certainly enjoyed her service, which was very comfortable. Let's let them sleep a bit longer. Suyi glanced at the time. It was just past 8 in the morning. He remembered that when he fell asleep last night, it seemed to be around 4 o'clock. Although with the strength of the two girls, sleeping for only 4 hours was not a big deal, he thought about it and still chose not to wake them up. As he stepped outside, Suyi happened to run into Wukong and Krillin coming out of their room, while in the other two rooms, Tenshinhan and Yamcha also came out. Good morning, everyone. Suyi greeted, good morning, Brother Suyi. The others addressed Suyi similarly to how they referred to Sun Wukong. After exchanging greetings, the group walked out of the dormitory. It really cleared up. Haha, what a nice day it is. Sun Wukong stretched comfortably and said with a smile. In contrast to Sun Wukong's relaxed demeanor, Krillin and the others felt somewhat serious. Their goal was for Sun Wukong to see their growth. After all, besides Suyi, Sun Wukong had the most significant influence on them at this stage, and they all wanted to prove their strength in front of him. After chatting for a while, Master Roshi and the others also came out of the dormitory. Where are Bulma and Chi-Chi? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Suyi akardli kafu tvj. While Master Roshi shot a glare at Wukong and said, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Sun Wukong looked confused, not understanding what was wrong with his question. It's nothing, they're still sleeping in. Suyi waved his hand and took the lead in walking towards the martial arts arena. He remembered there was a breakfast stall at the entrance, and since he had just woken up, he was still a bit hungry. He didn't participate in this martial arts tournament. With his strength, there was no need to take part in such a low-level competition. It was too boring. After a group of people finished their breakfast, they entered the martial arts arena. As the champion of the previous tournament, Suyi was naturally recognized by the staff inside the arena. So even though he didn't compete, no one stopped him. As for Master Roshi, who initially wanted to sneak in, he was directly blocked. Do you know who I am? I'm Master Roshi. He was about to reveal his identity. But as soon as he started to speak, he immediately shut his mouth, gave a couple of awkward laughs to the people around him, and then backed out of the martial arts arena with Lan Chi and Oolong. Soon, the preliminary rounds of the 23rd martial arts tournament began. Sun Wukong suddenly focused his gaze, turning his head to look over, and a green-skinned man entered his line of sight. That cold and ruthless gaze. Could it be the Demon King Piccolo? Krillin and the others followed his gaze, their eyes widening, revealing expressions of disbelief. The Demon King Piccolo. So he also looked over, a slight smile on his lips. The plot was gradually moving towards the future. At the same time, he was becoming more and more excited, because there were countless strong warriors in the future, and his strength was also slowly increasing. He now possessed a combat power of 5 million. Moreover, theoretically, he had already laid the foundation to transform into a Super Saiyan with this level of power. However, he had tried many times and still couldn't transform. Was he lacking a bit of anger? Suyi frowned, recalling Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, who transformed into a Super Saiyan due to Krillin's death. This big demon king is a bit Sundara. In any case, he will eventually be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. So Suyi didn't dwell too much on the fact that he couldn't transform at the moment. Is Wukong the Demon King Piccolo? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Yes, he is the Demon King Piccolo. However, he is not the same Demon King Piccolo as before. He can be considered a second-generation Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong frowned, saying his energy feels strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Of course, the current Piccolo is not considered strong for him, but for Krillin and the others, he is somewhat formidable. Suyi, not wanting to think too much, glanced at Piccolo and found it somewhat strange. Logically speaking, according to the original work, Piccolo's combat power at this stage should only be 260, but now it seems to have reached nearly 1,000. Is this due to the butterfly effect? Suyi frowned and thought carefully. At this stage, Krillin and the others were indeed much stronger than in the original work. Could it be said that Piccolo also had his own opportunities? Noticing the gaze of Sun Wukong and the others, Piccolo turned his head to glance at Sun Wukong, squinted his eyes, and let out a cold laugh. Be careful when you encounter him. Although he wouldn't dare to kill you, he will definitely strike hard. Sun Wukong reminded them. We understand. Krillin and the others nodded seriously. Although their strength was much greater than in the original work, Piccolo's strength was also significantly enhanced compared to the original. If they were forced to confront him head-on, it would definitely be them who would perish. Soon, the preliminaries officially began. After a few hours, the preliminaries concluded. The final distribution of the top 8 matches was as follows. Mekatao Bai versus Tien Shinhan, Chi-Chi versus Sun Wukong, Piccolo versus Krillin, and Dumpling versus Yamcha. It seems that due to the butterfly effect, the god did not descend to participate in this martial arts tournament. Suyi watched everything quietly and nodded secretly. At noon, during the lunch break after the preliminary rounds, Suyi and his group found a restaurant to eat. Bulma and Chi-Chi naturally followed along, as they had arrived at the martial arts hall early, around 11 o'clock. Soon, lunch ended, and after a short rest, everyone returned to the martial arts hall. Around 2 o'clock, the quarterfinals officially began. In the first match, Tao Bai faced off against Tianjin Fan. As expected, Tianjin Fan won. When it came to the second match, Su Yi smiled as he looked at Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi on stage. If nothing unexpected happened, Chi-Chi would soon say her name, and then Sun Wukong would recall his promise and eventually marry Chi-Chi. From Su Ye's perspective, watching the anime in his previous life, he felt indifferent towards this woman. However, from the perspective of a wife and mother, he had to admit that she was a great woman. Why are you always angry? The two faced off without immediately starting a fight. Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi in confusion and said, "What is going on? Look into your own conscience, Sun Wukong." Chi-Chi glared at him. "What's wrong with me?" Sun Wukong became even more confused, having no memory of this woman at all. "I will never forgive you." Chi-Chi gritted her teeth as she looked at him. "I still don't understand what you mean." Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling speechless. "Did you mix me up with someone else? You can't be wrong. You are Sun Wukong, right?" Chi-Chi fixed her gaze on him and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong frowned and stared at Chi-Chi, deep in thought. "Just start fighting already. What are you mumbling about?" At this moment, shouts came from outside the ring. "Ahem. Have you two finished chatting?" The second match officially begins. The host cleared his throat and announced, "Take this." As his words fell, Chi-Chi moved her feet, quickly running towards Sun Wukong and launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Sun Wukong dodged continuously without striking back, saying, "Have we met somewhere before? Or, do we know each other? Take this." Chi-Chi didn't respond and kept attacking. Sun Wukong felt quite helpless and spoke a few more words. "It's because you remember nothing that I'm so angry." Chi-Chi suddenly paused, her face showing a look of grievance. Seeing her like this, Sun Wukong was suddenly taken aback. Su Yi supported his forehead with one hand, indicating that Sun Wukong in his previous life was a very typical straight man. Usually, those kinds of men are the ones destined to be single. Foolish people have their own blessings, haha. Su Yi also smiled. Soon, the two began to banter again. However, as Sun Wukong's punch sent Chi-Chi flying out of the ring, he later learned everything. Su Yi started clapping, and soon the host and some bystanders joined in. "Brother Su Yi, we should get married soon, right?" At this moment, Bulma snuggled up to Su Yi and said happily, "As soon as this martial arts tournament is over, we'll get married." Su Yi smiled and nodded, glancing at Zhen Xiao. When he mentioned we, it certainly included Zhen Xiao. In his eyes, Zhen Xiao, who had accompanied him for over a decade, was not just a maid drawn from a gift box, but truly his woman. Soon, the third match began, Piccolo versus Krillin. With insufficient strength and Krillin's lack of confidence, he quickly lost. What surprised Sun Wukong and the others was that Piccolo showed restraint and did not go all out against Krillin. "Thank you for your mercy," Krillin said, swallowing hard and bowing deeply to Piccolo. "Humph." Piccolo snorted coldly, crossing his arms and flying up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Sui shook his head and smiled, secretly thinking, this Piccolo is a bit prideful. After the third match ended, the fourth match began, and the host shouted for the next two contestants to take the stage. The upcoming duel between Jiaozi and Yamcha was much more interesting. Because their strengths were quite similar, both sides exchanged blows, thrilling the audience from start to finish. In the end, Yamcha emerged victorious. Thus, the four finalists were determined. The competition continued soon after. In the semifinals, Tianjin Fan versus Sun Wukong, Piccolo versus Yamcha. As expected, after the two matches, the final would naturally be between Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At first, Sun Wukong didn't put much effort into his fight with Piccolo. But when he exerted a little strength, he directly caused Piccolo to become withdrawn. "Your strength is too powerful. I am no match for you." Even someone as proud as Piccolo had to lower his head before Sun Wukong. "You are strong too. Keep practicing hard, and you will surely catch up to me," Sun Wukong said after thinking for a moment. Hearing this, Sui outside the ring shook his head and smiled, glancing at Bulma, who was shining with excitement, naturally understanding her thoughts at that moment. "Bulma, Zhen Xiao, let's get married." 29. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. More than a year had passed since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Sui had been married to both Bulma and Zhen Xiao for over a year. His simultaneous marriage to two women had caused quite a stir at the time. Although this world did not adhere to a monogamous system, it was nearly unheard of for a man to marry two women at the same time. However, upon reflection, those who knew Sui thought that it didn't seem strange for such an outstanding man to have two wives. "Honey, why hasn't it happened yet? Why am I still not pregnant with your baby?" Zhen Xiao was relatively fine, but Bulma was basically tangled up with this question every day. "It must be because I'm too strong. So he wasn't very sure either. All three of them had checked their bodies, so it was naturally impossible for them to be infertile. Therefore, the only possibility left was that it was because he was too powerful. I really want to have a strong little baby for my husband. Bulma felt very disappointed. In her eyes, the first major event in life was to marry her beloved Su Yi, and the second major event was to have a strong little baby for her beloved Su Yi. Such things can't be rushed. What we are meant to have will come in due time. In truth, if she hadn't taken precautions when Yichio wasn't so powerful many years ago, their child would probably be 7 or 8 years old by now. Who knows? Maybe she's already pregnant? Su Yi smiled. He had been resting for the past few days, so he had basically been planting seeds every day, several times a day. Actually, it's possible that both women are really pregnant now. All right, I need to cultivate for a while. You all take good care of yourselves and wait for your husband to come back and pamper you. Su Yi smiled and left home, directly using instant transmission to arrive at son Wukong's home on Baozi Mountain. As for how he learned instant transmission, it's simple. He gathered the Dragon Balls and made a wish. Wukong, I'm here to test the results of your training. Su Yi shouted from a distance. At the same time, son Wukong, who was eating roasted meat, suddenly brightened his eyes, hurriedly dropped the meat in his hands, and quickly ran out the door, flying towards Su Yi in the sky. This guy really is. Chi-Chi tidied up the table and shook her head with a bitter smile. An hour later, a completely exhausted son Wukong collapsed on an open space, gasping for breath. Su Yi glanced at him, smiled, and didn't give him the super divine beans to restore his stamina. Instead, he walked a little further away and unleashed his full momentum. Oh my god, Su Yi's aura is terrifying. Son Wukong, who was still lying on the ground resting, felt this shocking momentum and instantly sprang up from the ground, looking at Su Yi from a distance. At this moment, Su Yi was surrounded by lightning, and son Wukong noticed that his jet black hair transformed into golden yellow every 2 seconds. Could it be? Su Yi has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong's eyes widened as he recalled the legend of the Saiyan race that Su Yi had told him not long ago about the Super Saiyan. And now, doesn't Su Yi's appearance resemble the Super Saiyan he described? Su Yi is currently in a state between Super Saiyan and normal form. He really wants to fully transform into a Super Saiyan, but he just can't succeed. It feels like something is missing. Is it anger? No. I feel it's not anger that's the reason. I need a bond. Only with a bond can one desire to possess greater power. Su Yi gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar to the sky, pondering that if his strength was insufficient, he would not be able to protect Bulma and Zenhuxio, let alone safeguard his future child. The more he thought about it, the more he craved power, and he emitted a roaring shout. Crackle. Brother Su Yi, from a distance, son Wukong was left dumbfounded upon seeing Su Yi successfully transform. He had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 1, I have finally transformed successfully. Su Yi clenched his fist tightly, his face filled with excitement. After yearning for so many years, he had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is worth noting that he had already reached the minimum standard of 3 million battle power to transform into a Super Saiyan a year ago, and now he had successfully transformed with a battle power of 5 million. It was truly difficult. Brother Su Yi, is this the Super Saiyan? Son Wukong rushed over, asking in surprise. Yes, this is the Super Saiyan. Su Yi turned around, with golden hair and light green eyes, surrounded by golden flames, and bolts of lightning crackled around. So powerful. Son Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Su Yi, what is your current combat power? 250 million. Su Yi asked the system, and the system replied to him. Then he responded to Son Wukong. Hiss. 25 billion? Son Wukong gasped. His current combat power was close to 50,000, and he already felt strong enough. Now it seems that his brother Su Yi, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, has actually reached a combat power of 5 billion. How terrifying must that strength be? 5 billion sounds frightening, but in front of true strong beings, it is not considered powerful. Su Yi smiled and returned to his usual state, saying to Son Wukong, you can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Just work hard on your training. Is there someone stronger than you, big brother Su Yi? Son Wukong noticed this statement from Su Yi. Yes, there are stronger beings out there. You don't know many powerful figures. In the future, you will meet these people. Su Yi nodded. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's face revealed determination and yearning as he clenched his fist and said, I must work hard in my training. My first goal is to become a Super Saiyan like brother Su Yi. That day won't be too far away. Su Yi similит sidaiki. 30. Full power Super Saiyan 1. 56. Back at home in West City, Suyi suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. He had indeed forgotten something very important. He had the opportunity to evolve into a Super Saiyan once, and he still hadn't used it. If he had used it back then as a springboard to feel the power within, he might have actually broken through to Super Saiyan 1 much earlier. Suyi smiled wryly, his thoughts sinking into the system space. Evolve to Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4 Super Saiyan God, Red, Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this introduction, Suyi was shocked. He remembered it wasn't like this back then, right? Host, you didn't look at the introduction back then. The system reminded him. Did I not look at it? This made Suyi a bit embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so can I choose any of these states to evolve once or what? Normal state evolves to 1, 1 evolves to 2, 2 evolves to 3, and so on. The system replied, got it. Suyi nodded. In that case, it seems that the items from this platinum-level gift pack are indeed good things. There's no need to rush. I can easily deal with the current enemies as a Super Saiyan 1. Suyi smiled. At this stage, the strongest is the Universe Emperor Frieza, with a power level of 120 million in his 4th form. When he transforms into Super Saiyan 1, he possesses a combat power of 250 million, which is a vast difference. However, he needs to train more to improve the endurance of Super Saiyan. Suyi understood that in the beginning, transforming into a Super Saiyan was quite challenging for him, requiring constant training to maintain the Super Saiyan state. Currently, his Super Saiyan level was only at the first stage of Super Saiyan 1. There was still the 2nd stage, 3rd stage, and finally the 4th stage, which was full power. The full power stage of Super Saiyan 1 could maintain the Super Saiyan form for a long time, representing the ideal Super Saiyan state. In terms of energy, it was the same as an ordinary Super Saiyan, still at 50 times the normal state. But compared to other forms of Super Saiyan, the advantage of full power was that it overcame the significant physical stamina consumption of Super Saiyans during battle. It maximized the extraordinary combat power of Super Saiyans while avoiding the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans would experience even without fighting, and it also had a calmer demeanor. Therefore, even though Suyi had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he still had a long way to go. He needed to work hard in his training. Only by possessing great strength could he protect the people he wanted to safeguard. Suyi's eyes revealed determination as he clenched his fists and looked at the sky. Next, Suyi fully entered devilish training. In the first month after returning to West Capital, his normal combat power surged from 5 million to 530,000. In the second month, it reached 550,000. By the third month, it hit 600,000. In this way, a year passed quickly. Indeed, only through cultivation can one become stronger. After a year, Suyi's normal state had reached 10 million in combat power, and he had thoroughly mastered all the realms of Super Saiyan 1. Now he finally understood why he had been unable to transform into Super Saiyan 1 before. It was because he had been building a solid foundation, and now the results were showing. Now, in the Super Saiyan 1 state, Suyi's combat power had exceeded 500 million. This strength could hardly be described as just terrifying. As Suyi emerged from his training, he met Bulma and thought about the current era, the year 758 of the age. Did Goku have children now? Suyi was taken aback when he heard what Bulma told him. After thinking for a moment, he realized it was indeed the case. In the original work, son Gohan was born on a day in May of the year 757 of the age of the universe. Now it is already the year 758, and son Gohan should be nearing 1 year old. We also need to work hard. Suyi laughed heartily as he hugged Bulma and Zhenhu Xiao, returning to the bedroom to get busy. Just like that, another year passed. There were still about 2 years until Raditz arrived on Earth. With a combat power of 20 million, he was eagerly looking forward to the plot unfolding. On October 21st, 759 in the Age of Universe, Suyi brought Bulma and Zhenhu Xiao to Kame House. This was a gathering initiated by Suyi, prepared for good food and drinks, allowing everyone to meet and exchange ideas about martial arts. As soon as the news came out, it received unanimous approval from everyone. Suyi was coming. When Suyi arrived, everyone welcomed him. At Suyi's invitation, everyone was no longer too reserved and directly addressed him as Suyi. He did not have the slightest air of a strong person and was very calm. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Suyi, Bulma, and Chi-Chi are also greeting each other with smiles. What about Goku? Suyi looked around but did not see son Wukong. Just as Krillin started to say a few words, they heard son Wukong shout from afar. Everyone, I'm here. Ha ha ha. Speaking of Wukong has arrived. Suyi laughed heartily. Soon, son Wukong arrived holding his son Wufan, while Chi-Chi did not come along. Hello, Grandpa Turtle, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tianjin fan. Little Wufan bounced over and greeted everyone. This is Uncle Su Yi, Aunt Bulma, and Aunt Jinhu. Son Wukong then introduced Su Yi and the others to Little Wufan. Son Wufan politely greeted each of them, and then hid behind Son Wukong, occasionally glancing at Su Yi while holding onto his leg. He could sense that this Uncle Su Yi was very powerful. As it was their first meeting, the uncle naturally had to give Little Wufan a gift. Su Yi smiled slightly, took a step forward, and flipped his hand, revealing a fiery red fruit in his palm. This was a spiritual fruit he obtained from a golden gift pack, which had the effect of enhancing bloodlines. Naturally, he had better items, but better items didn't necessarily mean more suitable ones. Therefore, Su Yi didn't give much more. Moreover, a single spiritual fruit that enhances bloodlines is truly a miraculous remedy for someone like Son Gohan at this age. Su Yi thought that after this little guy consumed it, at most within a year, his strength should be able to reach a combat power of several tens of thousands. It's worth noting that even now, Son Wukong only has a combat power of over 100,000. 31. At the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z storyline, Raditz arrives early. This little Gohan has limitless potential. Su Yi smiled, but suddenly his gaze became intense. At the same time, Son Wukong also focused his gaze, tilting his head to look at the sky, where a meteor slowly streaked across, eventually falling into the sea. This was the arrival of Raditz? Su Yi was taken aback. Logically speaking, there should still be 2 years until the plot of Dragon Ball Z, right? How could it be 2 years early? It's the aura of a fellow clan member, Son Goku said solemnly. He had heard Su Yi mention that most of the remaining Saiyans were evil. It should be Raditz, Su Yi said lightly, looking over, and soon a Saiyan wearing a Vegeta battle suit, with a combat power scouter on his left eye and long black hair flowing, flew over. Kakarot, my good brother. Raditz crossed his arms and looked down at Son Wukong. The two resembled each other somewhat, and Son Wukong noticed this, frowning. What do you want? Son Wukong didn't understand why he had come to Earth. Kakarot, Prince Vegeta is about to invade a planet and needs manpower, so I specifically came to find you. Raditz raised his hand and lightly tapped the combat power scouter on his left eye, discovering that the highest combat power among this group was only 1,000 points, belonging to Son Wukong's son, who was clinging to his leg. He instantly sneered. I didn't expect you to have such a good son, having 1,000 combat power at such a young age. Son Wukong's son, Son Gohan, looked just like him when he was a child, so it was no surprise Raditz recognized him as Son Wukong's son at a glance. Oh, Son Wukong smiled and slightly revealed his aura. Beep beep beep. What? As Son Wukong exposed some of his aura, Raditz noticed this guy's combat power gradually rising from 4 to 500, eventually reaching 3,000. How is this possible? How could you have 3,000 combat power? Raditz's expression changed. He remembered this guy's combat power was only 2 when he was born, a low-class warrior with no potential at all. Now, after so many years, not only had this guy surpassed him, but he had also reached a combat power of 3,000, which was shocking for him as an older brother. 3,000 combat power? Son Wukong shook his head with a smile, revealing a bit more of his aura. Boom! The astonishing aura made Raditz's eyes widen in fear. 110,000 combat power. Raditz exclaimed in shock. It's still rising, still rising. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. My God! 100,000. Kakarot, how on earth did you train? How can a Saiyan reach a combat power of 100,000? Raditz fell from the sky. His mindset was already unstable. He felt like a rich relative visiting a poor relative he thought was very poor. When you show off your wealth, preparing to impress, only to be horrified to find that an antique vase in this poor relative's home is worth half your fortune. Right now, Raditz felt the same way. Sorry, brother. I don't have the awareness to do what Saiyans like to do. Son Wukong said lightly, if you settled down on Earth, perhaps I would. The last 5 words about teaching him how to train were not said, as the jealous Raditz interrupted. What do you think you are? A waste with a combat power of 2 at birth, daring to show off in front of me. Boom! With only 1,500 combat power, he thought he could act tough in front of us. Krillin struck hard, and a shockwave directly knocked Raditz down. Krillin, Son Wukong said softly. After all, Raditz was his brother, and even though there were no feelings left, he still didn't want to kill this brother unless absolutely necessary. Wukong, I understand. Krillin smiled. His strength was much greater than in the original story. Although his combat power hadn't broken 10,000 yet, he had at least 7 or 8,000. Beating a little 1,500 combat power Raditz was incredibly easy. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Raditz roared, extremely unwilling, and his overwhelming anger erupted. His combat power slowly rose from 1,500 to 3,000, then to 4,000 and 5,000. I'm not willing. Raditz kept shouting, and his combat power continued to rise, ultimately reaching 10,000 combat power. So strong, such powerful strength. Suddenly realizing Raditz was slightly stunned, he discovered that his combat power had increased by 8,500 in just a few minutes. Suyi coldly watched everything, understanding the Saiyon's characteristic of becoming stronger with anger. Just like now, if something triggered his super anger, perhaps he would have the chance to break through to Super Saiyan 2. However, such things are better left as thoughts. He would rather not quickly advance to Super Saiyan 2 than to experience overwhelming rage. Baldy, you just hit me, right? Raditz glared angrily at Krillin and unleashed an energy ball at lightning speed, hitting him directly in the chest. Puff! Krillin was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Krillin, Son Goku shouted angrily. Trash! Raditz snorted coldly, leaping into the air and flying away. His strength had increased, but he understood that even with a combat power of 10,000, he was still no match for Son Goku. So he forced himself to suppress the urge to kill Krillin. It's not a big deal, don't rush. Suyi walked over and handed a fairy bean to Sun Wukong, asking him to give it to Krillin. Soon, Krillin's injuries were completely healed, and his battle power also broke through to 10,000. In any world, the phrase break and then stand can always be reflected. Suyi tilted his head to glance at the direction where Raditz had escaped, frowning slightly. He found it strange that Raditz had arrived on Earth 2 years earlier than expected. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. To him, such a lowly character was nothing more than something that could be easily crushed underfoot. Soon, the gathering continued as usual. The group quickly forgot about Raditz's arrival and spent the first day enjoying food, drink, and fun. The next morning, Suyi and Sun Wukong stood calmly above the sea. Yesterday, you should have seen Raditz's enhanced power. That's right, the angrier we Saiyans get, the stronger we become. Suyi pointed at Sun Wukong and said, now, imagine that your strength is insufficient and you cannot protect the important people around you, resulting in them being killed by a powerful enemy. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a, Brother Suyi, I understand the reasoning behind your words, but when it comes to visualizing such a scenario, I really can't imagine it. Sun Wukong's personality is like this. It's indeed difficult for him to increase his strength through this method, unless he truly reaches a moment of crisis. Suyi supported his forehead with one hand, expressing helplessness. Since it was like this, he could only give his kid a good beating to increase his strength. Thus, for the next few days, Sun Wukong was slowly increasing his strength while in a state of dying and coming back to life. A month passed, and on this day, Raditz arrived once again. The difference was that this time, he had actually increased his power level to 12,000. Suyi found this a bit strange. This guy's growth in strength throughout his life was not as much as his growth in just this past month. What is going on? Kakarot, this is the last time I'm coming to find you. If you're willing to leave with me, then let's go. If not, I can't do anything about it. Raditz came with a friendly smile, looking like he really wanted to get along with Sun Wukong. Brother, I'm sorry, but I am now a human from Earth. Not the Saiyan I used to be. Raditz was kind, and Sun Wukong was naturally very happy to welcome him, even having Son Gohan call him Uncle. Uncle! Son Gohan obediently shouted. Good nephew. Raditz glanced at Son Gohan, showing a friendly smile, and holding a lollipop in his hand, waved to little Gohan, saying, Come here. Uncle give you a hug. So he squinted his eyes at the scene. If he guessed correctly, this Raditz intended to kidnap Son Gohan and make Sun Wukong obey him. Or rather, his target was Son Gohan, this half-Saiyan with limitless potential. Thinking of this, so he was just about to take action against this guy, but after some thought, he suppressed the urge to act. If Raditz didn't die, how would Vegeta and the others come to Earth later? So, let him self-destruct. Go on, go to your uncle. Sun Wukong was still too kind-hearted, easily believing that Raditz really came with good intentions. Seeing his son looking over, he smiled and nudged him. Son Gohan hesitantly walked towards Raditz. Being so small, he was still quite shy. Soon, he arrived in front of Raditz. Kakarot, no matter how strong you are, without a smart brain, it's useless. Ha ha. As Son Gohan approached him, Raditz's kind gaze instantly turned brutal, reaching out to grab little Gohan and laughing loudly. Gohan. Son Wukong's expression changed, and he roared in anger. Daddy. Son Gohan started crying loudly, clearly scared. Don't be fooled by his combat power of over 1,000. He was still only 2 years old. After all, just a child. Raditz, if you dare harm Gohan, I will kill you. Piccolo stepped forward, coldly staring at Raditz. To Piccolo, son Gohan was like his disciple. Like a godson. After all, this little guy had been by his side since he could walk. Ha ha ha. Do you dare to make a move against me now? Raditz glanced disdainfully at Piccolo and sneered. Strength doesn't represent everything. I am crushing you trash with my intelligence. Upon hearing this, Suyi reached up to his ear, showing a hint of displeasure on his face. This guy was indeed asking for trouble. Whoosh. Originally, Suyi did not plan to take action. But since the fire was burning on him, he had no choice but to intervene. In a flash, he saw Son Gohan disappear from Raditz's grasp. Bang! Raditz's eyes widened. Then he covered his throat in disbelief as he slowly fell down. Daddy! Son Gohan, frightened, ran behind Son Wukong, hugging his leg and crying out. It's okay now. Don't be afraid. Son Wukong comforted him and repeatedly thanked Suyi. Suyi waved his hand, glanced at the corpse of this guy, thought for a moment, and took out a bottle of bone, dissolving water from the system space. This was a small item from a black iron gift package, an essential tool for murder and plunder. Approaching Raditz's corpse, Suyi dripped 2 drops of bone dissolving water. The others didn't even look over, and by the time they did, Raditz's corpse had already vanished without a trace. Huh, where did that guy's body go? Krillin and the others looked astonished. Only Piccolo cast a wary glance at Suyi. Not only was this man's strength formidable, but his method of disposing of the body was no different from the brutal practices of his demon race. All right, Raditz should have companions. That Vegeta might be his boss behind the scenes, and it shouldn't be long before he arrives on Earth. Remember not to fall for any tricks then. Suyi clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and reminded them, these Saiyans are all evil. We must never trust them again. Son Wukong said solemnly, realizing that Raditz's arrival had given him a profound lesson. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, Son Wukong would have had to pay a painful price for his mercy. 33. The birth of Lioli, the shock for Vegeta. After the first Saiyan to arrive on Earth, Raditz was killed. About half a year passed smoothly. A good thing happened to Suyi. Bulma was pregnant. That's right. Their hard work day and night finally paid off. Unfortunately, Zhenu didn't get pregnant. Soon, 9 months passed. Suyi, you're a dad now. Honey, what is the baby's name? Bulma smiled at Suyi while holding a newborn baby. Looking at the baby in Bulma's arms, Suyi smiled. It was a baby girl, very cute, with pitch-black eyes just like Suyi's, playfully scanning the surrounding adults. Let us name her Su Lioli. Suyi thought for a moment and named his daughter. However, what puzzled him was that since the moment his daughter was born, her combat power was not high, as if she were an ordinary person. Could it be? Suyi was somewhat uncertain. This girl shouldn't be so weak, logically speaking. To be clear, his normal combat power is now over 25 million, and there should be a considerable number of S cells in his body. Logically, his daughter should at least have some combat power, if not the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan like the future Goten or Trunks when she grows a bit older. But having a combat power of only 5 is just too unreal, isn't it? Suyi secretly complained, if Bulma also couldn't train, he wouldn't think much of it. The key point is that Bulma's combat power is currently also in the range of 2 to 300,000, which isn't too weak. It's strange. Suyi frowned and shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and began to rock his daughter in his arms, with other thoughts being overtaken by the joy of being a father. A month later, his daughter Su Lioli was already able to speak. 2 months later, Su Lioli could walk. 3 months later, her combat power began to show. The little one directly unleashed a combat power of 10,000, nearly scaring her nanny to tears. And so, about a year passed. His daughter Su Lioli was just over a year old, but in terms of height, she was no different from a 3 or 4-year-old child. Most importantly, the little girl's power was extremely terrifying. At just over a year old, she had already surpassed Son Wukong, who had over 200,000 combat power, reaching over 300,000 combat power. It is important to note that she was only 1 year old. 1 year old, with over 300,000 combat power. What kind of concept is this? It's simply shocking. So, is this a case of accumulating strength over time? However, compared to future appearances of little Trunks and Goten, his daughter, Su Lioli's combat power was still much lower. Nevertheless, reaching this level at just 1 year old made him very pleased. Not long after, Suyi took the little girl to Kame House for the second gathering. This time, it was proposed by Son Wukong, whose true reason was naturally that he wanted to spar with Su Lioli. Suyi would definitely not agree. Although Su Lioli's combat power is high, He has always treated the little girl as a precious gem and has not taught her any martial arts. So she only has combat power but does not know how to fight. However, it is good to get to know each other. After spending some time on Kame House Island, one day, while everyone was still roasting meat, two beams of light streaked across the sky, and two Scions wearing Vegeta's battlesuits arrived. Suyi recognized these two Scions at a glance. One was the bald, muscular man Naba, with a battle power of around 4000, which could be considered a minor expert. However, at this level, in front of the current Z fighters, he was undoubtedly just a small fry. The other was Vegeta, who, unlike in the original story where he had a battle power of 18,000 at this time, actually approached a battle power of 40,000. It seemed that there were indeed some differences from the original story. Suyi felt Vegeta's battle power and secretly murmured, "Kakarot, where did Raditz go?" Vegeta glanced indifferently at Goku on Kame House and calmly asked, "Who are you?" Goku didn't recognize him, only knowing he was a Scion. "I am Vegeta, the noble prince of the Scions." Vegeta looked down at Goku with a condescending gaze, scanned the others, narrowed his eyes, and coldly said, "As a noble Scion, how can you associate with these lowly Earthlings? What is wrong with Earthlings?" Krillin retorted coldly. Hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta turned his gaze to him, raised a finger, and a laser beam appeared at his fingertip, roaring towards Krillin. Boom! With Krillin's strength, he couldn't possibly withstand it. But Goku quickly intervened and deflected the laser beam, which exploded in the distant sea. "Oh, Kakarot, your battle power seems quite impressive." Vegeta's eyes lit up as he sensed a hint of energy from Goku when he made his move, detecting a power level close to 2000, which made him quite happy, because a subordinate with a battle power of 2000 would bring him far more benefits than just a little. Beep beep beep. Vegeta lightly tapped the battle power scouter on his left eye, and soon, Goku's battle power appeared in his scouter. Only 1,325 points of battle power. Upon seeing this number, Vegeta furrowed his brows. Quickly, the scouter beeped again, and a different number appeared. 10,000. A full 10,000 battle power caused Vegeta's expression to change. How can your battle power vary so freely? Vegeta looked at Goku in shock. 34. Powerful physical strength. Even if you have 10,000 battle power, it's nothing but trash in front of me. Vegeta snapped back to his senses, sneering coldly. Are all you Scions the same? Can't you learn from experience? Krillin stepped forward, glaring at Vegeta. "Oh, it seems Raditz died at your hands?" Seeing that Goku had over 10,000 battle power, Vegeta assumed it must have been at this person's hands. It looks like you want to follow in Raditz's footsteps. Tien Shinhan chimed in with a cold laugh. "I'm looking for trouble with Kakarot. The rest of you can be dealt with." Vegeta couldn't tolerate these lowly Earthlings mocking him and spoke ominously. "Understood." Nappa respectfully replied, then dove down, holding a laser cannon, and began to bombard Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Goku coldly watched everything unfold, knowing the strength of Krillin and the others. Defeating a Nappa with 4,000 battle power would be incredibly easy. And for him, fighting this Vegeta would also be effortless. Soon, the battle officially began. Krillin and the others decided that Piccolo would take action, as each of them had already reached battle powers exceeding 10,000, easily able to beat Nappa, who had only 4,000 battle power. In no time, Piccolo had incapacitated Nappa. "Damn, how can you Earthlings be so strong? And you, Kakarot, how can a low-class warrior like you be so powerful?" Vegeta roared in anger as he found himself being overwhelmed by Kakarot, this lowly Scion. How could this not infuriate him? The proud Prince Vegeta. "I refuse to accept this. Why? Why can a little insect like you be so strong?" Vegeta stepped back several paces, roaring as his aura erupted. 40,000 battle power. 50,000 battle power. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. After just a few breaths, a total of 120,000 battle power left Suyi in shock. How could this guy grow so rapidly? Everything happening now was vastly different from the original story. Suyi's gaze sharpened. He understood that although this was the Dragon Ball world, his arrival had transformed this anime universe into a true parallel world. Perhaps the overall plot direction was similar to the original work, but the individual differences were absolutely distinct. Just like now, where Vegeta, who should only have a battle power of 18,000 at this stage, had now reached a battle power of 120,000 due to stimulation. This is a very obvious plot difference. If Vegeta has become stronger at this stage, what about Frieza? Would this cosmic emperor also become even more powerful? Suyi fell into deep thought. In the original work, even the fourth form of Frieza at this stage only had a battle power of 120 million. With his current power in Super Saiyan 1 form, he could easily crush this guy. Now, he began to doubt whether Frieza in this world might have a battle power several times or even a dozen times higher than that in the original work. This is indeed a question worth pondering, as he is not an absolutely invincible existence at the moment. The Saiyan bloodline, shining bright, is destined to be guided by me, Vegeta, to become the pinnacle of this universe. Vegeta's roar echoed, and his battle power finally settled at a staggering 150,000. However, it was still not enough. Suyi knew that Sun Wukong's combat power was at least over 200,000, while Vegeta's was only 150,000, so he could never be his opponent. You are strong. Sun Wukong respected this Vegeta, not because he thought the man's strength was great, but because he admired his spirit. However, you're still no match for me. Vegeta, your former planet has been destroyed, and now we need to find a new planet to settle on. I think Earth is great. Why don't you join me in training there? Sun Wukong wanted to assimilate this proud Saiyan prince. What a trash place. Does it deserve my settlement? Huh, Kakarot. It seems that comfort has made you lose your Saiyan warrior spirit. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled. They were on different paths, and he knew he couldn't assimilate someone like Vegeta. In that case, go back to where you came from. Sun Wukong, being kind-hearted, naturally didn't want to kill if he could avoid it. As for his brother Raditz, it wasn't him who killed him. Moreover, if he didn't kill him, then little Gohan would naturally be in danger. If he were to take action, he might also have to make a choice. Boom! While Sun Wukong was pondering, Vegeta had already attacked. The two exchanged punches, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Such powerful physical strength. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent flying back simultaneously. This clash was purely a contest of physical strength, surprisingly evenly matched. I am stronger than you. If I defeat you with energy, it would be bullying you. How about we fight with our physical strength? Sun Wukong suggested. Hearing this, Vegeta squinted his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The noble Prince Vegeta was actually being offered a chance. Huh, but if you want to fight with physical strength, then let us fight with physical strength. Vegeta thought to himself, Sun Wukong was foolish, but he wasn't that stupid. He was calculating how to deliver a fatal blow and defeat this guy. After a while, Vegeta's eyes suddenly brightened, and a flash cannon directly hit Sun Wukong, followed by a series of energy blasts bombarding Sun Wukong. Die, die, die. Vegeta roared in anger, laughing wildly. Wukong, Krillin, and the others widened their eyes, showing concern on their faces. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing a deep pit. Vegeta floated in midair, arms crossed, looking down with a detached expression, a slight smirk on his lips, appearing extremely cold. Damn it. Krillin soared up and punched at Vegeta. Just you? Trash. Vegeta sneered and unleashed a shockwave, knocking Krillin into the sea. Krillin, Yamcha shouted angrily, his scarred face looking very fierce. Go! A group of people rushed into the air, attacking Vegeta. Dad, why don't you make a move? Su Yuli was holding Su Ye's hand and tilted her head, asking in a crisp voice. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Yi smiled and replied, if they could be defeated so easily, it would really disappoint me. Are Uncle Sun Wukong and the others that powerful? Su Yuli blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking somewhat confused. In her eyes, there was no sense of pressure at all, because her combat power was even more terrifying than everyone else's, except for Suyi. Of course, Liuli, take your time to watch. Suya nodded. Su Yuli stared wide-eyed as she watched from the side. When she saw Krillin and the others using the Kamehameha, her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought that the blue energy ball was so beautiful. Slowly, Su Yuli released her father's hand and bounced to the side. A flash of Krillin's starting pose appearing in her mind. Came, huh. With her movements, a ball of blue energy appeared at the center of the little girl's palm and shot toward Vegeta in the sky. Feeling this momentum, Sui turned his head in shock. In the sky, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, Ten, and Vegeta, who was about to take down this group of Earthlings, were also stunned. This girl really almost took out Krillin and the others. Sui quickly regained her composure and, with a swift movement, arrived in front of the turtle-style Kamehameha wave released by Su Yuli. She gently clapped her hands, sending it flying away. Who? Krillin and the others were panting heavily, amazed that they had almost been defeated by a little girl just over a year old. Suyi, Your daughter is just too powerful, Krillin said with a bitter smile. He was a man in his 20s. Yet today he had nearly been killed by a girl just over a year old. If this got out, he would be utterly humiliated. Suyi coughed awkwardly a couple of times. To be honest, the reason he didn't teach this little girl how to fight was precisely this. He was afraid that if someone provoked her at school, wouldn't it blow up the entire Earth? Gulp. Over there, Vegeta also came back to his senses, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, wiping it frantically but to no avail. How terrifying. This little girl. Vegeta's gaze swept over Su Lioli on the beach and finally landed on Suyi. When he saw the tail at his waist, his eyes narrowed. This guy's also a Saiyan. Wait, daughter. Vegeta shifted his gaze back to Su Lioli and then to Son Gohan beside her, narrowing his eyes again. Not a pure-blooded Saiyan, but her potential seems to be much higher than that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Thinking of this, a flash of understanding crossed Vegeta's eyes. Whoosh. Suyi moved in front of Su Lioli. Dad Lioli, did Lioli do something wrong? Su Lioli pouted and said a couple of sentences, showing a look of grievance on her face. It's nothing. Seeing the little girl like this, Suyi didn't know what to say, so he reached out to rub her little head, then picked her up and let her sit on his shoulder. Vegeta, you scoundrel, you're actually playing tricks. At that moment, Sun Wukong flew out of the deep pit, his face a bit dusty, looking somewhat comical. Humph. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, bent down and flew off, grabbing the half-dead Nappa from the ground and leaving Turtle Island. Why did he run away? Sun Wukong was ready to give Vegeta a good beating. But as soon as he came out of the deep pit, he found that he had already fled. He was scared. Krillin cleared his throat and cautiously glanced at the little girl sitting on Suya's shoulder. He had always thought that Gohan was already quite abnormal. But this little girl over a year old is even more abnormal. Sun Wukong looked confused, not understanding what was going on. Krillin pulled Sun Wukong aside and whispered a few words. What? Lioli can use the Kamehameha so quickly. So that overwhelming aura just now was created by this little girl. Sun Wukong exclaimed, realizing that he had been awakened by that energy because he had been knocked out by Vegeta earlier. Suyi, what is Lioli's battle power exactly? Sun Wukong only knew that Su Lioli was powerful, but he didn't expect that such a little girl over a year old could be so formidable. About 300,000. Suya chaklet likely. About 300,000, right? Klin and the others were almost wide-eyed in disbelief. It was truly infuriating how some people could be so strong. It seemed that Xiao Lioli would soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong said enviously. Ever since he saw Suyi transform into a Super Saiyan last time, his only goal now was to transform into a Super Saiyan himself. That's hard to say. Suyi was not sure if Xiao Luli would quickly master the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. After all, no one could guarantee such a thing. Perhaps she could, or perhaps she couldn't. With the examples of Goten and Trunks from the previous Dragon Ball world, Suyi felt that the possibility was still quite high. Moreover, the S cells in her body, the little girl must have inherited quite a bit. In any case, whether she could or not, the little girl's potential was certainly terrifying. The gathering on Turtle Island ended quickly. Sun Wukong and the others were so stimulated by the little girl's fighting power that they each went off to find places to train. As for Sun Wukong, Suyi recommended a place for him to train, which was to go to the North Kai. After all, the relationship between the Supreme Kai and Sun Wukong was decent. With his introduction, he could easily go to the North Kai's place. Although Sun Wukong's strength was much greater than in the original story, the Kaioken technique was still very useful for him. Time passed slowly, and it had been 4 or 5 months since the last gathering on Turtle Island. Suyi, who was becoming stronger, gradually started to slack off because he found that he had hit another bottleneck. So he began his first year as a stay-at-home dad. His first task was to pick up and drop off the little girl at school every day. The second task was to tell her a fairy tale from his past life every day. For him, who had coincidentally opened a black iron gift pack containing a complete collection of fairy tales, telling stories was naturally no pressure at all. And so, the first year passed. Now, according to her virtual age, the little girl was considered a 3-year-old child. Her fighting power had also increased from over 300,000 a year ago to over 500,000. It's worth noting that this girl had only been eating and drinking every day without ever training. Yet she could achieve such a terrifying increase in fighting power. Even Suyi himself envied her talent immensely. One day, Suyi picked up the little girl from school as usual, but he received some news. Piccolo was dead. Not only Piccolo, but Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu had all been killed. Huh? Was he unable to escape the plot direction of the original story? When Suyi received this news, He was slightly taken aback. He had thought that after Piccolo and the others in this Dragon Ball world became stronger, they might be able to escape this disaster. However, it turned out that they still died, just like in the original storyline. Who killed them? Was it Vegeta? Suyi asked Bulma about the news, which she had told him. It wasn't Vegeta, but rather an alien being with very strong power. According to Vegeta and Son Goku, it seemed to be called the Ginyu Force, right? Bulma thought for a moment and replied, the Ginyu Force? Hearing this name, Suyi was slightly taken aback. Wow, how did these guys come to Earth? If he remembered correctly, the current plot should be that Vegeta was causing trouble, killing Piccolo and the others one by one, and then Son Goku defeated him. After that, Son Goku and the others set off to Namek to find the Dragon Balls, hoping to resurrect the fallen Z fighters. It seems that the overall direction of the plot hasn't changed, but many small plot points have changed a lot. I see, so what did Goku say? Is he going to confront them directly, or what? Suyi didn't care. To him, the members of the Ginyu Force were just a bunch of weaklings. Killing them was just a matter of minutes. It couldn't be simpler. Wukong wanted to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls, and he had already asked me to make a Dragon Ball radar detector. Bulma said as she walked over to a nearby cabinet and started rummaging through it. Soon, an old Dragon Ball radar detector was handed to him. Here, remember to give this to him when you meet. All right. Suyi took the hand and casually tossed the Dragon Ball radar detector into the system space, then looked at Bulma. The little girl from over a decade ago had grown up and had become a mother. Of course, she was the mother of his daughter and also his wife. Over the years, the relationship between the couple remained as close as ever, filled with love. Their interactions at night had also become more open as Bulma grew older. This time, I should go to Namek with Goku and the others. I'll leave Liu to you. Suyi pulled her into his arms and smiled. What you said. Liu is like a piece of flesh that fell from me, and you still dare to say such troublesome words. Bulma wrapped her arms around Suye's waist, then gently pinched him and whispered, you must be careful. I don't want to be a young widow for you. Ha ha ha. That's impossible. Suyi burst into laughter, directly lifting Bulma and throwing her over his shoulder. Given his understanding of Bulma, he feared that if he died and couldn't be revived, she would definitely choose to accompany him in death. He wouldn't let Bulma die, so naturally, he wouldn't allow himself to die either. No matter how strong the opponent was, he absolutely could not die at their hands. This was his greatest promise to Bulma. Hey, put me down. It's annoying. Liu is still at home. Suyi, lower your voice. Don't make too much noise, okay? Although he said not to make too much noise, in reality, Bulma's voice ended up being even louder, causing Jinhu Xiao, who was in another room teaching little Liu to play the piano, to have her face flushed red since they started, which had been going on for over an hour now. Mommy, what are Dad and Mommy doing? Why does Mommy's voice sound both painful and comfortable? The little girl innocently tilted her head and asked Jinhu Xiao, who was blushing. Jinhu Xiao didn't know how to explain at first, thought for a moment, and finally said, adults' matters are not something children need to know too much about. Be good, and next, Mommy will teach you how to play the second stage. Okay, children's curiosity comes quickly and goes just as fast. Soon, the room was filled with the pleasant sound of piano playing, which overshadowed the voices of Suyi and Bulma. After more than an hour, footsteps were heard outside the room, and then a blushing Bulma softly knocked on the door, her legs feeling weak. Sister Xiao, Suyi wants to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Jinhu Xiao immediately understood the implication. After all these years, her face was also red, and she shyly nodded, getting up to leave the room. As for Bulma, she walked in to check the little girl's practice results. If calculated, it seemed the two had swapped shifts. Before long, Jinhu Xiao's voice, sounding both pained and comfortable, echoed again, prompting the little girl to ask the same question, and Bulma naturally responded with the same answer to the little girl. This farewell was indeed a bit crazy. Later, Bulma and Jinhu Xiao exchanged again, and finally, Suyi left West Capital and flew towards Kame House. Sister Xiao, my husband won't be in trouble, right? Bulma watched Suye's figure disappear into the night sky, expressing her concern. Your husband will be fine, don't worry. Jinhu Xiao knew how powerful Suyi was, so she naturally had no major worries. I hope so. 37. Claim today's gift pack and arrive at Namek. At this moment, on Kame House, Suyi sensed Sun Wukong's energy and used instant transmission to arrive. Big brother Suyi. Sun Wukong was not surprised by Suye's sudden arrival and calmly greeted him. Suyi nodded, glanced around, and found that Piccolo, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu were all gone. At this moment, Krillin's face was filled with sorrow. As someone who fought alongside them, he was still alive while everyone else had died, making it even more painful for him. Krillin, Don't blame yourself too much. Working even harder in your training is the only way to prevent such incidents from happening again. Suyi glanced at him and comforted him. Upon hearing this, Krillin let out a deep sigh, nodded, but did not speak. I know the coordinates of the mech star, so y'all can follow me there. Suyi walked out of the Kame house and went to the beach to take his spaceship out of the system space. Bang! The spaceship landed on the beach, stirring up a cloud of sand. Wow! Is this the spaceship used by alien beings from beyond Earth? Oolong ran over, his two pig ears flapping, a look of astonishment on his face. Suyi came to the front of the spaceship, gently tapped on the surface twice, and then saw the spaceship's door slowly open. Let's go. Time waits for no one. We need to resolve everything as soon as possible. Suyi sighed lightly, then directly entered the spaceship. Krillin chatted with Sun Wukong and Master Roshi for a minute or two before walking into the spaceship. This spaceship had been modified by Suyi, featuring a gravity room, a gourmet room, a leisure room, and many other facilities for fun or training. Let's find a room to settle down in a bit. First, let me introduce the layout. This is the gravity room where you can train. Although the spaceship looks small, it actually has a hidden world inside, utilizing space folding technology to allow a small ship to hold a lot of things. It's truly amazing, Krillin kept exclaiming. Bulma is indeed a genius. Suyi nodded in agreement. Is this the spaceship made by Bulma? Krillin said in shock, feeling it was incredible. Sort of. This spaceship wasn't like this before. It was modified by Bulma to look this way. Goku, are you about to enter the gravity chamber? Suyi was explaining to Krillin, and with a glance, he saw Sun Wukong preparing to enter the gravity room. I need to work hard and try to increase my combat power a bit before we reach Namek, Sun Wukong said firmly. All right then. Suyi nodded. Krillin, who was beside him, was also stimulated by Sun Wukong. He had originally planned to eat something first, but he followed Sun Wukong into the gravity room. Once the gravity room was closed, Suyi adjusted it to 50 times the gravity from outside, since they probably hadn't utilized the gravity room for training much. Suyi set it to a lower level. After all, they would be heading to Namek for at least over a month, and he could increase the weight on them later. While Wukong and Krillin were training, Suyi returned to his room to prepare to claim today's gift pack. Back in the room, Suyi sat on the bed, his thoughts sinking in. The items in the system space backpack were dazzling. Although most of them were small items, they could still be useful at critical moments. System, claim today's login gift pack for me. Suyi sighed. Ding. Today's login gift package has been sent. Please check your package, host. The system's sweet and melodious voice rang out. All right. Suyi glanced at the package, and an extremely dazzling gift box quietly sat in the last empty space of the package. This is Suyi's eyes suddenly widened at the dazzling gift pack. Her thoughts fixated on it as she received the information about the gift pack. Diamond level gift pack. Immortality, Stage 1. Unlocks the System Exchange Mall, rewards 100,000 exchange points, and activates the mission mode. Seeing this diamond level gift pack information, Suyi was stunned. System, what is going on? Suyi came back to his senses and asked. The immortal body, as the name suggests, means reaching the highest realm of cultivation, achieving immortality. The System Exchange Mall is a type of welfare reward. Possessing exchange points allows one to redeem items of corresponding value. The task mode refers to the fact that the host will receive randomly assigned tasks from the system, and completing these tasks will earn exchange points. The sweet and melodious voice of the system echoed in Suyi's mind. Upon hearing this, Suyi blinked, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Although this diamond gift pack only includes an immortal body, which currently provides him with substantial help, the subsequent points will be of great assistance to his future. Great. Can I take a look at the system all? Suyi was impatient and started to inquire. The system replied, this requires the host to wait for a while as the system language is being upgraded. Okay, go ahead and upgrade. Let me know when you're done. Suyi said. Suyi was not in a hurry. I need to remind the host that during the system upgrade, the daily login rewards will temporarily stop being distributed. However, please rest assured, after the upgrade is successful, you will receive corresponding rewards equivalent to what you missed. The system continued. Okay. Suyi nodded. He was increasingly looking forward to the upgraded system and even more excited about what would be available in the system shop. In the following month, Suyi was in a state of diligent cultivation. He could feel his strength growing terrifyingly every day, and he had completely mastered the first stage of the immortal body. He didn't use any defenses and stood there, allowing Krillin and Sun Wukong to bombard him with Kamehameha waves. Not to mention injuring him. Even pulling out a single hair was something they couldn't accomplish with all their might. The immortal body was indeed powerful, almost like an indestructible divine skill. Suyi recalled Zamasu from the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. This guy had wished for immortality with the Super Dragon Balls. He was curious about the difference between his own immortality and the immortality granted by wishing on the Super Dragon Balls. Would he also be able to heal his injuries autonomously? In any case, Suyi was quite looking forward to seeing the true perverse abilities of this immortality. Just like that, the spaceship approached Namek planet, slowing down significantly, and after gliding for a day or two, it finally landed. 38. The Elder's Commission. Obtaining the first Dragon Ball. After getting off the spaceship, Suyi and the others glanced around, feeling that the gravity was not much different from Earth, and they could still fly. The air was much fresher than on Earth. Krillin took a deep breath in surprise, commenting that there were too few people on Namek, so it was not polluted. Suyi explained his sentence. Moreover, there is no industrialization here at all. How could the air be better than on Earth? In fact, it's not that there is no industrialization on Namek, but because they once experienced the consequences brought by industrialization, they now rarely utilize the power of technology. Krillin scratched his head and smiled, feeling embarrassed for not understanding anything. Let's go. The Dragon Ball radar has already detected the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Suyi took out the Dragon Ball radar detector and took a glance, discovering the 7 locations. Understanding the plot, he knew that these were guarded by 7 elders. To obtain the Dragon Balls, they would have to compete with the 7 elders in intelligence or combat. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, Suyi knew that he and his companions would soon encounter Frieza's subordinate army. As for whether it was the Jinyu Force, he couldn't confirm, as there were always exceptions. After putting the spaceship into a capsule, the 3 of them set off. They hadn't walked long before reaching the first location of the Dragon Ball. It was a small village with low buildings and round or bubble-shaped windows, resembling the shape of abalones or snail shells. Upon arriving at the village entrance, 2 Namekians over 2 meters tall stared coldly at them while holding javelins. They looked very similar to Piccolo. Sun Wukong smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, from Earth. We came here to obtain the Dragon Balls. Get lost. The smile on Sun Wukong's face did not elicit a friendly response from the 2 Namekians. Instead, they looked at him with great disdain. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was bewildered. You outsiders have already taken the Dragon Balls from us and even injured our elder. What do you want now? Another Namekian spoke. Hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that someone had already come to steal them. Hey, we're not bad people. Sun Wukong wanted to say something more, but the 2 Namekians glanced at Suyi and coldly interrupted. That person is a Saiyan, just like this guy behind you. So how can you say you're not accomplices? Is it Vegeta? Sun Wukong fell silent. It should be that guy. I didn't expect he would arrive at Namek before us. Suyese is Fidikit. This guy also ran over in the original work, but what he didn't expect was how he knew the exact location of the Dragon Balls. Could it be? Does this guy also have a Dragon Ball radar detector? Thinking of this, Suye's eyes narrowed. The Dragon Ball radar detector could not have been given to him by Bulma, so it was likely from the Pilaaf Gang on Earth. Wait a minute. Suyi suddenly thought of something, took out the Dragon Ball radar detector, and glanced at it. The Dragon Balls were still in this place. So that means Vegeta hadn't left. Or is it that the Dragon Balls in Vegeta's hands are fake? Otherwise, maybe Vegeta doesn't actually have a Dragon Ball radar detector at all? I really need the Dragon Balls because a friend of mine, who is also a Namekian, was killed, and I want to revive him. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, organized his words, and stepped forward, sincerely saying, Originally, we also had Dragon Balls on Earth. But my friend was the Earth-S Guardian, and when he died, the Guardian died too, so the dragon could naturally not be summoned. Huh, there are Namekians on Earth too? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the 2 Namekians guarding the door exchanged glances, their faces showing surprise. After thinking for a while, one of the Namekians spoke. If that's the case, please wait a moment. The attitude of this Namekian suddenly changed. He bowed, and then turned to walk into the village. Before long, an older Namekian was helped out. Suyi looked over, and the murky eyes of the old man sparkled with a light of wisdom, as if he could easily see through people's hearts. Indeed, what they said was not wrong. If I am not mistaken, the people on Earth are descendants of the Caddis. The Namekian elder nodded and glanced at Suyi, feeling the immense energy within this Saiyan. Such power could easily destroy their Namekian planet. Similarly, since he possessed such strength, he looked down on lying. With a tough attitude, no one dared to resist. Bring the Dragon Balls. The elder, very clear about right and wrong, turned and waved his hand. Soon, a young Namekian brought a Dragon Ball over. Suyi took a glance. The Dragon Ball was about the same size as those on Earth, whether it was the color or the number of stars on it. It was exactly as it should be, with no differences at all. Thank you, elder. Sun Wukong exclaimed happily, rushing forward to take the Dragon Ball. Wait, although I will give you this Dragon Ball, I hope you can help me deliver a message. The elder stopped him, his wise gaze sweeping over Su Yi, then said to son Wukong, if you help me deliver a letter to the Grand Elder of my Namekian people, I will give you the Dragon Ball. No problem. Son Wukong agreed, immediately without hesitation. Give it to him. The elder nodded and smiled, then took a letter from his sleeve and handed it to son Wukong. Son Wukong took the letter and kept it safe before finally accepting the Dragon Ball, a smile appearing on his face. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was actually a 4-star ball. This is my grandpa watching over me in heaven. Son Wukong grinned widely, feeling very happy. 39. Collecting all 6 Dragon Balls, the Jinyu Force appears. Next, Su Yi led son Wukong and Krillin to find 5 more villages, easily collecting all 6 Dragon Balls. The ease of all left Su Yi feeling somewhat incredulous, because no one was stopping them. In fact, even that guy Vegeta hadn't appeared even once. When things seem unusual, there must be something strange going on. Su Yi still felt something was off. Just as he was about to head to the last location to retrieve the Dragon Balls, someone stepped forward. Son Goku, hand over the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I will plead for your lives with King Frieza. Vegeta appeared, holding what seemed to be the last Dragon Ball. However, Su Yi knew that this guy was holding a fake Dragon Ball, which was completely useless. Vegeta, you are too despicable. Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta, and you are still serving him. How foolish. Son Goku shouted. He knew that there were others hiding nearby, and the strongest among them had a battle power similar to his, both normally around 500,000. Huh, you don't want to drink the wine offered, but want to drink the wine served as punishment. Vegeta attacked, sending waves of energy blasts toward Goku. Goku easily deflected these attacks. Vegeta roared, his aura exploding forth, his battle power rising from around 200,000 to about 350,000. Vegeta, you're not my opponent. Let those hiding nearby come out. Goku didn't even look at Vegeta. His normal battle power was 500,000, and in a powered-up state, he could definitely exceed 1 million. Kik. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth, humiliation written all over his face. As a prince of the Saiyan race, how could he be outmatched by a low-class warrior? How could he not be furious? The worst part was that this low-class warrior looked down on him. Scum. Vegeta roared again, his aura surging as his battle power climbed from 350,000 to around 400,000. Not enough. Still not enough. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Recently, he had realized that anger was the fastest way for a Saiyan to increase their power. And now, he was at his angriest moment. 450,000. 500,000. 550,000. Vegeta's battle power continued to rise, ultimately stopping at around 630,000. At this moment, he felt he was nearly equal to Goku. However, that feeling was just a feeling. When Goku powered up, his battle power skyrocketed to 1 million, leaving Vegeta stunned. How is this possible? Kakarot is just a low-class warrior. Why is he so strong? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. He thought he had reached a powerful level that was on par with Goku, but with Goku's power-up, he realized he was still far behind, which was incredibly disheartening for a proud Saiyan prince. Vegeta, your Saiyan race should indeed be crushed in the cradle of growth. A tall man with purple skin and 2 black horns, dressed in battle armor, stepped forward. He was Captain Jinyu, whose battle power in the original story was about 120,000. Now, in a world where most characters had higher battle powers than in the original, he also exceeded the original, having a normal battle power of around 500,000. Captain, is it necessary to say so much to these scum? Kill them. Kill them all. Get the Dragon Balls back for King Frieza. A man with an orange pineapple hairstyle appeared, a cold smile on his face as he disdainfully glanced at Goku and the others. He was a member of the Jinyu Force named Riku, with a normal battle power of about 200,000, and in a powered-up state, he should be comparable to the current Vegeta. In the original story, he had overwhelming strength over Vegeta at this stage. As for now, Su Yi glanced over and thought that Vegeta, in a rage, could probably defeat this guy with one hand. Riku, shut your mouth. Are you the captain? Or is Captain Jinyu the captain? Several other members of the Jinyu Force stepped forward, none of them having a battle power lower than 100,000. Seeing this, Su Yi could roughly guess Frieza's battle power in this parallel world. Approximately, in his 4th form, he should have around 5 to 600 million in battle power. 5 to 600 million was still not enough to fight against Su Yi, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Su Yi's normal battle power was already around 20 million, and after transformation, with nearly a 50-fold increase, his battle power could only be described as terrifying. Enough nonsense. Everyone, attack, and make sure to kill Vegeta too. Jinyu coldly glanced at the enraged Vegeta, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He had been watching this brat's growth closely, and most importantly, King Frieza valued him greatly. This made Jinyu very unhappy, believing that Vegeta would one day replace him as Frieza's new favorite. Moreover, if this guy continued to grow, who knew when he would secretly become even stronger? That would be the most terrifying thing. Hee, at your command. I have long wanted to kill this arrogant little monkey, Vegeta. Rika laughed, shaking his head and making cracking sounds. The battle was about to begin, so he took a few steps back, preparing to watch the show. In a battle of this level, he believed that Sun Wukong could handle it alone without his intervention. As for Krillin, he felt the overwhelming aura of the people in the arena and was instantly scared to the point of trembling. Although he knew these were the ones who had killed Piccolo and the others, his naturally timid and insecure nature made it impossible for him to stop being afraid. Seeing him like this, Suyi shook his head and smiled inwardly. It seemed that no matter how much stronger he was compared to the original story, this mindset couldn't be changed. The timid remained timid. 40. The power of the ancient Chinese martial arts, Baji Quan. Krillin, stand with brother Suyi. Although these people are very powerful, I prefer to accept challenges. Sun Wukong was full of fighting spirit, not on the defensive, but attacking directly toward the leader of the Jinyu force, Jinyu. His target was this person who seemed to have comparable fighting strength. In his eyes, only this guy could stand against him. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the two began to clash. Suyi leisurely opened a capsule and set up a table and 2 stools, saying to Klin, let's have some snacks and enjoy the show. While speaking, he took out another capsule filled with snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fruits. Klin had a wry smile on his face, but knowing that Suyi, this great deity, was here, he felt reassured that nothing serious would happen with Wukong around. So he gradually relaxed. Wukong is really getting stronger, Klin sighed as he ate peanuts and took a couple of sips of beer. Suyi almost burst out laughing when she saw him like that. To be honest, in this kind of situation, they were drinking beer, eating sunflower seeds, and chatting, while on the other side, a life-and-death duel was taking place. It really felt like the atmosphere was off. The key point is that this guy, Klin, was really influenced by him. Cough, cough. Wukong was likely to win without any surprises. Suyi stood up and took a glance. Although Jinyu's strength was impressive, Son Goku's power was far greater. Not to mention, Suyi had instructed Son Goku more than once, teaching him various medium-level martial arts from his previous life. Therefore, even though Son Goku's battle power in his explosive state was only around 1 million, his true combat ability was definitely much more than that. For example, right now, Son Goku was using a fist technique that was the ancient Baji Quan, which has been passed down for a long time in ancient China. Baji Quan is a short-range striking martial art that generally pursues a style that is fierce, unadorned, and strikes with great speed. This martial art emphasizes close-range techniques, relying on solid strikes and hard openings. It truly embodies the characteristics of pressing, squeezing, leaning, collapsing, and shaking. Baji Quan generates power from the heels, moves through the waist, and is transmitted through the fingertips, thus possessing immense explosive power and rich combat characteristics, capable of shaking the heavens and stomping the ground with great force. As a result, Baji Quan is often said in the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts that the literary aspect is represented by Tai Chi bringing peace to the world, while the martial aspect is represented by Ba Ji stabilizing the universe. Now, as Son Goku executed a set of punches, the Jinyu, whose explosive state was around 1 million in battle power, was left in a pitiful state, collapsing on the ground like a dead dog. The captain wasn't even a match for this guy. Upon seeing this scene, the other members of the Jinyu force were immediately shocked, each one stopping their engagement with the enraged Vegeta and returning to Jinyu's side. Run. The likes of Riku and others no longer dare to stay. They had been unable to defeat Vegeta, even with several of them working together, and now there was someone who could easily beat Captain Jinyu present. Just the thought was terrifying. Run. Son Goku wouldn't let them escape. He quickly made his move, launching a Kamehameha wave. Boom. Cries of despair arose as this group was completely annihilated under Son Goku's attack. So he clapped his hands. In close combat, there was Baji Quan, and in long-range combat, there was the Kamehameha. The strength of Goku in this Dragon Ball parallel world could not be underestimated. Just like him, this kid, currently in a power-up state with a combat power of 1 million, could easily beat masters with combat powers of 3 million or 4 million. Brother Su Yi, Baji Quan is so powerful. Excitedly, Goku, who had just defeated the Jinyu force, looked at Su Yi. He initially thought that these ancient martial arts wouldn't contribute much to his strength growth, but now it seemed that as his strength increased, the power of Baji Quan could also become stronger and stronger. Su Yi smiled without speaking. This 8 Extremes Fist was merely a martial art obtained from a black iron-level gift package, and there were countless martial arts more powerful than it. If those legendary powerful martial arts were to emerge, how terrifying would their power be? It was unimaginable. To be honest, even Su Yi himself could not fathom it. Wukong, that powerful set of punches you just used was taught to you by Su Yi. Krillin was taken aback. He thought son Wukong had learned it from King Kai, but now it seemed otherwise. Yes, it was taught to me by brother Su Yi. Not only that, but he also taught me Tai Chi, a profound martial art that uses stillness to control movement and responds to change with constancy. Son Wukong's face was filled with excitement. He had just experienced the immense power of the 8 Extremes Fist, and he had a set of Tai Chi that he had learned, but not yet used. Moreover, he remembered Su Ye's tone when he spoke about Tai Chi, which was far above his evaluation of the 8 Extremes Fist. Therefore, Sun Wukong was even more eager to test the power of Tai Chi now. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin showed an envious expression. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Sun Wukong said sincerely to his friend, noticing the envy on Krillin's face. However, Krillin glanced at Su Yi and, seeing his indifferent expression, quietly asked, "What if Su Yi disagrees?" Brother Su Yi. Sun Wukong hurriedly turned to look at Su Yi, filled with anticipation. "Can I teach Tai Chi and 8 Extremes Fist to Krillin and the others?" Su Yi waved his hand and said, "I won't care who you teach this to. It's just a minor path. I don't care how many people will learn it. Moreover, this can be seen as promoting the martial culture of ancient Huaxia in another world. Thinking about it carefully, I am quite willing to do so." "Thank you." Brother Su Yi, Sun Wukong, and Klin said in unison. These 2 sets of martial arts could establish a school. Casually handing them over for their arrangement made both of them feel that Su Yi was truly a great and selfless martial arts master. The exchange ended here. But Vegeta was still in a state of rage, looking very terrifying. How to deal with him? Klin pointed at Vegeta. "Forget about him. This guy's also a pitiful person." Sun Wukong sighed. He could see that Vegeta was also carrying a lot of burdens, and many times it was beyond his control. Vegeta's angry gaze was fixed on Su Yi and the others as they left, yet he did not dare to make any move. He knew his own strength was far from being able to contend with Sun Wukong, let alone the other Saiyan with a deep and terrifying aura. "I will definitely surpass you," Kakarot. As a contemporary, Vegeta naturally regarded Sun Wukong as his target to surpass. As for Su Yi, he had thought about it, but he understood that one step at a time was important. He still believed that one day he would lead the Saiyan race to the peak of this universe, becoming the #1 race in the universe. 41. The kind Grand Elder, Frieza, has arrived. Suye, San Wukong, and Klin rushed straight to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, where the Great Elder of the Namekians resided. "Hello, I am Sun Wukong. The other elders asked me to deliver a message to the Great Elder, and I hope to meet him," Sun Wukong said. As before, upon arriving at the village, they were stopped by the Namekian guards at the entrance. Sun Wukong naturally took out 6 envelopes and handed them to the guard. The 2 guards exchanged glances, and one of them took the 6 envelopes from Sun Wukong and signaled to the other, then turned and jogged into the village. Before long, the Namekian returned and welcomed Sun Wukong and his companions inside. Soon, in a palace, an elderly Namekian, the Great Elder, was seated at the top. "You are friends of the descendants of Katas. I'm already aware." The Great Elder's aged voice came from the throne, sounding kind. "At the same time, I understand your purpose for coming. Rest assured, I will give you the last Dragon Ball." "Thank you, Great Elder." Sun Wukong was very happy to hear this. Tion, bring the 7-star ball." The Great Elder softly commanded. "Yes, sir." A very young Namekian respectfully bowed and then quickly left the palace. After a short while, he returned with a small wooden tray. "For these guests," the Great Elder smiled. Tion responded and walked to Sun Wukong, holding the small tray, and said with a smile, "Dear guest, please accept this 7-star ball." "Thank you, Tion." Sun Wukong received it with both hands and expressed his gratitude joyfully. Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed from outside the palace, just as Sun Wukong received the 7th Dragon Ball. Following that, a short figure entered, hands on hips, with blood-red eyes. purple-black lips, and 2 lines resembling blood tears under his eyes. He wore a shiny, purple shell. So he turned around and raised an eyebrow. This guy was Frieza. Frieza usually had pale white skin, with 3 toes on each foot, and his footsteps made a creaking sound when he walked. When he lifted his foot to take off, his toes would droop, and his limbs moved in a coordinated manner. Overall, he looked like a monster on the surface. However, this very monster, the main antagonist in the Dragon Ball world, was likely the 3rd most popular character in the hearts of many anime fans from his past life. Right after Goku and Vegeta. Suyi had no particular dislike for Frieza in his past life, but he also didn't have any fondness for him. It was a neutral feeling. Saiyan, you give me a somewhat dangerous feeling. Noticing Su Ye's gaze, Frieza also shifted his attention to him. In that moment of eye contact, this cosmic emperor's heart raced inexplicably, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis. Impossible. I am the cosmic emperor in this universe. Aside from that slumbering master, I am the invincible existence. No one could challenge my power. As soon as this feeling arose, Frieza shook his head to dismiss it, telling himself it was just an illusion. Suyi glanced at him indifferently. The system has not yet completed its upgrade, and when Frieza did not reveal his presence, he was unable to sense this guy's combat power. However, given that Frieza could feel a sense of crisis from him, it was evident that in his normal state, he probably had much more combat power than what was depicted in the original work. Who are you? Son Goku, not recognizing Frieza, turned around and revealed a serious expression upon sensing his aura. Hehehe. Frieza looked at Son Goku, covered his mouth, and laughed. And as he took a couple of steps closer, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "Why do I feel like you are very familiar?" So he was not surprised to hear this. Back when Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, confronted Frieza at the moment of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he had shown a resemblance to his son, as they were basically cut from the same mold. Therefore, it was entirely normal for Frieza to find Sun Wukong somewhat familiar. "I don't find you familiar at all," Sun Wukong coldly snorted. All he sensed from Frieza was evil, nothing but evil. Naturally, he had no good feelings toward this guy. "All right, little monkey, I don't have the time to chat with you. Now, hand over all the Dragon Balls you have, or I'll kill you." Frieza, true to his domineering nature, placed his hands on his hips and looked at Sun Wukong with extreme arrogance. "Huh," Sun Wukong sneered, took the Dragon Ball from the small wooden tray, and then pulled out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. He then jumped over to the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, please take care of the Dragon Balls for me. Child, be careful." The Grand Elder's wise gaze swept over Frieza, and he sensed great power and overwhelming murderous intent from this person. "Don't worry, Grand Elder, I'm very strong," Sun Wukong replied confidently, or rather, in his eyes. The disparity in combat power was not a concern. As long as he could fight, he would never back down. "This is Sun Wukong. This is Kakarot. Brotur Suye." "I'm worried about Wukong," Krillin asked anxiously from the side. He always felt that this strange guy who had just entered was quite terrifying. The gap between the two was indeed quite large, but Wukong had great potential. Perhaps he could catch up. Suye Gnanjit Atkuridin. He actually wanted to say, according to the original story, in order for Sun Wukong to evolve into a Super Saiyan, you would have to make a sacrifice. However, such words were better kept to himself, as they were too shocking. "Phew, that's good. I also believe in Wukong's strength." Krillin let out a big sigh of relief. Wukong should have a confrontation with Frieza, and later, you should find an opportunity to summon the dragon, and let Piccolo and the others be revived first. So he gave a reminder, and also, the dragon of Namek needs the Namekian language to be summoned successfully, so you can ask the elder to summon it. All right. Upon hearing this, Klin's eyes immediately lit up. You can go now." Suyi nodded, glanced at Sun Wukong and Frieza, who were exchanging verbal jabs, shook his head with a smile, and quietly left the palace. Just now, he sensed the presence of a small creature. At this moment, the little guy was on the brink of death. If he didn't act soon, in just a few minutes, its body would truly be cold. 42. Are you the Super Saiyan from ancient legends? After exiting the palace and leaving the village, Suyi took a few steps at the village entrance, brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together to his forehead, activated his instant transmission, and arrived at a small hill 1,000 meters away in an instant. Below the hill, a group of people was watching Vegeta and Son Gohan with indifferent expressions. The little guy was lying behind Vegeta, barely hanging on, while Vegeta, having returned to his normal state, was severely drained of energy, and his combat power had decreased significantly, making him no match for these people. "Vegeta, King Frieza has already arrived on Namek. You should have the sense to end your own life early," so you don't waste our time. This group was also a squad of Frieza's generals, but they appeared somewhat unfamiliar to Suyi, because their combat power was exceptionally strong. However, he had never seen this group in the Dragon Ball anime from his past life. This meant that these guys were characters derived from this Dragon Ball parallel world. If it weren't for my lack of energy, I would definitely kill all of you. Trash. Vegeta spat and said coldly. Whoosh. A gust of wind sounded, and Suyi suddenly appeared in front of the lying Son Gohan. He took out a super sacred bean and placed it in Son Gohan's mouth. Soon, Son Gohan recovered to normal, his combat power even stronger than before. Uncle Suyi, Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Suyi, pointing at Frieza's subordinates, and said coldly, they have a Dragon Ball that was snatched from Uncle Vegeta. Hearing the term Uncle Vegeta, Vegeta's body trembled. Then he turned around to glare at Son Gohan and said coldly, who is your uncle? Uncle Vegeta, of course. Son Gohan blinked and smiled, saying, if it weren't for you risking your life to protect me, I would have definitely been killed by now. Upon hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow and looked at Vegeta. Seemingly, compared to the current stage of the plot, his personality was still somewhat different from the original work. Seeing Suyi's surprised gaze, Vegeta crossed his arms and turned his head away with a cold snort, but he didn't say anything further. So the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand was snatched, right? Suyi suddenly remembered what Sun Wukong said, smiled, and shook his head. In that case, the Dragon Balls they have are fake. Fake! Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in unison. That's right. Suyi nodded, took out a Super Senzu Bean, and threw it to Vegeta. This is a Super Senzu Bean. Eating one will fully restore your condition. As a Saiyan Prince, you must not want to be mocked by these weaklings, right? Kill them. Essentially, Suyi preferred to avoid fighting whenever possible. It wasn't that he was afraid of causing a butterfly effect, but rather because he was lazy. Yes, he was just lazy, quite the slacker. Wasting a few seconds to eliminate a bunch of insignificant characters was not as appealing to him as munching on some sunflower seeds. Vegeta caught the Super Senzu Bean, squinted his eyes, slowly turned around, and fixed his gaze on the somewhat panicked Frieza subordinates, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He threw his head back and consumed the Super Senzu Bean, roaring angrily as his condition restored. He felt a surge of overwhelming power within him. Now, it was time to unleash it. He powered up. Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed. Flee. With his stamina restored, the Frieza subordinates were no match for him. If they didn't flee now, when would they? Flee? Vegeta smiled coldly, unleashing a shockwave of energy that quickly wiped out the group. After glancing at Suyi and Gohan, Vegeta took off into the sky. Uncle Vegeta was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Gohan spoke up. If it weren't for him, I would have already died. Suyi smiled and said nothing, instantly transporting him back to the vicinity of the village. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Frieza had already started their battle. Beside them were Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha. He knew that although the dragon on Namek could grant 3 wishes, it could only revive 3 people at a time. So, Chaozu had not been revived yet. However, it wasn't a big problem. Once Piccolo was revived, the dragon on Earth would also be revived. So they could return to Earth, find the Dragon Balls, and summon the dragon to revive Chaozu. Gohan. When Suyi and the others arrived, Piccolo and the others saw them, but they were quite puzzled as to how Son Gohan had come to Namek. I was sitting in Uncle Vegeta's spaceship. I thought he didn't know, but it turns out he was already aware that I sneaked onto his ship. Son Gohan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were stunned when they heard this, still recalling when Vegeta wanted to kill them. Uncle Vegeta is actually not a bad person, Son Gohan said as he recounted what had just happened. Hearing this, Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, not expecting this Saiyan prince to be such a cold exterior but warm-hearted man. Speaking of which, Piccolo, this Vegeta isn't just like you, right? Krillin suddenly burst into laughter. Who is like him? Piccolo shot Krillin a glare. He wouldn't admit to that fact. Just then, as the group was discussing, Son Goku had already been blasted away by Frieza and was lying on the ground. Goku, Krillin, and the others exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. Trash. Frieza coldly glanced at Piccolo and the others. He knew that the dragon had been summoned and was now seething with rage, ready to unleash a massacre. Quite strong indeed. Son Goku flew out from the deep pit in the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped away, revealing a satisfied smile. Undeniably, Frieza was powerful. However, compared to Sui's invincibility, he was not an unbeatable existence. Thus, Son Goku felt that this was a fantastic opponent to fight. Hiya! Son Goku tightened his fists, flying in mid-air, roaring loudly as his power surged. 600, 000, 700, 000, 800, 000, ultimately reaching 500, 000. Huh. Frieza's eyes widened as he sensed this overwhelming aura. 500, 000 power level. Is this still the Saiyan race I know? Could it be you were the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza furrowed his brow and asked. Son Goku engaged in fierce combat with Frieza, and the system upgrade was complete. In his mind, the Saiyan race had been suppressed by him for so many years, and he had never seen anyone with a power level exceeding 30, 000. First, there was the unexpected variable of Vegeta, and now, another variable appeared in Son Goku. Moreover, Frieza shifted his gaze to Sui, who was lounging in a beach chair and watching the fight, his eyes narrowing, projecting a sense of danger. He felt that this Saiyan, who gave him a sense of crisis, definitely had great potential. If he didn't eliminate them soon, he might find it hard to control them in the future. The battle was about to erupt. Frieza's cold smile spread across the sky as his aura began to rise ominously. Sui, lying on the beach chair, took a sip of juice and raised an eyebrow at this scene, thinking, is he preparing to evolve into his second form? Sui sensed that this guy's first form had a combat power of around 1 million, and the second form should be at least over 2 million. Sure enough, Frieza quickly completed his transformation. In his second form, he had become much more muscular, very similar to his father King Cold in his normal state, and his combat power had reached over 230 million. Ha ha ha. Now, come over and die, little monkey. Frieza beckoned to Son Wukong with a grin. Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong felt Frieza's overwhelming power and excitedly pounded his fists, charging forward instead of retreating, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. 8 Extremes Fist. Seeing Son Wukong make a move, Krillin's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the 8 Extremes Fist was, so he was very confident in Son Wukong at this moment. 8 Extremes Fist? What's that? Piccolo and the others looked puzzled, not knowing what this 8 Extremes Fist was. Krillin started to explain, and after hearing the introduction, Piccolo and the others turned their heads to look at Suyi, who was comfortably lounging on a beach chair, their eyes full of astonishment. This man had always maintained a mysterious demeanor since they met. He was completely unfathomable. At this moment, the battle in the sky was becoming increasingly intense. Although Son Wukong's combat power was lower than Frieza's second form, he was barely able to hold his own against Frieza thanks to the ancient Hwasha martial arts, 8 Extremes Fist, that Suyi had taught him. Son Wukong was at 4, while Frieza was at 6. The little monkey was indeed quite powerful. Frieza chuckled, flicking his tail, which struck Son Wukong and sent him crashing to the ground. I really don't want to kill you. Think of the great benefits you could bring me as my servant. Frieza floated down, approaching Son Wukong. Cough, cough, cough. Son Wukong coughed several times, spitting out blood, and slowly got up from the ground. He had now returned to his normal state. We can't let Wukong fight alone. Piccolo's eyes narrowed as he flew towards Frieza, firing an energy blast to attract his attention. Green skin trash, do you want to die too? Frieza, turn around, looking coldly at Piccolo. Frieza, Son Wukong suddenly roared, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Trash. Frieza casually swatted the Kamehameha away, sending it crashing towards Piccolo and the others. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out as Piccolo and the others were hit by Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Although they didn't die, they were severely injured. Suyi slowly got up from the beach chair. If Son Wukong couldn't solve it, he would naturally choose to take action. However, he wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to wait for Son Wukong to explode and grow rapidly. Perhaps this time would be his chance to transform into a Super Saiyan, although his current fighting power wasn't that high. At this moment, Elder stood at the village gate, watching the wildly laughing Frieza from a distance, gritting his teeth. You're not a match for him. Going is just seeking death. The Elder sighed. If they die, our Namek will also be destroyed by Frieza. Nairo lowered his head, then respectfully bowed to the Elder and flew into the arena. Another little bug coming to die. Frieza saw Nairo flying towards him from a distance and calmly snapped his fingers. A shockwave hit Nairo, directly sending him flying to where Piccolo and the others were unconscious. Upon seeing this scene, Suya's expression turned strange. Was Frieza doing a good deed? Knowing the plot, he naturally understood that Nairo would sacrifice himself to empower Piccolo. And wasn't Frieza just helping Piccolo with this move? Thinking of this, Suyi shook his head and laughed. lying back down on the beach chair again. Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, and with Piccolo's successful assimilation coming soon, he believed they could still force Frieza into his third or even fourth form. At that time, whether they could win was another matter, but at least these two guys could grow stronger in this battle, which was a good thing. However, lying on the beach chair, Sui slightly raised his head and glanced at a figure on the mountaintop not far away. That guy was Vegeta, with the three of them teaming up. They should be able to hold out for a while. Sui yawned, clasped his hands behind his head, and sank into the system space, because the system had just notified him that the upgrade was complete. Don't forget the compensation rewards for this period after the system upgrade. Sui reminded it, fearing that this system might be a malicious one, and that if he didn't remind it, it would deliberately pretend not to know and forget. Upon hearing this, the system was momentarily speechless. After a while, the system responded. The compensation reward has been delivered to the host package. Please check it. Okay. Sui nodded and began to check the system space. In front of him were several panels. First, the system mall space. Second, the task space. And third, the package space. It was very simple, just these 3 panel spaces. How does this task space work? Do I actively choose tasks to do myself? Or does the system automatically assign tasks to me? So he opened the task space panel and glanced around, finding it empty, which left him a bit puzzled. The task space is currently being improved. Please wait a moment. Host, the system's sweet and melodious voice rang out, making Sui feel utterly helpless to complain. However, soon he noticed changes in the task space. A small window popped up displaying a series of tasks. But only the title of the top task was shining with golden light. So, is this the only task I can accept? Sui inquired and received an answer that was exactly what he had expected. Defeating Frieza would reward him with 10,000 exchange points. The task title was that simple. However, when Sui opened it, the additional task content caught his eye. 44. Anger is not the only way to transform into a Super Saiyan. Teach Goku to evolve into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza. Reward of 100,000 exchange points. This was the additional task. Although he didn't know the exact value of 100,000 exchange points, a tenfold reward was undeniably appealing, and he couldn't help but feel tempted. But how could he teach Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan? Sui quickly discovered a serious problem. He could transform, but he didn't know how to teach others to transform. Damn it. Anyway, let's just accept this task first. Sui was too lazy to think about these things and decided to take on the task first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the first task. And a reward of 10,000 exchange points has been granted. The system's sweet and melodious voice rang out, making Sui blink in surprise for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses and felt a wave of excitement. This system is truly a welfare system. The birth of the system is a sign that it hopes the host is good. So, you must not doubt that the system is a black-hearted one anymore. The system's voice echoed, causing Sui to raise an eyebrow. Wow. After the upgrade, the previously cold voice actually had a hint of personification. Has it gained emotions? However, Sui just smiled and didn't pay much attention to this issue. He entered the system mall space and took a look at his exchange point balance, which totaled 110,000 points. The 10,000 was the reward just received, while the 100,000 was the reward from before the system upgrade. Let me see. Rumble. Just as Sui was about to check what good items were in the system mall space, a sudden shaking pulled his thoughts away from the system. Sui got up from the beach chair and looked towards the arena. He saw that Frieza had already transformed into his third form, and at this moment, his combat power had reached around 20 million. Compared to the Frieza in the original work, this Frieza from the Dragon Ball parallel world is indeed much stronger. Sui couldn't help but exclaim that if he had wanted to save Planet Vegeta back then, he probably would have had to sacrifice himself, leaving no place to be buried. Remembering this, Sui suddenly recalled that he seemed to have a battle maid named Celia, who possessed a combat power of 1 million. But at this stage, she wasn't of much use. Sui began to ponder and asked in his heart, System, does your system mall have a recycling feature? If it does, no matter how many exchange points I get, it's still a profit. Moreover, the items obtained from the daily login gifts might also be repurposable. So, if there really is a recycling function, it would be a tremendous blessing. Yes, there is, the system's voice came, causing Sui to smile. That's great. I'm just afraid there isn't. Items that gradually become useless to me can be exchanged for points, which is essentially recycling. Perfect. Sui no longer thought about anything else and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Sun Wukong. Another monkey came. Frieza withdrew his hands behind his back and looked at Sui with a cold sneer. The third form of Frieza was indeed quite ugly. Sui glanced at him and then shifted his gaze to the limp son Wukong on the ground, saying, Wukong, if you die like this, Krillin and the others will die too. And so will Gohan and your relatives on Earth. Anger is not the only way to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although most transformations into Super Saiyans are triggered by anger. In his past life, Bardock was fueled by anger, son Wukong was fueled by anger. And even Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan out of anger at being inferior to son Wukong. But don't forget, Suye's Super Saiyan transformation is not triggered by anger, but by bonds. In Suye's view, a Saiyan only needs a pivot to transform into a Super Saiyan. Anger can be a pivot, and bonds can also serve as a pivot. With Krillin still alive, according to the original storyline, Goku should not be able to transform. However, Suye does not believe in this limitation. This is a parallel world of Dragon Ball. The general plot direction is similar, but not entirely the same. Why should Goku only be able to break through to Super Saiyan after Krillin's death out of anger? Upon hearing Suye's words, Goku fell into deep thought. Although he was completely exhausted at this point, his willpower remained strong, and he held on without collapsing. He knew that if he fell, Krillin, Piccolo, Tin, Yamcha, and Vegeta would all be doomed. Therefore, he could not afford to fall. The source of strength comes from within you. External forces can only provide limited growth. Only by becoming truly strong yourself can one achieve true strength. Suye said calmly, looking directly at Sun Wukong. He reached out and grabbed something, then opened his hand to show him, look, what have I caught in my hand? Sun Wukong glanced over, his expression filled with confusion, because he saw nothing in Suye's palm. You didn't see anything, did you? Suye smiled faintly, then turned around to glance at Frieza, extending his hand, and guess what he saw? Sun Wukong turned his head to look, and at that moment, Frieza's face was filled with terror, repeatedly retreating as if he wanted to escape from this place. Brother Suye, what's going on? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Because my strength makes him afraid. Suye said lightly. Those who understand this will naturally understand, while those who do not understand will naturally not understand. Because his posture reflects the ancient heritage of ancient Huaxia. Sun Wukong, who has practiced Tai Chi, may not fully grasp the Tao, but at least he won't completely misunderstand Suye's words. He is in a state of partial understanding. Only by becoming strong can one protect those they wish to protect. Sun Wukong's eyes showed determination, and at that moment, his demeanor changed. In the original story, Sun Wukong was just a simple martial arts fanatic, eager to fight the strongest, even willing to die for it. In this life, this version of Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball parallel world grows through bonds. And it can be said that he will be much more mature than the Sun Wukong from the previous Dragon Ball anime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teaching Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan. Due to the super perfect level of the teaching, an additional reward of 100,000 exchange points is given. Friendly reminder, after Sun Wukong defeats Frieza, an additional reward of 100,000 exchange points will be given to the host. As a massive energy surged from Sun Wukong, a sweet and pleasant prompt sound from the system echoed in Suye's mind. Hearing this prompt, Suye was taken aback. So, can the same task just now be treated as two separate tasks? Teaching Sun Wukong to become a Super Saiyan is the first, and the second is waiting for Frieza to be defeated. Just by talking, he can earn 200,000 exchange points. What a great deal. Suye laughed. 45. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 1. Suye stepped back and looked at the items compensated by the system in his system package. On Sun Wukong's side, his momentum gradually rose, and his combat power quickly reached 2 million, 2.5 million, and then 3 million. Boom! When the combat power reached 3.5 million, electric lights flickered around Sun Wukong, and swirling golden yellow energy began to rotate. What? Seeing this scene, Frieza was completely stunned. Isn't this the appearance of the Super Saiyan recorded by his ancestors? No, he absolutely cannot let him transform successfully. Frieza's expression changed dramatically as he intended to strike hard and kill Sun Wukong. However, at the moment he attacked, Sun Wukong had already moved, his speed too fast for Frieza to perceive. Bang! A punch. A fist imbued with golden light struck Frieza's face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair had completely turned golden, and his dark eyes had transformed into light green, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. The great elder in the distance was nearly wide-eyed. He had never seen such a powerful combat power index before. My god, is this the Super Saiyan? On the other side, Son Gohan was also in shock, He had heard Sun Wukong say that Saiyans could evolve into Super Saiyans. Now, he knew Uncle Suyi could do it. He never expected that his father, Sun Wukong, could do it too. Such power, truly such powerful strength. Son Gohan's face was filled with shock and joy. Damn, how could he hurt the great Frieza? Damn it. Frieza, who had been sent flying hundreds of meters away, came to his senses, flew into the air, and roared in anger. He then transformed again, reaching his fourth form, which was his current final form. Sun Wukong looked indifferently at Frieza's transformation, not intending to interrupt him. He wanted this guy to understand that even if he evolved into his final form, the strongest combat power would never be his match. Come on, Frieza, let me see the power of your strongest form. Sun Wukong flew forward, as if teleporting, instantly arriving in front of Frieza and throwing a punch. This was neither Bejiquin nor Taijiquin, just an extremely straightforward punch that sent Frieza flying again for hundreds of meters. Too weak, Frieza. Is your energy only this much? Sun Wukong flew up and instantly reached behind the flying Frieza. Both hands clenched in a fist as he slammed down towards Frieza. Boom! Frieza was pounded into the ground, creating a deep pit. Ah, da-da-da! Sun Wukong roared, sending waves of energy blasts downward, a type of energy cannon with tremendous power. Rumble! The ground trembled, and the unconscious Piccolo and others all woke up. Is that a Super Saiyan? Piccolo shook his head, looked up, and saw a man surrounded by golden energy bombarding the ground. Remembering what Sun Wukong had said about Super Saiyans. Who is he? I heard Goku say that currently, only Brother Su-Yi can transform into a Super Saiyan. Krillin also came to his senses and exclaimed in shock. Is he Kakarot? Vegeta's gaze narrowed, his pupils constricting as he recognized the Super Saiyan in the sky. It was none other than the Kakarot he looked down upon. What? It's Wukong. Tien Shinhan and the others were momentarily dazed. Such a powerful man turned out to be their longtime target, Sun Wukong. How can we still pursue him now? Krillin smiled wryly and lowered his head. Although they were happy about Sun Wukong's growth, seeing this scene, as those who had always considered him their target, made them feel quite uneasy. Wait, why do I feel that Piccolo is somewhat different from usual? Suddenly, Krillin noticed Piccolo's unusualness and exclaimed, Your aura is so powerful. What? Piccolo was taken aback. He hadn't even noticed it himself. How did Krillin sense it? I also feel something is off. Piccolo, your strength was only slightly higher than ours before. But now it feels like it's not just a slight difference. Yamcha glanced at him, nodded seriously. It's because of assimilation. Suyi walked over with Sun Wukong and explained. Naru is the strongest Namekian. He chose to merge with Piccolo after being severely injured, which resulted in Piccolo's immense power. Piccolo was taken aback. He didn't know Naru. And this guy selflessly sacrificed himself to empower him. This touched his heart. You can now be considered a super Namekian, with future potential that rivals the Saiyan race. Suyi glanced at him. Although he said that the protagonist's halo was still abnormally strong, and Piccolo's achievements were naturally far inferior to those of Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was stunned, then lowered his head and clenched his fist, feeling the immense energy within him, and smiled. Time to train hard. Suyi glanced at him, then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who was currently unleashing his full power to fight against Frieza, whose battle power was close to 300 million. He didn't find it strange, with Sun Wukong's power reaching nearly 200 million. He was not intimidated by mere Frieza, especially since he had not yet used the Kaioken technique he learned from King Kai. If he did use it, the power boost from the tenfold Kaioken alone would be something Frieza couldn't withstand. As the battle neared its end, contrary to the plot that Suyi knew, this version of Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball parallel world easily defeated the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. However, although he won, he did not manage to kill him. Suyi had the strength to chase him down and kill him, but he didn't do it because there was no need to waste that time. As soon as Frieza escaped, Sun Wukong collapsed, and Son Gohan hurried over to support him. Brother Suyi, I did it. I transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was still holding on, and with Son Gohan's help, he came in front of Suyi, revealing a faint smile. I saw it, and I believe I will become stronger and stronger, protecting the people and things I want to protect. Suyi smiled slightly, took out a few Super Fairy Beans, and soon the group became lively again. Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta, having recovered, said coldly and then flew away. Ha ha ha, I will never let you surpass me. Sun Wukong laughed and waved back. 46, a boy from 20 years later. The incident on Namek has temporarily come to an end, and the fleeing Frieza doesn't need too much attention for now. However, Suyi knows that in at most a year, Frieza will come to Earth with his father King Cold to seek revenge on Sun Wukong. At the same time, Suyi is aware that a year later, the boy from the future will appear and easily take care of his father-son duo. This is part of the original storyline of the Dragon Ball anime. But there is one very important point. Bulma is now Suyi's woman. So, will Trunks appear? This has always been a question Suyi is very curious about. Returning to Earth, Piccolo was revived, and the Guardian was naturally revived as well. Sun Wukong used the Dragon Ball radar to easily gather all 7 Dragon Balls within half a month and then had Kairatsu resurrected. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta, in order to surpass Sun Wukong, also settled on Earth. Over time, he gradually integrated into the Z-Fighter circle. This guy basically comes to Suyi every day to get a beating, and while being beaten, Vegeta's strength indeed grew stronger. After all, Suyi always dealt with him quickly and brutally, knocking Vegeta down, and gradually he could no longer handle this guy with just one move. As the days went by, on a certain day, a year later, everyone gathered on Kame House, enjoying a barbecue, when suddenly a very powerful energy appeared in the air. Suyi frowned. Could it be? Has a Tenkai appeared? How could there be such a powerful aura? Sun Wukong was startled. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his aura was not as strong as this one. Moreover, this aura felt very familiar, as if they shared the same origin. Let's go take a look. Suyi was also very curious, and with her index and middle fingers pressed together on her forehead, she instantly vanished from a spot. Let's go take a look as well. Sun Wukong also used instant transmission to get close to that powerful aura over the past year. He had also learned this powerful divine skill. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, then stood up and flew towards the location of that powerful aura. As for Bulma and the other women and children, they stared at each other with wide eyes and eventually started to prepare barbecue for themselves. On Suyi's side, he saw a machine floating in midair, and beneath the machine sat a young boy with a sword on his back. Who is he? Sun Wukong arrived shortly after and, glancing at the boy with the sword, asked in confusion. I don't know. Suyi indeed did not recognize who this young man was. From the back, it certainly looked like Trunks, but he felt it shouldn't be Trunks. Uncle Wukong. The answer quickly became clear as the sword-wielding young man stood up and turned around. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, his eyes lit up, but when he saw Suyi, his brows immediately furrowed. He didn't know Suyi, but he knew that this person was also a Saiyan. Do you know me? Sun Wukong pointed at himself, blinking in astonishment. Yes, Uncle Wukong. I'll explain everything to you later. For now, please take the pill my mother made for you. Trunks flashed in an instant to stand in front of Sun Wukong, then opened his hands to reveal a bottle of medicine, smiling. Seeing this, Suyi's gaze flickered. This kid really is Trunks. So who is this kid's mother? Just then, Vegeta and the others arrived. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin. Trunks turned around, and, upon seeing Vegeta and the others, his eyes brightened as he hurriedly greeted them. Dad! Upon hearing this, Dad, Vegeta was completely stunned. Yes, Dad. Trunks nodded. Suyi stood behind with arms crossed, looking at Trunks with a surprised expression. Could it be? Is this Trunks the son of Bulma and Vegeta from another timeline? Thinking of this, Suyi narrowed his eyes. As a man with a strong sense of possessiveness, he absolutely could not allow such a thing to exist. Where did I get a son from? Vegeta looked confused. He had just found a girlfriend on Earth and wasn't even married yet. So how could he have such a big son? Ha ha! Trunks laughed loudly. I am your future son from 20 years later. Who is your mother? Suyi walked over and was just about to ask when Vegeta asked on his behalf. My mom is named Elru, and she's the girlfriend you're currently dating. Trunks revealed everything. Hearing this, Suyi paused for a moment, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed that this Trunks was not the son of Bulma and Vegeta from another timeline. It looks like I really need to marry this Earth woman, Vegeta said solemnly. Trunks' power made him completely certain that the potential of hybrid Saiyans was indeed stronger than that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Trunks smiled wryly and shook his head. His father was always cold on the outside but warm on the inside, deeply in love with his mother Elru, yet always refer to her as an Earth woman. All right, now tell me, in the future, have I surpassed Kakarot? Vegeta asked with his arms crossed, extremely cold. Upon hearing this, Trunks took a deep breath and showed a look of melancholy on his face. In the future, you're always on par with Uncle Goku, but boom! Just as Trunks was about to speak, a loud rumble came from the sky, causing everyone to look up. A massive spaceship was slowly descending onto the open ground. Is that Frieza's spaceship? Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he recognized who the ship belonged to, and his expression changed dramatically. Oh, Frieza? Sun Wukong immediately became interested. He was not the same as he was a year ago. A year ago, he could already beat Frieza, and now he was much stronger. So he was even more confident about defeating Frieza. No, not just one Frieza. Vegeta's face showed a look of fear. One Frieza was not enough to instill fear in him, because he sensed a familiar energy. That was Frieza's father, King Cold. 47. Super Saiyan 2, Trunks' shock. Earth Science. Sun Wukong. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Frieza gritted his teeth and uttered these words. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared. He must be exterminated. King Cold spoke coldly beside Frieza. His power was even more terrifying than Frieza's, and he felt he could easily eliminate the Saiyan Frieza mentioned. Father, let me finish off Sun Wukong myself. Frieza respectfully bowed, having started training a year later, and he was now several times stronger than a year ago. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Sun Wukong. King Cold said nothing, only calmly glanced at him. The spaceship slowly landed, and soon, King Cold, along with Frieza and many subordinates, disembarked. What a coincidence. As a group of people walked down from the spaceship, Frieza grinned when he saw the crowd ahead. Frieza, are you here to seek death again? Sun Wukong stepped forward and said coldly. Sun Wukong. Seeing his enemy, Frieza's eyes were filled with hatred. He wished he could kill him on the spot. Frieza? Trunks smiled lightly on the side, stepping forward and drawing the sword from his back, pointing it at Frieza and King Cold. I've heard of you, but today is a day for me and my dad to catch up, so I don't want to go on a killing spree. If you're smart, you'd better behave. Bang! Before Trunks could finish his sentence, Frieza shot an energy blast at him. This sneak attack was naturally useless against Trunks, who easily swatted it away. It seems you're indeed tired of living, Trunks sneered and shook his head, stepping forward as his aura surged, directly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Upon seeing Trunks transform, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He had endured torment over the past year, which gave him a slight chance of transforming into a Super Saiyan. While his son had easily mastered the transformation method at such a young age, being many times stronger than him, which was astonishing. The battle quickly broke out, and with Trunks' strength, he killed Frieza in just a few breaths. As for King Cold, he was terrified, pleading not to be killed. But he too was swiftly dealt with by Trunks. So strong, so strong. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in unison upon witnessing this scene. If it were Sun Wukong fighting Frieza, he could kill him. However, to do it so easily as Trunks did was absolutely impossible. Perhaps only this big brother Suyi beside him could easily kill both Frieza and his father. Suyi appeared calm regarding Trunks' strength. Trunks had a battle power of 500 million in his Super Saiyan form. However, he was too decisive and did not give Frieza a chance to transform, directly eliminating him. In fact, even if Frieza had transformed, he would definitely not be Trunks' opponent. Uncles, let's talk more when we get back, Trunks said, returning to normal and smiling at everyone. Upon returning to Kame House, Suyi finally understood. In Trunks' timeline, Elru was not a professional like in this timeline, but a scientist, and in that timeline, there was no Bulma. Although Suyi found this very surprising, he did not pay too much attention to it. As for why Trunks did not hide his identity like in the original Dragon Ball plot, Suyi understood that it was because these were two worlds that could not change each other. Upon learning that there was no way to change things, Trunks felt extremely disappointed. It's simple. We will accompany you to your world. Just when everyone was at a loss, Suyi suddenly spoke up. Hearing Suye's words, Trunks finally turned his gaze to this Saiyan who did not exist in his timeline. Uncle, do you mean to say that you will follow me to the future world to eliminate the two androids from my world? That's right. We will go to your world and take them out. Suyi nodded calmly. He had just received a prompt from the system. This was a highly rewarding task to help Tenenks eliminate the androids number 17 and number 18 from his timeline. The most important point was that he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 now. He wanted to experience the power at this level. So while the androids know, 17 and number 18 from that timeline barely allowed him to indulge a bit, he could also earn some exchange points. Uncle, your strength. Suya's confidence made Tenenks frown. It's important to note that the Sun Wukong and Vegeta he knew were already peak powers among the Saiyans. Sun Wukong is a given, as he died from a heart disease. His father, Vegeta, was also incredibly powerful, but he had no ability to resist against those two androids. Therefore, his main purpose for coming this time was to find Sun Wukong and cure his heart disease. However, he was told that the two time spaces completely belonged to two different worlds and could not influence each other, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Now, Suya's proposal indeed seems feasible. But in this era, will they be able to stand up against those two androids? Malasia Strand. Ha. Suya chocolate lightly. Then his gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura surged at that moment. Boom! Super Saiyan 1 first stage. Boom! Increased the aura again. Second stage. By the time Super Saiyan reached full power, not only were Goku and Vegeta shocked, but even Trunks from the future was utterly astonished. Is this your full power as a Super Saiyan? In this era, you have already mastered it so skillfully? Trunks was truly taken aback. In his timeline, he knew that the only one who could achieve this level was the deceased Goku. Now this Suyi could control it at such an early stage. How powerful would he be in the future? Unimaginable. Unpredictable. Boom. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Suyi smiled, and the aura suddenly surged again. This is Super Saiyan 2. System task. Teach Trunks how to train. Unlike Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2 transformed the aura into a jet-like form instead of flame-like one. And Suya's golden hair stood even more upright, surrounded by swirling lightning as he emitted energy. My goodness, what form is this, Brother Suyi? Goku was the first to exclaim. He wasn't this excited even when he transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time. At this moment, seeing Suyi in Super Saiyan 2, he was so excited he couldn't speak. This is Super Saiyan 2. Suyi was very calm, and at this moment, his battle power had surpassed 10 billion. After all, his normal battle power was already close to 100 million. The 100-fold increase of Super Saiyan 2 easily pushed his battle power past the 10 billion mark. Why is there no Uncle Suyi in my timeline? Trunks suddenly burst into tears. If there were this Uncle Suyi in his timeline, he could definitely protect everyone from being killed easily. Trunks, as the descendant of the Saiyan Prince, I will not allow you to cry. Vegeta said sternly. Vegeta. Goku pulled on him and shot him a glare. Kakarot, I'm educating my son. Vegeta shot back at Goku defiantly and coldly, said, especially in your timeline, you must not cry. Crying is a symbol of weakness. And as a man, you must never be weak. Do you understand? Dad. Trunks choked back a look at Vegeta. He hadn't heard such reprimands from his father in a long time, and at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Lift your chest. Take me to your world. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with coldness. Okay. Trunks wiped his tears, stood up from the chair, and then took out the capsule containing the time machine. With a bang, the time machine appeared on the ground. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the group was about to board, the time machine suddenly began to beep, and the surface flashed with red light, as if it was reminding them of something. What is going on? Trunks was taken aback. His mother hadn't told him about this issue. Is it a fuel shortage? Suyi leaned in to take a look, rubbing his chin in thought. It couldn't be possible, right? Turnax was also stunned. He remembered his mother, Alu, had brought enough fuel for the round trip. So how could it be insufficient? It's fine. It should just be inadequate to support all of us going to your world. You don't need to worry too much. We can give this to Bulma to study, and she should be able to produce fuel from it. So he definitely couldn't understand the concept of a time machine. But his first thought was of Bulma, the genius scientist. He said, Trunks, you should train under me during this time. Of course, he wouldn't agree to teach Trunks for no reason. The reason was a mission issued by the system. In 1 month, get Trunks' overall combat power to surpass 1 billion. Currently, Trunks' combat power was around 500 million, which meant increasing this kid's combat power by 500 million within a month was indeed quite a challenge. However, Suyi understood that the system wouldn't issue such a mission if it weren't achievable. So, he accepted it immediately. But Trunks hesitated a bit. Slap. Seeing Trunks showing a hesitant expression, Vegeta immediately rushed up and slapped him on the back of the head, then awkwardly smiled at Suyi and said, Whatever you say. Mr. Suyi, this kid is lucky to have the chance to train under you for a while. At this, Sun Wukong and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Vegeta only showed this attitude in front of Suyi, after all. Heimei Suyi no dit indifferently. Put the time machine back into the capsule, and then walked out of Kame House. Dad, the future world time. Shut up. Although Trunks knew how powerful Suyi was, due to the urgency of the situation, he still preferred to hurry back himself first. Dad, Trunks looked confused, not understanding why Vegeta was scolding him repeatedly. This is a huge opportunity. Do you know how far I've come after training with Mr. Suyi for a year? Vegeta looked at him with disappointment. In reality, it was less about training and more about getting beaten up. Suyi would only provide guidance when he was in a good mood. In just 1 year, he had reached his current level with a normal fighting power of around 5 million, and his Super Saiyan transformation had a fighting power of 250 million. Isn't this the level? Trunks scratched his head and muttered softly. Smack! Another slap. Vegeta trembled with anger and said, "A year ago, I only had a fighting power of 500,000. Do you understand that concept?" What? Trunks was shocked again. In just 1 year, his dad, Vegeta, had grown from fighting power of 500,000 to 5 million and could even transform into a Super Saiyan. Who exactly is this Uncle Suyi? Got it. Vegeta sneered coldly, pointing at Son Goku, and continued, "Not just me, but even Son Goku and Piccolo, in essence, are all Mr. Suyi's disciples. Without Mr. Suyi, we absolutely wouldn't have become this strong. I understand my mistake." Trunks took a deep breath and bowed deeply. In his timeline, there was no one left to teach him. Now, a powerful Saiyan who didn't exist in his timeline had appeared. This was completely his opportunity, and he actually wanted to refuse this opportunity. Just wait here on Kame Island for Mr. Suyi's next visit. This training will definitely benefit you immensely, Vegeta said coldly. Yes. Trunks' eyes were filled with determination. He desperately wanted to grow quickly and yearned to become stronger. Fortunately, all of this was not far off. 49. Suyi versus Trunks at this moment, at Bulma's home in West City. Bulma, can you understand this machine? Suyi directly sensed Bulma's aura and teleported over. So he didn't go back home to look for her. What machine? Bulma, busy in the research lab, replied casually without turning her head. Suyi came up behind her, hugged her, and whispered in her ear, laughing. How would you know if you don't take a look? Oh, come on. Are you trying to trick me again? After so many years as a married couple, Bulma couldn't help but blush every time Suyi teased her. While talking, Bulma turned around, their lips met, and they couldn't help but get heated. An hour later, Bulma let out soft hums, gently punching Suyi's chest, shyly saying, "Look, there's no machine for me to see, and I've been tricked by you again." In the past, Bulma would never have done such things with Suyi in the research lab, as she viewed research as a sacred task. However, she couldn't resist this mischievous guy. "Ha, let's go take a shower first. This time, I really do have something to tell you." Suyi picked up Bulma and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, the two finished their bath and returned to the central area of the research lab. Here, this is the time machine, developed by a scientist from a parallel universe 20 years ago. Suyi dropped the capsule in her hand, and with a bang, a time machine appeared on the ground. A time machine? Bulma, someone who loves to study these things, instantly lit up with excitement upon hearing this. She hurried a few steps forward and boarded the time machine, unable to stop herself from exclaiming, "It's amazing. 20 years later, someone actually developed this incredible machine. Honey, where did you get this?" Suyi thought for a moment, and then spoke about the situation with Tenix. "I see," Bulma said as she jumped off the time machine, rubbing her chin. She then snapped her fingers and smiled. "I think I need to do some research. I believe I can figure out this time machine without any problems." All right. Suyi has great faith in Bulma's abilities. After all, in the previous world of the anime, Bulma was the creator of the time machine. As for the fuel for the time machine, that can't be rushed for now. Suyi returned to Kame House once again. "Where's Trunks?" Suyi asked upon arriving at Kame House. But not only was Trunks not on the island, even Goku and the others were absent. They went off to train, and Trunks should have gone with them. Master Roshi was comfortably lying on a beach chair and casually replied. Now he was much less reserved in front of Suyi, knowing that Suyi was a very calm man. Although his strength was incredibly powerful, he didn't carry the slightest air of a strong person. Well, that's fine. Suyi closed his eyes and sensed the aura of Sun Wukong and the others, and soon found their presence on a small island in the south. Whoosh! He pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead, and with a flash, Suyi used instant transmission to arrive directly on the small island in the south within a second. As soon as he arrived, Suyi looked up and saw two Super Saiyans battling fiercely in the sky. It was his two rivals, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Kakarot, your strength has increased a lot." Vegeta's angry voice came through. "Vegeta, your strength isn't bad either." Sun Wukong's roar echoed back. These two guys. Suyi supported his forehead with one hand and shook his head in helplessness. Ever since that guy Vegeta became stronger by being tortured here, he had rarely bothered him again, as his target had shifted to Goku. Both of them were fighters, and they would spar almost every day. Krillin and the others were also fighting on the side, leaving only Trunks watching the battle between Goku and Vegeta in the sky. His combat experience was quite rich, and he could see that his father Vegeta was always at a disadvantage. For this, Trunks couldn't help but be amazed, truly worthy of a legendary man. He was indeed very powerful. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and Trunks turned to see Suyi arriving. "Hello, Uncle Suyi." Trunks greeted Suyi slightly awkwardly with a bow. "Come with me." Suyi glanced at him and flew into the high sky not far away. Tenanks was slightly taken aback, then followed Su-Yi into the sky. Transform into your strongest Super Saiyan form. Su-Yi clasped her hands behind her back and spoke softly. All right. Tenanks nodded and obediently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Su-Yi Fronit. This kid's realm was at the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. The power increase at this stage was indeed very strong, but the most important point was that the consumption was too great and the speed was too slow. You fight me with all your strength. Su-Yi said. Huh? Tenanks was astonished, not understanding what this special training method was. However, he was only shocked for a moment before politely bowing to Su-Yi and then drawing the divine sword from his back, charging forward. Clang, clang, clang. Facing Tenanks' sword strikes. Su-Yi merely used a single finger to block his attacks. So strong, Tenanks' face showed surprise, as the sword he thrust with all his might was easily blocked by this Uncle Su-Yi. Su-Yi exerted force in his hand, no longer defending, but instead quickly flicked a finger, a golden light appearing at his fingertip, instantly stabbing into Tenanks' throat. Do you see your own shortcomings now? Su-Yi withdrew his hand, his momentum receding, returning to his usual demeanor, and asked a question. Tenanks came back to his senses, also returning to his usual demeanor, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and nodded, saying, My speed is too slow. Su-Yi nodded in praise, then burst out with energy. This was the second form of Super Saiyan 1. He said, This form is also very powerful, but it consumes even more energy. If you can instantly unleash your power to defeat your enemy, then you can use it. If not, it's better to stick with the first form. Then, Uncle Su-Yi, how can one control full power of Super Saiyan at will? Trunks asked. Overcome the excitement when transforming into a Super Saiyan, maintain a calm mindset, and keep the Super Saiyan in a normal state. Su-Yi pondered for a moment and offered a somewhat reasonable explanation. Essentially, the full power of Super Saiyan 1 is no different from that of a regular Super Saiyan 1, as both provide a 50-fold increase in strength. The difference lies in the consumption aspect. To use an adult analogy, a man who has taken a strength-enhancing pill can last longer than one who hasn't. Full power is akin to a man who has taken that strength-enhancing pill. When Trunks heard this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, given the environment of his world. It was impossible for him to maintain a calm mindset. Therefore, achieving the full power state was quite challenging for him. 50. Arriving in a world 20 years later. Take it slow, being hasty won't help. Su-Yi said, Yes. Trunks smiled wryly and nodded. Next, I will teach you 2 sets of martial arts and conduct devil-style training on you. Within a month, I will elevate your combat power to over 1 billion. With Su-Ye's words, Trunks' intensive training officially began. Increasing combat power by 500 million in a month is difficult. However, it is this challenge that excites Su-Yi, not to mention that the reward for this task is 200,000 exchange points. It is worth noting that even the ancient Huaxia martial art, Bejiquan, is only worth 500 exchange points, highlighting the value of these exchange points. In the following time, Trunks basically followed a 2-point line. He would wake up in the morning, get beaten up by Su-Yi, eat the super divine beans, and continue to get beaten up by Su-Yi. Then, there is the hundreds of times gravity chamber. After that, the time chamber with 10 times the time flow. This 10 times time chamber was obtained by Su-Yi in the system all for 200,000 exchange points. A month passed quickly, and Su-Ye's own strength was increasing every day. The daily gift packs were sent, as usual, with useful items kept and useless ones basically recycled by the system into exchange points. One day, a group of people gathered on a small island in the south. Uncle Su-Yi, I feel like my strength has reached a peak. Trunks, in comparison to a month ago, had a completely different aura. He had become more reserved and was no longer as sharp as before. 1 billion combat power has indeed exceeded my expectations. Su-Yi nodded, took out a capsule, and threw it on the ground. This was the time machine that Tenanks rode. All of this is thanks to you, Uncle Su-Yi. Tenanks was very grateful and held great respect for Su-Yi. Haha, it's time to return to your world. I also want to see how strong those 2 artificial beings are. Su-Yi smiled and said, According to the original work, Android 18 has a battle power of 5 billion, while Android 17 has a battle power of 5 billion. This level of power is extremely terrifying to Sun Wukong and others, but for Su-Yi, whose battle power exceeds 10 billion, they're just 2 small fries. The androids 18 and 17 in the future world seem to be evil, but the 17 and 18 in the current world shouldn't be too bad. Su-Yi pondered. Back when he watched the original anime, he was truly anxious. Goku was in the midst of a transformation, and that reckless guy Vegeta was causing all sorts of trouble. Fortunately, androids 17 and 18 only had eyes for Goku. Otherwise, Vegeta and the others would have been doomed at their hands. This time, the fuel was more than enough for several trips for Su Yi and the others. The final decision was that Su Yi, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks would head to the world 20 years later. Soon, the time machine set off. Whoosh! The time machine flickered and vanished from the open space. Meanwhile, inside the time tunnel. Is this the time tunnel? Goku curiously looked around at the colorful scenery and began to speak. Shut up, Kakarot, Vegeta said sternly, arms crossed and eyes closed. Goku, as if he hadn't heard Vegeta, kept looking out through the glass of the time machine. At that moment, a white light appeared, stinging their eyes slightly. When they regained their sight, they had already arrived in the world 20 years later. Is this the world 20 years later? Goku opened his eyes, jumped out of the time machine, and looked around at the dilapidated buildings, surrounded by ruins, with hardly anyone moving about. Gulp! Trunks gritted his teeth, his body trembling as a violent aura seemed ready to explode from him. Sui glanced at him lightly, and the latter immediately became alert and calmed down. They have arrived. Trunks' aura had already disturbed the 17th and 18th from the future world, and Sui also sensed two extremely powerful energies rushing towards them. 5 billion. 5 billion. There was no difference in battle power from the original work. Sui nodded secretly. Soon, two figures appeared in the sky. It was the siblings No. 17 and number 18. 3 more Scions arrived. Number 17 flicked his hair and laughed. Yes, 3 more Scions who don't know their fate. Number 18 also flicked her hair, nodded and smiled. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked like they were facing a great enemy, while Trunks had a face full of anger and said in a deep voice, No. 17, number 18, after today, there will be no more of you two. Ha ha, with just you two? Number 17 laughed heartily and raised his hand, launching an energy blast towards Su Yi and the others. The group easily dodged it, and Trunks took out the divine sword from his back, transforming into a Super Saiyan state, which was his full power state. After a month of training, he could now control this form at will. He had become stronger. No. 17 had a blank expression. To him, Trunks' battle power of 1 billion was still trash. If he wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Huh. Trunks charged into the sky, swinging his sword at an incredibly fast speed. However, just like how Sui had defended against him before now, 17 easily blocked all his attacks with a single finger. Leave this kid to me. You take care of the other 3, number 17 said. No. 18 said nothing and directly charged towards Su Yi and the others. Boom. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, then unleashed their energy, transforming into Super Saiyans. As for Su Yi, after thinking for a moment, he also transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and said, Wukong, Vegeta, leave this woman to me. You help Trunks. Fighting against strong opponents would help Sun Wukong and the others grow in strength. Number 18's battle power of 5 billion, although incredibly powerful for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, was still not as beneficial for their growth as fighting against number 17. Moreover, Sui was eager to get a closer look at the goddess from his previous life. Number 18, whose original name was Lazuli. Although she was evil in this future world, she was still the same person. It was just her personality that had changed. Lazuli. Hello. Sui started a conversation with number 18. When number 18 heard her name called, she was slightly taken aback. At the same time that No. 18 was in a daze, Sui moved. In an instant, she teleported behind her and threw a punch. Their essay saying, it's never as satisfying as hitting a goddess. Now, Sui just wanted to say, who was the lunatic that said that? There was no satisfaction at all. One punch, just one punch, and Sui knocked number 18 to the ground, unconscious. Number 18, seeing number 18 go down instantly, number 17 frowned, glanced at Sui, who had returned to her normal state, and realized that things were not simple. Even he felt that this man's strength was very formidable. 51. The powerful android No. 17 is still distracted during our battle. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly and punched number 17 in the abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters into a dilapidated building. Is this all number 17 is capable of? Isn't he too weak? Vegeta said. Dad, don't be careless. Trunks knows the terrifying aspects of number 17. He quickly warned. Boom. At that moment, a massive shockwave rushed in from hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, it reached the front of Goku and the others. After the shockwave passed, Vegeta was already lying on the ground, while Goku and Trunks were still struggling to hold on. Let me handle it. Su Yi flew over, transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power. Brother Su Yi, This is a trial. I want to have a good fight with this guy. Sun Wukong excitedly turned to look at Su Yi and pleaded, I know my limits. If I'm not his opponent, I will definitely retreat in time. Seeing the determined expression on this kid's face, Su Yi thought for a moment and nodded, saying, be careful. To be honest, with Sun Wukong's battle power not exceeding 1 billion, facing 17's 5 billion still poses a high risk. After all, this is not 3 years later. For Sun Wukong, this is like facing the storyline of 17 3 years early. However, thinking about it, having Sun Wukong fight 17 isn't a bad idea. Knowing both the enemy and oneself ensures victory in every battle. 3 years later, he might easily defeat 17 in his original timeline, and at that time, he wouldn't even need to intervene. With this in mind, Su Yi rubbed his chin, thinking he definitely needed to interact with 18, who would be lazily 3 years later in that Dragon Ball parallel world. Right now, he just hoped that this woman wouldn't fall for Krillin for no reason. That would be really uncomfortable for him. Stepping back a few paces, Su Yi decided not to intervene for the moment, waiting for Sun Wukong and Trunks to take action. Casually, he glanced at Vegeta lying on the ground and shook his head with a smile. This perennial second place was probably feeling the most frustrated during this period. However, compared to the original storyline, he was at least much better off now, as according to the original, this guy couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan yet. The battle continued, and 17's strength was indeed formidable. Su Yi felt that, even as a Super Saiyan 1, he might not be able to handle this guy with absolute certainty. In the fight against Sun Wukong and Trunks, along with a furious Vegeta who had just regained consciousness, 17 appeared to be completely at ease, showing no signs of panic at all. As they fought, Su Yi also began to focus on his own matters. He had 250,000 exchange points and was ready to browse the system shop. Scrolling down, there were a plethora of techniques, martial arts, weapons, and elixirs, which left Su Yi feeling a bit dazzled. To be honest, Su Yi looked down on these techniques, even though they could shine with greater power in this Dragon Ball world. After all, these were merely ancient cultivation methods left over from the ancient Huaxia of his previous life. Not some legendary martial arts like the 9 Yang Divine skill from a wuxia novel. Therefore, it didn't really help Su Yi much. His own cultivated power was better. However, if he could really cultivate his own forces, these techniques would naturally be sufficient. Su Yi rubbed his smooth chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. The cultivation method was of no use to him, but if it were given to the people of this world, perhaps they could gradually cultivate it. However, that would take a long time. Su Yi thought for a moment and then discarded this idea. In her previous life, she might have needed to cultivate her own strength, but in this Dragon Ball world, it was completely unnecessary. A single person's strength could rival thousands of troops. If only this technique could be as powerful as those in the novel from her past life. Su Yi suddenly had this idea, and her eyes immediately lit up as she proposed. This system mall is too incomplete. It should have various cultivation methods or martial skills from the fantasy and immortal novels of my past life. The system responded, the host's suggestion has been received. Currently, the system mall is in the initial testing phase. There may be additions in the future, or there may not. Alright, having a thought is better than not having one. So Su Yi was not in a hurry. After browsing the system space for a while, Su Yi exchanged for some spiritual herbs and a few pills before exiting, spending a total of 10,000 exchange points, which wasn't too expensive. At this time, the battle in the sky was approaching its end. Su Yi looked up and saw Sun Wukong and the others being knocked down to the ground one after another by number 17. Next, only you are left. No. 17 focused his gaze on Su Yi, a hint of a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he beckoned with his fingers and said lightly, "Huh." Su Yi stretched comfortably, looking extremely lazy. However, in that moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and instantly teleported in front of number 17, delivering a powerful punch. No. 17 was sent flying, and Su Yi smiled faintly, unleashing a Kamehameha wave with instant teleportation that struck him solidly. Is he really this weak? Su Yi stood before him, looking down with indifference. If number 17 could be taken down so easily, then he really overestimated this guy. 5 billion combat power, nothing more than that. Cough cough. Truly powerful. After all these years, you are the first person to hurt me. Number 17 stood up and retreated, disappearing from Su Yi's sight in a flash. Bang! 2 seconds later, Su Yi raised his hand and threw a punch to the right, hitting number 17 squarely in the face, directly caving in his nose. However, no. 17 was an android after all, and his caved-in nose quickly restored itself. What an incredible man. He can actually perceive my position. Number 17 started to move his hands. And soon, his momentum suddenly erupted. 5 billion combat power, 6 billion combat power, 5 billion combat power, 7 billion combat power. Suyi frowned. This guy's battle power of 5 billion isn't his limit. In a short while, number 17's battle power reached 10 billion and didn't stop, but continued to rise. Eventually, number 17's battle power settled at 5 billion. In just over 10 seconds, his battle power increased by 10 billion. Suyi looked at No. 17 with a grave expression. This guy looked quite different from before. If he used to appear as a handsome young man, now he resembled a slightly bloated, much older youth. This is my ultimate form. You can call me Super 17. Number 17 spoke indifferently, exuding an air of superiority. Super 17? Suyi was taken aback upon hearing this. Shouldn't this Super 17 be the result of the fusion of the human and hell versions of Android 17 from the Dragon Ball GT world? Moreover, if this really was that Super 17, how could he possibly be so weak? Therefore, this Super 17 was definitely not the same as the one he remembered. However, a battle power of 5 billion was indeed somewhat troublesome. Suyi became serious yet very excited. Undoubtedly, Super 17 was a formidable opponent. But wasn't this also a chance to hone his skills? 52. Suyi versus Super 17. Come here and die. Super 17 had a blank expression on his face as he beckoned to Suyi with his finger. This arrogant posture made Suyi sneer. He activated his instant transmission and arrived in front of Super 17 in an instant. Bang! Suyi threw a punch, but it was directly intercepted by Super 17, who twisted his fist with force and then raised his hand to deliver a punch. How strong is a battle power of 15 billion? Now, Suyi experienced it. Super 17's punch struck his abdomen, causing his internal organs to churn as if rolling over, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Trash! Super 17 smirked coldly. After so many years, it was the first time he was injured, and Suyi's anger was understandable. However, he felt even more excitement. Finally, someone could match him. Good, this battle will surely greatly enhance my strength. Suyi used instant transmission to retreat several dozen meters, wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and unleashed his aura. In his Super Saiyan 1 full power state, his usual combat power was 50 times stronger. Now, he could feel his normal strength gradually increasing. After a while, with another burst of energy, his combat power in the Super Saiyan full power state had reached 6 billion. This power seemed like a mantis trying to stop a car in front of the 15 billion combat power Super 17. No, let's not forget Suyi's many trump cards. Tai Chi, 8 extremes fist, 1 yang finger. If he used them in succession, at the very least, he could hone his skills, if not defeat Super 17. So, his intention was to train and strengthen himself. His power had grown a bit, as expected of a Saiyan. Super 17 laughed, but there was no sign of fear on his face. Indeed, fighting against 6 billion combat power with 15 billion was akin to bullying a child, right? Soon, the two engaged in battle. Tai Chi, using stillness to overcome motion, responding to change without changing. 8 extremes fist, a fierce offensive, continuous bombardment. 1 yang finger. Various ancient low-level martial arts from the past were unleashed by Suyi, and for a moment, he was actually able to exchange blows with Super 17, who had 15 billion combat power, while only having 6 billion. At that moment, the unconscious android 18 and Goku had awakened. This is the Super Senzu Bean that Brother Suyi gave me. Eat it to recover, Goku said, pulling out a small bag and tossing a Super Senzu Bean each to Vegeta and Trunks. They quickly swallowed them, and the 3 of them felt revitalized. Brother Suyi's strength is formidable. He should be able to handle this 17. We can't just sit back and watch. This Android 18 is also a threat. Goku glanced at Android 18 and said coldly, "Go." Trunks charged forward with the Divine Sword, and Android 18 easily countered. "Trunks, increase your attack." Vegeta also rushed forward, and the father-son duo attacked Android 18 from both sides. Goku pondered for a moment, unleashed his aura, used the Kaioken, and then transformed into Super Saiyan full power. Now, with various buffs, his combat power was nearly 2 billion. Sensing the energy coming from behind, Vegeta turned around in disbelief. Upon seeing Goku's immense strength, he let out a furious roar and aggressively attacked Android 18. Boom! As Goku and the others all attacked Android 18, Suyi, on his end, punched Super 17, sending him flying into their battlefield. Android 18, take care of these 3 pests quickly. This guy is troublesome. Super 17's face was gloomy. He realized that his 15 billion combat power couldn't suppress this 6 billion. Now, Suya's combat power had steadily risen to 7 billion. The longer they fought, the harder Super 17 felt it becoming. He was consuming too much energy, and his combat power was gradually declining. Meanwhile, the Saiyan seemed to have no exhaustion at all. His power was rising instead, becoming more ferocious with each battle. Good. Android 18 nodded, unleashing her aura and transforming into Super 18. The siblings attacked simultaneously, directly knocking Goku and the others away. Then they both charged toward Suyi. Ha! Suyi only smiled coldly, not in a hurry to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He felt that he hadn't fully tapped into his potential yet. With 7 billion combat power in Super Saiyan 1 full power, he believed this was far from his limit. Setting a small goal, he aimed to practice against these two, honing his combat power in Super Saiyan 1 to reach 10 billion. That way, his normal combat power would be 200 million. When he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power would increase 100-fold, resulting in 20 billion combat power. Bang, bang, bang. The three engaged in battle, causing a series of explosions. And this exaggerated scene left Goku and the others speechless. It was terrifying, this level of combat power. They couldn't even see the speed of Su Yi and the others' exchanges with the naked eye, showcasing the powerful level of this confrontation. I really don't know how Brother Su Yi trains. I can never catch up to him. Goku couldn't help but marvel. From childhood to now, he had always chased after Su Yi, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only watch his brothers back from a distance. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth. He too had been trying to catch up to Goku's back, but he was always left behind, which made him furious. At that moment, in the sky above, Su Yi unleashed a shockwave attack on Super 18, sending her flying and crashing into a dilapidated abandoned building. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, but Su Yi 4-0 remained unfazed. If this 18 were not the evil one, perhaps he would show some compassion. But he understood that if this era's 18 showed mercy, the entire world would likely face destruction. He was not a savior, but he could not tolerate the existence of such evil in the world. Of course, one could say the main reason was that by taking down 17 and 18, he would receive a substantial reward of exchange points. Killing one person would earn him 100,000 exchange points. Therefore, he had no reason not to take action. Boom! As his battle power reached 10 billion in his Super Saiyan 1 full power state, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly erupted with energy, lightning crackling around him. This was Su Yi's Super Saiyan 2. 53. The issues of the future world are resolved. Alright, I want to waste any more time with you, Dai. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 made Su Yi's demeanor much more flamboyant as he raised his hand and beckoned to Super 17 in the sky, saying indifferently, "Were you even?" Super 17's gloomy expression looked quite terrifying as he raised his hand, unleashing energy blasts at Su Yi. Ha, trash. Su Yi let out a cold laugh. The 17 from the future world was originally much weaker than the 17 from the main timeline. Although this was a mutated Super 17, it still appeared too weak in front of him in Super Saiyan 2 form. Not wanting to waste any more time, Su Yi charged forward against the energy cannon fired by Super 17. At close range, a chi slash directly bisected Super 17. It was clear who the trash was. Su Yi waved his hand casually, and another energy cannon obliterated the decapitated Super 17. Next, following the same method, Super 18 was also wiped out by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A reward of 200,000 exchange points has been credited to your account. Please check. If you have any questions, please inform the system immediately. The system's sweet and melodious voice rang out. Heme Su Yi responded lightly. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have around 400,000 exchange points at this time. However, he still entered the system to take a casual glance and saw a balance of 398,000, which was normal. So he didn't pay it any more attention and returned to Sun Wukong and the others. How much does Super Saiyan 2 increase in power? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. 100 times. Su Yi replied and looked at Tenix. At that moment, the young man showed a relieved smile on his face and respectfully bowed to Su Yi. Thank you, Uncle Su Yi. If it weren't for you, the future world would likely have been destroyed by androids number 17 and number 18. Su Yi waved his hand, returning to his usual demeanor, and said lightly, "This matter has been resolved. Now you need to put in your own effort to cultivate." I understand. A determined expression was evident on Ternax's face. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. The future world is considered another time and space. and the events that occur naturally cannot be changed, unless Trunks finds the Super Dragon Balls. However, this is something far beyond what he can hope for with his current strength. Let's go back. Su Yi asked Tenenks to take out the time machine. The four of them got back on the time machine and returned to Su Ye's temporal world. Goodbye, Uncle Su Yi, Uncle Wukong, and Dad. Tenenks took a deep look at the three of them. A small tear fell from the corner of his eye, and then he activated the time machine and left. After Tenenks departed, Vegeta let out a long sigh, glanced at son Wukong, and snorted, "See you in 3 years. I will definitely surpass you. Mayday Suye. I'm going to train." After saying that, Vegeta flew away from the small island. Vegeta, see you in 3 years. Son Wukong smiled and waved in the direction Vegeta left, his face full of a relaxed expression. Brother Su Yi, I also want to work hard in my training. After Vegeta's figure completely disappeared, son Wukong turned back to Su Yi and said, Go ahead. Su Yi nodded. 3 years later, this place will gather. Su Yi glanced around and revealed a hint of an inexplicable smile. If you remember correctly, this small island was the one where 17, 18, and 16 were born 3 years later. Good. Son Wukong nodded and used instant transmission to leave the island. So he thought for a moment and also teleported back to West City. There are still 3 years until the artificial human storyline begins, and in these 3 years, he will surely transform into an extremely terrifying existence. By then, what will a complete cell amount to? Back at home, the little girl sensed his presence and hurriedly ran over with Zhen Huxiao. Daddy, Daddy. The little girl is now 3 years old and looks no different from a 7-year-old girl. Su Yi slightly crouched down, and the little girl jumped into his arms, gently rubbing her little head and smiling. Is Liuli being obedient? Liuli is very obedient, the little girl said with a squint and a smile, tilting her head. So good. Su Yexiang kissed her and then picked her up, looking at Zhen Huxiao, who walked over. He took her hand, and after all these years, this woman showed not a trace of aging, looking as youthful as a girl of 18 or 19. The little girl had been taken care of by you meticulously, and over the years, your cultivation had also slowed down. Su Yi whispered, when the time comes, I'll get you a cultivation method that will increase your strength without too much effort. What he was referring to was naturally waiting for the system shop's cultivation method classification to evolve. By the time he returned, he had already received a prompt from the system indicating that an urgent upgrade was in progress. Although this urgent upgrade option cost him 10,000 exchange points. The financially generous Su Yi didn't mind that amount too much. As long as the upgrade allowed him to exchange for what he wanted, it would be worth it. All right. Thank you, Master. Zhen Huxiao nodded. Clap. 693 Su Yi heard the call of Master, reached out and patted her little bottom, glared at her, and said, From now on, just like Bulma, call me husband. Upon hearing this, Zhen Huxiao shyly lowered her head and called out husband in an extremely soft voice. It was too quiet to be heard. Su Yi husband. Zhen Huxiao glared at Su Yi after shouting. Her face flushed as she ran away. Over the years, it was the first time she called Su Yi husband, and it was in front of the little girl, which made her quite embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Su Yi burst into laughter. Peh! Dad and Mom Xiao are showing off their love in front of Lu Li. The little girl pouted her beautiful big eyes, full of jealousy, and made a sarcastic remark. In response, Su Yi laughed even harder. As the days went by, Su Yi's combat power grew at a rapid pace. Soon, 3 years had passed just like that. On this day, Su Yi was about to set off from home to head to that small island in the south when he received news from Kame House. Yamcha's entire energy had been absorbed by someone. Moreover, he was on the brink of death. Upon hearing this news, Su Yi's gaze sharpened. After pondering for a few seconds, he understood that androids had emerged. Androids 19 and 20. When Su Yi felt Turtle Island, Yamcha had a look of panic on his face, talking to Master Roshi and the others about what he had just experienced. Soon, son Wukong and Vegeta also arrived at Turtle Island. After everyone greeted each other and was about to start a conversation, a powerful energy suddenly erupted near Turtle Island. Is this a provocation? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, emitting an extremely dangerous light. 3 years had passed, and his strength had grown to a very powerful level. His base battle power was 100 million, and after transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his battle power reached 5 billion. Now, he felt confident that if he encountered those 2 androids from the future again, he could easily crush them. Now that he has a father, he shouldn't be so irritable anymore. Son Wukong teased, then scratched his head and said, but the future Trunks mentioned that androids would appear 3 years later. Could the ones who nearly killed Yamcha this time be those 2 androids? Trunks had already been born a year ago, and nothing had changed. Kakarot, I think we should have a battle. Let me see the results of your training over the past 3 years. Vegeta crossed his arms and spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Suyi suddenly recalled something very important and said, Wukong, did you take the heart disease medicine that Trunks gave you 3 years ago? Heart disease medicine? Son Wukong blinked, and the others quickly turned their attention to him. You didn't forget where you put it, did you? Krillin exclaimed as he saw the awkward expression on Son Wukong's face. It seems like that. Son Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment, then patted his chest and laughed. I think it's fine. My body is very strong. Suye's mouth twitched a little. This kid really is carefree, not taking his own illness seriously. You have to know that in the original work, it was this illness that caused Son Wukong to be absent from the first half of the storyline involving the androids. Let me see if there are any heart disease medications in the system space. Suyi naturally didn't think that Son Wukong would remember where he placed his heart disease medicine. So he entered the system space with the intention of searching for the heart disease medicine. However, there were indeed many, but there were just too many varieties. I'm so foolish. I could have just asked the system and that would have been it. Suyi shook his head and silently asked system, which heart disease medication is suitable for Wukong? Ding. Searching for the host. Suyi waited for a few seconds, and soon, a red pill popped up in the system shop. Then, 100,000, then 1,000? After seeing the long string of zeros behind the red pill, Suyi counted it and his face instantly darkened. This heart disease medication actually costs 100,000 exchange points. System, this is way too expensive. Suyi started to complain, wondering why a small pill would be sold for such an expensive price of 100,000 exchange points. The system had clearly marked the price. Fair all. The system's sweet and pleasant voice echoed, but to Suyi, it sounded a bit quirky. Fine, I'll give you that. You caught me at a chance to make a profit off me. Suyi gave a thumbs up. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, he had extracted many valuable items from the gift packs and exchanged them for exchange points that were useless to him. Now, he had a total of 3 million exchange points in his account, which made him a small fortune. It is worth mentioning that 3 years ago, after the system Maul's martial arts category underwent an urgent upgrade, it took him a year to save enough exchange points to redeem a copy of the 9 Yang Divine Art. After this upgrade, the previous low-level martial arts were still available, but there were now many more martial arts from the world of martial arts. The 9 Yang Divine Art, the Purple Cloud Divine Art, the North Sea Divine Art, there were all sorts of various martial arts. Little did he know, using them was shocking. Just by practicing the 9 Yang Divine Art for 2 years, his strength skyrocketed from over 200 million combat power to over 1 billion. Strength is something that, the more powerful it becomes, the harder it is to increase. Therefore, increasing his combat power by nearly 800 million in 2 years was definitely a terrifying standard. This is heart disease medicine. You should take it. So he took out a small pill from the system space, which was contained in a small white J bottle, and handed it to Son Wukong. Oh, so I left my heart disease medicine with you, Brother Suyi? Son Wukong, who was still being lectured by Krillin and others, immediately brightened up upon hearing Suye's words. Good thing I remembered. Suyi nodded. This Son Wukong really was quite careless. But it was all right. Son Wukong had helped him explain, so he didn't have to clarify where the heart disease medication came from. Soon, Son Wukong took the heart disease medication, and after rolling his eyes around, he didn't notice anything wrong with himself. He scratched his head and said, See, I told you my body is great. How could I possibly have heart disease? Phew, taking it certainly eased everyone's worries. As for whether he really had heart disease, they didn't care. At least it was a preventive measure. Just then, the 2 powerful auras near Turtle Island erupted again, causing the surrounding sea area to shake. Earthquake! The turtle shouted outside the turtle house. I can't stand this anymore. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew straight out of the turtle house towards the source of the commotion. Hey, Vegeta, how can you go ahead of me? But it seems you've forgotten that I can use instant transmission. Son Wukong revealed a proud smile and instantly disappeared from his spot, clearly having used instant transmission to reach the battlefield. Everyone, gather around me and put your hands on me. I'll use instant transmission to take you there. Suyi glanced at the restless Piccolo and the others, and said a few words. Upon hearing Suye's words, Piccolo and the others hurriedly gathered around. Even Master Roshi moved closer, seemingly wanting to join in on the excitement. Whoosh! Once everyone was close to him, Suyi used instant transmission to bring everyone to the battlefield. They were a bit late, on the clearing of the small island. They could already see Vegeta engaged in battle with a gray-skinned, chubby man. It was Android 19 and 20, with 20 being that guy, Dr. Gero. Suyi recognized the person fighting against Vegeta and an old man who was chatting with Son Wukong. 55. Razy Lee's heart panicked. When Su Yi identified these two androids, Vegeta had already taken down Android 19. Kakarot, why aren't you killing this guy instead of chatting? After being defeated by Android 19, Vegeta turned around and saw Sun Wukong still talking to Dr. Gero, and his brows furrowed instantly. Sun Wukong sighed and decisively struck Dr. Gero, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Sun Wukong, why is your power so strong? Dr. Gero said in disbelief. He thought he was already very powerful, and killing Sun Wukong would be easy, but reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Dr. Gero, you are too unappreciative of the chance to live. Sun Wukong raised his hand, preparing to kill him. Just then, a cloud of smoke enveloped Dr. Gero, and then he lifted off the ground, flying away into the distance. Chase! Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong and flew after Dr. Gero. Soon, they arrived at a small island in the south. This small island was exactly the one Su Yi had agreed upon. Vegeta flew over, his brows tightly knitted. Vegeta, where is Dr. Gero? Sun Wukong and the others arrived late and saw the undulating mountains on the island, also frowning. I don't know. Vegeta replied coldly. Follow me. Su Yi sitep with Formarth. And in his perception, a very subtle aura was fluctuating ahead. Everyone followed behind Su Yi, and soon they arrived in front of a stone door. Inside, there was not only Dr. Gero, but also number 17, number 18, and another number 16. Su Yi stepped forward, touched the stone door, and then punched it open. You actually chased us here. Dr. Gero glared at Su Yi and the others, then ordered androids 17 and 18 kill this group of people. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances, a hint of indifferent smiles appearing on their lips. As you command, Android 17 stepped forward, but instead of attacking Su Yi and the others, he punched Dr. Gero in the abdomen, directly piercing through it. Oops, sorry, seems I hit the wrong person. Android 17 laughed apologetically. You. Dr. Gero turned around, looking at Android 17 with a face full of rage. What do you mean you? I already said I hit the wrong person. Android 17 took a few steps back with a smile and shook his head. After Dr. Gero roared in anger a few more times, Android 17 kicked out, directly decapitating him. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Krillin and the others gasped in shock. He was so brutal to his own creator? Krillin exclaimed. Hearing this, Android 17 glanced at him indifferently, then jumped over and crushed Dr. Gero's mechanical head, which was still talking. Me? Krillin was stunned when Android 17 beckoned to him. Android 17 nodded with a smile. Huh? Why is it always me who ends up in danger? Krillin cried out in frustration, jumping up and down in place. If it's death, then bring it on. What is there to be afraid of? Vegeta said with a cold smile. So he focused on number 18 from the beginning. Although this woman is very glamorous, she is different from the number 18 of the future world, who is filled with an aura of evil. She is the goddess of elegance that I admire. Sui couldn't help but smile. As if sensing Su Ye's gaze, number 18 turned her attention to him, and the two locked eyes for a few seconds. Sui gave her a gentle smile. Seeing this smile, number 18 inexplicably felt a warm sensation. Number 17, don't add to the slaughter. Our target is Sun Wukong. Number 18 quickly averted her gaze from Su Yi and said in a very calm tone. Upon hearing this, number 17 turned to look at number 18 and then pointed at Sun Wukong, saying speechlessly, isn't this just Sun Wukong? Huh. Number 18 followed number 17's finger and saw that the person beside Su Yi was indeed Sun Wukong. However, as she looked, she found herself unintentionally turning her gaze back to Su Yi. Wow, why is this man's gaze so gentle? Does he know me? Number 18's eyes met Su Ye's very gentle gaze again, and her pretty face couldn't help but flush slightly, feeling inexplicably flustered. Number 17 looked at number 18 strangely, took a few steps back to a coffin-like object, and said, he said this guy is even stronger than us. Let me see just how strong he really is. Boom. Just as number 17 was about to push open the coffin, Vegeta launched an energy wave attack. Hey, you guy, that's too much. Krillin complained, as Vegeta attacked without warning, which was simply life-threatening. The stone cave turned to ruins. This attack looked impressive, but didn't harm number 17 or number 18 at all. Bang! Outside, number 17 kicked open the coffin lid and said indifferently, number 16, wake up. Crack! Soon, the artificial human number 16 rose from the coffin, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Finally fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. We were created by the doctor to kill Sun Wukong. You should understand that, right? Number 17 said. Number 16 remained silent, as if he couldn't speak. Hey, are you really that strong? Number 18 first took a secret glance at Su Yi, then frowned as she looked at the tall and strong number 16. From the data, they didn't sense any strength from number 16. Number 16 glanced at number 18, but didn't speak, his gaze once again turning to Sun Wukong. Why are we talking so much? All artificial humans are evil. Just kill them all. Vegeta stepped forward, transformed into Super Saiyan, and charged at the three artificial humans. Su Yi was about to remind them, but the battle had already erupted completely. After thinking it over, he decided against it. It was better to let Vegeta and Goku hone their skills in this life-and-death fight. Most importantly, Cell would be attacking soon, and with Goku and the others' current strength, if he weren't around, they would likely be eliminated in no time. With this in mind, Su Yi glanced back at Gohan. He remembered that the Cell saga was when the mysterious Gohan made his appearance. Moreover, he was the first Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world to reach the Super Saiyan 2 state. Su Yi heard that in the previous life during this time period, that old man originally intended for son Wukong to be replaced by his son Gohan as the main character, but in the end, Wukong's image was too deeply ingrained in people's hearts, and it fell through. It seems that for now, it's best to let the plot follow the original work. Su Yi thought for a moment and did not plan to directly intervene to resolve the situation. 56, a monster with the energy of many people. Son Wukong and Vegeta are indeed powerful, but there's still no match for these three androids, and soon, both were defeated in succession. However, what surprised Su Yi was that after Son Wukong was defeated, the three androids chose not to attack them again. Son Wukong's strength was too weak. Android 17 casually brushed his hair back and said yes. Android 18 nodded in agreement, her gaze inexplicably drifting to Su Yi, and as the two locked eyes once more, her heart raced faster than before. Su Yi stepped forward and approached Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Gohan ran up and fed the Super Saiyan beans to the two of them. Damn it, why are the powers of these three androids even stronger than those of the androids from the future world? Vegeta, who had recovered, was furious. He had thought he could easily take down these three androids, but the reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Son Wukong must die. This is the purpose of our creation. Android 18 said with a cold face as she saw Su Yi guarding in front of Son Wukong and the others. Drink. Su Yi didn't say much and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, suppressing the current atmosphere with an absolute aura. So powerful. Number 16 finally spoke, his face showing shock. You are not my opponents, and I don't want to kill you. The androids in this timeline are not evil. They have never killed innocents. So Su Yi naturally wouldn't eliminate these three. Moreover, Cell is currently developing in secret, and finding this little creature sooner might resolve the situation earlier. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, number 16, 17, and 18 exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, number 18 stepped forward, glancing coldly at Son Wukong. You're lucky. After saying that, number 18 secretly glanced at Su Yi again, then flew away with numbers 17 and 16. The Supreme Kai has something to find me. Piccolo suddenly received a message from the Supreme Kai in the other world and then left. Su Yi understood what was going on. The Kaioshin must have learned about Cell's existence and realized that what the Earth needed right now was not a god, but someone with real power. Only by merging the two could Piccolo become a true Super Namekian. After thinking it over, he realized that after the fusion, Piccolo's power would be greater than Super Saiyan 1, but less than Super Saiyan 2. After Piccolo left, Su Yi and the others were also preparing to leave when suddenly a ripple appeared in the sky, followed by the appearance of a time machine. Huh? Is this the time machine from Future Trunks? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Soon, Future Trunks jumped out of the time machine. After greeting everyone, he spoke with a very serious expression. The bodies of the two androids from the future world are missing. What does that mean? Son Wukong was taken aback. He remembered that the androids from the future world had already been killed by Su Yi, right? The two androids were indeed dead, but only their clothes remained. The bodies were gone. Trunks said solemnly. Hearing this, Su Ye's eyes flickered. He knew that Cell must have absorbed the androids in the future world. However, the fact that he could absorb the dead surprised Su Yi a bit. As the group chatted, they flew towards Kame House. Trunks put the time machine into a capsule and flew into the sky. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a very strange aura coming from somewhere on the small island. Glancing at the others who had already left the island, Trunks hesitated for a moment but decided to follow Su Yi and the others. After returning to Kame House, Su Yi did not immediately mention Cell. He knew that everyone would soon encounter Cell on their own. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, Piccolo, who had returned from the other world and fused with the Kaioshin, passed through a city and sensed a very familiar aura, so he hurried over. When he expected to see someone familiar, what entered his sight was actually a green-skinned monster. Why does this monster have Wukong's aura? Piccolo's eyes widened, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Help me! At this moment, the monster was holding a middle-aged man, who was filled with fear and waved his hands at Piccolo, wanting him to save him. Piccolo glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. I am the richest man in this city. If you save me, I will give you all my wealth. The middle-aged man shouted. Please send flowers. It's so noisy. The monster released the middle-aged man, who slowly crawled toward Piccolo. After crawling for only a few seconds, the monster's tail, sharp at the tip, stabbed into his back. Gurgle, gurgle. Piccolo looked on as the middle-aged man was directly absorbed by the monster, and soon there was only a pile of empty clothes left. Piccolo, it's your turn now. The monster calmly stared at Piccolo and said one sentence. Cold sweat dripped from Piccolo as he looked at the monster. Drink! The monster crouched down and roared angrily, releasing an overwhelming aura. What? What is going on? Piccolo was shocked. Why did the aura from this monster resemble his own aura exactly? Zero. Surprised? The monster asked calmly. Who are you? How do you know the name Piccolo? And why do you have Wukong's aura as well as mine? Piccolo exclaimed. Because I am your brother. The monster was actually Cell. He said, not only do I possess the auras of you and son Wukong, but also Vegeta, Yamcha, and Tianjin Han. After saying that, Cell unleashed his aura once again, transforming into Vegeta's aura. Who the hell are you? Hurry up and explain. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Piccolo said coldly. There's no need, because you will soon become my food. Cell said calmly, taking a step forward and charging at Piccolo. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Vegeta, son Wukong, suddenly focused his gaze and shouted. You sense it too? Vegeta squinted his eyes. Let us go. Son Wukong ran out of Kame House and instantly teleported to the city where Piccolo was. At this moment, at Suye's home in West City, he was playing with his little girl when he suddenly sensed several auras coming from the same place, instantly thinking of Cell. Lily, play by yourself. Daddy has something to take care of. Suyi put down the little girl from her arms, then pressed her index and middle fingers together at her forehead and directly disappeared from the spot. 57. The complete form of Cell. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Over here, Piccolo, upon hearing Cell say that he would soon be his food, burst into laughter. What are you? After laughing, Piccolo stepped forward, then clenched his fists and roared, a powerful aura erupting from him. What? Cell was stunned as he felt this aura. As Piccolo's full power exploded, Cell's body began to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? How can you possess such powerful strength? Cell exclaimed in shock. How is it not possible? Piccolo moved, instantly reaching in front of Cell, and with a punch, sent him flying. Immediately after, he extended his hand and shot out beams of magical energy at Cell. Boom! Ah! Cell's cries of pain rang out. This guy's strength is too overwhelming. Cell immediately thought of escaping, taking advantage of the dust everywhere and Piccolo's moment of inattention. He flew away from the place. Trying to run? Piccolo sneered. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly lost sight of Cell, which made him stop and scan the surroundings in confusion, not understanding how this guy suddenly disappeared. Soon, Su Yi and the others arrived one after another. What happened? Son Wukong frowned at the city, which had basically become a wasteland, and said coldly, It was a monster with our energy. Its strength is very strong, but it's not my opponent. Piccolo said solemnly. Another android? Future Trunks spoke up. Unclear, but since he can absorb energy, I feel he's also an android. Piccolo speculated. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a grave expression. If this new android joins forces with those three androids, could it bring about a terrifying disaster for Earth? Thinking of this, Vegeta gritted his teeth and said coldly, If my strength were a bit stronger, I would definitely take down those few androids. Hearing this, Suyi glanced at him indifferently, knowing he was displeased that he hadn't eliminated those three androids. However, he understood Vegeta's personality. He speaks honestly. This was just a small complaint, so Suyi didn't mind too much. If Vegeta really became stronger and developed an inflated ego, Suyi would naturally let him understand what the gap means. Follow me. I think I know where this guy is. Suyi waved his hand and flew into the sky. If nothing unexpected happens, this Cell is likely from the future world of Trunks, which means that this world also has a juvenile version of Cell. He could think of this. In the future world, Cell probably could too, so all that was left to do was to go to the small island in the south to find Dr. Jiro's research student. Soon, The group arrived at the small island in the south. Here again? Isn't this where Dr. Jiro's laboratory is located? Trunks from the future frowned. Do you feel it? Goku squinted his eyes. His perception was different from others, so Vegeta and the others didn't sense it immediately, but he did. What? Such a powerful energy. Piccolo wanted to ask what was going on, but suddenly a strong aura emanating from the center of the small island, where Dr. Jiro's laboratory was located, changed his expression dramatically. It seems this guy has already evolved. Suyi felt the faint aura that had just erupted. Even this little bit revealed a combat power of 10 billion. If it truly erupted, how powerful would this cell be? In the original story, Cell's perfect form at this stage had a combat power of 600 billion. However, from this feeling, Suyi sensed that this guy might be more than just 600 billion. Such powerful strength. Could it really be the same person as that monster from earlier? Piccolo showed a look of shock. Just a little while ago, he could easily take down this guy, and now, in just over 10 minutes, he could be easily defeated, which was simply unbelievable. Boom! As everyone showed their astonishment, the fully evolved Cell appeared before them. Goku, Vegeta, Krillin. Cell scanned all the people in front of him, and finally, his gaze fixed on Suyi. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why is there no information about you in the database?" Suyi glanced at him indifferently. The future world is a different time and space from this world, so this Cell naturally cannot know about himself. Even if he absorbed the infant version of Cell from this time and space, it would be useless, because Dr. Jiro's plan to steal cells was never implemented on him. Over the years, Suyi has remained quite low-key and has hardly made a move. Therefore, Dr. Jiro naturally did not steal his cells and has no data stored about him. Brother Suyi, what is this guy's battle power? Sun Wukong asked seriously. System, what is the battle power of the complete cell? Suyi similarly inquired of the system. Ding ding ding. Detecting, the current battle power of the complete cell is 80 billion. The system's sweet and pleasant voice rang out. 80 billion battle power? Suyi was somewhat surprised to hear that it was only 20 billion stronger than the original work, thinking it was rather weak. Compared to the host, the complete form of Cell with a battle power of 80 billion was indeed weak, but for Sun Wukong and the others, it was incredibly powerful. The system explained. Suyi smiled lightly and nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. An 80 billion combat power cell was indeed weak and insignificant for someone like him, who was a variable. However, for Sun Wukong and the others, whose combat power was at most 10 billion at this stage, that was a terrifying existence of disaster-level proportions. 80 billion combat power. Suyi stopped thinking too much and told Sun Wukong and the others about Cell's combat power. Although it seemed like he had been communicating with the system for a long time, only a few seconds had actually passed. What? This monster actually has 80 billion combat power. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and they exclaimed in shock. 58. Inflated Cell? 80 billion combat power? One hand can beat you down. It should be known that the highest combat power among Sun Wukong and the others is only 10 billion. The gap between 80 billion and 10 billion is not just a difference of 70 billion in combat power. It is an unmeasurable gap. How can they fight this guy? Krillin's face showed a look of terror. Even Suyi might not be able to match this monster. Hearing Krillin's words, Suyi smiled faintly and did not explain anything. If he really had to take action, he could easily defeat this perfect cell in an instant. After all, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, a 100-fold increase would give him a combat power of a full 1 trillion. Not to mention, he currently didn't just control one Super Saiyan 2. Cell approached with a mocking expression on his face. In his eyes, these people were nothing but food. Although he couldn't see through Suyi, he didn't think Suyi could compete with his perfect form. Are you all planning to become my food one by one, or what? Cell came before Suyi and the others, only about 100 meters apart. This guy crossed his arms, exuding an arrogant posture, looking down on everyone present. Monster, don't be so arrogant. Vegeta roared angrily, his aura erupting fully. In his Super Saiyan 1 state, his combat power was 5 billion. I am Cell, you can call me King Cell, Prince Vegeta. Cell blinked, and then looked elsewhere, raising an eyebrow and laughing. It seems that the artificial humans of this world have arrived. 3 artificial humans. Very nice. As he spoke, Cell extended his head and licked his lips, revealing a look of obsession. Even now, he remembered the taste of absorbing Future World S Super 17 and Super 18. It was so delicious. Plus, since they came from the same source, the strength gained would multiply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, 3 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, as androids 16, 17, and 18 flew in side by side. Who are you? Why do I feel the aura of the same source from you? And why do I feel a natural suppression from you? Android 17 looked at Cell seriously. He could sense a very strong pressure from this monster. Android 17. With a combat power of 15 billion. TSK, if I absorb you, it will definitely increase my power by at least 10 billion. Cell's eyes sparkled as he looked at Android 17, his face filled with excitement. Huh! Android 17 coldly smiled. If he couldn't beat him, could he still run away? So, he didn't show too much fear. Cell's gaze shifted to Android 18, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. He didn't know who this trait came from. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Android 16 and frowned. 16, your strength is quite impressive. In short, if I absorb you in this 17, my combat power will surely exceed 100 billion. 100 billion. Upon hearing this astonishing number, everyone except Su Yi showed a shocked expression. That number is indeed frightening. Krillin, 10, and the others smiled wryly. Their current combat power was not even close to 1 billion, let alone 200 million. Tien was about the highest, with a combat power of 1.8 million. Compared to that, it was simply heartbreaking. Well, I won't waste my precious time. I'll absorb the two artificial humans from the same source first. As for 18, Cell lewdly licked his tongue and excitedly said, "Be my woman." Scum. Upon hearing this, Android 18's face revealed a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Su Yi stepped forward and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with a battle power of 100 billion, causing Cell to turn around in shock and stare at Su Yi. So powerful. Goku and the others felt Su Yi's energy and their eyes suddenly lit up. Trash. Su Yi teleported forward, pressing one hand directly on Sheru's head, piercing through one mountain after another. Su Yi is still Su Yi. Sun Wukong sighed, realizing that with just one hand, he could defeat Sheru, who must at least have a battle power level in the hundreds of billions. Vegeta swallowed hard, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Recently, his strength had increased significantly, and his mindset had gradually inflated. But now it seemed that even if his power increased 100-fold, he would still be instantly defeated by Su Yi. Damn it, why is there such a powerful man like you? Sheru trembled uncontrollably, unable to resist, as Su Yi pressed his head down with one hand. A piece of trash should have the awareness of a piece of trash. Su Yi said indifferently, "I won't kill you directly. Wukong and the others need to be tempered, and you are a very good whetstone. I will definitely kill this Cell in the end, but before that, I naturally have to maximize the significance of your existence. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Cell didn't dare to resist at all. He could feel that his current power was far from this man's limit. Therefore, if he didn't want to die, he inevitably had to become a dog. Su Yi smiled coldly, no matter how much of a boss you are in the Dragon Ball world at this stage. As someone outside the storyline, can easily crush you without reason. 077, get lost. Su Yi grabbed Salu by the neck and threw him hundreds of meters away. Whoosh! As he was tossed aside, a surge of immense anger ignited within Salu. The fear he felt earlier was not feigned. He was indeed very scared. However, how could he simply accept his fate like that? I must find an opportunity to absorb these artificial humans. If I can absorb just one, along with other energy, perhaps I can surpass a combat power of 100 billion. Deep within Salu's heart, the flames of revenge burned fiercely. He knew he had to endure. If he didn't, death would inevitably await him. Su Yi, standing in place, watched Salu flee in panic, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Even without telepathy, he could guess the psychological turmoil this guy was experiencing at that moment. Resentment, anger, revenge. These emotions undoubtedly existed. But did Su Yi feel fear? Impossible. You come at me, I will kill you. No matter how powerful you are, it cannot compare to my strength. Because even if you grow stronger, I too am becoming stronger. 59. Lazily's strange gaze. Returning to Sun Wukong and the others, Krillin quietly asked, "Is that monster Salu dead?" From their vantage point, they couldn't see Salu escaping, which was why he asked. Not dead. At this stage, this guy is a very good sharpening stone for you all, so I'm not planning to kill him directly. Su Yi was very straightforward and told them his purpose. Upon hearing this, the faces of the weaklings like Klin changed dramatically. Ha 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 ha. I really like this approach, Brother Su Yi. Sun Wukong said with excitement on his face. For someone like him who loves to fight, this was a huge benefit. Hee. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. As a Saiyan prince, he felt ashamed to be afraid of scum. I must train hard, and next time I see this scum, I will definitely kill him. Vegeta roared in fury in his heart. Piccolo, there's a hyperbolic time chamber in the other world, right? I think you should have the authority to let Goku and the others train in there for a while, right? Suya's gaze fell on Piccolo. This man, now merged with the gods, had a combat power that had surpassed the 100 billion mark, making him a terrifying existence. Hearing Su Ye's words, Piccolo was slightly taken aback, actually curious about how he knew this. However, he knew that Son Goku had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. So, perhaps Goku had told Su Yi? With this in mind, Piccolo nodded and said, "That's right, I have the authority to let Goku and the others train inside. But they can't stay in there for too long." "No problem." Su Yi waved his hand. He knew about the bugs in the room of spirit and time at different time periods. In the Heavenly Realm's room of spirit and time, 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. Thus, it has truly become a premier training location. The bodies of those inside will also grow normally, as if they have truly experienced that long period of time. Sun Wukong had once entered for a month during his childhood and couldn't endure it. However, a person can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. Otherwise, the exit will disappear, and they will never be able to come out again. P.S. Wukong had mentioned that a person can only enter the room of spirit and time twice in their lifetime, and these 2 times refer not to the number of entries, but to the total duration of 2 years. As long as the total time has not reached 2 years, they can enter and exit as many times as they want. According to Suye's memory, there was a bug in the Bu Saga. According to the Android Saga setting, a maximum of 2 people can enter the room at the same time, but in the Bu Saga, for people entered at once, later it became 3. There is also a bug in Dragon Ball Super, where Wukong and Vegeta stayed inside for a full 5 years, disregarding the original setting. So he couldn't understand how the current situation was. In any case, even if they could only train for 2 years inside, it would still be a very good opportunity for them to cultivate. Son Wukong and the others left, escorted by Piccolo to the Heavenly Realm. Suyi has emphasized that he should take Son Wukong along. In this context, Son Wukong is truly the destined child. Among the Saiyans, he is the first to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, in his mysterious state, according to the original work, his combat power is not in the range of 100 billion or 200 billion, but a terrifying combat power between 900 billion and 1 trillion. Facing him in this state, let alone Cell, even Su Yi would be easily defeated. Fortunately, this state of Wukong is very rare, otherwise, he would truly be the main character of Dragon Ball. What is your name? On the island, only Su Yi and a few androids remained. As they prepared to leave, Android 18 hesitated for a moment, flew over to Su Yi, her pretty face flushed for a second, and quietly asked, "Su Yi." Su Yi smiled at her. The woman had golden hair flowing in the wind, her eyes filled with tenderness, making her very enchanting. "Su Yi, my name is Lazili," Number 18 said as she brushed her hair back, then shyly glanced at Su Yi. Hearing the shout from behind her, Number 17, she seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly turned around. Yet, she still felt a bit reluctant and turned back to him, saying, "Remember me, my name is Lazili." "Okay." Su Yi smiled and nodded. Without her reminding him, he already knew her name and could remember it even better. "Goodbye." Lazili waved her hand and then followed No. 17 and the others away. Su Yi watched her figure disappear from view and couldn't help but smile knowingly. He understood that there was no need to rush. Although Lazili seemed to have developed an inexplicable fondness for him, he still knew that patience was key. In the end, the goddess of his past life would become his woman. Su Yi has been waiting for this woman for many years. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to come to Earth in the first place. Lazili is one of the biggest reasons. After calming his emotions for a moment, Su Yi instantly teleported back to his home in Shidu. "System, I need to upgrade the time house." Back in his training room, Su Yi directly communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Command received. Ding. Spending 200,000 exchange points to upgrade the time house. Ding. Upgrade complete. The time multiplier has increased from 10 times to 20 times. Just a few minutes later, a series of sweet and pleasant notification sound from the system echoed in Su Ye's mind. Very good. While others are making progress, I cannot fall behind. After all, I will eventually become the invincible man in this Dragon Ball parallel world. Su Yi felt a surge of heroism within him. As a reincarnator who controlled such a powerful system and was more familiar with the general plot trajectory of this Dragon Ball world, if he couldn't become invincible in this world, he might as well buy a block of tofu and crash into it. However, it was worth noting that his exchange points would definitely need to increase in the future to exchange for items. Although he currently had 1 million exchange points, down from 1,200,000 after spending 200,000 on upgrading the time room, in reality, this million could be easily spent on exchanging for ordinary items. It seemed that he needed to go out more often when he had time. Perhaps the system would release some very rewarding missions. With this thought in mind, Suyi slowly entered a state of cultivation. 60. The power of the Z fighters explosively increased. Time naturally flew by during cultivation, and a few days quickly passed. In those few days, dozens of days had actually passed in Suye's time room. After several days of cultivation, Suye's normal combat power reached an astonishing 5 billion. While his Super Saiyan 1 form had a combat power of 75 billion, Super Saiyan 2 had 150 billion, and Super Saiyan 3 reached a terrifying 600 billion. With such power, if he waited a bit longer for the Cell Saga to pass and move into the Majin Buu arc, his combat power in the Super Saiyan 1 state would likely approach 10 trillion. However, all of this was uncertain. In this parallel Dragon Ball world, the plot points might advance unexpectedly. In any case, seeing his power increase made Suyi naturally happy. After leaving the training room, Suyi took a shower and headed to Bulma's lab. Ever since she saw the time machine last time, this woman had been excitedly researching it. Always competitive, she vowed to develop her own time machine, and it had to be better than Trunks' time machine. Suyi, of course, supported her in this endeavor. However, he still expressed that there should be times to relax. Upon arriving at the lab, amidst the scene of Bulma shyly punching Suyi's chest, he embraced her and teleported back to his home. Bulma, really well known, Suyi. The three-person game officially began. About 2 hours later, after the pleas of the two women, Suyi finally ended this battle. While chatting, the two women fell asleep, and Suyi quietly got up and left the bedroom. Big brother Suyi. Just after leaving the bedroom and taking a few breaths in the backyard, his communication device rang. Suyi answered, and it was son Goku calling through Master Roshi's communication device. "What's up? Is there a situation?" Suyi noticed the seriousness in his tone and couldn't help but say, "A few days have passed. You should have gained a lot of strength from the spirit time room in the heavenly realm, right?" "Indeed, our strength has increased significantly, but Shero has been on a killing spree these past 2 days and has already slaughtered several cities." Son Wukong did not feel happy about his own increase in strength. Instead, he felt that if Sheru continued to kill like this, it wouldn't be long before all the people on Earth were killed by him alone. "It's okay. We have the Dragon Balls. All those who lost their lives in this disaster can be revived." Suyi smiled and comforted him. Upon hearing this, son Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "That's right. There's still the Dragon Balls." However, allowing Cell to continue his slaughter is ultimately not a solution. Moreover, our strength has already reached its limit. If we want to break through this bottleneck, it seems we can only rely on battles between life and death. Are we that impatient? Suyi laughed and said, "It seems you are very confident in your own strength." "That's not exactly the case," Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. "Mainly because if we don't experience life and death battles, it will be hard for us to continue to grow our strength." This was indeed true. They had trained in the Spirit Time House in the Heavenly Realm for 2 years, and their combat power had increased geometrically. However, this kind of training, lacking life and death struggles and real challenges, could be likened to flowers grown in a greenhouse, beautiful but useless. Therefore, it was still necessary to temper themselves between life and death to deepen and solidify the combat power gained in the greenhouse training. That makes sense." Suyi nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll take you to find Cell. This time, unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene." Since he sees Cell as a sharpening stone, Suyi naturally wouldn't act lightly. Even if Sun Wukong were to die, he wouldn't intervene. Every Dragon Ball fan probably wants to witness how that mysterious Gohan is born, right? He, of course, is no exception and is very much looking forward to the moment of Gohan's mysterious birth. The main thing is that he doesn't know if he can attempt to dissect that realm. If he could grasp that mysterious realm, to what extent would his strength reach? It's unimaginable, unthinkable. Without further ado, Suyi left a message for Bulma and the others and instantly arrived at Kame House. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others had already gathered together. Compared to the dejection and fear of Krillin and the others a few days ago, these guys now looked much more composed. Especially Vegeta, whose proud demeanor clearly indicated that, even without knowing his current battle power, one could easily guess that his strength had certainly undergone a leap in growth. "Mr. Suyi, I would like to ask for your guidance." The arrival of Suyi significantly reduced the proud expression on Vegeta's face. At least in front of him, this proud Saiyan prince showed a great deal of respect. All right, this kid has a good attitude, and Suyi happened to want to see how strong he had become. Soon, the two flew to a small island a kilometer away from Korin's tower. It was uncertain how long Vegeta could last against Suyi. Krillin and the others started whispering amongst themselves. Dad's power is getting stronger and stronger. I think he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 soon, right? Future Trunks said. Not even close. Goku understood how difficult it was to transform into Super Saiyan 2, so he did not agree with Trunks. Hearing Goku's rebuttal, Trunks scratched his head, showing a confused expression, and asked, Uncle Goku, have you had the chance to transform into Super Saiyan 2? I'm just as far off. Goku shook his head. He had tried to transform into Super Saiyan 2 after leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, attempting it no less than hundreds of times without finding that breakthrough feeling. That was why he wanted to fight Cell as soon as possible. Who knows? He might break through himself during the life and death battle. Trunks fell silent, looking at Vegeta, who was fighting in his normal state against Su Yi in Super Saiyan 1. His face gradually showed a look of shock. He saw that his uncle Su Yi, in his normal state, was actually overpowering his father, who was in Super Saiyan 1 with a power level of 40 billion. Oh my god, has Uncle Su Ye's power reached such a terrifying level? Trunks exclaimed. Trunks had thought that his dad, with a power level of 40 billion, could easily dominate Su Yi in his normal state. Yet the result was the opposite. His dad was being overpowered. How could this not shock him? Trunks, sometimes things don't appear as they seem on the surface. However, Goku did not think that Vegeta was being overpowered by Su Yi in his normal state. He saw that Su Yi was feeding Vegeta techniques, and Vegeta was unleashing all his power to fight back. Wasn't it so? Trunks scratched his head, despite his decent strength. His battle experience was still too shallow compared to Goku, a seasoned warrior. Piccolo crossed his arms, and LY explained to Trunks from the side. Su Yi is feeding Vegeta techniques. This is just foreplay. Wait until the real battle begins. Boom! At that moment, an explosion sounded from the sky. Bang! Vegeta was knocked down onto a mountain by a punch from Su Yi in his powered-up state, raising a cloud of dust. Uncle Piccolo, is this also feeding techniques? Trunks swallowed hard, pointing at the mountain where Vegeta had fallen, shocked. Piccolo was momentarily speechless, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, just like the comments from the bullet screen when he watched the Dragon Ball anime in his past life. Piccolo's face was turning green from the awkwardness. Goku also awkwardly laughed a couple of times, not knowing what to say. He truly did not expect a mere powered-up state could send Vegeta, with a power level of 40 billion, flying. Su Ye's strength was indeed formidable, from the actual feeling. It seemed that his battle power was solid, while theirs felt somewhat inflated. After a long while, Goku still hadn't seen Vegeta get up from the ruins of the mountain. He smiled wryly and said, the outcome is decided. Su Yi easily crushed Vegeta, who was at full power in Super Saiyan 1 with a battle power of 40 billion, in a normal powered-up state. Boom! No, it's not over. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the mountain. How could Vegeta, such a proud Saiyan prince, just admit defeat after being overpowered in a powered-up state? Piccolo smiled. Although Vegeta was a bit arrogant and had a tendency to seek a fight, his talent and strong pride were indeed terrifyingly strong. In the sky, Su Yi looked indifferently at Vegeta, who was rushing up from the ruins, and with a shake of his body, transformed into Super Saiyan 1, raising his hand to slap down. Bang! Like swatting a mosquito, Su Yi's slap easily sent Vegeta flying hundreds of meters away. A few seconds later, Vegeta erupted with energy and charged back. Su Yi did not lift his eyelids, slowly raised his hand, and slapped again. The same scene repeated itself, and Vegeta was once again sent flying hundreds of meters away. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. In total, it happened 13 times. Vegeta, already covered in injuries, moved slower with each hit. By the end, his Super Saiyan state had faded, and he could only rely on his strong pride and self-esteem to fly in front of Su Yi. Witnessing this, everyone exchanged glances. Even Su Yi felt speechless. Vegeta's head was really too hard. The iron-headed kid of the Dragon Ball world? Iron-headed Kid Vegeta, I have to admit defeat to you. Hurry up and eat this Super Senzu Bean and go rest. On the 35th time, Vegeta, completely out of strength, collapsed halfway to Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi instantly teleported to him and fed him a Super Senzu Bean. Soon, the guy was lively again, ready to fight once more, but was knocked out by a punch from Su Yi. Carrying Vegeta to where Goku and the others were, Trunks hurried over to support him, looking at Su Yi with admiration in his eyes. Goku, do you want me to give you some pointers? Su Yi saw Sun Wukong looking at him with a serious expression and couldn't help but ask, actually, I've been thinking about it, but let's do it. Su Yi didn't wait for Sun Wukong to say much before bringing him into the sky and giving him a good beating. Seeking flowers. As for why Su Yi was so proactive, it was entirely due to a task assigned by the system. Beat Sun Wukong. And for every time he beat him before Vegeta and knocked him out, he would earn 1,000 exchange points. Just now, he had beaten Vegeta 35 times, earning a total of 35,000 exchange points. This task was too profitable. In his view, Sun Wukong's combat power was slightly higher than Vegeta's, so he would definitely be able to take a few more hits. He figured he could at least earn 50,000 exchange points from him, right? 20 minutes later, it was proven that the stronger Sun Wukong could indeed take a few more hits. Before he passed out, he was hit by Suyi a total of 65 times. With 65,000 exchange points plus the 35,000 from Vegeta, his balance of 1 million exchange points had once again risen to 110,000. 0. So delightful. Suyi glanced at Piccolo and the others, and the group immediately retreated over 100 meters, afraid that he would suddenly decide to give them some pointers. Seeing their stance, Suyi shook his head. He was actually training Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Don't you see that in such a short time, these two guys have increased their combat power by at least 100 million? However, the system didn't issue a task to beat up Piccolo and the others, so Suyi didn't actively seek trouble with them. He glanced at the unconscious Sun Wukong, pondering that it would be better to wait a couple of days before taking him to find that guy's cell. Before that, he needed to locate Cell's exact position. You all take Wukong back and let him rest for 2 days. I'll go scout out where Cell is. After saying this, Suyi directly disappeared from the spot using instant transmission. So terrifying, Piccolo and the others looked at the bruised Sun Wukong, recalling Su Ye's brutality, and they couldn't help but tremble. They were deeply contemplating if that punch landed on them. Would they die from the third punch or the second punch? Or could they not withstand even a single punch at all? In any case, Su Ye's strength was once again deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the Z fighters, an indelible mark for a lifetime. 62. Cell, who was going to hold a martial arts tournament. At this moment, in a city in the north, the entire city was plunged into chaos. Monster, run away. Damn it. Why does such a monster appear? Monster, don't come near me. Ah. Screams and terrified voices echoed everywhere. Suyi stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, coldly observing everything. For now, Shenron had no other way to enhance his power and could only absorb energy from ordinary people to improve himself. In fact, Suyi understood that this guy possessed Saiyan cells and could completely train through battle to break through his current combat power. However, no one reminded him, and this guy simply didn't have the brains to think of that for the time being. Shenron, after all these days, your strength is still so weak and pathetic. Suyi instantly teleported in front of Shenron, who changed his expression drastically upon seeing him. 09-3 hurriedly threw aside a human he was holding and then crouched down on the ground. After so many days, the pressure Suyi exerted on him in a normal state was unimaginable, so he immediately surrendered, crouching on the ground without daring to have any thoughts of resistance. However, deep down, Shenron was roaring wildly. Suyi, one day, I will absorb you and make you tremble beneath my feet. Suyi looked at his trembling body with indifference and smiled coldly. Is your little scheme stirring at this moment? Thinking that one day you will kill me and absorb me? No, you dare not. Shalu trembled again, his head lowered, his face filled with shock. He couldn't believe how this guy knew what he was thinking at that moment. I still understand you a bit, don't deny it. If you want to absorb me, then go ahead and try. Suyi was not angry. The invincible loneliness at this stage was something only he could understand. Shenron had the potential to become his opponent and could give him the opportunity to break through his own limits. If he was not mistaken, it would be very difficult for this world to have the possibility of breaking through to Super Saiyan 4. So after Super Saiyan 3, he could only advance towards the realm of Super Saiyan God or the Super Saiyan Blue state. Thinking of this, Suyi suddenly recalled the opportunity he had to transform into the next level of Super Saiyan. Perhaps he could use that precious opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan God, or maybe even the realm of Super Saiyan 4. He would decide then. Suyi thought for a moment and decided not to rush into using that opportunity. After all, it was a one-time chance and would be gone once used. Shala looked up at Suyi and tentatively spoke. I want to hold a world martial arts tournament. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Has it really followed the original plot direction? I have the Saiyan warrior gene in my cells. So I want to hold a tournament for the strongest martial artists in the world. You can participate too. Shenron's gaze flickered, and he said sincerely, of course, I have my intentions. If I kill them and absorb them, perhaps I will gain the power to rival yours. At this moment, Shenron was also clever enough to understand that when facing a man like Suyi, honesty is the best policy. All right, If you kill them, I won't stop you. So he didn't care about the Dragon Balls, which were like a bug. He naturally wasn't afraid that Sun Wukong and the others would die. Moreover, he didn't think that this Cell could pose a threat to them. It's even possible that Cell wouldn't need him to intervene. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Cell immediately became excited. See you in 2 days on that small island in the south. Su Yi glanced at him indifferently and used instant transmission to leave the place. After Su Yi had been gone for a while, Sheru finally got up from the ground, squinting his eyes and revealing a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, whispering, "Trash. Sooner or later, I will make you understand that the great King Sheru is a being you should never provoke in your lifetime." At this moment, on Turtle Island, Su Yi spread the news that Sheru wanted to hold a martial arts tournament. "I won't participate." Krillin immediately waved his hand, shaking his head to refuse this battle. Of course, as an ordinary Earthling with a fighting power barely over 1 million, how could I compete with these aliens and monsters with combat powers over 100 billion? I'm afraid I wouldn't even have time to fight back before Shockwave comes and turns me to dust. Yeah, this martial arts tournament is indeed very dangerous. Krillin, it's better for you not to participate. Su Yi nodded in agreement and looked at the already awakened Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This time, Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, you all participate in this battle, and us. Just then, an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived at Kame House, which was none other than Android 16 and the others. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as 3 people walked into the Kame House. We also want to participate in this martial arts tournament. The speaker was Android 17, whose personality was quite cheerful, while Android 16 and 18 seemed a bit more reserved. Of course, 18, Lazuli, looked at Su Yi with her usual tender gaze. You 3 are going to participate? Su Yi glanced at Lotzi Li, who was wearing a punk black and white outfit today, perfectly matched with her slightly short golden hair, making her utterly captivating. That's right. Number 17 nodded. Lotzi Li, why don't you just sit this one out? A woman can simply stand behind a man and be protected. Su Yi said lightly. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was taken aback. Lotzi Li blinked her beautiful big eyes, and when everyone's gaze turned towards her, her pretty face instantly flushed red. You, Su Ye. This woman lowered her head and called out Su Ye's name softly, her voice intermittent, and just from her tone, it was clear that she was extremely shy. Su Yi smiled calmly, and he understood that dealing with a woman like Lotzi Li required directness. Come behind me, and I'll protect you from now on. Su Yi extended his hand and smiled slightly. As soon as he spoke, Lazili, who had her head down, trembled slightly, then raised her head to look softly at Su Yi. She blinked, bit her lip, and her cheeks suddenly became much more flushed. Shyly, she turned and ran out of the Kame House. In response, Su Yi scratched his head. He was indeed surprised that Lazili could be so shy. The gazes around him were scanning, and Su Yi coughed twice. In that case, let's add androids 16 and 17. This battle concerns your future. You'd better develop some tacit understanding within 2 days. What are the rules of the battle? Sun Wukong asked. Very simple. You all gang up on Cell by yourselves. Su Yi smiled and said, the way of Tai Chi is to use stillness to control movement, to respond to all changes with an unchanging nature. A group battle. Cell. Alone? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Krillin and the others wanted to laugh, but couldn't. It was clearly a sad story. The strength of Sun Wukong and the others is well known. This group of monsters needs to gang up on Cell. So wouldn't a one-on-one fight just lead to being severely beaten? Huh. Proud as Vegeta is, he merely snorted and did not oppose Su Ye's rules for the martial arts tournament. If he were to face Cell alone, he would probably be defeated in no time. All right, there are still 2 days left. Everyone should try to get used to each other. Su Yi smiled and said, for the next 2 days, let me take over for Sheru and help you all with your training. As soon as these words were spoken, Krillin and the others were taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the stiff-faced Piccolo and couldn't help but chuckle. Not long ago, they had heard Piccolo say that he would rather die than be trained by Su Yi, and now it was happening so soon. Can I skip this martial arts tournament? Piccolo hesitated for a moment and raised his hand to call out. Su Yi instantly fixed his gaze on him, squinting his eyes and smiling as he said, Bic, do you think it's possible? Later, you'll be the first to simulate a battle with me. Bic, Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, Android 16, Android 17. These guys are all task points for him to earn exchange points. Can Su Yi make them not participate in this martial arts tournament? It's obviously impossible. There are a total of 7 people, and Su Yi is thinking that this training will not only elevate their combat power to a higher level, but will also allow him to earn at least 200,000 to 300,000 exchange points. It's a win-win situation, simply too delightful. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Piccolo's face turned green instantly. Of course, his face is inherently green, but now it's much greener than before. Soon, a group of people arrived at a small island not far from Kame House. With 2 days to spare, the schedule was tight, and Suyi planned to start with one-on-one fights, training them first before letting them unite to battle against him. With his current strength, in a state of full power, he could easily handle these guys one-on-one. If they teamed up, he might need to transform into Super Saiyan 2. The first one, Piccolo, was beaten about 20 times in 10 minutes. The second, Vegeta, was beaten 30 times in half an hour. The third, Trunks. Soon, the first round of beatings was completed. With 250,000 exchange points credited, Suyi looked particularly kind at the sight of these guys with black eyes and swollen faces. Everyone distributed the Super Senzu Beans, and then let us unite and attack me together. Suyi distributed the Super Divine Beans and became serious. The combined effort of 7 people was considered a small challenge for him. Of course, it was only a small challenge for him in his Super Saiyan 1 state. The group restored their energy and slowly flew up into the sky one by one. Suyi calmly looked at them, quite composed. The first to lose control and attack was Vegeta. He quickly rushed over, throwing powerful punches at Suyi, both in momentum and strength. However, Suyi easily blocked them. The onlookers saw Suyi slowly retreating in the sky, but with their keen eyes, they understood that it was not Vegeta overpowering Suyi. It was all calm and relaxed. At this moment, Suyi was in this posture, facing Vegeta's attacks with great ease. It's my turn. After defending for a while, Suyi calmly threw a punch. Bang! Vegeta matched him with a punch as well. With this hit, Vegeta was sent flying backward. Are you all just watching a show? Suyi glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, his expression darkening. If I were Cell right now, wouldn't the first one charging in, Vegeta, already be dead? Hearing Su Ye's reprimand, Sun Wukong and the others finally regained their senses and hurriedly attacked him. While Trunks rushed over to Vegeta with a Super Senzu Bean. I can still fight. The Super Senzu Bean can wait. Vegeta flew out from the ruins of the mountain, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But his expression became much more resolute, filled with fighting spirit as he stared at Suyi, who was calmly dealing with the other 5 in the sky. Go! Vegeta shouted and directly soared into the sky. Trunks on the ground was slightly taken aback, quickly stowing away the Super Senzu Bean, and also shot up into the sky, charging towards Suyi. Boom! Bang! The sounds of various energy blasts exploding filled the scene. Suyi responded calmly, not exhibiting a trace of panic. Using stillness to control movement and responding to change with constancy, this is the way of Tai Chi. The faster you are, the slower he becomes. There's a saying that in martial arts, only speed is invincible. However, in the face of Tai Chi, the higher you rise, the quicker you fall. The way of Tai Chi excels in its extremely stable mindset and is known for its endurance in battle. 7 people surrounded one, attacking for over 10 minutes. Yet Suyi did not expend any energy at all, while Sun Wukong and the others were gasping for breath, sweat pouring down their foreheads and backs. Your strength is indeed impressive, but your coordination is lacking. Just like now, boom. Su Ye's gaze flickered, his 5 fingers tightened together, and he suddenly struck at the nearby gap in Son Gohan's defense. Then, with 4 fingers bending and shaking against Gohan's chest, he formed a fist and unleashed a powerful blow, sending Son Gohan flying several hundred meters towards the nearby mountains. Gulp! Witnessing the scene, Krillin and the others below couldn't help but swallow hard. This was true martial arts, the power of the physical body combined with the use of energy, creating such terrifying might. After quickly defeating Son Gohan, Suyi instantly teleported behind Son Goku and fired a ki blast, sending him flying several hundred meters away as well. Companions must protect each other's backs. Vegeta, you can't do it. Su Ye's figure turned again, and a cold voice rang in Vegeta's ears. Immediately after, a shockwave hit, sending him flying as well. In just a few breaths, only 4 of the 7 people attacking Suyi remained. This is still in my Super Saiyan 1 state. You're too weak. Suyi shook his head and sighed. He had thought that these 7 people could help him enhance his power in Super Saiyan 1 form, but they did not. It is important to note that Cell's strength was barely enough to force him into Super Saiyan 2. Yet this group couldn't even defeat him in Super Saiyan 1. How could he face Cell's martial arts tournament in 2 days? As soon as Super Saiyan 2 was unleashed, he instantly took out his opponents, while accompanying Xiao Yuli to a parent-teacher meeting. Hearing Su Ye's words, everyone fell silent. At that moment, a powerful aura burst forth. It was Vegeta, also Goku and Gohan. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan charged over, starting to punch and kick Suyi. Suyi remained calm and continued to fend off the attacks, occasionally countering with a punch. Go! Piccolo revealed a battle-ready expression and charged forward as well. In an instant, the 7 of them launched another assault. This time, thanks to Suyi's previous reprimands, everyone was more serious, looking out for each other while simultaneously attacking Suyi. Under the combined attacks of the changed group, Suyi, who had been composed and unperturbed at the start, gradually began to feel some strain. However, they still couldn't force him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After about half an hour of fighting, Suyi retreated a dozen meters, spread his limbs, and let out a roar, his powerful aura directly blasting everyone back several meters. Super Saiyan 2. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their fighting spirit deepened significantly. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Suyi coldly glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, then instantly teleported in front of them, his punch speed unimaginable, sending one person flying with each punch. In the blink of an eye, all 7 had been knocked to the ground. With this round of training over, he planned to do some self-training tomorrow and go find that guy Cell the day after. After knocking Sun Wukong and the others away, Suyi didn't continue to attack. He said one sentence before vanishing into the sky. He didn't plan to concern himself with the aftermath. Although the 7 were not a match for his Super Saiyan 2, being able to push him to that form was already impressive. At least, they should have no problem surrounding Cell, unless that guy evolved again. Thinking of this, Suyi, back at home in West City, began to ponder again. It was true that Cell could evolve further. For example, his complete body rampage state was roughly equivalent to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1. Although the power increased significantly in various aspects, his speed was much slower. This state of Cell wasn't too strong, and Suyi believed that Sun Wukong and the others could handle it. Next, the evolution would be Lightning Cell, whose combat power would be off the charts, also surrounded by lightning, equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Suyi knew that in this state, Cell was slightly stronger than Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Therefore, Lightning Cell's combat power should be greater than or equal to Super Saiyan 2. Daddy. At this moment, Suyi, sitting on the sofa in the living room at home, heard the shout of the little girl, Luli. What's wrong? Suyi came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at his precious daughter running towards him, a smile appearing on his face. Daddy! Little Lioli jumped into Suyi's arms, her little head rubbing against his chest. After a few seconds, she looked up at him with her big, sparkling eyes and said, "There's going to be a parents' meeting at school, and Mommy and Xiao Mama are both busy." Hearing this, Suyi blinked, thinking it was possible that Bulma didn't have time. However, he found it hard to believe that Xiao Mama truly didn't have time. Looking at his daughter's sky-blue eyes blinking brightly, Suyi, knowing his daughter well, understood her intentions. She definitely wanted him to accompany her. All right, when is it today? Suyi thought for a moment and realized that she hadn't spent much time with Xiao Liuli recently, so she smiled and nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, Daddy is the best. The little girl excitedly leaned in to give Suyi a kiss on the cheek, then jumped down and spun around in place. In her white princess dress, she looked just like a porcelain doll, delicate and cute. And she do, at a kindergarten called Carrie. At this moment, Suyi was holding the little girl's hand as they arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. Shidu is a big city with very good development, and, economically, it can be said to be one of the most developed cities on Earth. People were coming and going, cars were passing by, and many luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the kindergarten. Liuli, just as Suyi was preparing to enter the kindergarten with the little girl, a young boy's voice called out. Hearing this voice, the little girl furrowed her brows tightly, but pretended not to hear. Is someone calling you? Suyi was slightly taken aback, turning her head to look as a little boy ran over, holding the hand of a mature man. Liuli, we meet again. The little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, looked wealthy and was probably a rich second-generation child. At this moment, he looked at the little girl with an excited expression on his face. Suyi casually glanced at the little boy's parent, who looked to be around 40. Typical of someone having a child later in life. The parent was looking at the boy with a doting expression, and while the boy's outfit didn't show any labels, it was likely not cheap. Shiro, I told you besides my mom and dad, no one is qualified to call me Liuli. The little girl said with a displeased expression, her gaze not even on the boy. Upon hearing this, the boy chuckled awkwardly, while the middle-aged man beside him furrowed his brows, glancing at the little girl. He found her to be very delicate and cute, and he slightly raised his gaze to look at Suyi, dressed in ordinary clothing with no distinguishing features, and with a tail at her waist, she appeared to be some sort of monster species. Could someone like this really be the parent of such a little princess? Impossible. Instantly, the man's gaze softened considerably, and he said lightly, "Kids should watch their words. Also, it's an honor for my son to like your young lady. Do you know that?" In his words, the man seemed to regard Su Yi as the little girl's servant. Upon hearing this man's words, several big question marks popped up in Su Ye's mind. Are ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world really this full of themselves? And what on earth does your young lady mean? Su Yi blinked and met the gaze of the arrogant middle-aged man, then beckoned him with her finger. "What are you doing? Do you know that pointing at people like that is very rude?" The man had a sullen expression and spoke coldly. But he had only said half of his complaint when Su Yi punched him in the stomach, forcing him to swallow his words. "Sorry, I'm a rough person and don't have so many rules. If you annoy me, I'll just hit you. Luli, let's go." Su Yi smiled as she watched the middle-aged man beside her, who was shouting in pain and bending like a shrimp, holding the little girl's hand as they walked into the kindergarten. In a sense, this man should be grateful to be alive. After all, as an ordinary person, surviving a punch from the strongest man on earth is indeed a tremendous stroke of luck. Of course, that punch must have contained a force of hundreds of billions. Or rather, trillions. Anyway, no matter how you put it, this is just a lucky ordinary person, and that's enough. Led by the little girl, Su Yi arrived at a classroom. At a glance, she noticed many non-human species present. These should be considered beastmen. In the Dragon Ball world, such beings are quite common and wouldn't cause any panic. Soon, she found a spot to sit down, and, after a while, the middle-aged man and the little boy she had met at the school gate walked in. The man cast a dark glance at Su Yi, then pulled the little boy to sit in the front row. The parent-teacher meeting proceeded normally, and Su Yi occasionally teased the little girl as time passed. After about 40 minutes, the parent-teacher meeting ended. Today was a holiday, and as soon as the meeting finished, there were no more classes. The father and daughter walked out of the kindergarten hand in hand. Just as they stepped out, a werewolf, a tiger man, and a bear man approached, cracking their knuckles. "Hey kid, come over here and chat with us." The werewolf grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and beckoned to Su Yi. "Don't bully my dad." The little girl immediately let go of Su Ye's hand and spread her arms to block the three beastmen. "Oh, what a cute little girl." The tiger man chuckled upon seeing her adorable demeanor. "Hey, we're here to cause trouble for this kid." The bear man slapped the tiger man on the head and glared at him. "Oh, right." The tiger man smacked his forehead, then turned his head to glare at Su Yi, coldly saying, "Kid, you have 3 seconds to leave with us, or you'll regret it." Hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and replied in surprise, "If I don't go with you, do you really think you can make me regret it?" What she said was indeed quite funny. Moreover, threatening Su Yi, they must not have faced real danger before. The three beastmen exchanged glances, momentarily stumped by Su Ye's words, unsure of how to respond. "Cut the nonsense. Are you coming with us or not?" After a few seconds, the not-so-bright beastmen shouted angrily, "You bad guys can just go away." Before Su Yi could speak, the little girl activated her Protect Dad mode, stepping forward with small strides and swinging her hand. Amid the mocking laughter of the three orcs, a gust of wind suddenly blew out. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the three orcs were blown into the sky by this wind. "Huh!" Seeing this, Su Yi was even more surprised. How could this little girl control the air to create a gust? "Oof. Let us see if you bad guys dare to cause trouble for Lioli's beloved dad again." The little girl raised her hand to wipe her little nose and let out a cold snort. Seeing the adorable appearance of this girl, Su Yi smiled knowingly, picked her up into his arms, and then, under the astonished gazes of those around, he instantly teleported away from the kindergarten gate. At the same time, at the entrance of a small alley beside the kindergarten, the middle-aged man who had been punched by Su Yi was wiping the cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead with a small towel. As a middle-class individual in the West Capital, he was aware of the existence of extraordinary experts. Now, with Su Yi suddenly disappearing in front of everyone, he undoubtedly regarded him as one of those extraordinary figures. "I've actually provoked such a powerful being. What if he holds a grudge against me?" The man kept swallowing saliva, beads of sweat refusing to dry no matter how much he wiped. Su Yi, of course, was unaware of the worries of such a small character. At this moment, at home, although the little girl had only spent a short time with him today, her whole spirit was different as she hummed a song, clearly very happy. Su Yi took note of this. It seemed he needed to make more time to accompany the little girl in the future. Not just the little girl, but Bulma and Jinhu should also be accompanied more. After dealing with Cell, during the subsequent period of downtime, the whole family should go travel. Su Yi pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. The little girl obediently went to practice piano in the piano room. Jun Huio soon came down from the second floor. Today, She was dressed in an OL professional outfit. Her long legs wrapped in shiny stockings, looking simply perfect. Why does your outfit feel like you're deliberately trying to tempt me? Suyi coughed lightly, his gaze sweeping from Zhen Huxiao's feet to her face, and he sighed. Ah, who is intentionally tempting you? Zhen Huxiao spat and slowly walked over, sitting down beside Suyi, and said quietly, I figured since cultivating doesn't require much effort, I might as well help Bulma manage the company. Hearing this, Suyi laughed and leaned closer to her ear, gently blowing a breath and saying, Does that mean I should find an opportunity to visit your office? The implication was obvious. Zhen Huxiao understood. Her heart naturally trembled, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she gave him a glamorous look, turning her head with a charming expression and softly uttering a naughty word. Men are only bad because women love it. Xiao, today I want to be a bad person. Suyi laughed heartily, got up and picked up Zhen Huxiao, then instantly teleported back to the bedroom. After a while, the sounds of humming came through, perfectly matching the tune played by the little girl in the piano room, making it even more melodious. An hour later, the battle was over. Zhen Huxiao nestled in Su Ye's arms and softly said, Master husband, why do you think I haven't become pregnant with your baby yet? Although Zhen Huxiao treated the little girl, Lu Li, as her own daughter, she was ultimately not her biological child. There's no rush. With the lifespan we've gained from our cultivation, we still have at least a few hundred years, and that should be more than enough time. Suyi himself was not sure why. It might be that the two of them had not yet destined to have a child, or perhaps when the time comes, Zhen Huxiao would naturally become pregnant. Zhen Huxiao responded softly like a cat's meow, and then slowly curled up into the quilt. Hiss. Immediately after, Suye's gasp of cold air echoed in the bedroom. 66. The terrifying Super Saiyan 3. Please subscribe. 2 days passed quickly, and on this day around 9 in the morning, after Suyi got up and washed up, he went to Kame house. Master Roshi and the others had not yet woken up, and they all slept like dead pigs. Especially Oolong, whose snoring was simply terrifying. With no one around, Suyi ran to a nearby small island by himself to transform into Super Saiyan 3, and before long, he startled Sun Wukong and the others. Seeing Su Ye's golden hair hanging down to his calves and his slightly changed face, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Is this really Uncle Su Yi? Trunks and Gohan looked at Su Yi in his Super Saiyan 3 form in shock, exclaiming in surprise. Su Yi saw this group of guys return to his normal state and walked up to them with a faint smile. Seeing how casual you all are, it really doesn't feel like we're about a battle. Big brother Su Yi, what was that transformation you just did? Sun Wukong hesitated for a while, but couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Super Saiyan 3. Su Yi smiled and did not hide it. Super Big's eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth gaped open. Super Saiyan 3. On the other side, Sun Wukong joined in, equally shocked. How many forms does Super Saiyan actually have? After the initial shock, Sun Wukong excitedly began to ask more questions. Well, so he found it hard to explain for a moment. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, These are things you will understand when you reach this level. Moreover, the forms of Saiyans are not fixed. For example, I might be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, but you might not be able to. This kind of thing is indeed difficult to explain. It's better to wait for the story to unfold. Once they reach that realm themselves, they will naturally understand. All right. Sun Wukong no longer dwelled on it, nodded, and became even more determined to train hard and transform into Super Saiyan 2 as soon as possible. Let us go. The others should be almost here. Android 16 and the others should know the exact location, so let us wait for them at the venue. After Suyi finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot with a flick of his brow. Sun Wukong followed suit, also disappearing with a flick of his brow. The remaining group stared at each other in confusion and ultimately left the small island helplessly. Soon, on a small island in the southern part came house. Suyi floated in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at a large empty space below. After searching for a minute or two, he finally decided to use this vacant area as the arena for the final battle. System, exchange a formation for me. Suye's thoughts sank into the system's mall space, asking the system to exchange for a magic array. Exchanging one disposable magic array for 100,000 exchange points made even the seemingly wealthy Su Yi feel a bit pained, reluctant to part with it. However, after careful consideration, he felt it was worth it to exchange 100,000 exchange points for the safety of the entire Earth. After all, what if this group of guys unleashed some astonishing power and accidentally blew up the Earth? So, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Soon, the magic array descended, enveloping the entire island. Now, not to mention 100 billion level of combat power being able to destroy the Earth. Even a trillion or 10 trillion level combatant probably wouldn't be able to do so. Before long, Piccolo and the others arrived one after another, including androids 16, 17, and 18. Everyone was present, except for Cell. Let's go. Su Ye's aura exploded, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his fighting power breaking through the 60 billion mark. An aura that could be described as unparalleled. So strong. Androids 16 and 17 trembled, their eyes filled with confusion. How could the Saiyan race be so powerful? As for Android 18, Lazuli stared at Su Yi with shining eyes, becoming increasingly infatuated with this man. There is no woman who does not admire a powerful man, let alone one who already had some feelings for Su Yi. By now, from Lazuli's expression and gaze, it was clear to anyone that she was deeply captivated by Su Yi. Cell, get out here. Su Yi roared, his voice like thunder, startling everyone nearby, who hurriedly covered their ears and shot him speechless looks. With such a shout, a timid person might really be scared out of their wits or even suffer a heart attack. Seeking flowers whoosh. 3 seconds after Su Ye's voice fell, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and a figure flashed into view. Lord Su Yi, I'm here. This figure was none other than Cell. At this moment, he appeared unremarkable, lacking the brutal aura he had just a few days ago. His energy was reined in, giving off a very steady impression. This was the kind of being that, when not erupting, seemed ordinary, but once he did, he was absolutely terrifying. So he noticed the subtle changes in Cell. He could sense the wariness from this guy, but there was no longer the previous fear. So, did this guy have some trump card? All right, everyone is here. Let us start the battle. This small island was currently enveloped by a magical array, where he essentially existed as a dominant presence. Therefore, even if Cell had some hidden cards, Su Yi was not worried at all. Over 60 billion in combat power couldn't suppress you? Fine. Then using the methods of someone with over 1 trillion combat power to suppress you should work, right? With a casual gesture, Krillin and the other spectators were lifted out of the magical array, which left Sun Wukong and the others slightly stunned. At that moment, Cell was also taken aback, and a wave of panic inexplicably rose in his heart. Su Ye's methods were truly extraordinary. Su Yi, this move of yours is just too amazing, Krillin exclaimed repeatedly from his side. Before he came, he had worried that if they, as weaker beings, were to spectate, they might get caught up in the aftermath of the battle. Now, Su Ye's move had completely relieved them of that concern. Su Yi smiled and didn't explain anything. With 100,000 exchange points worth of items, if he didn't show off a little, he feared it would hurt even more. Soon, the atmosphere in the arena became quite tense. Each stood in their position, with Cell surrounded in the middle. The battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. The standoff lasted for about 2 to 3 minutes, with all 8 participants hesitating to strike first. Just like the previous days when he fought against Su Yi, Vegeta, with his fiery temper, couldn't he hold back and took the initiative. As soon as Vegeta moved, Trunks followed suit. In an instant, Goku and his son along with Piccolo also sprang into action. Trash. In front of Su Yi, Cell was like a dog, daring to be angry but not barking. And that anger was only felt within. However, in front of Vegeta and the others, he naturally swelled with confidence. As Vegeta charged forward, Cell casually stepped forward and threw a punch, immediately creating several afterimages, a technique once used by little Goku. Bang! Vegeta was struck, and in pain, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, then charged again. Vegeta! Steady! Piccolo scolded. Vegeta, already impulsive, snorted and completely ignored Piccolo's words, launching a fierce attack. However, in front of Cell, all his attacks appeared weak and ineffective. Let us not forget that Cell possessed the cells of Vegeta and the others, so he understood them very well, knowing each of their weaknesses. Bang! While dealing with Vegeta, Cell was also able to engage with Trunks, who was charging in, and even evade the Kamehameha waves released by Goku and Gohan. For a moment, the situation on the field fell into a stalemate. Things did not look promising. Outside the ring, Krillin frowned. Although his strength was inferior to anyone in the arena, he was still an experienced fighter and could analyze the situation. Just like a couple of days ago when they fought against Su Yi, their combined strength indeed had the potential to challenge Cell. However, the first issue was their lack of synergy. The second issue stemmed from Vegeta's inflated confidence. In short, this guy was the type who had bravery without strategy. Goku, step back. Let Vegeta wear Cell down a bit and see if we can find a way to exploit his weaknesses. Piccolo suddenly suggested, noting that they had plenty of Senzu Beans, so, as long as they weren't instantly killed, They had the stamina to wear him down. Hearing Piccolo's words, Goku frowned, thought for a moment, and then nodded and stepped back. In an instant, the six of them gathered together. Since Vegeta wanted to be the hero, let him be. Perhaps they could spot Cell's weaknesses from the sidelines and win by teaming up. Outside, Sui watched this scene with raised eyebrows, a hint of surprise crossing his eyes. To be honest, Piccolo's command made him see him in a new light. This command showed him Piccolo's intelligence. Using the advantage of the Senzu Beans to wear Cell down was a smart move. The second point was that even a slight delay from Vegeta might allow them to see Cell's weaknesses. Not bad, not bad. Sui nodded in approval, recognizing the commendable command ability. Everyone turned to look at the arena, where Vegeta and Cell faced each other. Cell, show me your true power and fight me. If you dare to underestimate me, be careful, or I'll kill you, Vegeta declared arrogantly. Ha, little insect, you still dare to provoke me. Cell replied coldly with a smirk, not angered by Vegeta's words. He understood that Vegeta was a man of bravado without strategy. It was just a facade. He merely wanted to crush his opponent with absolute power. It was clear from his earlier boastful words that he aimed to provoke Cell intentionally, hoping to expose a flaw when Cell became enraged. But was Cell foolish? Clearly not. Vegeta charged again, radiating a golden aura, looking like a war god. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged punches, one aggressively pressing forward while the other remained calm in defense. Too weak, Cell said, only using one hand to defend against Vegeta's attacks, trying to distract him with taunting words. The effect was evident. Vegeta fell into a berserk state, hitting harder with each punch, exhausting himself with each energy blast. This fool. Piccolo shook his head and chuckled as he watched the rampaging Vegeta. This guy really ended up being outsmarted instead of outsmarting, which was quite laughable. In the center of the arena, Cell seemed to have grown tired of toying with Vegeta. He raised his hand and threw a simple punch. However, the impact sent Vegeta flying. Whoosh! Instant transmission. Cell actually used instant transmission, appearing behind the flying Vegeta in the blink of an eye, crossing his arms and striking down hard on Vegeta's head. Bang! Vegeta was shot out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, leaving a deep, bottomless pit in the earth. Dad! Trunks yelled in anger, transforming into a Super Saiyan and drawing the God Sword from his back, charging at Cell. You're picking a fight with the big guy, huh? Pathetic. Cell sneered, shaking his head, and instead of retreating, he advanced, easily countering Trunks' sword strike with a single finger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the arena, and sparks flew in the sky. Cell's physical strength was not to be underestimated. Piccolo squinted, analyzing the situation, and coldly remarked, this guy, so far, I really haven't seen any flaws. The word perfect surfaced in Piccolo's mind. At least, in their eyes, Cell was indeed very perfect, just like Su Yi, whom he couldn't decipher either, with no angles left unguarded. Terrifying. Android 17, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, a look of wariness on his face. He had never felt this before. No, Cell was the second person he felt despair from. The first was Su Yi, who stood outside the arena. What do we do? This guy has no flaws at all. How do we break through his defenses? Gohan asked. We hit hard. After a while, Trunks was knocked out by a blast from Cell, and Goku said gravely, Gohan, you save Vegeta and Trunks, give them the Super Duper Beans, and then we seven will gather to attack this guy. We will definitely find a flaw. Since they couldn't find a flaw, Goku's idea was to create one through sheer force. If one attempt didn't work, then two. If two didn't work, then three. 16, who died blocking damage, awakened Gohan. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and began buying time, with Piccolo and the others following to cover him. Gohan followed his father's instructions, hurriedly flying to Trunks' fallen position and quickly feeding him a Super Duper Bean. He then flew towards the pit where Vegeta was. However, when Gohan arrived, the injured Vegeta flew out of the pit, giving Gohan a cold glance and saying indifferently, eating a Super Duper Bean is a cowardly act. I, Prince Vegeta, will never eat that bean. After saying this, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged into the sky. Bang! In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta was once again knocked down. Struggling to get up, Vegeta approached Gohan with a grim face, extending his hand and coldly saying, give me a Super Duper Bean. This reversal left Gohan wide-eyed in shock. Give me a Super Duper Bean. Vegeta's voice had grown significantly colder. Huh? Oh, okay, Uncle Vegeta. Gohan snapped back to reality and hurriedly threw a Super Duper Bean to Vegeta. Crunch, crunch. Vegeta took it and chewed, quickly healing all his injuries, and his mental and physical state improved to be even better than before. "You scum, I will definitely kill you." Vegeta's low voice echoed, sounding like a roar, declaring his vow in anger. Seeing this scene, Suyi outside the arena couldn't help but laugh. This scene was just like a replay of the previous life as Royal Youth's delicious moment. Others naturally didn't understand this reference and were puzzled by Suyi's sudden laughter. "Suyi, do you think Goku and the others have a chance to win?" Krillin took a deep breath and asked. The only person with the authority to speak was Suyi, so he wanted to hear this man's opinion. "I don't know." Suyi shrugged. He really didn't know what the outcome of this battle would be. According to the original plot, Cell would definitely die. However, given the current developments, it seemed unlikely that this guy could be defeated so easily. In fact, it was possible that Cell's true trump card might be revealed, and it was likely that Goku and the other 6 would be the ones to perish. But it was hard to say anything for certain. Seeing that Suyi was also uncertain, Krillin and the others naturally fell silent, no longer asking questions, and focused on watching the battle in the arena. In the arena, Cell was effortlessly handling the attacks of the 7. Everything appeared so calm and unhurried. It was clear that this guy's strength was indeed different from what it seemed on the surface. It should be noted that although Cell had evolved into his perfect form at this stage, his true power had yet to be unleashed. Even so, his current visible combat power was already a terrifying presence at the level of 80 billion. As the siege battle had been going on for more than half an hour, Cell seemed to have lost interest in playing around. He erupted with energy and struck out suddenly. No one could withstand what seemed like a light punch from him. In an instant, everyone was defeated. Who should he kill first? Cell, landing from the sky with his hands behind his back, slowly walked towards the 7 fallen individuals, casting a disinterested glance at Suyi outside the arena, wary of whether he would intervene. However, upon seeing that Suyi did not make any move, Cell smiled. Suyi, Goku, and the others had lost. Krillin's expression changed drastically when he saw Cell walking towards Goku and the others, and he hurriedly turned to shout at Suyi. Suyi glanced at him and ignored him. "Suyi," Yamcha shouted anxiously. "Stop arguing." Tien glanced at the expressionless Suyi and reprimanded them, calmly stating, "Suyi won't stand by and do nothing. He believes that Goku and the others will definitely break out in a moment of crisis." Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha immediately shut their mouths and nervously looked towards the arena. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Cell's footsteps echoed in everyone's ears like the footsteps of death. Indeed, it must be the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. With each step, the sound deepened the unwillingness on their faces. Eventually, after nearly 3 minutes, Cell covered the distance of about 100 meters. First, Cell extended his finger, sweeping over the 7 people like a king, ultimately turning twice and stopping at Gohan. "It's you." Cell licked his lips with a sinister smile. At the same time, a light glimmered at the tip of his finger. "Gohan." Goku strained to lift himself, wanting to block the attack for Gohan. However, he found he couldn't raise himself at all, so he could only watch helplessly as Cell's attack was unleashed. No, the attack was released, and Goku roared in anger. Boom! A dazzling light flashed, followed by the sound of an explosion. Number 16. After a few seconds, as the mist from the explosion cleared, a tall figure appeared. Android 16, who had positioned himself in front of Gohan. "You're still young. You shouldn't have to face this kind of situation, so you absolutely cannot die." Android 16 smiled gently, reaching out as if to pat little Gohan's head. But before he could, he collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. "Trash! How dare you destroy my target?" Cell's expression darkened instantly at this scene. He stepped forward, quickly reaching Android 16's fallen form, and stomped down, crushing his head. Seeing this, Gohan's eyes turned red instantly, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. "Cry, little insect. I'll let you cry a little longer." Cell laughed arrogantly, throwing his head back. Little Gohan bit his lip, collapsed on the ground, and let out an angry roar. Somehow finding strength, he slowly got back up, his aura gradually rising. He actually got back up? Not bad. The little insect's potential is indeed great. However, you are about to die. Cell sneered, extending a finger that once again shimmered with dazzling light. Outside the arena, Krillin and the others' expressions changed drastically, shouting angrily, "Gohan, run! Run!" Suyi heard their shouts, and, upon seeing this scene, narrowed her eyes and curled her lips into a mocking cold smile. Indeed, someone should run. However, it seemed that it should be this Cell, because a terrifying and powerful aura was already rising from Gohan. "I'm going to kill you." Boom! With Gohan's furious roar, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, this time, Gohan's transformation was different from before. At this moment, he radiated bolts of lightning all around him, crackling loudly. Seeing this scene, everyone both inside and outside the arena had their pupils constrict. This is Suyi once exhibited the state of Super Saiyan 2. 69. Gohan's powerful strength, chasing down Cell. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, watching from the side, widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief why. Why can such a small child also transform into Super Saiyan 2? In comparison, Gohan's potential is far greater than that of his son Trunks. Goku was also very shocked, but more than that, he felt happy and relieved. His son had surpassed him, which is indeed a very joyous thing for a father. Cell. At this moment, Gohan's expression was extremely indifferent, nothing like his usual self, as he slowly and heavily walked towards Cell, surrounded by flickering electric lights, making him appear like a little war god. Sui nodded and smiled from the sidelines. Currently, the power that Son Gohan has unleashed far exceeds the 100 combat power increase that Super Saiyan 2 should have, although it is not the realm of the mysterious Gohan. His transformation is still stronger than that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 2. It seems that the initial setup indeed intended for that old man to have Gohan replace Goku as the main character. Sui gasped. The recent characterization of Sun Wukong was undoubtedly the template of an overpowered protagonist. He believed that if it weren't for Goku's deep influence, the sideline Gohan would not have later become a mere side character. If he had become the main character, he would probably have been known more as a godly fighter. What a pity, indeed a pity. Sui sighed inwardly and looked back at the arena. At this stage, Sun Wukong easily dominated the perfect form of Cell without any difficulty at all. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed on Cell's body, causing blood to spout from his mouth. So powerful. Is this really Gohan? Everyone was shocked. The power of Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 form was truly terrifying. Run. I'm no match for him now. Cell panicked, knowing that his strength was no match for Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 form. Damn it. A little brat has made me think about escaping. Cell roared inwardly. But no matter how angry he was powerless against Gohan, who was in a furious state and in Super Saiyan 2 form, feeling as if he was facing Suyi. Gohan. Cell wanted to escape. Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, reminding Gohan. He can't escape. Gohan was absolutely confident that Cell couldn't run away because his speed was incredibly fast, easily able to catch up to him. However, Gohan forgot one very important point. Cell could teleport. So, after Cell unleashed a smoke-like energy wave, he directly used instant transmission to disappear from the spot. However, it is worth mentioning that no matter how Cell used instant transmission to escape, he could not leave Suye's formation and could only curl up on this small island. Damn it! Gohan roared, turning to the corpse of Android 16, bowing deeply. I'm sorry, 16. I couldn't avenge you. But don't worry, I will kill this Cell. Soon. Gohan took out some Super Saiyan beans for Goku and the others to eat, and the group of 7 became 6, leaving everyone a little sentimental. What to do? This Cell can teleport and easily escape. The restored group began to discuss, with Piccolo frowning deeply. At this moment, Suye's voice came from outside the arena. This small island is the battlefield. He can't escape. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and then Gohan's face showed joy. At this moment, he was still in Super Saiyan 2 form, seemingly with unlimited stamina, not returning to his normal state. Great, let me go hunt this guy down, Gohan said calmly. But will this state last long? Goku asked. Dad, you don't need to worry. I already feel that I can transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will, Gohan smiled. Hearing this, Vegeta's face darkened significantly. As the noble prince of the Saiyans with unlimited potential, the fact that he couldn't compare to Kakarot was enough to make him angry. Now, he couldn't even compare to Kakarot's son. Gohan, go for it. Goku clenched his fist, cheering him on. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, Trunks, Uncle 17. I'm going to search for Cell's location now. Gohan flew up into the sky and began searching around. Normally, as long as Cell did not reveal his energy, Gohan would not be able to find his location. However, with Suyi helping from the outside, soon Cell's energy was inexplicably revealed. Where is he? Gohan's eyes scanned the surroundings, and he focused on sensing Cell's energy, eventually detecting that Cell was hiding inside a large mountain. Boom! Gohan shot out energy blasts from his hands, bombarding the mountain wildly. However, he did not force Cell out. Strange? Did I sense incorrectly? After bombarding for a long time, Gohan frowned, looking puzzled and feeling very strange. Logically speaking, with such a large tremor, Cell should definitely not be able to endure it and would need to escape. Now, he had bombarded for at least several minutes, and the mountain was blown open, with piles of rubble accumulating. A normal person would definitely be dead. Meanwhile, Vegeta heard the noise and flew straight toward Gohan. Seeing this, Goku and the others exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and followed him. When the group arrived, Gohan seemed to have already sensed Cell's hiding place, flew to the pile of rubble, and calmly released a Kamehameha wave. Boom! The pile of rubble exploded instantly, and Cell's figure, curled up in a corner, was revealed. Damn it, you little brat. How could you sense my presence? Cell was furious. Being chased by a little kid was already embarrassing enough, and now he had concealed his energy. How did this guy know his location? Run. Without waiting for Gohan to react, Cell instantly teleported 100 meters away. Damn it, why can't I use instant transmission to leave this island? Cell was completely panicked. Unable to leave this small island meant that death awaited him. If I could just hold on, this kid's stamina is gradually weakening. I can clearly feel his combat power declining. Cell looked back, gritted his teeth, and used instant transmission again. However, each time he used it, he found that he could only move 100 meters at most, which made him feel very uncomfortable. And so one chased, one fled. Gohan occasionally released an energy blast to attack Cell, each hit causing Cell great pain. About an hour later, Gohan had returned to his normal state and fell directly from the air. Goku, who had been chasing him, hurriedly stepped forward to catch Gohan, looking at his little face filled with relief. Dad, I'm too weak. I can't avenge 16. Little Gohan closed his eyes and murmured softly. No, Gohan, you did great. You're amazing. Goku praised. Hearing Goku's praise, little Gohan showed a faint smile and then completely fell unconscious. 70. The brutal Vegeta. Cell regains his strength. Fifth update. Without Suye's help, Goku naturally could not track Cell's exact location, so the group guarded Gohan. What to do next? Piccolo looked at the last Super Saiyan being and said solemnly, if we don't get rid of Cell quickly, it might not just be 16 who dies. We might not escape disaster either. Let's take a break. Cell definitely won't be able to fight for a short time. So, let's save this last Super Saiyan being. Goku thought for a moment and spoke. Okay. The others had no objections. To be honest, I know Gohan's potential is very strong. But the fact that he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before you all is truly shocking. Piccolo looked incredulously at the unconscious Gohan, unable to stop his amazement. Yes, I also didn't expect Gohan to transform into Super Saiyan 2 before me and Vegeta. Goku sighed. Huh. Vegeta let out a cold snort and flew away from his original spot, being extremely proud. He was naturally unwilling to accept the situation and was now preparing to take advantage of Cell's injuries to find him and eliminate him. Confident in his peak state, he believed he could easily kill the injured Cell. Trunks opened his mouth to say something but sighed, allowing Vegeta to leave in search of Cell's location. His father was too stubborn. Trunks shook his head with a bitter smile. If the future version of him wasn't so stubborn and could be a little more flexible, he might still be alive today. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly again. While Goku and the others were discussing, Vegeta was scanning the surroundings and finally landed on top of a mountain. It was truly disgraceful for the noble Saiyan prince to have been surpassed by the son of a lower-class warrior. Vegeta spread his arms and roared at the sky, his aura rapidly expanding and becoming much stronger than before. Damn it! Boom! Vegeta crazily fired energy blasts at the nearby mountains, causing them to collapse one after another. Just then, a figure flew out from the rubble of one of the collapsed mountains. Is that Cell? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The tides had turned. He had been beaten by this trash before, but now it was time for revenge. Cell die. Vegeta roared and flew after Cell. Damn it! Being toyed with by such a little pest was infuriating. Cell glanced back at the imposing Vegeta, gritting his teeth. Just wait a bit longer. In less than 10 minutes, Piccolo's cells will heal my injuries. By then, it will be this pest's turn to die. Cell thought coldly, so for now, he just needed to dodge the energy blast Vegeta launched while buying time to escape. Trash, weren't you so powerful before? Now you've fallen to the point of running away. Vegeta was now completely consumed by anger, and coupled with his previous frustrations, he was not the same as before. Or perhaps, the darkness within him hadn't dissipated yet. Otherwise, how could the future version of him be controlled by Babidi? As time passed, Cell gradually recovered a lot. His speed also began to decrease. This guy's just fishing. He believed Vegeta would think he was running out of energy. In fact, he had already recovered nearly all of his strength, and his injuries were slowly healing. Hey, Vegeta, You think it's fun to chase me for so long, huh? Just wait. In another minute, your disaster will arrive. Cell was very cautious. Logically, his current power was enough to wipe Vegeta out, but he was afraid of the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. So, even if he couldn't win when he fully recovered, he could still escape. A minute passed quickly, and Cell was back at his peak. At the same time, he stopped, crossed his arms, and turned around to look at the pursuing Vegeta with an indifferent posture, a faint mocking smile on his lips that made Vegeta's heart skip a beat. You've recovered? Vegeta exclaimed in shock upon seeing that Cell's injuries had healed. Hey, did you forget? I possess Piccolo's cells, and my healing ability is extremely powerful. Cell laughed, extending a finger and beckoning to Vegeta, coldly saying, Now, your disaster has come. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an energy blast shot out from Cell's fingertip. Boom! So fast that Vegeta couldn't react in time and was blasted hundreds of meters away. In the end, a pest is still a pest. Cell quickly flashed behind Vegeta and fired another energy blast at him. Vegeta screamed in pain. The recovered Cell was not someone he could contend with. In just a few breaths, he was knocked down to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. This is bad. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been watching over Gohan, suddenly changed his expression. Jumping up from the ground, Vegeta's energy is very weak. This means he is on the brink of death. What? Trunks' expression changed as he also jumped up, quickly sensing the situation and hurriedly flying toward Vegeta's location. Trunks, Goku called out. Uncle Goku, I have to save Dad. Trunks replied gravely. I'll go with you. Goku glanced at the still unconscious Gohan, then got up and followed Trunks toward Vegeta. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Android 17 exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. How about giving the last Super Saiyan bean to Gohan? After a moment of silence, Android 17 suggested. Piccolo pondered. Among them, apart from Su Yi, who was Cell's opponent, only the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan could stand chance. Since Su Yi was training them, he wouldn't intervene, so if they wanted to survive, it had to be Gohan who could transform into Super Saiyan 2. But there was only one Super Saiyan bean left. If Gohan couldn't kill Cell, what would they do next? Thinking of this, Piccolo's expression changed repeatedly. It was indeed a tough decision. Boom! The sound of explosions continued to echo from a distance, and three powerful auras were colliding. Piccolo's expression grew increasingly conflicted, and finally, as Trunks' energy weakened, he gritted his teeth and quickly fed the last Super Saiyan bean to Gohan. A few breaths later, Gohan woke up from his unconsciousness. Uncle Piccolo, where are Dad and the others? Gohan jumped a couple of times and asked. They're fighting Cell. Android 17 replied. Boom! Hearing this, Gohan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, flying off into the distance. Keep up, Piccolo said and hurriedly followed. In no time, the three of them arrived at the battlefield. Dad, you... Gohan saw Goku swaying as if he might fall over. If it weren't for the unconscious Vegeta and Trunks behind him, he might have collapsed long ago, because he knew that if he fell, not only would he die, but Vegeta and Trunks would also perish. Gohan. Goku looked back at Gohan in the sky, showing a relieved smile. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fell over. Gohan hurriedly flew over to catch Goku, then urged Piccolo and the others to take the unconscious ones away from the battlefield. Gohan. Shara glanced at son Wukong with a hint of murderous intent. Sharu, I will definitely kill you to avenge number 16. Son Wukong shouted angrily. Umph. Sharu snorted coldly, turning to flee. Son Wukong would never allow him to escape. With a flash, he appeared right in front of Sharu and threw a seemingly simple punch. Bang! The pressure from Super Saiyan 1's son, Wukong, wasn't too strong for Sharu, so he easily saw the trajectory of the punch and countered with one of his own at the same time. The punch caused the air to ripple, and both of them were pushed back 100 or 200 meters. What? Can't you transform into your previous state? Sharu's eyes narrowed as he tested him. If son Wukong couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 2 again, then he was absolutely confident that he could eliminate this little insect. As you wish. Son Wukong coldly smiled, bursting with energy and transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Lightning crackled around him, and at that moment, his power increased exponentially. Feeling son Wukong's aura, Sharu's eyes narrowed. He knew he couldn't beat son Wukong right now, and escaping was indeed difficult. It was time to engage in a battle of attrition. The only advantage Sharu felt he had was that he possessed Cell's regenerative abilities, so any injuries would heal rapidly. This was his only key to victory. Having made up his mind, Sharu stopped thinking about escape and charged towards son Wukong. A good show was about to unfold. At this moment, outside the arena, Suyi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle between Sheru and son Wukong with indifference, a faint smile on his lips. He knew that Sheru, no longer fleeing, would rely on fighting son Wukong to gradually grow stronger. After all, this guy had Saiyan cells in him, and the most broken aspect of Saiyan was that they would only grow stronger after being beaten. Therefore, the upcoming moments would be the most painful for Sheru. Bang bang bang. Just as Suyi had anticipated, even in his perfect form, Sheru had no ability to fight back against son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Wukong was just too strong. Seeing Sheru being beaten without the ability to retaliate, Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, and everyone watching couldn't help but express their astonishment. In their eyes, son Wukong was the strongest person aside from Suyi. Yet, Sheru, who easily crushed son Wukong, was now being beaten by a Wukong who was only a few years younger. How could this scene not shock everyone? Sheru, you're too weak. Son Wukong's cold voice echoed in Sheru's ears as he landed punch after punch. Damn it. Damn it. Why? Why is this little insect so powerful? Sheru's heart surged with rage and fear, and his aura grew stronger. The second broken aspect of the Saiyan was revealed. In a state of anger, their power increased. Huh. Sheru quickly retreated a few hundred meters, bending down and clenching his fists as he roared. As his roar echoed, Sheru's body swelled, his aura much more powerful than before, and he appeared more mature. Insect, should I thank you? Sheru laughed coldly, feeling an incredibly strong power surging within him. Huh. Son Wukong scoffed, still not taking Sheru seriously, and increased his energy before charging in. Please send flowers. A fist surrounded by golden flames struck directly at Sheru. Your speed is too slow, son Wukong coldly remarked as he spotted Sheru's weakness. Bang! Another punch sent Sheru flying. So what if his speed was slow? My power has increased exponentially. Now, I am confident that I can kill you with one punch. Sheru laughed loudly. Son Wukong's previous 2 punches had caused him no harm at all, completely ineffective. You'll find out soon enough. Son Wukong charged again, while Sheru flew into the sky, and the two began to exchange blows in midair. Although Sheru's speed had decreased significantly, it was still unimaginably fast for Piccolo and the others, so their battle appeared to them as mere flashes of light, making it impossible to see the actual fight. Suyi, how is the battle between Wukong and Sheru going? Krillin asked, very worried. It's a 60-40 split. Suyi sighed faintly, not specifying who was 6 and who was 4. Hearing this, Krillin's face darkened, and he glanced at Suyi but did not ask more. However, seeing his anxious demeanor, Lazuli on the side couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing Lazuli's laughter, Suyi turned to look and found that the woman's gaze was on him, which puzzled him. Lazuli, are you laughing at me? You're really annoying. Lazuli smiled and only spoke halfway. How do we know who is 6 and who is 4? Goku is 6, and Cell is 4. Suyi pursed her lips and said. Upon hearing Suye's words, Krillin and Tien Shinhan both let out a sigh of relief. However, Krillin looked at Suyi with a somewhat resentful expression. Suyi noticed his gaze and smiled inwardly, saying nothing as he turned back to watch the battle in the arena. Both Cell and Son Gohan were getting more excited as they fought, and their strengths were becoming more formidable. However, in Suye's eyes, he saw something different. In fact, this little guy Gohan had the absolute speed and strength to crush Cell, but he didn't. He was treating Cell as a sharpening stone, and as the two engaged in their struggle, he was gradually perfecting his mastery of Super Saiyan 2. This exceptionally gifted little guy was indeed Goku's son. After about 10 minutes, Cell had realized Gohan's intentions and darkly retreated several hundred meters, coldly watching Gohan. It seems you figured out my plan. Gohan smiled. Since that's the case, I've almost perfectly mastered Super Saiyan 2. Boom! An even more powerful aura erupted, and before Cell could regain his senses, Gohan instantly rushed in front of him and punched him, piercing his abdomen. Damn little bug, I will definitely kill you. Cell was still being defiant, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, yet he remained strong and refused to admit defeat. In response, Gohan merely smiled coldly. In this state, he was not only incredibly powerful, but also quite arrogant. Gohan, stop talking to him. He has my cells, and his recovery ability is very strong. Piccolo shouted from the sidelines. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan smiled lightly and did not pay much attention, turning back to say, Uncle Piccolo, don't worry. Even if Cell has strong recovery abilities, he won't gain anything against me. Upon hearing this, Piccolo could only smile wryly and shake his head. He knew firsthand how abnormal his recovery ability was. All right, I'm not going to waste any more time. Gohan turned back and charged at Cell, his aura exploding, clearly ready to eliminate this guy. As Gohan moved, Cell sneered, already preparing to use his trump card. Since I'm not his opponent, let us both perish together. Thinking this, Cell suddenly charged at Gohan, the madness on his face causing Su-Yi outside the arena to raise an eyebrow. It seemed this guy was planning to self-destruct to take them both down. However, Su-Yi knew that this guy wouldn't succeed in self-destruction. Instead, his power would increase, and he would end up evenly matched with Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Die, little bug, let us all die. Ha ha ha. Cell rushed over, roaring, arms spread wide, as if embracing something, unleashing a destructive energy. Not good. Cell wants to self-destruct. Not good. Cell wants to self-destruct. Both Android 17 and 18 inside and outside the arena exclaimed in unison. What? Hearing this, Piccolo immediately panicked. Gohan, run. Cell is going to self-destruct. Piccolo shouted forcefully. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression changed. Although he could easily defeat Cell, he knew he couldn't withstand a self-destruction. Die, little bug. All of you die. Cell grinned savagely as his body suddenly began to swell rapidly. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in midair, and a shockwave spread out. Rumbling. Oh no! Gohan glanced back, wanted to use his body to block, but it was utterly useless. After the explosion's shockwave pressed down, no one could escape this disaster. It's over. Krillin trembled slightly, a look of despair on his face. He wondered if the dragon could resurrect Goku and the others. Tien, being more rational, immediately thought of wishing to the dragon. Soon, as the explosion's aftermath dissipated, dust floated in the air. Wait! Krillin looked into the arena, and the sorrow on his face instantly turned into excitement. They're not dead. Cell's self-destruction wasn't powerful enough to destroy Goku and the others. Tien looked over and immediately shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha! Outside the arena, Krillin and the others were filled with joy. As long as they were not dead, it was a very good thing. Amidst everyone's joy, so he noticed a small object that resembled an embryo. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Cell. Whoosh! Su-Yi suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong and the others, one by one feeding them the Super Sacred Beans. Soon, everyone recovered, their faces filled with joy. Gohan, you did it! Sun Wukong came to Gohan, patted him on the shoulder, and praised, I believe that soon, you'll be even stronger than me, little guy. Gohan shyly scratched his head and smiled. But suddenly his expression changed as he turned his head to look at a certain spot where something like an embryo was slowly coalescing into a person. What? Cell is resurrected again. Piccolo looked over, and his expression changed drastically. If he survived self-destruction, how could they kill him? Ding! Killing the lightning form of Cell in one hit rewards 1 million exchange points. Please note, the host must achieve a one-hit kill to receive the task reward. Just as Cell was gradually taking shape, a sweet and melodious voice suddenly echoed in Su-Ye's mind. 1 million exchange points. Wow, system, you're being so generous. But how many seconds count as a one-hit kill? You have to set a time limit. In Su-Ye's view, resolving the battle within a minute would count as a one-hit kill, as everything before that would be measured in seconds. Therefore, it naturally became that resolving the battle within a minute would count as a one-hit kill. Host, your explanation is indeed a bit thick-skinned. Within 3 seconds, if the host cannot achieve a one-hit kill on the lightning form of Cell, then the reward will be void. The system remarked, then explained very seriously. All right, accepted. Su-Yi nodded, bringing his thoughts back to reality. During the communication with the system, Cell had fully transformed, crackling with electric sparks all over his body. In this form, he was almost akin to a Super Saiyan 2, with power comparable to that of Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Is he also a Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo observed the lightning surrounding him, his gaze similar to that of Gohan's earlier, both looking at everything with a disdainful attitude. Such powerful strength. The lightning Cell clenched his fist, feeling an illusion that with one punch, he could directly pierce through the entire earth with his physical power. Cell, you've actually evolved. Gohan shouted, stepping forward to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. But Su-Yi stopped him, saying lightly, I'll handle this guy. To defeat Lightning Cell within 3 seconds, Su-Yi naturally had to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, so without a second thought, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 and, under the astonished gazes of everyone, prepared to launch a Kamehameha wave. At the same time, the system began to count down. 3, came, 2, came, 1, ha, boom. Host, although I know you have this power, you are clearly not following the usual rules. So he didn't finish his words and skipped 2 characters at the last second, saying the word wave. Suddenly, a Kamehameha wave 3. 6 appeared in his palm and shot towards Cell. Cell's scream echoed, and he was completely reduced to ashes under Suye's strike. 1 million exchange points. Thank you. Suye grinned, and even without shouting those words, he could instantly unleash the Kamehameha wave. Ding! The system reward has been credited. The system replied in a dry tone, and then fell silent. Suye didn't care. It was just a deviation from the usual approach. He really didn't feel any negative impact. The exchange points were credited, and the Shalu incident was considered completely over. Let's celebrate a little tonight. So he turned around and found the atmosphere a bit stiff. This made him lower his head to think for a moment. Then he raised his head, waved his fist, and shouted, "Good." After Suye's roar, the scene remained silent for 2 seconds before erupting into loud responses from the crowd. This diamond-level gift pack is amazing. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Suye managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. This time, due to the replacement of the deity, Shenron could grant 3 wishes. For the first wish, Suye wished to resurrect all the ordinary people who had died at the hands of Cell. The second wish was to remove the bombs inside Android 17 and 18. As for the third wish, he couldn't think of anything good, so he chose not to make a wish at all. Soon, evening came, and Suye led a party. Sun Wukong, who had been tense for so long, finally relaxed. Everyone was very excited about this party. They partied until around 3 in the morning. Notably, during this party, Android 18 confessed her feelings to Suye. This caused Bulma and Chi-Chi to show some strange expressions, but they didn't get jealous. Instead, they welcomed Android 18 into the family. Honestly, with Android 18 joining, the 2 of them couldn't compete with that guy. But what about 3 of them? The 3 women gathered together and whispered to each other. Android 18, being shy, was teased by Bulma and Chi-Chi, turning red and repeatedly saying, "Sister, don't do that." This made everyone burst into laughter. After the party, a tipsy Suye wrapped his arms around Bulma and Android 18's slender waists, along with holding little Chi-Chi, and used instant transmission to return home to West City. At 4 in the morning, with a sound that was both painful and pleasurable from Android 18, she officially completed her transformation from a girl to a woman. The next morning, when Suye woke up, he found Bulma and the 2 women sprawled across the big bed in various positions, their perfect figures on display before him. They actually got up so early. Suye shook his head, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and after coming out, glanced at the time. It was only around 9 o'clock in the morning. To think that he had been messing around with Bulma and the others for at least 3 hours last night. So, he had only slept for at most 2 or 3 hours. This damn biological clock is such a pain. Suye expressed helplessness. Once he woke up, it was very difficult for him to fall back asleep. So for many years, he had never experienced the feeling of going back to sleep. Since he was awake, he didn't dwell on the issue too much. After casually eating some breakfast, he entered the training room. Inside the training room, Suye didn't immediately enter a state of cultivation. Instead, he began to think about the subsequent development of the storyline. If he remembered correctly, 7 years after the conclusion of the Cell saga, with the opening of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, the Buu saga officially began. 7 years was definitely enough for him to grow to a terrifying level. Suye was very confident, and in front of him, Buu seemed like a child, completely powerless to fight back. However, if he had to take action to resolve matters, he naturally wouldn't do so. He hoped that Goku would grow up, to a point where he could compete with him. After all, this is the Dragon Ball world. He is the main character, and his potential for growth is certainly very strong. Therefore, cultivating him to become his rival has always been Suye's plan. The days without a rival. It's needless to say how lonely that could be. He began to cultivate, and Suye was just 1 step away from fully mastering the 9-yang divine art. Once he completely mastered it, his physique would automatically upgrade to the 9-yang divine body. By then, he would be ready to practice the next technique. With the system, which is such a miraculous thing, Suye naturally didn't have to worry about whether cultivating another divine body would conflict with the next technique. Thus, he was eager to perfectly master a divine art as soon as possible. An hour later, Suye exited the training room. The results of this session were average, but Suye wasn't demanding too much for now. He sat down on a stone bench in the backyard. System, I want to claim today as logging gift package. Speaking of which, Suye had forgotten to claim the package a couple of days ago due to some matters, and now recalling it made him feel quite pained. The key issue was that the system hadn't reminded him, which was the most frustrating part. Ding! The daily random logging gift package is being delivered. Congratulations, host. You have received a diamond level gift package today. The package has been delivered to your space inventory. Please check it. A series of prompt sounds echoed in Su-Yi's mind. It's actually a diamond-level gift package. Su-Yi was taken aback when she heard the system's prompt, and then she joyfully entered the system space with her thoughts, clicking on the package section. Diamond-level gift pack. Control of the Undying Body Stage 2, Northern Underworld, Divine Skill. 100,000 exchange points, 10,000 Super Immortal Beans. This diamond-level gift pack should belong to the top-tier diamond packs, containing an overwhelming amount of items. Compared to the last diamond gift pack, it was like heaven and earth. What is the second stage of the Undying Body? So he was rather envious of this thing. As for the subsequent Biming Divine Skill, to be honest, he wasn't very interested in it. Opening this gift pack, a bunch of system notifications rang out, and Su-Yi eagerly clicked to open the introduction of the second stage of Immortal Body. Second stage of Immortal Body. Eternal and Indestructible Body. Healing Ability 500. The introduction was just these 2 sentences, very simple. However, it left Su-Yi completely stunned. Wow, the second stage of Immortal Body is just too terrifying. Since Su-Yi has traveled through so many years, this is the first time he is cursed. This shows how shocked he is by the second stage of this Immortal Body. 74. The double-tailed cute little lowly. He recalled that the second stage of the Immortal Body he previously possessed only had a single attribute of 200 healing ability. It's worth noting that even with this single attribute, it was still a very overpowered ability. It was as if he could heal from very serious injuries in just a moment. Of course, over the years, he indeed has never been injured. If he had to say, the last time he faced Cell, he didn't rest much and suffered a little setback, but he wasn't injured. Although the current stage of this Immortal Body seems useless, in reality, the later stages will definitely showcase its terrifying aspects even more. In battles of the same level, one fears injury while the other does not. Everyone should understand the importance of this, right? I wonder if this Immortal Body will have a third stage. So he began to fantasize. The first stage has a single attribute. The second stage has 2 attributes. If there's a third stage, will there be a third attribute? Looking forward to it. Su-Yi is very much looking forward to it. Having learned the second stage of the Immortal Body, Su-Yi has completely mastered this ability. And then he turned his attention to the Biming Divine Skill. Biming Divine Skill, the highest martial art of the Xiaoyao sect in Jin Yong's novel Demigods and Semi-Devils. The power of this skill is so great that even the still inexperienced Su Zhu can absorb the deep internal energy of the Tianshan, Tong Lao, and Li Qiushui. The introduction is just this, very simple. So he glanced at it and directly placed the item elsewhere. Absorbing someone else's internal energy. In a Dragon Ball world, there is no such thing as internal energy. Besides, even if it were possible to absorb someone else's energy, what good would it do? Not to mention, if Su-Yi remembered correctly, cultivating this thing requires one to use their own internal energy, or true chi, which then gets converted into Biming true chi. This item is indeed of no use to Su-Yi. For now, he'll just set aside. If it really proves useless, he can just throw it into the system space for recycling. So he quickly made a decision and stopped thinking too much. Although there were many other items in the diamond gift package, they were just some small things, so it wasn't worth his attention. He got up and went to the inner room. Dong! A large clock hanging in the living room of the inner room chimed once, signaling the hour. It's already 11 o'clock? So he was taken aback, feeling that time had passed too quickly. Luli would soon finish school and would soon embark on a spontaneous trip. Of course, she had to bring her little treasure along. Su-Yi smiled, brought his index and middle fingers together at his brow, and instantly disappeared from his home. In the next second, he appeared at the entrance of the kindergarten where the little girl studied. Due to the crowd, no one noticed Su-Yi suddenly appearing beside them. However, at 11:15, the kindergarten finished for the day. Dad! After a short wait, parents started picking up their children one by one, but Su-Yi had not picked up anyone, which puzzled him. Soon, a tender girl's voice rang in his ears, and he instantly sensed it. He looked up and was astonished to see the girl floating at least 1,000 meters in the air. If it weren't for his incredible eyesight, he would definitely not have been able to see her. However, what puzzled Su-Yi was where the little girl had learned the communication technique. He didn't remember teaching her, nor had he even taught Bulma or Jinhua. Quickly, Su-Yi teleported to the sky 1,000 meters high, and the little girl flew into his arms, comfortably rubbing her little head against him. Let us skip class for now and go on a spontaneous family trip. Su-Yi rubbed the little girl's head and looked down, only to discover that she had tied her hair into adorable twin ponytails, giving off a very cute little lowly vibe. Oh yeah, Liuli is going to travel with Daddy. The little girl excitedly leaned in front of Su-Yi and then gave his cheek a quick peck. Ha ha ha. Su-yi smiled. When they returned home, Bulma and the other two girls had already woken up. Aunt Razali, the little girl, jumped down from Su-ye's arms, greeted Bulma and Jun Hushao, and then sweetly called out to Razali, "Luli, you're so good." "You too." Razali responded with a generous smile. "Luli, from now on you should call me Mommy Razali." Bulma squatted down and hugged the little girl, smiling. The little girl stretched out her finger to nibble on it, then tilted her head and sweetly called out, "Mommy Razali." Upon hearing Mommy Razali, Razali's pretty face immediately turned red, and then she shyly responded and lowered her head. No longer speaking. "Bulma, everything should be packed up, right?" Su-yi asked, "Is everything packed? We can set off at any time." Bulma nodded with a smile. "Okay." Su-yi made an okay gesture, then took the capsule that Bulma handed over, instantly teleporting to the backyard and tossing the capsule onto the ground. Bang! A spaceship appeared, which was the very spaceship he initially had. During their travels on Earth, Su-yi had already taken Bulma and Jun Hushao to various places, and there wasn't much left to see. Therefore, for this trip, Su-yi had long decided to head into space. From what he knew, there were many habitable planets in the galaxy of the Dragon Ball world, along with even more extraterrestrial beings. Experiencing the scenery of outer space had always been something Bulma wanted to do. Now, the whole family was officially setting off. The first alien planet Su-yi had chosen for their trip was Planet Vegeta, which wasn't too far from Earth and had beautiful scenery. Enough for them to enjoy a few months or even a year of travel. Half a month later, the spaceship stopped at the outskirts of Planet Vegeta. The spaceship in front quickly halted. Planet Vegeta had already been claimed by King Cooler, prohibiting all outside visitors from entering. A furious roar echoed in front of Su-yi's spaceship. "Huh, King Cooler. Is that Frieza's brother, Cooler?" Hearing the name mentioned by the roadblock, Su-yi raised an eyebrow and a hint of a playful smile appeared on his lips. It really was that Cooler, which made this first trip quite interesting. Because if this guy wasn't provoked, it would be fine, but if he was, it would just allow the whole family to reunite in hell. Planet Vegeta. Frieza's brother Cooler? He didn't know if Cooler had heard of him, but surely, the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Cooler would understand. Unfortunately, he couldn't survive in the vacuum of space. This damn setting really was quite frustrating. Su-yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Otherwise, he would have simply stepped out of the spaceship to see who dared to stop him. However, speaking of this, he recalled how Bardock had fought Frieza outside Planet Vegeta. Wasn't he that in space as well? Maybe it was worth a try. Su-yi adjusted the external situation and took a glance. The video was projected inside his spaceship, showing a large group of alien species holding laser guns or laser cannons, or even traditional ancient weapons, floating outside the planet. This was quite awkward. Su-yi shook his head in disbelief. After all this time, it turned out everything was flawed. Or perhaps the news that ordinary life forms couldn't survive in the universe, as mentioned in the Dragon Ball anime from his past life, was just a gimmick from that old man. Host, they're currently in the stratosphere of a planet. Note, every planet's stratosphere has oxygen. Just when Su-yi felt embarrassed, a sweet and pleasant voice suddenly rang in his mind. Hearing this, Su-yi blinked his eyes. Stratosphere? What is that? To be honest, whether in his past life or this one, he had never heard of the stratosphere. In any case, it is indeed uninhabitable in the universe. You just need to know that these extraterrestrial beings are outside planets that have oxygen, the system explained. Fine, I guess I'm uneducated then. Su-yi felt a bit embarrassed, pressed her index and middle fingers together at her brow, and then disappeared into the spaceship. Whoosh! The next moment, when Su-yi reappeared, she was already in front of a large group of extraterrestrial beings outside the spaceship. There really is oxygen. Su-yi took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Hey, are you the owner of this spaceship?" An alien creature that looked very much like a toad came forward, carrying a rocket launcher and coldly staring at Su-yi. Su-yi nodded. Be sensible and get lost quickly, or else King Gula will get angry and annihilate your entire race," the frog monster said coldly. Hearing this, Su-yi pressed his lips together, stretched out his hand, and was just about to act, but when he saw the rash on the frog monster's face, he suddenly shivered and retreated a step. He then used an energy cannon to directly blast him to death. For such weaklings with combat power only in the hundreds to thousands, it was incredibly easy for Su-yi to kill them if he wanted to. Moreover, daring to utter such threats in front of him was simply seeking death, wasn't it? Damn it, he actually made a move. Boom! Several alien creatures roared, but Su-yi merely extended a finger, and the energy cannon swept across, turning everyone around into dust. With no obstacles left, Su-yi teleported back to the spaceship and then maneuvered it towards the blue tourism planet. At high altitude, Suyi deployed a mini probe to collect information on this planet, and he found that it truly lived up to its reputation as a famous tourist planet. Not only was the air good, but the ecological environment was also top-notch. Just as Suyi was contemplating where to land on this planet, another spaceship flew towards him. Looking at the emblem, it was the mark of the Cosmic Pirate Army. The same emblem as Frieza and his gang. It seemed that the King Gula mentioned by those shrimp soldiers was indeed Frieza's brother. Gula, stop the spaceship ahead. A voice suddenly called out. Suyi shook his head and smiled. Since Gula was seeking death, he felt it was only fair to let the father and son reunite in hell. Whoosh! He teleported out of the spaceship, not bothering to say any more nonsense, and fired an energy cannon, causing the entire spaceship to explode. Huh? They didn't actually die? Suyi raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at an alien creature, who was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. The three of them, brothers or rather, father and sons, looked very similar, making them easily recognizable. However, the fact that this strike didn't kill Cooler immediately did surprise Suyi. Who are you? That tail, are you Saiyan? Cooler was filled with shock and dread, gasping for breath, nearly scared to death by Suyi's sudden attack. As he examined Suyi and noticed the tail wrapped around his waist, his expression suddenly changed. Their clan had a deep-seated enmity with the Saiyan race. Not to mention the legend that their ancestor was killed by Super Saiyan just in recent years. He had received news that both his father and brother had been killed by Saiyans. It seems you really are a Saiyan monkey, huh? Although it's strange how your power is so strong. In my eyes, Cooler quickly calmed down. Although he had been startled, he believed that this Saiyan had merely caught him off guard with a sneak attack, which had led to that terrifying scene. You talk too much. Suyi shook her head with a smile, gently stepping forward and reaching out with one hand to grab Gula's head, slowly lifting him up while saying with a faint smile, you'll be able to reunite with your father and brother in hell after you die. So you should thank me. No, Gula roared, filled with fear. At this moment, he truly regretted stopping the spaceship. However, even if he regretted it, it was too late for all of that. Bang! Suyi ignited a fire in the palm of his hand, directly reducing Gula to a pile of ashes. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the ashes floated away. The Nine-Yang True Fire, which was born autonomously within him after mastering the Nine-Yang Divine Art, was a unique flame that he controlled. This shows that it is indeed very different from the Nine-Yang Divine Art in the original World S novels. Wait, since this Nine-Yang Divine Art has such a big difference, perhaps I can really try to see what the Biming Divine Art feels like. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately had an idea. 7 years passed, and the world's #1 martial arts tournament was about to begin. Although he had memorized the North mysterious skill, Suyi, who had returned to the spaceship, soon forgot about it and started sightseeing with Bulma and the others after finding a place to settle down. Every day that followed was filled with eating, drinking, and enjoying activities, truly a very enjoyable life. Soon, the first year passed, and they moved on to another planet for tourism. The second and third years passed in succession, and it was still the same. Basically, Suyi was quite lazy every day. However, don't think that his strength did not grow. After recalling the North mysterious skill, Suyi practiced this technique. First, he did not abandon his practice of other techniques. Second, he did not possess North mysterious true chi. Third, this technique was indeed terrifying. He had already gained some understanding that practicing the Nine-Yang skill in this world would yield different effects, and the same was true for the North mysterious skill. During his training, mastering the first stage of the North mysterious skill, his combat power increased threefold, 10-fold in the second stage, 20-fold in the third stage. Terrifying indeed. It's important to note that this was only a fragmented version of the North mysterious skill. Fortunately, I practiced it. This North mysterious skill is fundamentally not the same as the one I understood. Suyi started to complain. He almost missed a very powerful technique. Fortunately, he remembered and practiced this technique. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years had passed. In the 5th year after leaving Earth, Suyi and the others returned. And after spending another 2 years on Earth, they reached the present time. On May 2nd, 774 of the AI calendar, Suyi just walked out of the training room, wiping the sweat off his forehead with a towel. Dad, I want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition in 5 days. A girl with blue hair and twin ponytails, about 1.6 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of Suyi, then jumped into his arms, looking up at him with anticipation. Now 12 years old, Xiao Yili looked no different from an ordinary high school student. Suyi pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "It's no problem for you to participate, but you must join the youth group." Suyi didn't really want this girl to participate in the martial arts tournament. even though she could now perfectly control the immense power hidden within her body. However, he still felt uneasy. The reason was that she had too little combat experience. Moreover, the most important reason was that this was the time when Babidi appeared and Buu was born. Didn't son Wukong's son Gohan get his energy absorbed once? He didn't want to let this Buu storyline pass just because he was unhappy. After all, it was a hard-won plot point that could earn him exchange points, and he really didn't want it to end so quickly. After 7 years of training, his combat power had already surpassed that of the original characters at this stage by a significant margin. Normally, his combat power was at 10 billion, and in a burst state, it reached 100 billion. In Super Saiyan 1 form, he had an astounding combat power of 500 billion. Not to mention how terrifying his combat power would be in Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 forms. As for the little girl who had hardly trained, her combat power was much weaker compared to her own strong training talent. In her normal state, she only had a combat power of 100 million, but she could also transform into a Super Saiyan, and in Super Saiyan 1 form, she had a combat power of 5 billion. However, ever since she transformed once a few years ago, she hadn't transformed again. Sui asked her the reason, but the explanation left him utterly astonished. When transforming into a Super Saiyan, the hair turns yellow, and that's what a bad girl is like. Lioli is the treasured daughter of her parents, a well-behaved girl. What else could Sui say about it? However, with his protection, little Lioli wouldn't encounter any accidents. After all, the items he had opened from daily gift packs over the past 7 years, as well as the things he exchanged in the system mall, were no joke. He had definitely armed little Lioli to the teeth. Anyone with a combat power below 1 trillion who dared to attack her with malicious intent would find themselves instantly killed by the backlash. It had been 7 years since they last met. He wondered how Goku and the others were doing with their training. So he pondered for a moment. According to the original work, at this time, Wukong in his Super Saiyan 2 state has a combat power of around 200 billion, while in Super Saiyan 3, it's about 600 billion. As for Vegeta, the perennial second place, at this stage in the original work, his Super Saiyan 2 power is at most 180 billion, and after being corrupted, he should be able to match Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 combat power. After thinking for a while, Sui shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. The father and daughter went to the living room. It was now lunchtime. After the family had their meal, everyone got busy with their own tasks. In the evening, they still slept under the same blanket, and Su Yi was being pampered to an incredible degree. Seeking flowers, Zhen Huxiao and Lotzi Li had not become pregnant after so many years. To be honest, this made Su Yi quite uncomfortable. It wasn't that he particularly wanted more children, but because he knew that Zhen Huxiao and Lotzi Li often cried over this matter in private, feeling very disappointed. As for this, Sui didn't know how to comfort the two women and was afraid that his attempts at consolation would backfire, so he chose not to intervene. He believed that when the time was right, Zhan Huxiao and Lotzi Li would naturally give him a baby. On this point, to be honest, Sui still leaned towards wanting a daughter. After all, daughters are like a father's little warm jackets. Time quickly passed a few days, and on May 7th of the 774th year of the AG era, everyone hurried to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Go Xiao Yoli. As Su Yi took Xiao Yoli to the venue of the first martial arts tournament in the world, Bulma, Zhan Huxiao, and Lotzi Li all showed up to send the little girl off. As for Su Yi, he was left out and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Soon, the farewell ended, and the little girl excitedly waved her hand to say goodbye to her 3 mothers. Daddy, do you think Goten and Trunks will participate too? Xiao Yoli asked while flying high in the sky with Su Yi. Yes, they will participate, he replied. Su Yi nodded and smiled. At this stage, the strength of these 2 little guys should be around 12 billion. Of course, this is the battle power in their Super Saiyan form. However, for such small children, this battle power is indeed quite formidable. Huh, does that mean I can't win a championship like Dad? The little girl blinked her eyes and said with a hint of disappointment. Ha ha ha, it's okay, little Yoli. What's important is that you participate. Sui laughed loudly, came to Su Yoli's side, grabbed her hand, and said, the flying speed is too slow. Let's teleport over. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the father and daughter disappeared from the high altitude, while Su Yi and his daughter were heading to the venue. Son Wukong and the others were also making their way to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Soon, they gathered together, and the youth group competition began. They quickly teleported to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and Su Yi led Xiao Yoli to register. Just as they left the registration area, they bumped into Master Roshi and the others. Su Yi. Krillin excitedly waved at Su Yi. Yi smiled at him and noticed that neither Sun Wukong's family nor Vegeta's family were inside, and even Yamcha was nowhere to be seen. It's been a long time. Everyone. Yi greeted each of them one by one, and then Xiao Liuli also obediently stepped forward to say hello. Wukong should be arriving soon, right? When Yi asked, Master Roshi had just answered, and then a shout came from behind. Hey, everyone actually arrived so early. Yi turned her head to take a glance, and behind Sun Wukong were Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Little Goten. The two little guys were bouncing around, and it was the first time Yi had seen Little Goten in many years. Looking at him was like seeing the shadow of young Wukong from back in the day. After they greeted each other, Sun Wukong and the others went to register. Before long, the preliminaries began. This was the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, with 35 participants in the youth division and 194 in the adult division. After one round of preliminaries, only 16 people remained in the adult division, while the youth division was down to 8, qualifying them for the top 8. There was only one arena, and since the youth division had a small number of participants, the top 8 matches started early. Trunks. This time, I'm definitely going to win the championship, Little Goten declared, shaking his fists at Trunks. Don't dream. Goten, you know my strength. So, this championship is mine. Trunks replied confidently. Su Liuli, who was nearby, glanced at the two little guys and smirked, thinking to herself, if it weren't for me not liking to train, you two wouldn't even have a chance to compete. Even so, you'll find out how strong I am soon enough. Before long, the top 8 matches began. Goten, Trunks, and Su Liuli each faced off against an opponent and fortunately didn't team meet each other early on. The top 8 matches quickly concluded, and unsurprisingly, they all advanced to the semifinals. This time, Su Liuli faced Trunks, while Little Goten encountered another blonde boy. In the first match of the semifinals, Little Goten battled the blonde boy and knocked him out in just a few seconds. Little Goten is amazing. He knocked out the contestant best with one punch. The host exclaimed, Yay, yay, yay. Goten is awesome. That's my son. Hee, isn't my son great? In the audience, the now middle-aged Chi-Chi cheered while waving her hands. Oolong, standing nearby, kept twitching his mouth and glanced at Master Roshi, who was staring intently at one spot. Oolong followed his gaze and saw a stunning blonde woman in a bikini walking around. Master Roshi hasn't changed at all, Oolong thought to himself, then pulled out a pair of binoculars from behind him, surveying the bikini-clad beauty while drooling uncontrollably. While Oolong and Master Roshi were admiring the bikini girl, Su Liuli had already stepped onto the arena to face Trunks. Let us begin. In the background, Su Yi and Sun Wukong approached and all looked towards the arena. Who do you think will win? Krillin asked with a smile. Vegeta glanced at Su Yi, crossing his arms with a blank expression. Liuli is no match for Trunks. The little girl hasn't trained at all for the past 10 years. Let her have this experience, he said. Su Yi smiled and said that he didn't care whether Su Liuli could win the championship. The girl Liuli actually had even greater potential, which was a pity. Sun Wukong shook his head and laughed. It should be known that when little Liuli was born, her combat power already overwhelmed theirs by countless times. After so many years, if she had really practiced well, she would probably be able to easily defeat them in an instant. Can Liuli transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo, who was nearby, asked with a flash of his eyes. She should be able to transform by the time she is 3 years old, right? Yi pondered for a moment and spoke up. 3 years old? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This is just too terrifying. Wait a minute. Logically speaking, after transforming, the little girl shouldn't be too weak, right? Klin, who was beside her, frowned and said, after so many years, she shouldn't have made no progress at all? He was indeed very curious. After all, this little girl was Su Ye's daughter. Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at the little girl in the arena. Perhaps this little girl might surprise him. With this thought, Yi was just about to ask the system to investigate the girl's combat power, but after some consideration, he decided against it. Since the little girl wanted to give him a surprise, he would just watch closely. The battle began. Everyone look, both of them have flown into the sky. My goodness, being able to fly at such a young age is truly astonishing. The host's voice rang out, capturing the attention of Su Yi and others backstage. Sister Liuli, your strength is impressive. In the sky, Tenanx and Su Liuli were engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Su Liuli raised her head and let out a sound, suddenly increasing her energy a bit and thrust her fist forward. Bang! The speed was so fast that Trunks didn't react at all and was directly knocked to the ground. Damn! Trunks, who was on the ground, felt his face turn red, then got up, stomped his feet, and transformed into a Super Saiyan. This transformation, with a battle power of 12 billion, instantly attracted the attention of all the powerful fighters. This little guy's strength. At this moment, in a corner of the backstage, two people, one tall and one short, slowly walked out, and their eyes fixed on Trunks in Super Saiyan 1 state. Sir, this is the Saiyan race. This is their transformation state, called Super Saiyan. Jebet said, I've heard of it. East Kaioshin nodded, then casually glanced at Piccolo, who was looking at him with a serious expression, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His aura. Piccolo saw East Kaioshin and suddenly showed a look of shock on his face, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead. His strength is not weak now. Using all his power, his battle power is close to 100 billion. However, he felt a tremendous pressure from this little guy. It wasn't pressure from strength, but pressure on a mental level. It was as if this guy could naturally suppress him with his aura. They're also gods. Sister Lioli, be careful. At this moment, Trunks on the arena had a confident smile on his face, knowing how strong he was after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Okay, I will be very careful. Su Lioli, wearing a white martial arts uniform, smiled and nodded, releasing her energy, and her battle power directly reached 5 billion. Feeling the little girl's battle power, Su Ye's eyes widened. Wow, this girl can even deceive her old man. However, the fact that her explosive state had a battle power of 5 billion did surprise him a bit. Moreover, seeing little Lioli's relaxed demeanor, it was clear that she did not take Trunks in Super Saiyan state too seriously. It seems that she will indeed give me a surprise. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and smiled, whispering to himself, Brother Su Yi, this girl Lioli probably has even more strength than this. Sun Wukong's eyes also lit up. In her Super Saiyan state, Lioli at level 25 should easily defeat Trunks. Vegeta glanced over and nodded in agreement. If Trunks lost to Lioli, Vegeta naturally had nothing to say, as that was the man's man, and he found it very normal. However, if Trunks were to lose to the younger Gohan, he would likely become furious. Trunks paid no attention to that, flying up into the sky with golden flames surrounding his fists, charging fiercely at Su Lioli. Su Lioli smiled faintly and extended a single finger, gently tapping the air. Ding! A sound like bells clashing rang out in the venue, followed by a ripple spreading through the air, as if a small stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Boom! A second later, Tenix arrived. A ball-shaped object of sky blue rushed towards him, and then crashed into him with a loud bang. Tenix! Vegeta, backstage, changed his expression, roared, and seemed ready to fly forward. No need to rush. You don't even know your son's strength. You're really failing as a father. So he grabbed him and smiled. As soon as she said this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately turned their gazes towards her. Ha ha ha, me too. I also failed quite a bit. So he naturally understood what their gaze meant. He chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, scratched the back of his head, and said, Vegeta didn't respond and looked back at the arena, where Trunks flew out of the pit on the stage, covered in dirt. Sister Lioli, your strength is really impressive. Trunks said, pouting in disbelief. To be honest, if it weren't for his quick reaction, that last hit would have really knocked him out. He would probably have lost his combat ability, even if he didn't faint. Hee hee. Su Lioli's charming smile reveals an extraordinary beauty at such a young age. Bulma's looks go without saying. While Su Ye's appearance isn't the kind that everyone loves at first sight, but it's still quite handsome, a definite good-looking guy. Both of their genes are incredibly strong, making little Lioli appear as if she were sculpted, with not a single flaw. Trunks, looking at the smiling Su Lioli, inexplicably felt his face flush, coughed a couple of times, and then loudly proclaimed, Sister Lioli, be careful. Next, I'm going to fight you seriously. You can go all out, or else you might lose. Su Lioli laughed and said, humph. Ternanx still blames his earlier mistake on his own carelessness, not taking the battle seriously. With a cold snort, he flew up into the sky once again. Su Lioli remained calm and composed, while those backstage had been paying attention to the expressions of Sun Wukong and the others in the arena, and they fell into silence. After all, she was Su Ye's daughter. The previous generation had fought against them with the same calm and composed demeanor. Their next generation would similarly be unable to defeat her next generation. Can you spar with Lioli, Gohan? Piccolo suddenly asked. I've never tried. Son Gohan replied after a moment of thought. Just like in the original story, the once powerful Gohan from 7 years ago had already weakened significantly and had entered the period of being Goku's son. Perhaps soon, the mysterious Gohan who would battle you would reach his peak once again, but after that, he would basically have completely devolved into Goku's son. Sui glanced at Sun Wukong, and the system informed him of his combat power. Super Saiyan Grade 1 at 50 billion, Super Saiyan Grade 2 at 100 billion. Compared to 7 years ago, he was definitely weaker by more than one level. However, in terms of the original story's power level, Yebi Fan at this moment was still quite strong. Boom! At that moment, an explosion was heard in the arena. Contestant Tenenx had already flown off the stage, and contestant Su had won this match. The host's voice rang out across the venue. Whoosh! As the host announced the victory, a sound of breaking air was heard, and Su Lioli flew over, her speed so fast that only Su Yi and Sun Wukong could see her. Daddy, is Lioli amazing? Thud! The little girl directly pounced on Su Yi, clinging to him like a koala, her head rubbing against his chest. Ha ha ha! My little Lioli is amazing. Su Yi rubbed her head, letting her slip out of her embrace. Despite being 12 years old, the little girl was still incredibly innocent and naive due to her limited experiences, mentally just like any other 12-year-old girl. Vegeta, aren't you going to check on Trunks? Goku teased as he nudged the worried Vegeta. No, Vegeta snorted coldly. My son, Trunks, could never be that weak. He'll get back up just as he fell down. Su Yi heard this and smiled, shaking his head. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind him. He turned around to take a look, and two people were approaching, East Kaishin Shin and Jebit. As East Kaishin Shin and Jebit got closer, the sweat on Piccolo's face increased, and he exclaimed, "They're also gods." 79. The emergence of a demonized person, the evil wizard Babidi. They're also gods. Upon hearing Piccolo's slightly trembling voice, Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. Hello, Saiyan Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Shin walked over, with Jebit following closely behind, looking very respectful. Hearing Shin accurately call out their names, Sun Wukong and the others frowned, especially Vegeta, who coldly glanced at Shin and Jebit and snorted without saying a word. May I ask, who are you, sir? Shin had already walked in front of them. Piccolo stepped forward, respectfully bowing, and then lifted his head to ask with some confusion. Shoo! Shin glanced at Piccolo and made a quiet gesture, then smiled at Sun Wukong. He had already heard of him while in the realm of East Kaishin. At your command. Piccolo combined with the god to become a true Super Namekian, but he was also a god of Earth who had been officially recognized. Essentially, he was Shin's subordinate, so it made sense for him to be so respectful. This time I come, I do not wish to disturb too many people. You all do your own things, and I will do mine. Shin said, although he had heard of the power of these Saiyans, he did not pay too much attention. In his eyes, can humans, no matter how strong, surpass gods? Impossible. Therefore, he didn't think Sun Wukong and the others could help him, especially since he was facing that legendary evil person this time. On the contrary, he hoped not to involve Sun Wukong and the others. All right, Piccolo respectfully responded. Shin smiled and nodded, then glanced at the indifferent Su Yi before turning back to the previous corner. Soon, Su Lioli returned to the arena. The championship match was between her and Sun Wutian. Even with a battle power of 2 billion, Trunks was no match for Su Lioli, and naturally, with a battle power of 10 billion, Sun Wutian wouldn't be able to compete either. After just a few minutes, Su Lioli had even held back a bit. Otherwise, in less than half a minute, Sun Wutian would have been defeated. Without any suspense, Su Lioli won the championship of this junior division. The little girl excitedly ran over and started showing off in front of Su Yi. Great! Su Yi rubbed Xiao Lioli's head and praised her. Then, the adult competition began. Su Yi wasn't the first match, so he watched from the sidelines with Xiao Luli. The first match featured several characters from the Dragon Ball original work. But Su Yi took a glance and had no impression of them, so he started chatting with Xiao Luli. Soon, the first, second, and third matches finished one after another, and it was Su Ye's turn for the fourth match. When he got on stage, his opponent was still an obscure character from the original work. Su Yi simply extended a finger and struck the arena, causing the guy to concede immediately. In the fifth match, it was Piccolo, and he also easily dealt with his opponent. During the sixth match, Su Yi noticed that Biddy Lee was up next, and he instantly perked up. This girl was the daughter of Satan, and her strength was decent against ordinary people, but in this setting, she was no different from a weakling. Spavich, finish this girl off quickly. A big man shouted from backstage. Don't worry. The big man on the stage gave an okay gesture and quickly launched a fierce attack on Biddy Lee. As they exchanged blows, Biddy Lee's strength was indeed impressive, but Spavich was actually a demonized person, significantly stronger than her. Soon, Biddy Lee was knocked down on the arena. Damn it! Backstage, the masked superhero's son, Gohan, gritted his teeth, wishing he could rush out to save Biddy Lee. Just then, Su Yi suddenly stepped forward and pushed Son Gohan. Huh, Uncle Su Yi, why did you push me? Son Gohan was startled and didn't understand why Su Yi had pushed him. If you don't get on stage now, Your lover is going to be in trouble. Suyi teased, Uncle Suyi, what are you talking about? Bidily is definitely not my lover. Sun Wukong suddenly jumped up on the spot, waving his hands anxiously. Ah! A scream came from the arena, belonging to Bidily. Upon hearing that sound, the expression on Sun Wukong's face darkened instantly, and he turned around to fly directly to the stage. Huh? Is that girl Wukong's girlfriend? Sun Wukong leaned closer to Suyi and asked curiously. Suyi glanced at him, thinking that people with low emotional intelligence are truly frightening. They can't even see this. You'll know in the future, Suyi said with a smile, then waited for the plot to slowly unfold. He knew that this Spobobic would drain all of Sun Wukong's energy, and after being treated by Jebbit, the Bu saga would officially begin. Soon, just as Suyi remembered from the plot, Sun Wukong's energy was absorbed by Spobobic, who then quickly fled the arena, and everyone chased after him. Dad, what should we do? Should we chase after him? Suyoli's face was quite excited as she asked. Huh. Suyi gently flicked her forehead and said, let's go back. This time of the martial arts tournament, you've had your fill of fun, haven't you? Oomph. Suyoli pouted her little mouth. It could hang a soy sauce bottle. Cute. Suyi saw that Sun Wukong and his companions had flown into the sky, and naturally felt a bit anxious. He patted Li Wang's little Lioli on the head, then bent down and kissed her forehead, using teleportation to leave the venue of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, a kilometer above the ground. Suyi had already caught up with Sun Wukong and his companions. So, are you saying that the terrifying monster Majin Buu, created by the magician Bibidi, is now sealed in some unknown place on Earth? As soon as Suyi arrived, he heard Piccolo asking the East Kaioshin about Xen. That's right. Xen, who was flying, turned his head to glance at Piccolo and said solemnly, the only one who can break this seal is the son of the magician Babidi, and this Babidi has already arrived on Earth and is planning to break the seal of the terrifying monster Majin Buu, king of the demon world, Dabura? Just a piece of trash. Upon hearing Xn's words, Sun Wukong and the others also wore serious expressions. After a while, Sun Wukong asked, is this magician Babidi very powerful? He should be considered a formidable figure. This guy is a magician and can use very terrifying spells, just like the two transformed beings you saw earlier. Moreover, when under his control, both physical attributes and combat power are enhanced by more than one level. However, the premise for him to control someone is that the person must have evil thoughts, Xn explained. I see. That's quite impressive. I really want to fight this guy. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly. Vegeta, who had been silently flying, suddenly narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering with a strange light as if he was contemplating something. After a while, the group's flying speed slowed down, and they soon landed on a pile of stones. From a distance, they saw a large door resembling a basement on the ground. There were 3 people at the entrance, the 2 transformed beings holding pots and a very ugly alien. Is that guy the magician Babidi? Wukong looked over and whispered. No, it's not him. Xen shook his head and frowned. I think he should be one of Babidi's subordinates. After all, there are too many people with evil thoughts in this universe. All right. Sun Wukong immediately lost interest and replied, looking around with a serious expression. The ground around here seems a bit off. Just then, Jebbit and Son Gohan, who had arrived afterward, also approached them. Jebbit was covered in sweat, scanned the surroundings, clenched his fist, and said in a deep voice, I see, that guy Babidi has hidden the spaceship underground. No wonder we couldn't find his trace, no matter how hard we searched. Damn it. Are we going to take action? Piccolo turned around and said solemnly, if they let Gohan's powerful energy be given to the sealed monster, Majin Buu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, there's no rush. They won't let the spaceship be destroyed if they plan to resurrect Majin Buu, so they will definitely come out, Xn calmly analyzed. In any case, let's observe the situation first, and then find an opportunity to strike. At this point, Xn felt quite bitter. He originally didn't want to involve these humans, but ultimately, he couldn't withstand his own lack of power. Speaking of this, he felt a flush of embarrassment, as he had looked down on these Super Saiyans, or humans before. But Gohan's burst of power had slapped him in the face. If these powerful beings weren't to be looked down upon, what did that make him, the Kaioshin? Not wanting to think too much, everyone began to observe. Time passed slowly, and just when Suyi was starting to get a bit impatient, 2 figures slowly walked toward the underground door. One was a tall alien with a white cloak, pink skin, and blue clothes. The other was a very short and ugly alien, with small eyes that exuded a lewd aura. The tall one was Dabura, and the other was the evil magician Babidi. Dabura? How could this guy Babidi possibly team up with the demon world King Dabura? Seeing the two, XN and Jebit had cold sweat flowing down their faces, stammering in shock. Clearly, Dabura's reputation was so great that even XN, as a Kaishin, trembled at the sight of him. Huh? Hearing this, Krillin blinked and showed a worried expression. Dabura? Is that the tall one? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked in surprise. That's right. XN swallowed hard and nodded. So, is this guy very powerful? Sun Wukong asked seriously. Of course he's powerful. You have to understand that this guy is the king of the dark demon world. XN whispered, feeling terrified at the sight of Dabura. Not even daring to breathe. What is the dark demon world? This was the first time Son Gohan had heard of this world, and he curiously asked. Sun Wukong and the others were also very curious, while Su Yi looked sleepy and lazy, honestly close to dozing off. On the other side of this world, there is actually another world. The strongest in this world might be one of you, but the strongest in the other world, the demon world, is this Dabura. XN said in fear, cold sweat never stopping from his forehead. Huh? Then is this demon world, King Dabura, very powerful? Krillin was startled and shrank his neck. Yes. XN nodded. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked toward the arena, his gaze fixed on the demon world, King Dabura, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. This time, I can definitely have a good fight. Sun Wukong laughed. Fight! Wukong, you mustn't have that thought. XN's expression changed, and he hurriedly advised. What might seem very powerful in your eyes is actually quite weak in ours. At this moment, Su Yi suddenly spoke up, having squatted for a long time, feeling a bit numb in his legs, and stood up slowly. Crouch down! Crouch down! You quickly crouch down. Seeing Su Yi stand up, XN's face instantly turned pale, and he reached out to pull Su Yi down. However, his hand froze in midair, startled by Su Yi's cold gaze, and he stopped there. He couldn't pull it back, nor could he dare to pull Su Yi down. Lord XN, this is Su Yi. His strength is very powerful, perhaps in your eyes. This demon world King Dabura is the #1 expert, but in front of him, he is probably just a crawling insect. Piccolo thought for a moment and stepped in to ease the atmosphere while introducing Su Yi. Hearing this, XN felt his throat dry, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Not good. Dabura and the others have noticed us. Suddenly, Jebit, who had been staring at Babidi and the others on the ground, exclaimed, because he saw Dabura spit toward them. Oomph, just a spit. And it scares you, a god with divine status like this? Vegeta crossed his arms and sneered, his childhood experiences leaving him with no good feelings toward these so-called gods, and he finally couldn't help but mock them. Since he was discovered, Vegeta slowly stood up and flew towards the spit, raising his hand to swat it away. As a result, the spit stuck to his glove. Vegeta, quickly throw away your glove. This guy's saliva can petrify people. Xion's face changed, and he exclaimed, What? Vegeta was taken aback, looking down to see that his glove had indeed started to petrify, slowly creeping up his arm. This scene made Vegeta hurriedly throw away the glove. Damn it, this guy's attack is really strange. Vegeta gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Xion's warning, he would have been petrified. Huh, East Kaishin, Xion, on the open ground. Babidi glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips as he sinisterly said, Dabura, it seems the bait has once again attracted these big fish according to my plan. Hey. Dabura let out a chilling laugh, and it looked like Majin Buu would awaken this time. That's right, just the energy of 3 of them is enough to awaken Majin Buu. Babidi laughed happily, surprised that Majin Buu could awaken so quickly. It was truly beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha. All right, we only need the energy of 3 people. Kill the rest. Yes. Dabura respectfully responded. At this moment, Su Yi and the others directly appeared. Babidi. Xion roared. Xion, I know you, East Kaishin. The ugly Babidi clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely turned around, and scanned the group with a mocking look, a faint smile on his face as he said, If 3 of you are willing to offer your energy, I might consider not killing you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Babidi suddenly noticed Vegeta's presence, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a faint hint of evil intent from this man. All right, since you are unwilling, then Dabura, make your move. Babidi flew back, ready to watch the show. Pui, you also find an opponent to fight. Babidi glanced at another ugly alien creature and said lightly, Yes, sir. Pui stepped forward, scanning Su Yi and the others, but found that he seemed to be no match for anyone, instantly showing an awkward expression. Lord Babidi, Pui had just started to speak when suddenly a spit flew over and attached itself to him. In less than a second, this guy was petrified. Lord Babidi doesn't need waste. Dabura laughed, turning to look at the other two demonic beings trying to escape, and spat at them as well, petrifying them. Do these guys treat their own like this? Seeing this scene, Krillin and the others' expressions changed. That's normal. Sui stepped forward and said lightly, once you're done using him, you'll just kill him. Don't think that Dapula, the king of the demon world, is so important. If Bu comes out, Babidi will probably abandon him in an instant. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, everyone fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Dapula, it's up to you now. I'm going down to check on Majin Bu. Babidi chuckled darkly and then directly descended. Yes, Dapula respectfully replied and then flew into the sky. What should we do? Xian's expression was very grim. He believed that he and the others were no match for this guy at all. Just a piece of trash. Vegeta stepped forward, raising his palm to unleash an energy blast at Dapula. Bang! Dapula effortlessly swatted the energy blast away. Your power is too weak. Dapula sneered and shook his head. Oh! Vegeta smiled and roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Using such overwhelming power to crush a weakling like you is truly a waste of effort. As he spoke, Vegeta moved, instantly appearing in front of Dapula. It's worth noting that in Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegeta had a battle power of 180 billion, compared to Dapula's mere 70 billion. He could easily win with his eyes closed. What immense power! Xian and Jebet were both shocked by Vegeta's incredible aura. A human, how could he be so powerful? Xian was truly astonished. It was simply terrifying. Vegeta, in Super Saiyan 2 form, went on a rampage, landing punches on Dapula. How can you be this strong? The overwhelming power made Dapula, the king of the demon world, roar in anger. I told you, you're just trash. I thought you were strong, but you're nothing. Boom. Vegeta coldly laughed as a massive energy blast hit Dapula, directly obliterating him. Huh, trash. Vegeta smirked, slowly landing and glancing back at the East Kaishin, Xian, and Jebet before walking through the door. Xian couldn't help but swallow hard, shocked by Vegeta's strength. Lord Kaishin, Vegeta and Goku are about equally matched, and that Mr. Su Yi is even more powerful. Piccolo whispered, they are not ordinary humans. They are from the powerful Saiyan race. Saiyans, isn't that just a human race? Xian chuckled bitterly. He had heard of this race before, a race born to plunder resources, which he had never taken seriously. Now, Xian glanced at Son Goku and then focused on Su Yi, sighing inwardly. Just these few people alone could probably destroy many Kaishin realms. Fortunately, they currently have no evil intentions. I was wrong before. I underestimated you all. I apologize to everyone here. Xian turned around and bowed to everyone. The Kaishin don't need to be so polite. Let's head into the spaceship below and have a good fight with Majin Bu, Goku said, full of fighting spirit. Vegeta had already gone in for a while, and if this guy got to fight the very powerful Majin Bu first, he would only be able to watch. Hearing Goku's words, Xian opened his mouth but then thought of something and quickly closed it again. He was afraid of being slapped in the face again, so he didn't dare to say much. The group arrived at the door and slowly walked towards the spaceship below. As Su Yi and the others descended from the spaceship, Vegeta, who had gone down earlier, had already cleared out all obstacles and arrived easily in front of Babidi. Have you taken care of everything? Babidi was looking at the still sleeping Majin Bu when he heard footsteps and thought it was Dapula, smiling happily. Huh, trash. Vegeta's voice rang out, startling Babidi, who slowly turned around and was immediately frozen in place upon seeing Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 form. Hey, how did you get in here? After 2 seconds, Babidi exclaimed in shock, hurriedly retreating. Swish! Vegeta stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Babidi, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up coldly, saying, Quickly release Majin Bu. I want to see just how strong he really is. Son Goku wanted to fight Majin Bu too, and he was eager to kill Majin Bu quickly and then have a proper match with Kakarot, showing him the results of his 7 years of training. Then let me go. If you let me go, I can release the seal on Majin Bu, Babidi said, feeling the growing evil intent in Vegeta's heart. His fear diminishing significantly, his eyes darting as he spoke. Bang! Vegeta narrowed his eyes, throwing Babidi down and coldly saying, Hurry up. Okay. Babidi laughed, feeling Vegeta's inner evil intent growing stronger. His face filled with excitement as he clapped. The stronger you are, the happier I am. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned. Meanwhile, Su Yi and the others had arrived at the second level of the spaceship and saw a pile of corpses, their brows furrowing. This guy Vegeta is being too brutal, Krillin complained, pinching his nose as the surrounding smell of blood made him uncomfortable. Suddenly, a strong and hidden evil aura emerged, and Su Ye's eyes flashed as he quickened his pace. Seeing Su Ye speed up, the others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Soon, the group arrived at the last level of the spaceship. At that moment, in a very large space, a pink-skinned monster stood behind Babidi, while Vegeta, in Super Saiyan 2 form, stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the entrance of this level. Su Ye led the way in, scanning the surroundings, and his gaze landed on the pink-skinned monster with something like an antenna on its head. Majin Buu was awake. Majin Buu. Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. What? This guy's Majin Buu. Why does he seem nowhere near as powerful as I imagined? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Majin Buu, whispering to each other in confusion. Indeed, with his pink skin and a thing like an antenna on his head, he looked chubby and harmless from any angle. Seeing these people mocking Majin Buu's appearance, Su Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Come on, didn't you notice that Vegeta looks a bit different? Wait, Vegeta, how did you end up over there? Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed. Huh, it's true. Krillin saw Vegeta next to Babidi, emanating a fierce aura, with a black maw on his forehead, and was instantly stunned. Vegeta seems to be under Babidi's control. Xian's expression changed upon seeing the black maw on Vegeta's forehead. What? Everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha. Thank you, my Vegeta. If it weren't for you, Majin Buu would never have awakened. Babidi laughed heartily. Earlier, he had controlled Vegeta, who had malicious thoughts, and made him release an energy ball at Majin Buu, which instantly awakened the powerful creature. Trash! What did you say? Vegeta's face darkened as he unleashed a powerful aura, causing Babidi to retreat several steps and fall to the ground. What a strong power! Xian's face turned pale. Vegeta's strength had increased significantly after being controlled by Babidi, terrifyingly so. Oomph! Babidi, who had fallen to the ground, snorted coldly and slowly got up, pointing at Vegeta with a cold voice. Now you're under my control, my subordinate. If you dare, bang. Before he could finish, Vegeta directly punched Babidi in the face, sending him flying against the wall. Trash. If you say one more word, I'll kill you, Vegeta said coldly. Hiss. Seeing that Vegeta dared to attack Babidi, Xian gasped in shock, his face displaying an odd expression. Vegeta doesn't seem like someone who is controlled. Jebet exclaimed in surprise. The pride of the Saiyan Prince cannot be controlled by such trash. Su Ye laughed on the side, thinking that if it weren't for this particular trait, Vegeta could never become the second male lead in the Dragon Ball world, nor could he consistently chase after Goku's strength. Of course, by the time they reached the Universe Survival Tournament, the gap between the two was even more apparent. Although both were Super Saiyan Blue, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Hearing Su Ye's words, Vegeta turned his gaze over, a smile appearing on his face. In his heart, Vegeta held a fighting spirit towards Su Ye, but more importantly, he felt respect. Because if it weren't for Su Ye's help, he could not have grown to this level, nor could he have kept up with Goku's pace. Now, his pride was understood by Su Ye, making him even happier. Damn it, Majin Buu, kill Vegeta for me. Babidi jumped out from behind the wall, his already ugly face now bruised and swollen, making him even more grotesque, which caused Majin Buu to show a look of disdain. However, he was created by Babidi's father Babidi, so he understood that Babidi could control him. So even if he was displeased, he had to obey. Bang bang. Majin Buu began to hammer his fists, squinting at Vegeta. Upon sensing Vegeta's provocative gaze, his squinted eyes opened slightly, emitting a dangerous light. Majin-ized Vegeta versus Majin Buu. As Majin Buu's gaze swept over, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable fear spreading within him. As this thought emerged, Vegeta's expression darkened, shaking his head and coldly staring at Majin Buu, beckoning with his finger, coldly saying, Bubblegum, be careful not to get killed by me. Bubblegum. Hearing these three words, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on Majin Buu's face. What is bubblegum? Hearing the word bubblegum, Su Ye couldn't help but burst out laughing. Goodness, Vegeta can actually say something so funny. You don't need to know. Vegeta was very indifferent, slowly walking forward, his aura growing stronger with each step he took towards Majin Buu. Then it seems that if I knock you down, you'll tell me what bubblegum is. Majin Buu grinned, his chubby face displaying a harmless smile. Boom! As Majin Buu's words fell, Vegeta charged at him like a cannonball, delivering a punch to his face. Majin Buu's face caved in directly, and Vegeta retracted his hand and punched him in the stomach, causing Majin Buu's stomach to cave in as well. Hmm? Vegeta felt it was strange. Why did it seem like he hadn't hurt this guy at all? Is it over? Majin Buu puffed out his belly, his caved-in face and stomach returning to normal, grinning at Vegeta and throwing a straight punch back at him, hitting him in the face. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. If it's over, then it's my turn. Majin Buu whispered, his chubby body flashing and instantly appearing behind Vegeta. Then he raised his leg and kicked Vegeta into the air. Bang! The top of the last layer of the spaceship was smashed through. Seeing this, Babbidi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Majin Buu, ease up, stop for a moment, I need to change the location. This spaceship was his lifeline, containing many important things that couldn't be destroyed by Majin Buu. As he spoke, Babbidi quickly cast a spell, and the scene instantly transformed to the ground. What's going on? Goku tilted his head to look around, revealing a puzzled expression. This is Babbidi's magic. Although we are in this open space, we are still inside the spaceship. However, any collisions won't damage the spaceship. Xin explained. I see. Goku nodded in realization, a look of admiration on his face. This Babbidi is quite a formidable character. Hearing this praise, Xion's mouth twitched. This guy was really carefree, even praising his opponent. All right, Majin Buu, you can unleash your full power. Kill all these guys. Babbidi clapped and laughed. Bang, bang, bang. Tell me, what is bubblegum? At this moment, after the scene changed, Majin Buu was in the sky with Vegeta. Everyone looked on as Vegeta was being relentlessly beaten by Majin Buu, unable to fight back at all. Vegeta, Goku shouted, rallying himself. But don't underestimate this Majin Buu. Hearing Goku's voice, Vegeta was furious. I can't believe Kakarot saw me getting beaten up. It infuriates me. Majin Buu, D. Vegeta roared in his heart, unleashing all his power as his battle aura surged. Bang! A punch. It struck Majin Buu. Bang! Another punch. It hit Majin Buu on the head, turning it around. And finally, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast at close range, creating a large hole in Majin Buu's stomach. Trash! Now do you know my strength? Vegeta stepped back a few dozen meters, extending his right hand, a radiant glow appearing in his palm as he charged up for a massive energy blast to annihilate Majin Buu. Majin Buu, be careful. Babbidi shouted from below, panic evident on his face. Although he was Bibidai's child, he didn't know how strong Majin Buu was. Seeing Vegeta fully unleashing his power, he immediately became flustered. Hearing Babbidi's words, a smile appeared on Majin Buu's face in the sky, his squinted eyes opening slightly, a thin shadow appearing at the edge of his eyes. You've angered me. I'll turn you into a cookie and eat you. Majin Buu's gloomy expression looked very terrifying, but his words were quite childish. At least, hearing this, Vegeta laughed. However, he quickly found it hard to keep laughing, as the pink antenna-like thing on Majin Buu's head shot an electric charge towards the charging Vegeta. Vegeta, be careful. If you get hit by Majin Buu, you'll really turn into a cookie. Xian shouted. What? Vegeta's expression changed, and he quickly stopped charging, dodging Majin Buu's attack, a high speed. Explosive wave. Seeing Vegeta dodge, the small hole on Majin Buu's head sprayed out a lot of steam. Then he spread his hands upward, and terrifying pressure rushed towards Vegeta. Boom! This was a type of air energy blast that didn't reveal its trajectory and exploded around Vegeta, blasting him in a way that left him in agony. Now, tell me what bubblegum is. Majin Buu flew over and stepped on Vegeta's head, squinting his eyes with an innocent smile on his face. Vegeta, Goku shouted, quickly flying forward and launching a Kamehameha wave at Majin Buu, who was standing on Vegeta's head. Bang! Without even turning his head, Majin Buu casually swatted the Kamehameha wave away, causing it to explode on the other side and create a massive mushroom cloud. This guy is so strong. Goku hovered in midair, looking at Majin Buu in disbelief. However, the stronger Majin Buu became, the more excited Goku was. So, he exploded with energy, skipping the Super Saiyan 1 state and directly entering the Super Saiyan 2 state, shouting at Majin Buu, "Now, let me be your opponent." At this moment, Su Yi, who was watching the show, suddenly heard the sweet and melodious task notification sound from the system in his mind. 84. What level of task is this? Too generous, right? Ding. The task has been issued. Eliminate Babbidi and completely release Majin Buu's true nature. Task rewards: 1 million exchange points, the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword, and 100 silver level gift packs. Does the host choose to accept this task? The system's sweet and melodious notification sound echoed in Su Ye's mind almost 3 times before he came back to his senses, swallowing hard. Not to mention the 1 million exchange points. Just that 6 Meridian's Divine Sword alone is probably worth more than this simple task. And now, there are even an extra 100 silver-level gift packs. What the heck? What kind of heavenly fat task is this? It's terrifying. System, is this task for real? Or is there some hidden mystery? Su Yi blinked, hardly believing that this task would be so lucrative. Host, there must be a hidden mystery. This is to completely unleash the nature of Majin Buu, which is the concealed mystery. The system explained, if you cannot complete the task of completely unleashing the nature of Majin Buu, the host will naturally not be able to receive the task rewards. Hearing this explanation, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Completely unleash the nature of Majin Buu? What does that mean? In general, Majin Buu has 2 sides. One is relatively kind and harmless. The current Fat Buu should be considered slightly kind. The other is very evil, prone to killing at any moment. So, does this mean he has to unleash that evil Buu? Su Yi pondered for a moment, then nodded and accepted the task. With such a lucrative assignment, it was unreasonable not to take it. Moreover, even if he failed to complete the task, he felt no pressure since there were no penalties for failure. Looking back at the arena, he saw Majin Buu already engaged in battle with Son Goku. Xian, who had been worried at first, gradually revealed a relieved smile as he watched Majin Buu being heavily beaten by Son Goku, indicating that Goku had a chance to defeat this guy. However, he soon found himself unable to smile anymore. It seemed that Majin Buu underwent a transformation, his demeanor shifting from calm to violent, with a fierce aura spreading around him, and the small hole on his head bubbling with steam. You've completely angered me. I will kill you. Majin Buu pounded his chest and formed his hands into a flower shape. Huh? Could this guy also use the Kamehameha? Son Goku, witnessing this action from his side, was momentarily stunned. Let me show you my Kamehameha. With that, Majin Buu unleashed this attack. The blue beam was blinding, and the shockwave was terrifying, reaching Son Goku in the blink of an eye. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a large mushroom cloud rose near Son Goku. Goku! Piccolo shouted loudly. Dad! Gohan also yelled out. Damn it, Goku's powerful energy has dissipated. Is he really not a match for Majin Buu? Krillin gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Su Yi, Goku isn't a match for Majin Buu. Do you think you are? At that moment, Xian recalled what Piccolo had said earlier and hurried over to Su Yi, politely asking. Upon hearing this question, Su Yi felt somewhat speechless. He realized that most people in the Dragon Ball world had very low emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how could this guy so directly ask such a question that could easily irritate someone? Not wanting to dwell on this thought, Su Yi gave a dismissive glance at the little man and replied indifferently, whether or not I'm a match isn't something to be said. It's something to be proven through battle. After saying this, Su Yi stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of Babidi. His speed left Babidi stunned for several seconds, and finally, his expression changed as he hurriedly retreated a couple of 100 meters, shouting at Majin Buu in the sky. Majin Buu, someone is trying to harm me. You must protect me. The voice reached Majin Buu's ears, causing him to squint his eyes again. He turned to Babidi and revealed a harmless smile. Don't worry. Let me deal with this annoying person first. Do you want to die? Babidi's expression changed again, and he shouted angrily. I think you want to die. Majin Buu's eyes opened wider than before, a black mist suddenly appearing from his hands, and although the small hole on his head was still spewing steam, it now emitted streams of black vapor. Seeing this scene, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, as this was a scenario that hadn't even appeared in the original story. Why you? Babidi pointed at Majin Buu in the sky, his face filled with terror. Majin Buu flew over and threw a punch at Babidi. Bang! Ah! Babidi closed his eyes and let out a scream as Majin Buu approached. However, 2 seconds later, he realized that nothing had happened to him. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Su Yi blocking Majin Buu's punch, his face showing a look of astonishment. Mr. Su Yi, how did he help Babidi? Seeing this, Xian and the others changed their expressions and panicked. Could Su Yi also be under Babidi's control? Krillin suddenly said, and as soon as he spoke, a large amount of sweat broke out on Piccolo and Gohan's foreheads. If Su Yi was controlled by Babidi, the entire Earth might be doomed, and they would perish in an instant. Krillin might not fully understand Su Yi's strength, but Gohan and Piccolo were very aware of how powerful he was. It can't be, right? The group looked back at the arena, where Su Yi threw a punch at Majin Buu, directly turning him into a mass of pink flesh. What incredible power! With one punch, Su Yi had obliterated Majin Buu, clearly demonstrating his terrifying strength. Xian couldn't help but exclaim. However, he quickly thought of something even more terrifying. If Su Yi was helping Babidi, was he being controlled? If he truly was under control, then this Su Yi would be a far more terrifying evil existence than Majin Buu. Would they still be able to survive? Thinking of this, Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. Not just him, but Jebit, Krillin, and Piccolo were all filled with a rising sense of panic. Let's not talk about whether Babidi can control him. Even if he could, Uncle himself wouldn't have any evil thoughts. Gohan spoke calmly. Piccolo was his mentor in life and training, and Su Yi was undoubtedly his idol. Naturally, he would unconditionally trust his idol. Krillin and the others forced smiles, not fully knowing whether Su Yi was under Babidi's control. Su Yi here did not know that Klin and the others had assumed he was under Babidi's control. He casually glanced at the pink, blob-like Majin Buu and then focused on the trembling Babidi. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A man who could easily crush Majin Buu with a single punch was not someone he could provoke. If I don't kill you, then my 1 million exchange points, the 6 Meridian swords, and 100 silver-level gift packs will be gone. Su Yi shook his head and chuckled, saying that he blocked the attack from Majin Buu because that guy Babidi had to be killed by him. Otherwise, even if Majin Buu completely unleashed his true nature, it wouldn't count as completing the mission. Babidi couldn't understand Su Ye's words and could only beg for mercy. Boom! Su Yi, too lazy to waste time, raised his hand and punched, directly blasting Babidi apart. Babidi's strength was nowhere near that of Majin Buu. With this punch, he was truly obliterated, leaving no hope of resurrection. See, I told you. How could Uncle Su Yi be controlled by someone like Babidi? Son Wukong smiled, believing in his idol, and it turned out to be right. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, their pressure earlier was quite large, and now seeing Su Yi kill Babidi, they finally felt at ease. Wait, look! Piccolo was just about to use the Senzu Beans he got from the Cat Sage to feed Son Wukong and Vegeta when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Majin Buu's meatball form slowly gathering, eventually reappearing as Majin Buu. How's he not dead? Xian exclaimed, thinking that the powerful Su Yi had already killed Majin Buu. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. It's over. I've heard that an angry Majin Buu is even more powerful. Moreover, it seems he is no longer under Babidi's control, so his strength is likely to increase significantly. Jebit slapped his forehead, looking terrified. Don't worry, with Uncle Su Yi here, Majin Buu will definitely not be his opponent. Son Wukong was very confident in Su Yi's strength. Xian smiled wryly and shook his head. Although he knew Su Yi was very powerful, he still felt worried deep down, thinking that Su Yi couldn't possibly be Majin Buu's match. I will kill you, kill you. Majin Buu angrily pounded his chest, steam hissing from above his head, and then Su Yi looked up to see a black cloud rising from the top of his head. So, is another Majin Buu about to appear? Su Yi was instantly intrigued. It seemed that his task was about to be completed soon. In his view, Evil Buu should be the complete release of Majin Buu's true nature. After all, the original Majin Buu was on the side of evil. The current Fat Buu, in fact, came about because the Majin Buu of old had absorbed a great Kaioshin, who was a very kind god, thus giving birth to Fat Buu, who had a pure, childlike heart like a blank slate. Just then, Fat Buu charged over and swung his fist at Su Yi. At this point, the completely good version of Buu had lost much of his power due to the separation from Evil Buu. Bang! Su Yi casually threw a punch that sent him flying hundreds of meters away, then ignored the Fat Buu and looked up at the black clouds in the sky. What is going on? Xian didn't understand what was happening, especially the black cloud in the sky, which puzzled him even more. That was another Buu, known as Evil Buu. Su Yi explained lightly. The previous Fat Buu could be said to be a guy who didn't know good from evil. He treated you how you treated him. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. So, if they hadn't taken action from the beginning, would they really not have caused any serious consequences? Xian began to ponder, but soon dismissed this thought, because with Babidi, the evil sorcerer who could control Majin Buu was inevitably on the side of evil. Therefore, it was impossible not to take action against this guy. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the black clouds in the sky. Immediately after, one hand reached out from the clouds, followed by another hand, 2 legs, and finally the black clouds completely dissipated, revealing the appearance of this new Buu. Black, thin, and with overwhelming power. Everyone looked at him with these 3 impressions. It really is. Su Ye's body slowly rose, locking eyes with the Evil Buu. Who are you? I can feel that your power is very strong. The Evil Buu looked at Su Yi, not daring to act recklessly. Huh. Suyi was just about to speak when the fat Bew, who had been knocked away by him earlier, suddenly launched an attack, sending arcs of pink energy flying towards him. Suyi knew what this was. Once hit, he would definitely turn into a cookie. So, he hurriedly dodged to the side. As Suyi made this move, the arc naturally flew towards the evil Bew on the same line. Huh. The evil Bew widened his eyes, took a deep breath, and then spewed out a cloud of black smoke from his mouth. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the arc aimed at the fat Bew was bounced back. Hiss. When the arc hit the fat Bew, he seemed to be electrocuted, trembling a couple of times before finally turning into a fat Bew cookie that fell to the ground. The evil Bew's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly flew towards the cookie, eventually swallowing it whole. Just a couple of seconds later, streams of pink energy began to emerge from the evil Bew, enveloping him. What's going on? Eating the fat Bew will have what consequences? Krillin asked Shin beside him. I don't know. Shin had no idea, cold sweat pouring down as he shook his head, looking at the direction where the pink energy was continuously rising. As for Piccolo, he glanced thoughtfully at the pink mist, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and secretly thought, it shouldn't be that bad. 86. The Six Meridians Divine Sword initially reveals its power. Zing! Buzz buzz buzz. While everyone except Suyi was puzzled, a flash of light appeared, and then streams of pink vapor emerged. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted, the mist dispersed, revealing a thin, pink evil Bew. This guy, Piccolo's expression changed. As he expected, after eating that cookie, the two Bews had merged into one, and they had become even stronger. It's worth noting that when he and the Supreme Kai were split in two, their individual strengths were not very powerful. However, when the two merged back into one, his strength increased by more than just 1 or 2 levels. It was almost at the brink of exploding. This thin Bew has a battle power of 500 billion, which is not weak at all. Suyi looked at the skinny Bew and nodded silently in his heart. At this stage, this level of combat power was indeed unstoppable. Of course, the premise was that he didn't take action. Once he did, that would truly be unstoppable. Yoho! The skinny Bew yelled, looking very happy, his body stretching and contracting freely, sometimes becoming small and other times elongating greatly. This guy was really quite arrogant. At this moment, Vegeta and Goku, who didn't know when they had woken up, walked over. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said something. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, hurry and take the Senzu Beans. Gohan came over holding a small bag and handed it to Goku. The two ate the Senzu Beans, their faces full of seriousness. Following the Saiyan style of recovering and increasing combat power after being injured, Goku and Vegeta's strength rose again. However, facing the now stronger skinny Bew, they still had no resistance. What to do? Goku bitterly smiled. To be honest, besides when he was under Suyi, this was the first time he felt so powerless, being directly crushed without the ability to fight back. Vegeta's expression changed unpredictably. He shared similar thoughts with Goku. As someone who never admits defeat, how could he just give up? Immediately, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at the happily howling skinny Bew. Meanwhile, Suyi was distracted because the system had already notified him that the task was completed. 6 Meridians Divine Sword, 1 million exchange points, plus 100 silver-level gift packs. Over the years, Suyi had spent a lot of exchange points, but he had also earned a lot. Now, with the newly acquired 1 million exchange points, he had over 11 million exchange points in total. This amount seemed large, but in reality, if he upgraded the time house to achieve 100 times time acceleration, those 11 million exchange points could quickly turn into over 100 million. 100 silver-level gift packs. Was this going to make me open them until my hands were sore? Suyi complained a bit, but he was still quite happy deep down. With 100 silver-level gift packs, even if his luck was really bad, he should still get something good, right? Just as Suyi was about to take a look at the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Son Wukong and Vegeta flew down nearby one after the other. It's just you left to fight me. The voice of Fat Bew reached Suyi's ears, prompting him to slightly lift his gaze and look at the guy. System, teach me the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Suyi's lips curled into a pleasing arc as she communicated with the system in her heart. All right, the system responded. Soon, Suyi discovered an introduction to the 6 Meridians sword in her mind, and in no time, she perfectly mastered this skill. The 6 Meridians sword I possess in this world is indeed quite different from what I knew in the novels of my past life. Suyi digested the 6-pulse sword in his mind and sighed softly. Rather than saying there is too much difference, it is more accurate to say that this is merely using the name of the 6-pulse sword. System, are there any tasks left? Suyi asked. If there were 2 more fat and greasy tasks, he he would naturally be happy about it. The system did not respond, remaining silent. System? System? So he asked a couple more times, but realized that the system still didn't respond. He understood. All right then, since there are no further tasks, let me see the power of the six-veined sword. So he came back to his senses and stretched comfortably. He glanced at the side where Sun Wukong and Vegeta were lying on the ground, then reached out his right hand into the void and grabbed, forming a lightsaber made of condensed energy in his hand. Seeing this move from Su Yi, everyone in the arena was wide-eyed, not understanding what kind of technique this was. Su Yi waved the lightsaber in his hand, which flickered and shone. With his thoughts, the light changed from golden to red, and then transformed into blue. Interesting, interesting. Su Yi smiled, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the Six Veins divine sword. Seeing Su Yi seemingly having fun, Slim Buu's expression darkened. As a newly transformed Bu, he believed his strength was absolute and that he could easily crush anything. Mouth energy wave. Slim Bu opened his mouth, and a glowing sphere appeared inside, which he then launched violently at Su Yi. Su Yi glanced indifferently at the attack, sneering disdainfully. He swung his lightsaber and struck, directly annihilating the attack. This was one of the powerful buffs from the Six Meridians divine sword, easily cutting down any energy blasts and various attacks from anyone whose combat power was lower than his. Zero drink. Su Yi transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 1, with a combat power of 500 billion. He flew up, holding a lightsaber, and slashed towards a thin Bu. Seeing Su Yi move, the thin Bu's expression changed, and he began to look around, ultimately fixing his gaze on Piccolo and the others. Absorb. Absorb. As long as I absorb these guys, perhaps I can kill this guy. At the critical moment, the thin Bu suddenly had a clear thought. He didn't confront Su Yi head-on, but turned and flew towards Piccolo and the others. Escape. Seeing the thin Bu flying over, Piccolo and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly dispersed to flee. The thin Bu glanced at the closest Piccolo, then regretfully looked at Gohan, and finally launched a pink blob from his stomach, which attached itself to Piccolo like a cannonball. Oh no! Xin turned back and saw the horrifying expression on his face. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan also turned back and saw Piccolo transform into a pink mist slowly drifting towards the thin Bu, eventually entering the small hole on the top of the thin Bu's head. Phew! At the same time, a joyful expression appeared on the thin Bu's face, and he exhaled a stream of pink air that slowly enveloped his entire body. After a while, the air dissipated, revealing a new Bu in front of everyone. With pink skin, but wearing Piccolo's cape, he bore some resemblance to Piccolo, and at this moment, his combat power was no longer the previous 500 billion, but had directly reached 1 trillion. 87. The powerful strength of Piccolo Bu. Piccolo. Su Yi smiled when he saw the new Bu and nodded, saying, 10 trillion in battle power, not bad. It's worth my serious attention in Super Saiyan 2 form. Remembering this Bu, Su Yi also thought of Gohan Bu, whose terrifying battle power reached a staggering 40 trillion in the original story, simply off the charts. If it weren't for Goku and Vegeta fusing to become Vegeto, it would be quite difficult for the current characters to win against this guy. Hey, how strong am I now? Piccolo Bu suddenly jumped in front of Su Yi, hands on his hips, circling around him with a cheeky grin, completely lacking the demeanor of a great demon king. Bang! Not giving any face to his arrogance. Su Yi punched him, sending him flying. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 in a burst of rage, his battle power also reached 10 trillion. Gohan, take the others and leave. Su Yi shouted out, realizing that the upcoming battle was likely something they could not witness on the battlefield. Otherwise, they could easily be killed by the aftershocks. Son Gohan responded and quickly rushed to help Son Wukong and Vegeta to their feet before swiftly flying away from the area. We need to get out of here, fast. Xin glanced gravely at Su Yi and Piccolo Bu before turning to leave. Su Yi, you have to do your best. Krillin clenched his teeth and then turned to fly away. With Krillin and the others gone, Su Yi unleashed his full power. The battle power of Super Saiyan 2 Su Yi was not much different from that of Piccolo Bu, so the two naturally exchanged blows. Demon's Convergence Light Killing Cannon. Piccolo Bu roared, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead. After charging for just a few seconds, he thrust his right hand forward, shooting out a powerful energy beam wrapped in spiraling energy from his fingers. Here it comes. Su Yi had previously extinguished the lightsaber in his hand. With a deep roar, he reached out into the void, and a lightsaber appeared in his grasp. Swish! He slashed forward, easily cutting through the magical energy cannon of Big Bu. Fool! I'm right behind you. After extinguishing Big Boo's magical energy cannon, a voice came from behind Su Yi, laced with strong sarcasm. Boom! Su Yi calmly turned his head, and a shock wave slammed into his face. Too weak, too weak. After landing a hit, Big Bu shook his head and mocked, then charged forward, getting closer to the flying Su Yi, unleashing a series of punches. Each strike landed on Su Yi, but Big Bu felt something was off, although he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just like that, Big Bu pounded on Su Yi for several minutes, ultimately landing a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. It seemed that the clone technique was quite useful. At this moment, Su Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, chuckled. A few years ago, he had obtained this skill from a golden gift package, initially thinking it was useless, but now, recalling it and giving it a try, he found it quite practical. At least, Big Bu had not realized that this was a clone, and had been hitting it for several minutes, launching various energy blasts and exhausting attacks. Is it really that weak? Big Bu flew down to where Su Yi had fallen, and as soon as he looked over, his body suddenly stiffened, and in shock, he turned back, seeing another Su Yi in midair looking at him mockingly. What the hell? Big Bu's expression changed, pointing at the Su Yi in the air, then tilting his head to point at the Su Yi in the deep pit, exclaiming, "How can there be two of you? And if this is a clone, why is its power just as strong as yours?" Although the Su Yi that had just been beaten had retaliated at times, Big Bu had assumed the existence of the clone technique. But it couldn't be that a clone possessed the same strength as the original. Otherwise, if the strongest person learned this technique, wouldn't they'd be completely invincible. Hearing Big Bu's puzzled words, Su Yi smiled and did not explain anything. The reason he previously thought the clone technique was useless was that the clone that appeared was merely a paper tiger. What is a paper tiger? It looks fierce, but is not strong at all. As for why Big Bu thought the clone was powerful, it was naturally because Su Yi was secretly manipulating it. Su Yi made a strong move, directly overpowering Bu to the point where he couldn't fight back. Soon, with a punch unleashed, Bu was reverted to his original form, and both Piccolo and Fat Bu flew out of him. Damn it! The evil Black Bu, which had been separated earlier, roared in anger, unwilling to accept defeat as he shot a glance at Su Yi before quickly fleeing. Trying to run away? Su Yi let out a cold laugh, and a Kamehameha directly annihilated him. In the end, it was still him who dealt with that guy Bu, which left him somewhat helpless. He had originally planned to earn more exchange points in this storyline, but it seemed that idea was not feasible now. Taking out 2 Super Saiyan beans, Piccolo and Fat Bu quickly woke up. Did you save me? Fat Bu looked at Su Yi with a face full of fluctuating emotions, appearing very conflicted. There shouldn't be any evil thoughts left in you now. I hope you can live well on Earth from now on. Su Yi did not intend to erase Fat Bu. After all, he was no longer the same as the previous Majin Bu, as all the evil in his heart had already been separated. Fat Bu fell silent, glanced at Su Yi, and then left just like that, letting him go like this. Piccolo frowned and said uncertainly, "He is Majin Bu. What if he becomes violent?" That won't happen. Su Yi glanced at the departing figure of Bu and smiled. Only he understood why this guy would no longer add unnecessary killings. First, his evil was gone. Second, according to the intended plot direction, Bu's encounter with Satan was inevitable, although the plot involving Bu had been forcibly accelerated. What was meant to happen would always be arranged in the dark, just like how he was supposed to transform into Super Saiyan 3 during this event, along with the fusion of Gotenks and the mysterious Gohan, even if Gogeta had not appeared. But Su Yi understood that those who were meant to appear would eventually have their chance. Su Yi instantly teleported away from this place. But what he didn't know was that after he left, a small mass of pitch-black flesh began to slowly wriggle in the crevices of a pile of stones. Su Yi, I will definitely absorb you. A whisper echoed in the stone crevices, filled with endless resentment. 88. What can 100 silver-level gift packages yield? Su Yi was unaware of the subsequent whispers. He actually thought that Majin Bu had been defeated by him. At this moment, he had already returned to West City. Since Majin Bu had just appeared not long ago and was killed by Su Yi, there was no crisis on the entire Earth. Upon returning home, the little girl Yoli was not at home, and neither were Bulma and the others. Su Yi pondered for a moment and went to the living room to open the gift pack. 100 silver-level gift packs would keep him busy for a while. The first silver gift pack, 10,000 exchange points, Buddha's Palm. Buddha's Palm. Wow. The first silver-level gift pack opened such a divine skill. It's simply amazing. Su Yi vaguely remembers watching that movie by Stephen Chow when he was young, and he was very fascinated by the palm technique that descended from the sky. Now, does he possess that set of the Buddha's Palm? Learning the Buddha's Palm, Sui felt a surge of excitement. If the technique in question was indeed the Tathagata palm from the 25th set of martial arts, then he could give the descending palm technique a try. Soon, many descriptions and moves appeared in his mind. First move, Buddha's light appears. The initiating move, Buddha's light radiates, can temporarily blind the enemy, while making the opponent weightless and difficult to resist. Second move, Golden Summit Buddha Lamp. The initiating move generates a small fireball, and upon officially striking, it releases a large fire. The palm's power is astonishing, and it can even unleash Buddha fire within the opponent's body. Third move, Buddha moves mountains and rivers. This is the most powerful move among the first four, without any special techniques. Fourth move. Fifth move. By the time he reached the ninth move, the four characters Tathagata palm made Sui nod and smile. Not bad. He could showcase the descending palm technique sometime. Sui closed his eyes and began to perfectly master each technique one by one. Whether it was the martial arts or skills drawn from the gift package, or those exchanged, as long as he learned them, reaching a perfect mastery was very easy. Soon, the set of techniques, known as the Buddha's palm, was perfectly mastered by Sui. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he opened his eyes and let out a breath, the communication device rang, interrupting his plan to continue opening the second silver-level gift package. Brother Sui, has Majin Buu been defeated? It was Son Goku calling through Master Roshi's communication device. Yes, he's dead. Sui nodded it. Huh, this guy's really powerful, but it's a pity that I'm too weak right now. If I were a bit stronger, I would definitely be able to gain a lot of strength from battling him. Son Wukong sighed, feeling quite regretful. Sui coughed twice and said, wait until I'm done with this busy period, and then I'll give you a good training session. Not just you, but also Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. All of you come here for thorough training. Son Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said, sure. I feel like I can level up again. Ha ha ha. Son Wukong was very confident in Su Ye's strength. After all, he was still Su Ye's disciple and had learned a lot from him. All right, then you all come to my place, he added. Sui said. After the communication device's call was hung up, Sui pondered for a moment, opened the system space, and activated the silver-level gift pack once again. He hoped that the remaining 99 silver gift packs would yield something very good. After all, the first silver gift pack had produced a powerful and extraordinary palm technique, like the Real Divine Palm. Soon after, the second silver-level gift pack was opened quickly. However, it seemed that the first silver-level gift pack had exhausted all his luck, as the items from the next 49 silver-level gift packs were all quite disappointing. It was very frustrating. He had thought he could continue his previous streak of good luck, but after opening 49 silver-level gift packs, he only received some useless items. So he feels a bit uncomfortable, but there's nothing he can do. After all, bad luck can't be blamed on others. He doesn't plan to open the remaining 50 silver price gift packs and intends to wait for a good day to do so. As for which day is a good day, he doesn't know. However, he knows that today's good luck has probably been used up, so the rest of today is definitely not a good day. Back in the training room, Sui begins to cultivate. With his current proficiency in the perfect North Ming divine skill, his cultivation speed is exceptionally fast, coupled with the time acceleration in the time house. His training becomes even more terrifying. Soon, he plans to call Son Wukong and the others into the time house to train and give them the cultivation method for the North Ming divine skill. However, he definitely won't give them all the stages of the technique, not to mention the second and third stages. Even the first stage is enough for them to spend time mastering. 3 days pass like this. Suye's combat power may not have skyrocketed, but he has definitely improved. If Su Yi were to fight against Majin Buu again, he is confident that even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could defeat Majin Buu just by using his full power in a state of explosive energy. Of course, it would still take some effort. During these 3 days, Sui tried out the Real Divine Palm technique and discovered that it is indeed very powerful. Even with his normal combat power, using this technique could easily destroy the entire Earth. Don't forget, he has a system mall space where he can exchange for formations that can detect the destructive power of the techniques he uses. The result was simple. It could easily destroy the entire Earth with a power level of 950. This is still the Real Divine Palm used under his normal state. Just imagine, if he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and then used this technique, how terrifying would its power be? It's unimaginable, too frightening to contemplate. On this day, Son Wukong and the others arrive at Suye's home. Suye glanced around the venue and frowned. He hadn't seen Son Wufan, so he asked, Goku, where's Wufan? He had a great interest in the mysterious Wufan. If Son Wufan had successfully transformed into the mysterious Wufan, then he would have found a worthy opponent. Wufan? Son Wukong was taken aback, turned to look at everyone, and indeed did not see Sun Wukong, his brow also furrowing tightly. At that moment, a sinister aura emanated from the distance. Did you feel that? Su Ye's gaze sharpened, and he spoke, such a powerful aura, and it's also very evil. Sun Wukong nodded and said, let's go take a look. Su Yi squinted his eyes. The aura just now was very similar to that of the evil Bu he had killed 3 days ago, coupled with the fact that Son Gohan was now missing. This led him to some speculation. Could it be? Was he absorbed by this evil Bu and turned into Gohan Bu? 89. Intense battle with Gohan Bu. Soon, Su Yi and his group arrived at the place where the evil aura was erupting. Sun Wukong looked at a figure in the distance, his brow furrowing. Was he Majin Bu or someone else? Vegeta crossed his arms, coldly staring at that guy in the distance. He was wearing Son Gohan's martial arts uniform, but had the appearance of Bu. So he also looked over and found that this Bu was different from the original work. In the original, Gohan Bu had pink skin, while this Gohan Bu had black skin. Moreover, this black Gohan Bu was extremely powerful. So you recalled that in the original work, Gohan Bu had a battle power of 40 trillion, but now this black Gohan Bu actually has a battle power of 60 trillion. If it weren't for the fact that his strength had improved significantly in these 3 days, he really wouldn't be able to confront this black Gohan Bu. Ha ha ha! Have you all arrived? This Son Gohan's strength is indeed formidable. Su Yi, I know your name now. If I could absorb you, there would probably be no one in the entire universe who could match me. The black Gohan Bu has an astonishing sense, and he actually knew of their presence the moment Su Yi and the others arrived. At this moment, with just one step, this guy instantly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and appeared directly in front of everyone, speaking coldly. Huh! Su Yi upon hearing this. If it were 3 days ago, he might not have been able to defeat this black Gohan Bu. But now, haha, it's an easy crush. With a single hand of the Buddha's palm, he could make this guy kneel in minutes. Goku, you guys should leave here first. Su Yi turned around and said, keep your distance. You won't be able to withstand the aftershocks of a battle at this level. Big brother, this will be an incredibly exciting duel. I will use the formation to isolate this place, so you can watch carefully and gain battle experience one by one, including how I successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3. The Super Saiyan 3 form is not easy to teach to Goku, as it requires personal comprehension and a strong body to achieve the transformation. In the original story, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 because he died and had no physical limitations in hell, combined with his own explosive power. In contrast, Su Ye's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is entirely due to his limitless stamina, as he has an abundance of Super Senzu Beans to supply his stamina. Additionally, Su Ye's physical strength is extremely powerful, which allows him to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Big brother Su Yi, be careful, Goku said seriously, then flew away from the area. Su Yi nodded, then waved his hand, and the isolation array he had set up covered the entire island. As for Vegeta and the others, they flew high into the sky to quietly observe. This would indeed be a spectacular battle, as both fighter strengths completely exceeded the standards of combat power they were familiar with. Soon, without much ado, Su Yi and the black Gohan Bu began their fight. Essentially, every punch they threw caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. Various energy waves and ki blasts exploded, creating a terrifying scene. It is important to note that Su Ye's array was suppressing an even greater explosive power. Otherwise, with just their collisions, they could easily blow up the entire Earth. With a combat power of 60 trillion, Gohan Bu was indeed powerful, and Super Saiyan 2 Su Yi was being thoroughly suppressed. This scene caused the expressions of Goku and the others in the sky to change. Su Yi hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 3 yet, so there was still hope. Everyone, don't worry. I believe Brother Su Yi can definitely defeat this guy. Goku began to comfort them upon seeing Piccolo and the others' grim expressions. Hearing Goku's reassurance, Vegeta snorted coldly and then focused on the battle below. Su Yi is indeed powerful. Just by observing his Super Saiyan 2 state battling against Gohan Bu, Vegeta felt he had learned a lot. Soon, Su Yi unleashed his energy and the surrounding lightning intensified. Then his golden hair began to grow longer. After a while, as his battle power became increasingly terrifying, Su Yi finally completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Terrifying, terrifying. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Haha, it seems that if I absorb you, I will definitely be invincible. Gohan Bu laughed heartily upon seeing Su Ye's incredible power, his eyes suddenly becoming very sharp, and the energy around him turned into black energy, slowly swirling around his body. Huh. In response to Gohan Bu's inflated words, Su Yi just smiled coldly. 60 trillion battle power may be strong, but Su Yi is not to be underestimated. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, his battle power is nearly 80 trillion. If he goes all out, his battle power could definitely rival that of a 100 trillion battle power being. However, as of now, there seems to be no one with 100 trillion battle power in sight. After all, following the storyline of Dragon Ball Z, according to that old man's plot, the subsequent storyline should be Dragon Ball Super. The battle power in Dragon Ball Super is not clearly defined, and one can only roughly guess the level of each individual strength. While Su Yi was pondering, the Black Gohan Bu moved. He suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward him. Bang, bang, bang. The two fists collided, creating a series of explosive sounds. Absorb, absorb, absorb you. Gohan Bu was right in front of Su Yi, and then something resembling an antenna on his head suddenly twisted and charged towards Su Ye's head. Here comes the sword. Su Yi shouted loudly, no longer willing to waste time with this guy. He stepped back a little, reached out his hand into the void, and soon a scum. Su Yi similит koldi. The light sword he formed with the 6 Meridians' divine sword skill would cause Gohan to fly out from any part of Majin Buu's body it penetrated. Once Gohan's fused state was undone, Su Yi could directly eliminate this guy. This time, he was certainly not going to be careless. He had absolute confidence that he could obliterate Majin Buu completely. As Su Yi took his first steps into the realm of the gods, the antenna-like object on Gohan Buu's head came at him. Su Yi raised his hand and slashed down with his sword, directly severing the antenna-like object. Gohan Bu cried out in pain, and then saw Gohan, who had been absorbed by Bu, fly out of his body. Immediately after, a flash of black light occurred, and Majin Buu transformed into the thin black version of himself, looking at Su Yi with a face full of terror. Su Ye's gaze sharpened as he raised the light sword in his hand and tossed it into the air. Then he pointed at the black, thin Bu, and the light sword erupted with an astonishing brilliance, rushing towards him in an instant. Thud! The light sword pierced into the chest of the black, thin Bu. Su Yi soared into the sky and slapped down, executing the descending palm technique. With that slap, the demon Bu completely vanished from the world. Yay! Seeing this scene, Krillin and the others in the sky instantly became excited, and even Vegeta showed a hint of a smile on his face. Approaching the unconscious Son Gohan, Su Yi squatted down to take a look and found that he had not been injured. He had simply been absorbed this once. After feeding him a Super Senzu Bean, it wasn't long before Son Gohan woke up, showing an embarrassed expression. Uncle Su Yi, it's all my fault for being too weak. Make time to practice hard. Don't seek to surpass anyone, but at least don't fear the arrival of crises. So he thought for a moment, reached out to pat his shoulder, and smiled. I will. In this incident, Sun Wukong suddenly understood a truth. Studying literature cannot save the world, nor can it protect family. Only by becoming strong oneself can one protect the people they want to protect. This incident has been briefly resolved, and next, Su Yi understood that he just needed to quietly wait for the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus. The plot of Dragon Ball Super is what Su Yi looks forward to the most. Beerus' strength, Whis' strength, and those guys like Jiren are all experts. Of course, this is under the premise that the plot truly follows that old man's storyline. Otherwise, there is still a possibility of following the plot of Dragon Ball GT. However, regardless of the outcome, Su Yi maintains a supportive attitude. After all, it is all Dragon Ball that he likes. In the following time, Su Yi practiced on his own, while also instructing Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others in their training. In the first month after Majin Buu's death, Son Wukong, who practiced the first stage of the North Sea Divine Skill and the Body Dominance Technique, successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Soon after, in the second month, Vegeta, practicing the same techniques, also successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. However, unlike Son Wukong and Su Ye's Super Saiyan 3 forms, his hair did not grow long and remained the same. At that time, everyone, including Vegeta himself, felt that he had not succeeded in transforming. If it weren't for the sudden surge in battle power proving it, he probably wouldn't have believed it. In the third month, with a roar from Su Yi, everyone, including Son Wukong, couldn't help but shiver. Then, they were astonished to find that Su Ye's aura had disappeared. Big brother Su Yi, why can't I feel your aura anymore? Son Wukong rushed over, shocked, and asked. This is the realm of the gods. Su Yi shouted loudly, transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue, surrounded by a blue glow, his hair no longer golden, but blue. My goodness. The subsequent reaction from Vegeta and the others upon seeing Su Ye's transformation was instant shock. Uncle Su Yi, what's your battle power? Son Wukong asked suddenly. 1 trillion equals 100 billion in battle power, and my current strength is already 100 trillion. Suyi smiled and said, don't underestimate the improvement of just 3 months. In fact, under the time acceleration of 100 times in the time house, I have been training for over 20 years. After 20 years, my combat power has only reached 100 trillion, which, in essence, isn't too powerful. However, for Sun Wukong and the others, it is terrifying beyond measure. While Sun Wukong and the others marveled at Su Ye's strength, at the same time, in a certain place deep in the universe, there was the residence of the god of destruction, Beerus. This place resembled a large conical flower pot with a tree growing in it. Where Beerus lived atop that large tree, one could imagine how enormous that tree was, surrounded by many planets. In the center of the palace, a tall man with bluish-green skin and long white hair raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise gracing his purple eyes and lips, and a large light blue halo hung around his neck. Ding! The man lightly tapped his staff in the void, projecting a mirror in front of him, which displayed Su Yi and the others on Earth. One human? No, this is a Saiyan. Has he actually begun to step into the realm of gods? He chuckled. Oh ho ho ho, this is truly amazing. Weiss watched Su Yi for a while and then covered his mouth with his hand, laughing. What a formidable little guy. Earth. Huh. It seems that when Lord Beerus wakes up, perhaps I can take him to meet this exceptionally talented little fellow. Meanwhile, Su Yi on Earth was completely unaware that he had caught Weiss's attention. At this moment, it had been another month since he last transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. He thought it was time to relax, but on the day when everyone gathered at Kame House, the sudden appearance of Frieza and his son stunned him. These 3 people shouldn't have all been dead? Why have they suddenly resurrected? Oh ho ho! Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and you filthy crawlers, I, Frieza the Great, have returned. Frieza and his son stepped down from their spaceship, looking down at the people on Kame House with indifference. Frieza, how could you still be alive? Sun Wukong frowned and asked in confusion. Oh ho ho ho, because I am Frieza, so I have been resurrected. Frieza laughed in a mocking tone. Huh, so what if you're resurrected? Do you think we are the same as before? Vegeta sneered, stepping forward to unleash a powerful aura. Huh, Vegeta, what's a dog by my side? Frieza also smiled coldly, slowly floating in midair, lifting his hands slightly as a powerful aura surged around him. Sui sensed the aura and raised an eyebrow. Wow, Frieza's talent is indeed formidable. Before he died, he couldn't even defeat Super Saiyan 1. And now his fighting power is probably comparable to Super Saiyan 2. However, this level of power is far from enough to handle the current Z fighters. Forget about Vegeta. Even Goten and Trunks can take him on one-on-one. 91. King Cold and his son's one-day tour on Earth. Huh, a dog? Vegeta sneered coldly. In his eyes, Frieza was still the same scum after all these years, with no significant improvement. Yet he still had the audacity to say such things. I could kill you with just one finger. Vegeta soared into the air, transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his momentum astonishing. Frieza's power was equivalent to Super Saiyan 2, merely matching Su Ye's earlier Super Saiyan 2 strength. Today is different. Vegeta could easily dominate this guy even in Super Saiyan 1 form. Such big words. Frieza chuckled coldly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Trunks, and his expression changed as he suddenly recognized him, recalling the future Trunks who killed him and his father years ago. You're that guy. King Cold, who was beside him, also suddenly spotted Trunks, his eyes widening in shock. He had been furious for a long time about this guy who killed him years ago and had been honing his strength in hell. Returning now for revenge. Father, I'll take care of that guy. Gura suddenly squinted at Su Yi, pointing at him coldly. No problem. With your intense training in hell, you can definitely make these guys suffer. King Cold replied calmly. Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind swept through, making him shiver, and he continued in surprise. Why is the weather on Earth so abnormal? Hot one moment and cold the next. A bunch of fools. Look at that guy behind you. Ha ha. This is so funny. He just got resurrected and then died again. He must be feeling terrible inside. Goten and Trunks rolled on the ground, laughing so hard they were in tears, while Krillin and the others couldn't help but chuckle, feeling sorry for this guy. What? King Cold and Frieza turned around to see a headless corpse floating in midair. A truly bizarre scene. Gura, Gura. King Cold finally came to his senses, his expression changing as he reached out to hold his son's corpse, looking around frantically. Where's my son's head? If there's a head, he thought there might still be a chance to save Gura, without a head, in just 2 minutes. His body functions would go cold, and he might really have to return to hell, compared to the one-day tour on Earth during the Bu saga in the original story. Gura was the real one-day tour on Earth. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. King Cold roared, turning around as his skin turned silver. Indeed, looking somewhat impressive. Is he transforming? Goku, seeing this scene, suddenly became interested, flying up from the ground and circling around King Cold, praising him. Finally, he tapped King Cold's head, which was nearing a furious state. The sound of thuds echoed, leaving not only Goku stunned, but also King Cold himself. Both of them taken aback. Ha ha ha. Everyone on Turtle Island burst into laughter unexpectedly, and Sui couldn't help but chuckle. That little rascal Goku was indeed being quite mischievous. All right, Goku, take care of these two guys, and then let us get back to roasting meat. Sui shouted, such a scum of a person. How could he possibly look up to them? He pulled the little Yoli, who was secretly drinking yogurt beside him, to the barbecue grill. The three girls, Bulma, didn't really like these kinds of occasions and had their own things to do, so they generally didn't join Sui for these small gatherings. Dad, pass me the oil. I'll brush it on this chicken wing. Yoli shouted sharply, where are you? I'm coming. Sui rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Casual, indifferent, apathetic. The Kurdish king and Frieza in the sky revealed a tremendous killing intent, but just as they were about to unleash a massacre, Vegeta and Goku struck simultaneously. Instant kill. A very simple energy blast instantly eliminated Frieza and the Kurdish king. How tragic, what a great sorrow. The turtle Hermit on the island shook his head and sighed. And as he turned around, two blood arrows suddenly shot out of his nose. Seeking flowers. Cute little girl. How come I've never seen you before? A bikini-clad beauty in blue suede in front of the turtle Hermit, immediately prompting him to lean forward and reach out. Turtle Hermit, aren't you a bit too lecherous? With a bang, a puff of smoke erupted from the bikini beauty, and she transformed into a pig. Who else but Oolong? Damn it, how could it be you? Where's my bikini little sister? The turtle Hermit was furious, looking very distressed. Hith. Oolong, am your bikini little sister. Oolong jumped in place, and then transformed back into the bikini beauty. I'm going to kill you. The turtle Hermit shouted angrily, then grabbed his cane and chased after the bikini beauty that Oolong had transformed into. As for Oolong, he kept screaming in the form of a beauty, which only made the turtle Hermit angrier, leading to an endless chase. Ha ha ha. This little farce made everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became very harmonious. So he looked up at the spaceship in the sky, thought for a moment, and pointed at it, turning the spaceship into a dazzling firework. It's a pity, it would have looked even better at night. Yoli glanced and smiled. Do you like it, little Yoli? Then Dad will prepare a grand fireworks show for you to watch tonight. Sui reached out and rubbed Xiao Lioli's head, smiling. Just then, East Kaioshin, Xion, and Jebit suddenly appeared. Mr. Sui, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, and everyone else, hello. Xion slowly descended, his face showing a look of worry, and said, it was originally unnecessary to trouble you, but who would have thought that the evil being has evolved? Everyone was puzzled by his words, except for Sui, whose eyes flashed as he remembered the mysteriously resurrected Frieza and the others. He instinctively asked, is it the evil energy wave? Seeing that Sui actually knew, Xion immediately walked over, bowed to him, and said in surprise, Mr. Sui knows about this evil being? Yes, I've heard of it. Sui nodded lightly, seeing the gazes of the people around him focused on him, and continued. The evil thought wave is a collective embodiment of evil throughout the universe. It has existed in the past, but recently this evil thought wave is still in its infancy, so it shouldn't be too powerful, right? In truth, Sui had no idea whether it had been born before or not. Everything he said was merely boasting to cover up his earlier claim that he knew about the evil thought wave. After all, he had only mentioned the name of the evil thought wave instinctively, and without some explanation, it could easily raise suspicions. Hearing Su Ye's words, everyone was taken aback. They had just defeated an evil demon, Bu, and now another evil thought wave had appeared. Earth really seemed to be plagued with disasters. They wondered, if there weren't the likes of them on Earth, how many times would this planet have been destroyed? At this thought, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, Lord East Kaioshin, how strong is this evil thought wave? It's very powerful. Even the demon Bu is not its opponent, Xion said, looking seriously at Sun Wukong. The key is that it can evolve. We thought it only had its first form, which we could barely contend with. But now it has suddenly evolved into its second form, and currently, no one in the underworld or the heavens can match it. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face showed even more fighting spirit, and Vegeta was the same, filled with battle intent. Burotur Suye. Why don't we take action and eliminate this evil thought wave? Sun Wukong said excitedly. Hearing this, Suyi glanced at the extremely excited Sun Wukong and the watching Vegeta, pondered for a moment, and nodded. With your current strength, you should be able to face this evil thought wave, but just in case, I'll teach you a very powerful technique. This powerful technique was naturally the fusion technique. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta fused, they would become Vegeto, with a combat power increase of hundreds of times. If Suyi remembered correctly, Super Saiyan 2 Vegeto had a combat power of 20 trillion, which is 20 mega. If it were Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto, it should be at least 100 trillion combat power or more, a level that could be compared to Su Ye's current strength. Therefore, a Vegeto with 100 trillion combat power could be said to be invincible at this stage, even if the evil thought wave was powerful. So you remembered it was at most 1 trillion or 1 mega combat power. Compared to each other, the strength difference was clear. What powerful technique! Sun Wukong and Vegeta spoke simultaneously, their faces full of excitement. They had learned so much from Su Yi in recent years that they naturally knew he possessed treasures. Anything he described as very powerful must indeed be extraordinary. Fusion technique. Soyez la fête. Fusion technique. Upon hearing these 3 words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were slightly taken aback. Fusion technique? Mr. Suyi, are you referring to the fusion technique of the Metamorphs? As the East Kai, Xian has naturally heard of many secret techniques, and he has also heard of this fusion technique. However, according to rumors, this race has already been exterminated. So how does Mr. Suyi know about it? That's right. It is indeed the unique secret technique of the Metamorphs. Suyi nodded, not surprised that East Kaishin knew the fusion technique. What is this fusion technique? Sun Wukong was very curious. This fusion technique involves 2 people performing a strange, symmetrical dance, and then they extend their hands and touch 1 finger from each hand together, resulting in the fusion into a single person. Suyi opened his mouth and then walked to the open space, starting to perform the fusion dance in front of everyone. This strange dance made everyone burst into laughter. After finishing the fusion dance, Suyi awkwardly smiled and then asked Sun Wukong with a serious face, "Did you see the dance I just did clearly?" Hearing Su Ye's tone was not good. Sun Wukong scratched his head, nodded seriously, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Brother Suyi, I have memorized the dance just now. I will demonstrate it with Vegeta for you later. Hey, who wants to do such an embarrassing dance move with you?" Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta's expression changed. His arms crossed suddenly dropped, and then he looked at Sun Wukong and coldly said, "You can dance if you want, but I won't. Such an embarrassing dance move. How could someone as proud as him ever do it?" Suyi smiled and didn't mind, because Sun Wukong remembered that when the 2 of them reached a life-and-death crisis, they would naturally have to make Vegeta perform such a dance move. A billion trillion battle power of the evil thought wave was absolutely unbeatable by the 2 of them in a one-on-one fight. Even if the 2 teamed up against 1, it would still be very difficult. In that dire situation, Suyi didn't believe that this guy Vegeta wouldn't abandon his shame and perform this very embarrassing dance fusion technique with Sun Wukong. "Lord East Kaishin, take us to find this evil thought wave." Sun Wukong, knowing Vegeta's personality, didn't pay much attention and spoke to Xian. Okay. Xian nodded, then waved his right hand, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "This is a spatial ability that only gods can use. Mr. Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, please follow me." Sun Wukong and Vegeta greeted everyone and stepped into the spatial passage ahead of Xian. "Mr. Suyi, aren't you going to take a look at 0.5? Compared to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Xian trusted Su Ye's strength more, which prompted the question. "No need. Wukong and Vegeta's strength is enough." Suyi waved his hand. Naturally, if the 2 couldn't defeat their opponent, they would choose to fuse. Once Gogeta appeared, if they still couldn't eliminate the evil containment wave, it would be a real joke. Not to mention, the current Gogeta wasn't simply transforming into Super Saiyan 2, but into Super Saiyan 3. Alright, seeing Su Ye's confidence in Son Goku and Vegeta, Xian's heart settled a lot. He said goodbye, and then entered the spatial passage with Jebit. At this moment, Son Goku and the others who entered the spatial passage arrived in the underworld. "Where is the evil containment wave?" Son Goku shouted, placing his hand on his forehead and looking around. "Kakarot, can you not be so foolish?" Vegeta glanced at him, thinking this guy didn't look like a strong warrior at all. Hey. Son Goku wasn't angry at the insult. He scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted not far away. Found you. Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes lit up at the same time as they turned their heads toward the same direction and said in unison, Wow, Vegeta, we really have great chemistry. Son Goku laughed heartily. With such a strong aura, don't die later. Vegeta snorted coldly, took off into the air, and flew towards the powerful aura that had just erupted. Wait for me, Vegeta. You can't steal my opponent. Son Goku also flew up and looked down at East Kaishin Exine, saying, Lord Kaishin, this level of battle is too likely to injure you, so you should leave here first. Hearing this, East Kaishin Exine showed a bitter smile and nodded, saying, you must be careful. If you encounter the evil containment wave's opponent, remember to use the fusion technique or escape. You can count on me. Son Goku waved his hand, turned back, and furrowed his brows. Vegeta had already unleashed his aura and started fighting. From the aura he sensed, the evil being was steadily gaining the upper hand. Vegeta, you better wait for me. Son Goku understood that the two of them couldn't defeat the evil containment wave one-on-one. Perhaps they could try 2 against 1. If that didn't work, they would only have one choice, to fuse. Soon, Son Goku arrived at a place resembling a candy house, surrounded by giant candies floating in the sky. At that moment, Vegeta was being grabbed by a very long hand around his neck and shaken in the air. An ugly monster was laughing heartily, looking very excited. Vegeta! Son Goku shouted angrily and quickly flew over. However, in mid-air, the evil containment wave suddenly turned its head, glanced at Son Goku, and fired beams of light at him. Boom! The beams exploded around Son Goku, kicking up clouds of dust. Another one not afraid of death. No, wait. I should say, another fun toy has arrived. The evil containment wave grinned, then shook Vegeta a few more times before finally throwing him onto a pile of iron spikes. Vegeta, as the dust settled, Son Goku's figure emerged. He saw where Vegeta had fallen. His expression changed, and he hurriedly flew over to save him. Whoosh! In an emergency, Son Goku used instant transmission and appeared in front of Vegeta, safely guiding him down. Kakarot, mind your own business. Vegeta gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, his face covered in blood, and coldly raised his head, saying, I don't need you to save me. I know. Son Goku smiled, turning his head to look at the evil containment wave floating in midair, and said solemnly, aside from that Majin Buu guy, this is the second evil being I find hard to defeat, but it's really exciting. Son Goku slowly stood up as the evil containment wave descended from the sky, slowly approaching them. Meanwhile, on Earth at Kame House, to satisfy Piccolo and the others, Suyi exchanged for a mirror reflection spell, then projected the current battle in the underworld. The mirror focused on the severely injured Vegeta, which gave Piccolo and the others a bad premonition. They had only left for a short while, and Vegeta had already been beaten to this state. Dad! Trunks looked at the injured Vegeta in the mirror with a worried expression. Beside him was a woman with blue hair, Vegeta's wife, Bulma. She also looked very worried, secretly praying that Vegeta would be safe. Don't worry, one can only grow in adversity. Suye Confrontate, Moreover. I haven't even had a chance to use the strongest techniques I've taught them. So, don't worry too much. Heading Suye Savis. The group felt a bit more at ease. After all, even if Sun Wukong and the others couldn't win, at least Su Yi was here. If it really came down to a life-or-death situation, no one believed that Su Yi would just stand by and do nothing. At that moment, Vegeta in the mirror forced himself to stand up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Sun Wukong and coldly asked, Do you still have any Super Saiyan beans? He believed that although his strength was no match for this evil key wave, he couldn't possibly be that weak. He must have underestimated his opponent before. No, Sun Wukong shook his head. At this time, the evil key wave was already a few hundred meters away from them. Sun Wukong quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In this state, his power was similar to that of the previous Thin Buu 527, around 500 billion. This was already considered very powerful, but it was insufficient against the 1 trillion battle power of the evil key wave. It's useless. The evil key wave charged over, not only bombarding Sun Wukong with several shockwaves along the way, but also splitting up with some heading toward Vegeta. Vegeta, be careful, Sun Wukong reminded. I know, no need for you to remind me. Vegeta was probably the most arrogant man in the Dragon Ball world. In a way, his personality was reminiscent of its Tsundere character from a lowly anime. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the evil key wave extended a finger and gently swiped at the air, causing a barrage of laser cannons to appear and blast towards Sun Wukong and the others. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong roared. In this situation, it was hard to say whether he could even survive against this guy, let alone defeat him. 94. Fusion failure? Defective Vegeta. Third update. This is bad. The strength of this evil key wave is simply too powerful. At this moment, most of the people on Turtle Island felt their hearts racing. Sui pursed his lips and did not explain further. He believed that when Vegeta appeared, those guys would probably boil over with excitement. In the underworld, the laser cannon released by the evil wave had disappeared, and Sun Wukong was still relatively normal, while Vegeta lay on the ground. Vegeta, are you okay? Sun Wukong ran over and asked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why is it always me who goes down first? Vegeta was furious. Every time he fought someone, he was always the first to fall, and Sun Wukong's strength was always greater than his, which made it hard for him to accept. Sun Wukong's expression became serious, and he fell silent. After knowing each other for so many years, they understood each other's personalities very well. Sun Wukong knew that Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan prince was making him very upset. Vegeta, don't get too caught up in this. The evil wave is about to arrive. Let's find a place to hide and wait for you to recover. Sun Wukong did not see avoiding battle as a cowardly act and reached out to help Vegeta up. Don't touch me. Vegeta shouted angrily and slowly got up from the ground by himself. Vegeta? Sun Wukong looked at him in confusion. Kakarot, merge with me. Vegeta turned his back to Sun Wukong, his voice filled with indignation. You have to remember, I absolutely did not voluntarily merge with you. Vegeta. Sun Wukong gently called out to him. Just as he was about to laugh, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. It was the evil wave. Still in the mood to talk, huh? Ha! The evil wave unleashed a barrage of laser cannons from the sky, as if it were raining laser cannons. Run! Sun Wukong's expression changed, and he pointed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, then instantly teleported away with Vegeta. A few seconds later, the evil wave arrived at the spot where Sun Wukong and Vegeta had just been, scanned the area without sensing their energy, and immediately erupted in a furious roar. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop several hundred meters away, Vegeta, there's no time, I'll make this quick. Sun Wukong said solemnly, before we left Earth and entered the space portal. Brother Su Yi communicated with me. If our energies do not completely align and the fusion dance movements are not perfectly synchronized, the fusion will definitely fail. I understand. Vegeta slowly got up from the ground and looked at Sun Wukong seriously. Do you need me to demonstrate the fusion movements again? Sun Wukong asked. No need. Vegeta coldly replied. Soon, the two of them stood side by side at a certain distance, then extended their hands towards each other, slightly bent their legs, and took a few steps forward while simultaneously shouting fusion. Finally, they bent forward and touched their fingers together at the same time. As their fingertips made contact, a dazzling blue light burst forth. At that moment, the evil wave, sensing this energy, squinted its eyes, turned around, and a cold smile crept onto its lips. After a while, as the blue light dissipated, the evil wave flew towards the location of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Then it looked up and saw a plump, short figure falling from sky. I'm going to send you to hell. The plump little figure landed and steadied itself. Its voice sounded like Sun Wukong's and also like Vegeta's, a combination of both. It pointed at the evil wave as it spoke these words. Meanwhile, everyone on Kame House on Earth saw the fused form of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and their eyes suddenly widened. Is this the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Piccolo was shocked. This looked too ridiculous. Cough, cough. They failed the fusion. Sui coughed twice, and, just like in the original storyline, the synergy between the two was still lacking, resulting in a failed fusion that turned into the inferior product, Baekong. What about the strength of the two after the failed fusion? Clint exclaimed in shock. If the combat power of the two who failed to fuse did not improve at all, what would they do when facing the immensely powerful evil thought wave? Sui smiled nonchalantly. According to the original work, although Baekong was not strong, he managed to resist the evil thought wave for 30 minutes. At this moment, the battle in the underworld began. Baekong unleashed his momentum and then charged at the evil thought wave. Initially, the evil thought wave was a bit flustered, but upon seeing Baekong charging at him foolishly, it immediately threw a punch that hit Baekong in the face. Then, it punched again, sending Baekong flying. Baekong screamed twice, then bounced and rolled on the ground like a meatball for quite a distance. After he stopped rolling, Baekong attempted to flip himself up like a carp, but he couldn't manage it. Slowly, he crawled up from the ground, looking bruised and battered with several teeth missing. He glared at the evil thought wave indignantly and said, I didn't expect you to have some skills, but this is where it ends. Puff. Seeing the scene, Sui on Turtle Island in the Earth couldn't help but burst out laughing. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, everyone's attention was focused on him. Ahem, sorry. This guy's just too funny. Also, don't worry, Goku and Vegeta will be fine. Sui coughed twice and then spoke. Upon hearing Suye's words, the others had nothing much to say. In fact, they had wanted to laugh just now, but after thinking about it, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Lord Gogeta will take care of you. Evil Mind Wave. At this moment, in the underworld, Baekong looked at Evil Mind Wave with tears in his eyes. After taking 2 punches, he was in a lot of pain now. While speaking, he raised a finger, feeling cool, and was about to threaten again when Evil Mind Wave charged at him. Bang, bang, bang. With a left hook and a right hook, Evil Mind Wave began to pummel Baekong wildly. Oh! Baekong shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Evil Mind Wave ignored his loud cries and continued to punch Baekong, sending him rolling in midair several times. Just then, Baekong suddenly let out a series of farts, bounced twice on the ground, and finally pressed over to Evil Mind Wave, farting twice on his face. Seeing this, the people on Turtle Island looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Is this really a fusion warrior? 95. Fusion again. Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Chapter 4. Damn it. While everyone on Turtle Island was speechless in the underworld, Evil Mind Wave flipped over, let out a roar, and then dashed towards Baekong. Bang, bang, bang. Evil Mind Wave threw several punches, leaving Baekong defenseless. Baekong was sweating profusely, running left and right, then ran to the other side, while Evil Mind Wave quickly chased after him, ready to continue the beating. Baekong pointed at Evil Mind Wave coldly and said, "Stop. Let us call it day, and don't do bad things again. See you tomorrow." Saying this, Baekong took advantage of Evil Mind Wave's moment of confusion and turned to run. Huh! Evil Mind Wave sneered, then fired an energy blast at Baekong. The two chased each other for about half an hour. Just as Evil Mind Wave was about to kill Baekong, their fusion time came to an end. Up Vegeta! As soon as the fusion time ended, Baekong disappeared, transforming into Goku and Vegeta, then transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Evil Mind Wave. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged punches, forcing Evil Mind Wave to retreat continuously. No, we have to find a chance to fuse again. Goku said. Fuse again? That last fusion was weaker than our individual strengths. Are you sure it's useful? Vegeta said, sweating profusely and coldly. It should be that our fusion method is flawed. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Goku firmly believed in Su-Yi, so he didn't think Su-Yi's fusion technique was ineffective. At that moment, Su-Yi's voice rang in Goku and Vegeta's ears. The last time, Vegeta made a mistake with the hand gesture. You must extend your index finger when fusing. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Goku suddenly realized, while Vegeta felt extremely embarrassed and speechless. I have to extend my index finger? My goodness, this is too. Vegeta, let us do it again. Goku shouted angrily. Aye. Vegeta's face turned red. After doing such an embarrassing dance move once, he had to do it a second time. Boom. At that moment, Evil Mind Wave launched another attack. There's no choice. We have to fuse again. Vegeta gritted his teeth and followed Goku to fly a few hundred meters away. Evil Mind Wave naturally wouldn't let them escape and quickly chased after them. However, at that moment, a sudden appearance of someone, the East Kaishin, emerged. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, hurry up and fuse. I'll try to hold this guy off for you, so you can fuse successfully as soon as possible. The East Kaishin shouted. Okay, Lord Kaishin, Vegeta, let us go. Goku nodded seriously. The two quickly flew to the top of a mountain, and Vegeta awkwardly bent his legs, preparing to start the fusion. As for the East Kaishin, he had just appeared and hadn't said 2 words before Evil Mind Wave took him out in an instant. Just as he was about to kill Goku and Vegeta, a brighter light exploded in the distance. After dealing with the East Kaishin, Evil Mind Wave looked over there, and his expression changed. At this moment, unlike the previously failed fusion of the short and chubby Baekong, now there was a perfectly proportioned body, coupled with a very handsome face, surrounded by crackling and dazzling lightning. What is this? Evil Mind Wave's face displayed a look of horror as he stammered. What is this thing? At the same time, the people on Turtle Island saw the successfully fused Gogeta and expressed their shock. This is too powerful. This fused Gogeta is amazing, Piccolo exclaimed. Even he could feel this astonishing and incredibly powerful aura from the mortal realm. That's right. After Dad fused with Uncle Vegeta, his power skyrocketed. Goten exclaimed joyfully, seeing the dawn of victory. Goten. At this moment, Goten and Trunks began to discuss on the side. I think it's feasible too. This fusion transformation is so cool. Goten said excitedly. Then let us go give it a try, Trunks whispered, then pulled Goten aside to start the fusion dance. Fusion. Zing! A flash of light flickered, catching everyone's attention, and when they saw a round little chubby figure, everyone burst into laughter. Damn it, it failed again. However, the powerful Gotenks would not give up easily. I'm a super warrior. Ah! As he spoke, the defective Gotenks roared, jumped up, and threw a couple of punches but soon got exhausted and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Piccolo and the others laughed heartily again. Sui chuckled lightly and shook his head, continuing to look into the mirror. At this moment, Vegeta pointed at the evil spirit wave and said, I am not Sun Wukong, nor am I Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Hearing this familiar catchphrase brought a knowing smile to Suye's face. In his previous life, he was extremely excited when he saw Vegeta and Gogeta appear. Next, everyone should watch closely. This evil spirit wave could never be Vegeta's opponent. Suyi opened his mouth and said, Kaioshin of East, I will avenge you. In the underworld, Vegeta's calm voice echoed. The East Kaioshin, who had already fainted, could naturally not hear it. Ha! Arrogant. Evil aura was sweating profusely. In fact, he had been slightly intimidated by Vegeta's aura, but he was very confident in his own strength. He sneered and began to prepare for an offensive. After unleashing his energy, Evil Aura reached out towards Vegeta and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Bang! Boom! For Vegeta, in Super Saiyan 3 form, Evil Aura's combat power of 1 trillion was indeed quite weak, and he easily swatted away the energy waves. Whoosh! Vegeta flew forward and punched Evil Aura in the stomach, followed by a flurry of rapid punches and kicks. Ultimately, after kicking Evil Aura away, Vegeta coldly extended his hand, raising it as if to unleash an attack. In reality, this was not an attack of the energy wave type, but rather an attack that could expel evil. Soon, the energy in Vegeta's hand coalesced into a wave of various mixed colors. Evil Aura stared at the wave in Vegeta's hand, his expression fluctuating between fear and rage. After thinking for a moment, he roared and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta remained indifferent and tossed the wave in his hand towards Evil Aura. Bang! This wave pierced directly through Evil Aura's stomach, and he quickly transformed into a small ghostly figure. Huh! Vegeta glanced coldly at the little ghost. Ah! The little ghost exclaimed, leaping up and then turning to run away. Huh! Vegeta watched the little ghost's retreating figure and revealed a faint smile. 96. The opportunity to break through to Super Saiyan 4. Fifth update. More than a month had passed since the encounter with Evil Aura, and on this day, Sui prepared to break through to Super Saiyan 4. Almost every Dragon Ball fan was curious about whether Super Saiyan 4 was stronger or Super Saiyan Blue. Since Sui had an opportunity to evolve into Super Saiyan 4, he wanted to wait until he broke through to Super Saiyan 4 to compare which was stronger, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue. However, when he asked the system, he was completely stunned, because it turned out that he needed to enter the Dragon Ball GT world himself in order to gain the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan 4. System? Isn't this a bit too much? Sui felt powerless to complain, thinking that this system was too frustrating. It promised that he would directly break through and transform into Super Saiyan 4, didn't it? Host, you must understand that there is no free lunch in this world, so you should obediently enter the world of Dragon Ball GT. The system's sweet and melodious voice echoed in Suye's mind. In response, Suye felt very helpless and nodded, saying, All right, then how do I enter the world of Dragon Ball GT? Also, where can I find the opportunity to break through to Super Saiyan 4? Most importantly, can I also give Goku and Vegeta the chance to become Super Saiyan 4? In this main timeline, Goku and Vegeta cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4, the system replied. All right then. Suye nodded and continued, so let me enter the Dragon Ball GT world next. He speculated that only in the Dragon Ball GT world could he transform into Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have indicated that the Goku and Vegeta of this main timeline were unable to transform successfully. By the way, how was the flow of time calculated when I enter the GT world? If the flow of time in the main timeline is the same as that in the Dragon Ball GT world, then it is possible that he has spent more than 10 years there, and thus more than 10 years must have passed here as well. After more than 10 years, everything might have changed. Don't worry, host. 1 year in the Dragon Ball GT world is at most less than a day in the main timeline. Those who don't know will only think you are training, the system replied. I see. All right, then send me into the Dragon Ball GT world. Suyi smiled. Soon, a spatial passage suddenly appeared in front of him, It was a time-space tunnel that could lead to the world of Dragon Ball GT. So he didn't think at all and directly walked into the time tunnel. This was still Earth, but it wasn't the West capital he was familiar with. He didn't have time to care about where it was. He just wanted to quickly transform into Super Saiyan 4. After searching for energy on Earth, Sui discovered that Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta all existed. He wondered if Bulma was Vegeta's wife in this timeline. Sui squinted his eyes, feeling very displeased at the thought. Whoosh! Using his teleportation ability, Sui arrived in West City within seconds. Following the path in his memory, he quickly reached the entrance of a villa. In his main timeline, this was Bulma's house. If this timeline had Bulma's presence, it was likely that she could be the wife of that tragic tower. With that thought, Sui pressed the doorbell of the villa. Soon, a man with spiky hair walked out. Who else could it be but Vegeta? Seeing him, Sui's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of killing intent. No man could tolerate this situation, even if it was from another timeline. Who are you? Vegeta coldly asked, sensing the killing intent from Sui at the villa entrance. Who am I? Sui gave a cold smile, the tail wrapped around his waist loosened, and then swayed behind him as he said lightly, I heard that the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is very powerful, so I came to seek your advice. You're also a Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback, because if you remember correctly, there were very few Saiyans left, aside from the Saiyans on Earth. There should only be his brother far away from Earth. Now, Sui's appearance indeed shocked him. Not to mention, the power of this newly emerged Saiyan probably rivaled his own, which was what surprised Vegeta the most. System. What is the battle power of Vegeta in the Dragon Ball GT world? Sui stared at Vegeta and silently asked a question. Vegeta's current normal battle power is 70 trillion, and his Super Saiyan 2 battle power is 8 trillion. The system replied, why does it feel a bit off? Sui felt a bit strange. Logically speaking, the multiplier for Super Saiyan 2's battle power should be 100 times. So this guy's Super Saiyan 2 form should be 70 trillion, right? The system explained, Host, in this world, Vegeta will not transform into Super Saiyan 3. So under the Super Saiyan 2 rage state, his battle power can reach 80 trillion. Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly understood. Just then, a voice rang out. Vegeta, who is it? Immediately after, a blonde woman walked out from the villa inside. Sui glanced over and was instantly stunned. It wasn't Bulma, but rather Vegeta's wife from his main timeline, Elru. Elru, you go back first. Vegeta, noticing Sui's gaze on his wife, hurriedly turned around and shot a glare at Elru, scolding her. Seeing that something was off, Elru didn't back down, but instead stepped forward, looked at Sui, and said, Whatever it is, we will face it together. Hearing this, Vegeta's body trembled, and then he turned his head coldly and said, West City is too small. Follow me to a more open place. As he spoke, Vegeta released Elru's hand and then flew up. Vegeta, Elru shouted, Don't worry. I have the noble blood of a prince flowing through me. How could this guy be my match? Elru, wait for me to come back. After saying this, Vegeta flew away from West City. Sui scratched his head in place, wondering if this guy was really that bold. Didn't he fear that the person might be a bad guy and harm his family? Shaking his head, Sui flew off to chase after Vegeta. This guy had a combat power of 80 trillion. As long as he didn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue, any other form would serve as an excellent sharpening stone against Vegeta. Therefore, Sui naturally wouldn't let go of this sharpening stone. His goal was simple. Once he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, reaching a combat power of 100 trillion, he would feel that it was enough. 97. The Shock of Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 6. Soon, Sui followed Vegeta to an uninhabited island. Sui had his hands behind his back, looking at this guy. Since there was no Bulma in this timeline, Sui's displeasure naturally disappeared, and his killing intent followed suit. Now, he only wanted to hone his Super Saiyan forms. From Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3. Last time, when he broke through to Super Saiyan Blue, his combat power was 100 trillion, or 100 mega. A month had passed since then, and now, in Super Saiyan Blue form, his combat power had already reached 140 trillion. This wasn't considered too fast, as he had over 20 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber 3 months prior to this. His subsequent power increase felt very natural. Vegeta's roar made Sui stop his thoughts, and he shifted his gaze to him. This guy was directly battling him in Super Saiyan 2. For 33, Sui smiled faintly and also shouted, but it was not Super Saiyan 2, rather it was a simple Super Saiyan 1 state. They say it's about training. So how could one unleash their strongest power right from the start? You can actually transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said, his pupils contracting in shock. So he didn't say much, forming his hands into the shape of a flower bud, and then used instant transmission to appear in front of Vegeta. This was the instant transmission Kamehameha wave, and such a swift strike hit Vegeta hard. Kamehameha? Who are you? Vegeta quickly retreated, looking at Su Yi in disbelief. Not only was it the Kamehameha, but this newly appeared Saiyan could also use instant transmission, which was what shocked him the most. During battle, one must not let their guard down. Su Yi rushed forward, instantly erupting into Super Saiyan 2, which once again left Vegeta stunned. Bang! However, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Looking at Su Yi with a fluctuating expression and coldly said, "You're right. One cannot be distracted during battle, so let me see your true power." Vegeta roared once more and entered the Super Saiyan 2 Berserk state, which was different from the previous Berserk state of Trunks. The Super Saiyan 2 Berserk state not only increased power, but also speed. In other words, this was a unique Super Saiyan 2 full power state that belonged solely to Vegeta. The two began to exchange blows, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in a certain place on Earth, Goku, who had been wished small by the Pilaaf Gang, suddenly sensed the energy of Vegeta and others, instantly halting his training. Who was Vegeta fighting? Such a powerful energy. Goku frowned, thought for a moment, and quickly used instant transmission to rush to the battlefield. In just a few breaths, Goku arrived at the battlefield and saw Su Yi fighting Vegeta, revealing a look of shock on his face. This is a Saiyan, and he could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goku's eyes widened. He had thought that only he and Gotenks could transform into Super Saiyan 3. But now another person could do it, which truly surprised him. After all, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 due to the right time, place, and people. Could this guy also be that lucky? Huh. The two were fighting in the arena, and Goku couldn't hold back and transformed into Super Saiyan 3, flying over. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta, with a bruised face and blood at the corner of his mouth, shouted angrily upon seeing Goku intervene. Vegeta, this is an enemy. We are friends, so I definitely have to help you, Goku said with a grin. The small figure of Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, looked different from his adult form, exuding an aura of dominance while still being powerful. Facing two opponents at once, Su Yi certainly felt the pressure. After all, in the Dragon Ball GT world, Goku's normal battle power was already trillions, and in the Super Saiyan 3 form, it was at a 400-fold increase, resulting in a battle power of 400 trillion, which means 400 trillion in strength. It's worth noting that currently, Su Yi's battle power in Super Saiyan 3 form was merely 100 trillion, which was indeed far inferior to Goku's 400 trillion. In desperation, Su Yi had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The 14-fold increase in strength brought his battle power to 400 trillion. What transformation state of a Saiyan is this? Goku and Vegeta, seeing this newly emerged Saiyan with hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, pupils glowing blue, surrounded by blue aura and particles unique to the divine state resembling a starry sky, noticed water droplets flowing occasionally in the fiery aura. Furthermore, the speed of the flowing aura was much slower than their normal and other Super Saiyan states, carrying a slight electric spark. Upon closer inspection, the aura was divided into two layers, with the outer layer being sky blue and the inner layer white. So cool. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. This is Super Saiyan Blue, which you can understand as the Super Saiyan God. Su Yi Said lightly. The Super Saiyan Blue is an enhancement of the Super Saiyan Red. Su Yi has never broken through to Super Saiyan Red, but he has already undergone a transformation, reaching a state very close to that of a god. Therefore, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue seems like a natural progression. Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the two were once again shocked, especially Son Goku, who had encountered many gods and knew that gods do not have an aura detectable by humans. Upon closer thought, this guy's aura indeed seemed to have disappeared. Perhaps this guy really is a Super Saiyan God. How can I reach your level? Son Goku returned to his normal state, politely bowed, and asked. As someone who is wholeheartedly focused on training, Son Goku is unwilling to miss any opportunity to become stronger. You can't do it. So he shook his head and said faintly. Just like how Goku and Vegeta in his timeline couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 4. Goku and Vegeta in this timeline naturally couldn't transform into Super Saiyan Blue either. If you can do it, why can't we? Vegeta sneered. 98. Artificial Full Moon. Su Yi's Golden Great Ape Form. Chapter 1. Su Yi smiled. No matter which timeline, this guy Vegeta is always so arrogant. To put it bluntly, it's more like he's inflated. Young people should show some respect to those who are older. Suyi raised his hand and slapped down, purely using physical strength to suppress Vegeta. With his power, this alone was enough to make Vegeta unable to lift his head. Vegeta was screaming. It was the first time he encountered such an unreasonable person who would strike at the slightest disagreement. In fact, he should be grateful that Suyi had some old feelings for the other universe's Vegeta and didn't use his full strength. If Suyi had gone all out, with his power, he could easily have killed him with a single slap. Vegeta, say a few less words. Sun Wukong glared at Vegeta. With Suyi's current strength, let alone the two of them, even if they fused, they probably wouldn't have a 100 winning plan. Not to mention, Suyi was right in front of them. How could they succeed in fusing? Oof. Vegeta, who was slapped down to the ground, snorted coldly, noticing that the power suppressing him had weakened significantly, and slowly got up. He admitted that this unknown Saiyan was very powerful, but he believed that his own future was even more limitless. One day, he, Vegeta, would definitely lead the Saiyan race to the peak of this universe and become the #1 race. Sir, may I ask why we cannot transform into your level? Sun Wukong politely flew in front of Suyi and started to massage his shoulders. In response, Vegeta beside him snorted coldly, looking down on Sun Wukong's attitude. However, even though he was very disdainful, his ears perked up a bit, clearly curious about the question. Because the world you are in is a different time-space world from mine. Suyi did not hide it and informed them, I am a Saiyan from another time and space. Can this clarify your doubts? The real fact is, it's not exactly like that, although there's a small factor involved. The most important reason is that this is the world of Dragon Ball GT. Although it has been acknowledged by that old man, it is ultimately not truly created by him. To put it in a harsh way, fan fiction will always be fan fiction. Just like in the world of Suyi's main timeline, Goku and the others can only gradually move towards the canonical storyline's power level. In this timeline, Goku and the others can only start from Super Saiyan 4 and slowly progress through Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, and Super Saiyan 7. To explain further, in terms of power laws, the sequels of the two worlds are not the same. As for why Suyi can do this, it is very simple. He is someone who has jumped out of this world and belongs to the greatest variable. What? Besides this world, are there other worlds? Goku and Vegeta were shocked. This concept was too unbelievable for them. In your world, after Super Saiyan 3, it goes to Super Saiyan 4. Although the increase in combat power is not as much as Super Saiyan Blue, it is still quite close. Suyi continued, looking up at the sky, where it was still daytime, so naturally, the moon could not be seen. However, he could easily create one, or rather, he could exchange for an artificial full moon from the system mall space. Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing these 6 words, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta trembled all over. A manifestation of extreme excitement. Sir, do you know how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong hurriedly asked. Vegeta leaned in closely, not wanting to miss any information that could help him surpass that guy Kakarot. Of course I do. Suyi directly exchanged for an artificial full moon in the system's mall space. Then, threw the full moon into the sky. Don't look at the full moon. Pay attention to how I transform. This is a great opportunity for you to observe. As he spoke, Suyi waved his hand to push Sun Wukong and the others aside, then looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky. In that moment, his dark pupils suddenly began to emit a red light. And soon after, as his body swelled slightly, his pupils completely turned red. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Vegeta and Sun Wukong naturally dared not look at the full moon, their faces turning pale at the thought of him transforming into a giant ape. With this gentleman's strength, if he transformed into a rampaging giant ape, wouldn't he easily destroy the entire Earth? Kakarot, what should we do? This guy clearly doesn't possess the royal Saiyan bloodline, so he definitely won't be able to control his violent instincts. While Vegeta was still speaking, Suyi in the sky had already completely transformed into a giant ape. However, to their shock, unlike their brown giant ape form, this guy was actually a golden giant ape. What is going on? Why is his giant ape form golden? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. I don't know. Vegeta was also very shocked. Since the time they transformed into Super Saiyans, they had never transformed into the giant ape 100 form. So they didn't know that any Saiyan who could transform into a Super Saiyan could also transform into a golden giant ape. A fierce roar echoed, and the momentum surged, incredibly terrifying. It's over. Vegeta glanced at Suyi, who had transformed into a golden giant ape, and saw him suddenly strike the void, causing cracks to ripple through the air. Heavens! How terrifying is this gentleman? Is this the extent of his physical power? Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. He had never seen such destructive power from physical strength before. At this moment, Su Yi in the sky coldly glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta on the ground, then slowly flew down, gradually squatting down in front of them, as the two prepared to resist in their Super Saiyan forms. The golden giant ape that Su Yi transformed into cracked its mouth and smiled, and then, to their astonishment, a dazzling light burst forth. Why did he suddenly get smaller? Sun Wukong looked up, astonished. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Su Ye's plan. A final roar echoed in the sky as Su Ye's Super Saiyan 4 was fully completed, everything appearing very natural. He sensed the power of Super Saiyan 4, which indeed increased by 10 times compared to Super Saiyan 3. After all, this Super Saiyan 4 was essentially the giant ape form of Saiyan. The giant ape's power increased tenfold, so naturally, Super Saiyan 4 also increased tenfold. However, that wasn't the key. The key was Su Ye's thought. Could he take it a step further on the foundation of Super Saiyan 4 and enter the divine realm? He regained his sanity and got smaller. Vegeta was utterly shocked. He initially thought Su Yi wouldn't be able to control his instincts, but it turned out he not only controlled them, but also achieved a transformation. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong flew into the sky and asked in shock. That's right, this is the subsequent evolutionary transformation after your Super Saiyan 3 in this time and space. Su Yi nodded. Now he was covered in red fur, looking very cool with a long, thick red tail swaying behind him. He controlled the tail to strike at the void, and bolts of lightning appeared. Just the destructive power of this tail was probably terrifying. So cool, Sun Wukong exclaimed, circling around Su Yi with excitement on his face. Vegeta also slowly flew over, looking at Su Yi with an unpredictable expression. Undeniably, even he, who leaned towards perfectionism, was amazed by this transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Excuse me, sir. May I ask how you transformed into the Golden Great Ape? Vegeta, wanting to become stronger, naturally showed great respect towards Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and said, "You should have not transformed into the Great Ape form after you were able to transform into a Super Saiyan, right?" "Yes." Both of them nodded simultaneously. "Well, that's right. After being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, transforming into the Great Ape form again would result in the Golden Great Ape form." Su Yi spoke up, took another look at Vegeta, recalled something, and continued. "However, Vegeta himself possesses the Saiyan royal bloodline, and his ability to transform into a Great Ape without losing his sanity will be a great help for your transformation." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "In that case, should I transform into a Great Ape now? If I could be the first to reach Super Saiyan 4 before Goku, then I would naturally be very excited. Don't rush. If you don't have the ability to control the power of Super Saiyan 4, then even if you transform into a Golden Great Ape, you won't be able to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Su Yi waved his hand and glanced at Vegeta, noticing that his tail had long been cut off. He couldn't help but say, if possible, it would be best to let the tail grow back. The Saiyan tail is the source of evolution for Saiyans in your timeline. I understand now. Vegeta looked at Goku, who had returned to his childhood form, and his tail had also grown back. It seemed that he could no longer cut off his tail in the future, so he felt the surging power within him. Compared to the power of Super Saiyan Blue, the power of Super Saiyan 4 was much purer. After all, it was transformed based on the Great Ape form. Wait a minute. Su Yi suddenly thought of something very exciting. That is, in this world he can transform infinitely. Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, even Super Saiyan 7. At the thought of this, Su Yi's heart was instantly filled with a surge of excitement. System, can I still go to the world of Dragon Ball GT in the future? Su Yi hurriedly asked. Sure, host, the system replied. Nice. Su Yi's eyes lit up as he glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and said, since I have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, it's time for me to return to my own timeline. Farewell, and I hope the next time we meet, you will have reached the realm of Super Saiyan 4. After saying this, a spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in front of Su Yi. He waved goodbye to the two and stepped directly into the tunnel. Will they come in? Inside the spatial tunnel, Su Yi looked back and wondered if Sun Wukong and Vegeta would follow him out of curiosity. Please rest assured, host. No one can cross the barrier between two timelines except for you. The system's sweet and pleasant voice continued, making Su Yi give a thumbs up in his heart. With such a powerful system, how could he not rise to greatness? Soon, Su Yi walked out of the spatial tunnel and found himself back in his training room. Looking at the time, he realized that only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Interesting. Can I say that this Dragon Ball GT world is like my own time house? Sui suddenly said, I remember you once mentioned that in the Dragon Ball GT world, a year has passed, while in the main timeline, only a day has passed at most. So, this is a time ratio of 1 day to 1 year. If I stay in the GT world for several decades, only a few days would have passed in the main timeline. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the system fell silent for a short period. System? System? Su Ye shouted a couple of times. Ding! The host's reasoning is valid, so the system pondered for a moment, and this indeed counts as a bug. Therefore, starting today, damn it, if the host enters the Dragon Ball GT world, they can stay for a maximum of 1 month. Exceeding 1 month will result in not being able to enter the Dragon Ball GT world again within a year of the main timeline. The system first made a ding sound, then immediately said this sentence. I want to ask system, can you transform into a human and show up in front of me for a bit? Don't worry, I promise I won't hit you. Also, since I pointed out this bug, isn't there anything in terms of compensation? Suya's mouth twitched a bit. He really was too talkative and had even actively reminded this troublesome system. Host, you don't need to feel too upset. Let me address your concerns first. First, the system cannot transform into a human. Second, regarding the bug reward you mentioned, the system will provide you with a compensation package. The system's tone remains sweet. 100. Lialimu. Upon hearing about the compensation package, Suyi felt much better. After all, he had the time house. So he didn't really need to enter the Dragon Ball GT world continuously or stay there for a long time. Ding! The compensation package has been sent. Please check it. Host. The system's notification sound rang out. Okay. Suyi nodded, but did not immediately check what this compensation package was. Now, he wanted to try whether he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 in this main timeline. Soon, Suyi set up a formation to prevent his aura from leaking out. The last time he entered the Divine Realm, he was informed by the system that someone was watching him, so he had to be cautious now. Here we go. Since he had already successfully transformed in the Dragon Ball GT world, Suyi no longer needed an artificial full moon to transform into a great ape and then into Super Saiyan 4. With a furious roar, changes began to occur in his body, first manifesting various ape-like features, and finally transforming back into a human form. Great! The main timeline world allows him to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Suyi nodded and smiled. This is very good news. Next, it's time to verify whether I can add my own divine realm on top of Super Saiyan 4. 817 system. Do you think there is a possibility for my idea? Suyi asked the system. Others might not know if there is such a possibility, but in your case, I believe there are infinite possibilities. The system replied. Haha, thank you. Suyi laughed heartily. This could be seen as a form of affirmation and encouragement. Since the system was confident in his limitless potential, he believed he could reach an unprecedented realm. Perhaps, by the time he truly achieved this realm, his strength would not only be capable of overpowering Binus, but at least able to engage him in a fair fight, right? Continuing his training, so he no longer focused on how to increase his combat power, but began to ponder how he could transform into a Super Saiyan Blue on top of Super Saiyan 4. This idea seemed somewhat far-fetched, but he was willing to give it a try. With the existence of the time chamber, he had plenty of time to fail. He believed that eventually he would find a breakthrough point and continue to advance. Thus, 2 months quickly passed in the main timeline. During this time, Suyi had also entered the Dragon Ball GT world. To his surprise, when he met Son Goku and Vegeta again, these two had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, which indeed astonished him. However, upon reflection, he realized that time flowed faster in the Dragon Ball GT world compared to the main timeline, making it seem normal. Although he had spent a year in the Dragon Ball GT world, it equated to only a day in the main timeline. This was due to his presence accelerating the flow of time. Without him, while the time flow in the Dragon Ball GT world was indeed fast, it wouldn't be that extreme. Stepping out of the training room, Suye's combat power in its normal state was 50 trillion, or 50 quadrillion. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1 increased it to 250 trillion, or 250 quadrillion. Super Saiyan 2 brought it to 500 trillion, or 500 quadrillion, and so on, with Super Saiyan 3 being a fourfold increase in combat power. By now, when Suyi transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he had a power level of 20 trillion. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue would give him a power level of 28 trillion. This strength was terrifying to the extreme. However, in the Dragon Ball Super world, the minimum unit for measuring combat power was in Kentucky. His 28 trillion power level converted to KY would only be 8 Kentucky, if Suyi remembered correctly. Binus' combat power was around 10 KY, and Whiss's was about 15 Kentucky. It seemed that when calculated this way, the gap between Su Yi and them wasn't too far off. Daddy, daddy. Just as he exited the training room, Su Yoli ran overexcitedly. This girl loved nothing more than to run over, hug Su Yi, and wrap her legs around his waist. He had told her more than once that as she grew up, she needed to be more mindful of etiquette to avoid gossip. However, every time, the little girl would respond, "Whoever gossips, I'll beat them up." What's wrong with a daughter hugging her dad? To this, Su Yi had no way to respond. Why are you so happy? Su Yi rubbed the little girl's head and asked with a smile, I can transform into Super Saiyan 3. The little girl said excitedly, but I look too ugly after transforming. Lily doesn't like it. Ha ha, if you don't like it, then don't transform. Su Yi smiled and then hugged the little girl as they walked towards the inner courtyard of their home. But what if something dangerous happens if I don't transform? Little Lioli tilted her head and pouted, her cute appearance making Su Yi laugh again. If you don't transform, Daddy will protect you. Hee hee. Then Lioli will always stay by Daddy's side. She slightly raised her head and leaned in, planting a kiss on Su Ye's cheek. Then happily jumped out of her father's arms, running while turning back to wave at him. This girl, haha, is really just like the mischievous Bulma when she was little. Su Yi shook his head and chuckled, then took a step forward and used instant movement. In just a few breaths, he arrived at a place. This was a piece of land that had not been cultivated yet. At this moment, son Wukong was dressed in farming clothes and operating a machine to plow the field. Wukong, I have something to tell you. Su Yi shouted. Huh, it's big brother Su Yi. Hearing Su Ye's voice, son Wukong, who was operating the machine to plow the fields, immediately stopped, flew out of the machine with a smile, and greeted him. In a few months, a deity should arrive on Earth, and everyone must practice diligently during this time. Su Yi said at the current stage, the strength of son Wukong and the others is not weak at all. In fact, they're somewhat stronger than in the original work. However, Su Yi is afraid of the butterfly effect. What if this guy, Binus, is not as friendly to son Wukong's group as in the original story? Wouldn't that be a cold shower for them? Is that deity very powerful? Son Wukong's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, yes. Currently his strength is even greater than mine. Su Yi nodded and said, in the early stages of the Dragon Ball Super plot, he would naturally avoid making a move as much as possible. The reason is simple. Before his strength completely surpassed that of the god of destruction, Beerus, he needed to stabilize and develop slowly. Although Beerus is indeed powerful, the most formidable aspect is his destructive energy, along with Whis and the Grand Priest above him. In short, take it steady. If it can't be steady, then just smash it. 101. Beerus awakens Super Saiyan God. Hearing Su Ye's words, son Wukong showed a shocked expression. In his eyes, Su Ye's strength was already a terrifying existence that he could not catch up with. Now, a being even stronger than Su Yi has appeared. Shouldn't it be a god? How could this not shock him? It is truly unimaginable what kind of terrifying existence surpasses Big Brother Su Yi. Son Wukong was in awe. In response, Su Yi smiled lightly and said, it won't be long before your strength can reach this level too. If the original plot comes into play, when Beerus arrives, son Wukong, the Hanging King, will gather several Saiyan's energy in a short time to reach the Super Saiyan God Red state. This state corresponds to about 60 of Beerus' strength. In terms of combat power, at that time, the Super Saiyan God Red son Wukong would have around 6 trillion in strength. After all, Beerus' strength without using destructive energy is only about 10 trillion. It's worth noting that son Wukong's current strength is only 1 trillion and hasn't reached that level. Just the Super Saiyan God Red form has elevated his power to such an exaggerated extent. So it's easy to imagine that son Wukong's title as the Hanging King is truly well-deserved. Work hard. Son Wukong instantly teleported away from Earth. In response, Su Yi glanced at the unfinished fields and the machines left here, shaking his head and laughing. One can imagine that when Wukong returns, he will probably be scolded to death by Chi-Chi. After notifying Wukong about Beerus' impending arrival on Earth, Su Yi then informed Vegeta and the others about this news, and everyone began to train hard. As for Su Yi himself, he was experimenting every day to see if he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue based on Super Saiyan 4, tirelessly enjoying the process. The first month quickly passed, and Su Ye's combat power in Super Saiyan Blue had already reached 3 trillion. The second month also passed quickly, and by this time, he could initially control entering the God state for a short time based on Super Saiyan 4. In this state, his combat power was approximately 5 trillion. Soon, in the third month, Su Yi had completed about 50 of this state. He could now stabilize this state for half an hour without degradation. and his combat power had surpassed the Super Saiyan God Red of the original story, reaching 7 trillion in strength. This means that his current strength relative to Beerus, without using destructive energy, had reached 70 of his power. Not bad, not bad. Reaching this level in 3 months is impressive. Although I utilized the convenience of the time chamber, it is still the result of my own training. Suyi is very satisfied with the results of his cultivation over the past 3 months. Calculating carefully, there's at most 1 month left before Beerus arrives on Earth. At this moment, Beerus should have awakened and even dreamed of the Super Saiyan God. System, open the time-space tunnel. I want to go to the Dragon Ball GT world. Suyi is preparing to visit the Dragon Ball GT world and wonders if he can master Super Saiyan 5 with a 50 increase in the power of the God state. He doesn't know, but trying out might give him the answer, as Suyi enters the time tunnel to the Dragon Ball GT world. At the same time, outside a planet in the universe of the main timeline, which is exploding, although it is somewhat unscenic. The brilliant light of the exploding planet is indeed captivating to behold. The speaker is Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, who stands with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the exploding planet, and says a line. Don't you think it's a pity about that dinosaur meat? Beside Beerus is his teacher and servant, Whis, who asks him. Hee, not all, Beerus chuckles, pausing for a moment. What do you mean? Whis raises an eyebrow. That's right, the powerful explosion of the planet reminds me of the name of that guy from my dream. He is the ultimate warrior that no one has ever seen. Extremely powerful. Beerus becomes excited, and Whis asks, what is that person's name? Oh, what was it again? Beerus tilts his head, seemingly forgetting the name. It was something like Super. He shakes his head deep in thought. Super Saiyan? Whis's gaze sharpens. Immediately recalling the little guy from Earth he sensed a few months ago who had just stepped into the God state. He is a Saiyan, and he can also transform into a Super Saiyan. So is he the Super Saiyan God who has entered the God state? Yes. Whis. How did you know it was the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing Whis's uncertain voice, Beerus claps his hands excitedly and exclaims, his name is the Super Saiyan God. However, since he is a god, that means he is a deity, right? That could be a bit troublesome. There is no position of Super Saiyan God in Universe 7. Whis replies, that's good, but this Super Saiyan God should have some connection with the Saiyans, right? Huh? It seems that Planet Vegeta was destroyed at the hands of Frieza. Beerus recalls and speaks. The destruction of that planet before you woke up was indeed what you ordered. Whis nods. Oh, I see. Well, I really found them quite displeasing, especially that guy King Vegeta. Well, I can't be bothered with them. But, does this mean the Saiyan race has already vanished along with Planet Vegeta? Beerus yawns and lazily waves his hand. No, there are still some Saiyans on other planets who escaped the disaster. Whis explains. Alright, but where exactly is this Super Saiyan God? Beerus still wants to know how strong his opponent from the dream is. At this moment, Whis squints his eyes, suspecting that the little guy on Earth might be Lord Beerus's opponent from his dream. With that thought, he speaks up. If the Super Saiyan God in Lord Beerus's dream is indeed this little guy, then perhaps I know where he is. You know, Beerus is taken aback. Yes, Whis smiles and nods. Where? Earth. The 4th update is here. 102. Is this Super Saiyan 5? In the Dragon Ball GT world, at this moment on a small island on Earth. Hiya. Suyi transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and then suddenly increased his aura. Soon, the power of the God Realm was also added to Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, his combat power was not just a simple increase of 1 or 2 times, but rather a 5-fold increase, quickly making him at least 20 times stronger than before. He didn't estimate his combat power, but Suyi understood that it was at most over 7 billion in strength. Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. Suyi roared, his momentum completely exploding. With Su Ye's momentum fully unleashed, his body swelled under the state of over 4 plus 50% of the divine realm. In a short while, not only did his body undergo another change, but the fur on his body also transformed from red to almost half white, and the flames rising around him gradually changed from blue to silvery white. What is this? So he looked down at himself. At this moment, his body had swollen to a massive size, resembling that of a giant ape, but his height was much shorter compared to the giant ape. If one were to analyze it carefully, it was more like a humanoid ape form. Such immense power. Suyi was astonished, touched his face, and then pointed into the void, where a mirror appeared in front of him. At that moment, the reflection in the mirror showed that his hair had grown down to his waist, a strange mix of red and silver. Although it was an odd color combination, to him, it looked incredibly cool. Not only that, but his appearance had also changed. Instead of the handsome look he had before, he now resembled a giant ape. Looking a bit longer, Sui noticed that his left pupil was red, while his right pupil was silver. Is this my exclusive Super Saiyan 5? Sui flicked his tail. The tip was silver while the rest was red, indistinguishable from the red tail of a Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, in this state, his combat power had already approached 8 quintillion. No, this shouldn't be considered Super Saiyan 5 at most. Sui whispered, at most. It can only be considered a semi-complete form. I'm afraid it doesn't even qualify as a complete form, just a test subject of Super Saiyan 5. He looked at his appearance again, perhaps when his hair, body hair, tail, and the flames surrounding him, as well as his pupils, all turned silver-white. That would be the true Super Saiyan 5. I am very much looking forward to what level of combat power this Super Saiyan 5 will reach. Sui grinned widely, feeling very happy. Soon, he returned to his usual appearance and dismissed the surrounding formation. He then used teleportation to arrive at a nearby city, where he found a restaurant to start eating. The two worlds were part of the same anime, so the currency was the same, naturally, so he didn't face any issues with different currencies or being unable to afford a meal. After finishing his meal, he was full, but his wallet was empty. Therefore, Sui returned to his own time-space world. As soon as he got back, he felt a powerful consciousness sweep across the earth. This is a divine consciousness technique that only gods can possess. It seems that a god just scanned the earth. Suye's face showed a solemn expression. In the universe, there are benevolent gods, and naturally, there will also be evil gods. As for destruction gods like Binuos, how should one put it? They can be seen as both righteous and evil. Everything they do is done on a whim. Could it be Binuos? Or perhaps Wasi? Sui pondered for a moment. If it were one of these two, then it was obvious that the science on Earth had already caught their attention. Or rather, the recent spying could have been from the god of destruction, Beerus, or Whis. Thinking of this, Sui smiled indifferently. His current strength was equivalent to 80% of Beerus's. As long as he remained steady, it was possible that after some time, he could even match him. No need to rush. Before Whis and Beerus arrived on Earth, they would likely seek out some delicious food to fill their stomachs. Therefore, within a month, I must initially master the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Sui squinted his eyes. His current incomplete realm is equivalent to a fusion transformation between the Dragon Ball Super World and Dragon Ball GT. So, to some extent, he alone is like a Super Saiyan resulting from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. The days ahead are bound to be a bit monotonous, as Sui spends most of the month in the time chamber. If calculated, he has essentially trained for several more years. It's worth mentioning that his own Super Saiyan 5 has completed its initial transformation, and he can control it perfectly. This is very good news. However, there is one drawback. This transformation can only last for 10 minutes. What can you do in 10 minutes? For an ordinary person, it might just be enough time to take a quick break, have a smoke, or play on their phone. However, for Sui in this initial Super Saiyan 5 state, he could easily beat several rounds against Beerus without using destructive energy. In that state, I possess a battle power of 12 trillion. Just mastering this initial transformation grants me such an incredible power. If I were to truly reach perfect mastery, how strong would I become then? Sui laughed. Although he could only transform for 10 minutes, during that time, even the god of destruction Beerus would probably struggle to withstand a few moves from him. When Sui emerged from his seclusion, at the same time, on the planet where King Kai of the North was located, King Kai was looking at Beerus and Whis with a face full of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Goku, along with the gorilla and a little ant, they were hiding nearby, watching Beerus and Whis. Aside from Goku showing a look of curiosity, the gorilla and little ant were sweating profusely, clearly terrified. Is that guy really the god of destruction Beerus? After a moment of curiosity, Sun Wukong looked at Whis very seriously, remembering what Sui had told him about a certain god coming to Earth. So, could this guy be the powerful god that Sui referred to? Please, keep it down, or we'll be discovered, the little ant said, drenched in sweat, in a panic. Ah, I know, Sun Wukong smiled at the little ant, then leaned his head out to look at Whis again, the seriousness on his face deepening. At that moment, in the arena, King Kai of the North slowly approached Beerus, who was hiding behind Whis, and said, Honorable Lord Beerus, it's been a long time. Welcome to my planet. Long time no see, King Kai. Beerus stepped out from behind Whis and greeted him as well. Huh. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Beerus stepping out. Is that really the god of destruction Beerus? At this moment, Beerus suddenly noticed Sun Wukong peeking at him, and their eyes met. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he whispered, Scion. Seeing that Beerus had noticed Sun Wukong, King Kai's expression changed, and he quickly stepped in front of Beerus, smiling awkwardly. Lord Beerus, I have prepared food for you, you see. Step aside. Beerus glanced indifferently at King Kai and said coldly. King Kai was just about to speak when Beerus raised a finger at him. In response, King Kai slowly moved aside, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. You come here. Beerus beckoned to Sun Wukong with his finger. Sun Wukong pointed at himself, then glanced at the little ant and the gorilla who had already hidden away, and then looked directly at Beerus, saying, Me? That's right, you Scion. Beerus nodded. Sun Wukong scratched his head and slowly walked out. He saw King Kai giving him frantic signals from the side, and he smiled foolishly, jumping in front of Beerus and politely bowing. Hello, Lord Beerus. Beerus rubbed his chin, sizing up the Scion. After a while, he asked Whis, Is this guy the Super Saiyan God? No. Whis shook his head with a smile. Super Saiyan God? Hearing those words, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly brightened. He knew that Su Yi had already initially entered the realm of gods. Perhaps this Super Saiyan God is Su Yi, my big brother? Do you know about the Super Saiyan God? Beerus noticed the sparkle in Sun Wukong's eyes and couldn't help but ask. You should know. Sun Wukong smiled foolishly. It's on your Earth, right? Beerus said. Whis had informed him that the Super Saiyan God was on Earth. If he hadn't thought of coming here to see an old friend, he would have gone straight to Earth. Yes. My big brother Su Ye's strength has already initially entered the realm of gods. He's very powerful. Sun Wukong said with admiration. All of my abilities were taught to me by my big brother Su Yi. Oh. Beerus immediately became interested, glancing at Sun Wukong and nodding. I've heard that you Scions can transform into Super Saiyan, so show me your transformation. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong quickly responded, then said, But can I spar with you, Lord Beerus? Wukong. Hearing this, King Kai's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, The strength of Lord Beerus is unattainable. How can you possibly contend with him? But I really want to see how strong someone is that even my big brother Su Yi said is not his opponent. Sun Wukong scratched his head in distress. Well, you're really a big fool. Want to see my power? Beerus shook his head and laughed. All right then, let me show you my strength. Aha! Thank you, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong quickly bowed and then jumped aside, clenching his fist, shouting, Hiya! Seeing Sun Wukong's aura suddenly rise, Beerus raised an eyebrow. Lord Beerus, this is Super Saiyan 1. Sun Wukong's body was engulfed in golden flames, and his hair turned golden. Beerus was only a little surprised and waved his hand dismissively in response. Hiya, this is Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong shouted again, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. It's a so-so for this level of power. Beerus yawned without raising his eyelids. Ha! Indeed, it's Lord Beerus. Hiya. Sun Wukong laughed a couple of times, and then shouted one last time, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, which was currently his strongest state. When he was on Earth, Su Yi had roughly explained how to advance into the realm of gods, but unfortunately, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were temporarily unable to control it. This is getting interesting. Beerus smiled upon seeing Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong. A 400 times increase in power is indeed impressive. However, in Beerus's eyes, he still seemed so weak. Well, your strength is acceptable. Then I'll just use one finger. Beerus stepped forward, his left hand behind his back, and only extended one finger with a cold gaze at Sun Wukong. Hearing Beerus's words, Sun Wukong was indignant and said, I will use all my strength to force you, Lord Beerus, to use your second finger. Hiya! Sun Wukong shouted and charged at Beerus with a punch. Run, everyone run! King Kai saw the impending battle and hurriedly ran to the side house, then peeked out with half his head to look at the arena. Hiya! Sun Wukong threw a powerful punch at Beerus, but it was easily dodged. Is that all you've got? Beerus laughed. Watch my Kamehameha. Sun Wukong shouted as he instantly moved and released the Kamehameha wave. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Not bad power. No wonder you were able to kill Frieza. Soon, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing Beerus's figure. He looked at Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form and nodded, saying, Saiyans are indeed a very powerful race. It seems they didn't know how to use their true power before. Huh! Goku erupted with energy again, and at this moment, lightning crackled around him, his battle power stronger than before. Adada-dadada! Whoosh! Goku charged forward, roaring angrily as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Beerus. In response, Beerus effortlessly dealt with him using just one finger. Huh! Goku grew more excited as he fought, each punch more powerful than the last. Finally, after delivering his 100th punch, his momentum peaked, and he activated the Kaioken, launching a powerful punch at Beerus. Bang! The force of this punch made Beerus, who was only using one finger to defend, take several steps back. Oh! At this moment, Whis, who was on the other side, widened his eyes, showing an expression of surprise. Adada-da-da-da! Goku's attacks became increasingly fierce, and even Beerus, who was only using one finger, gradually realized he was struggling, feeling even more shocked. It should be noted that he was using nearly half of his strength. Just how strong is Beerus's half strength with a battle power of 10 quadrillion? 1 trillion equals 1 billion, which is 1/10. Half strength would mean 5,000 trillion or 500 trillion battle power. And this Saiyan had actually reached a battle power close to that of an ordinary god level. How could it not shock Beerus? 104. Beerus arrives on Earth. First meeting Sui. Terrifying. Goku's strength is so powerful. The North Kai exclaimed, although he knew that Lord Beerus wasn't taking it seriously. It still showcased how terrifying Goku's battle power was. Thank you for letting me know that Saiyans are indeed powerful. This shows that the Super Saiyan God must also be very formidable. In the arena, Beerus and Goku faced each other, the former smiling as he slowly flew forward, casually saying, however, I need to make you understand one thing. Destroyers are very terrifying. Bang! Beerus reached out, lightly flicking Goku's forehead, and then Goku was sent flying back. Huh! Goku exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! Beerus instantly flew behind Goku, raised a finger, and gently pressed it on Goku's shoulder, as if a planet were pressing down on him. Goku instantly lost his battle power and fell to the ground, unconscious. Goku! The North Kai rushed over, followed by the gorilla and the little ant. Let's go, Whis. Let's head to Earth and see how powerful that Super Saiyan God is. Beerus slowly descended from the air, hands behind his back, and said indifferently, all right, Lord Beerus. Whis approached with his staff, a subtle smile on his face, then gently tapped the ground with his staff. A dazzling light flashed, and then the two disappeared. Meanwhile, on a certain sea area of Earth, a yacht was slowly sailing. Sui was holding a banquet with Bulma and the others, as today marked the wedding anniversary between him, Bulma, and Zhen Hushao. Everyone was welcome to eat whatever they wanted without hesitation. Bulma and Zhen Hushao were attending to Chi-Chi, Erilu, and Vegeta, their faces filled with joy. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly heard a voice beside his ear. Vegeta, I am a North Kai. Vegeta stood up from his beach chair, impatiently asking, what do you want? Vegeta, listen quietly to what I have to say. Otherwise, Earth may be destroyed. The North Kai said calmly. Hurry up. Vegeta still looked impatient. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is about to arrive on Earth. You must tell Mr. Su Yi not to be too aggressive. This lord's power is extremely strong, and remember to prepare some delicacies. The North Kai's voice startled the impatient Vegeta, who immediately jumped up from his beach chair, exclaiming, what? Who? Lord Beerus. Yes, it's indeed Lord Beerus. The North Kai said earnestly. In short, you must not provoke him, or the consequences will be unimaginable. I understand. Vegeta lowered his head, recalling how his father, King Vegeta, had once entertained Lord Beerus when he was young. Furthermore, he vividly remembered his father being trampled by Beerus right in front of him, despite so many years having passed. The god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta gritted his teeth. As time passed, several minutes had gone by since the North Kai's notification. With a troubled expression, Vegeta walked to the edge of the yacht's railing, pondering how to deal with that god of destruction, Beerus. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flashed past him. Vegeta quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Is it my imagination? Vegeta narrowed his eyes and whispered. Whoosh! Again, another figure flickered by. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking around but still seeing no one. As he was cursing inwardly, a figure quietly approached him from behind, a finger slowly reaching toward him. Bang! Ah! Vegeta panicked and quickly fled the spot. Ha ha ha! Beerus's laughter rang out, and Vegeta turned around to see him, his expression changing immediately. Lord Beerus. Vegeta hurriedly bowed respectfully. Prince Vegeta, I remember you. Beerus chuckled as he slowly walked toward him. Gulp. As Beerus walked, Vegeta swallowed several times. Ah, Vegeta, you're here. At that moment, Vegeta's wife, Erilu, suddenly appeared. Seeing Beerus and Whis, she asked in surprise, who are these two gentlemen? Erilu, Vegeta exclaimed. Huh? Erilu responded, puzzled, seeing him drenched in sweat. She grew even more curious and was about to speak when Whis smiled and said, this beautiful lady, we are friends of Vegeta. We passed by Earth this time and came to see him. Ah, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Erilu said happily upon hearing this. She knew Vegeta's temperament well. Having one friend was already fortunate, but now there were two. This truly delighted her. Thank you. Beerus turned to Whis and nodded with a smile. Today is our friend's wedding anniversary, so we are hosting a gathering with lots of food. Since you come from another planet, you must not have tasted our Earth-esque cuisine. Haha, come with me. Erilu was very enthusiastic, leading Beerus and Whis away from the railing of the yacht. Meanwhile, Vegeta watched their departing figures, breaking into a sweat, his legs feeling weak for a moment. After a while, as if recalling something important, he hurriedly ran toward the center of the yacht. At the same time, Suyi, who had just walked out of the training room on the yacht and arrived at the center, was stunned to see Beerus and Whis on the small stage. At the same time, Beerus and Whis also focused their attention on him. Whis appeared calm, his expression gentle, while Beerus narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Suyi. As a god of destruction, he had a keen sense for dangerous individuals. No one in the 7th universe had ever given him such a feeling before, which left him both grave and shocked. Whis, Beerus said, "Is that you, the Super Saiyan god?" Whis responded hesitantly, "It should be." From the aura, Whis could feel Suyi's strength. However, he couldn't be 100% certain that he was the Super Saiyan god that Beerus had dreamed of. "Are you Suyi, as mentioned by son Goku?" Beerus asked, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Suyi indifferently. Suyi responded coldly, and with his strength. He was not afraid of Beerus at all. In 10 minutes, with a battle power that suppressed Beerus by 2 trillion, he could easily take this fearsome god of destruction down several times. Seeing Suyi's demeanor, Beerus narrowed his eyes. As for Whis, he looked on with interest. It was the first time in so many years that he had seen someone in this 7th universe dare to be so indifferent towards Beerus. "Do you know who I am?" Beerus's expression darkened, and his tone became very unfriendly. "God of destruction, Beerus." Suyi slowly started to move, covering his mouth as he yawned, appearing quite calm. He pulled out a stool and sat down slowly. "I am quite easygoing, if you respond with a cold face. I will naturally do the same." If it weren't for Beerus's scrutinizing gaze and that icy attitude, Suyi wouldn't have been so direct. As the saying goes, if 977 can't be stabilized, then just hit it. Whis' strength indeed surpasses his, but he knows that this angel would never dare to act unless absolutely necessary. As a god of destruction, how could he not defeat the people under his jurisdiction? Then, what right does he have to be a god of destruction? Therefore, if the angel acts out of personal interest, even their father, the Grand Minister, would probably be of no use. Both of their auras were somewhat chilling. Seeing the scene, Bulma and the others understood that these two guys were not friends of Vegeta at all. They were clearly here to cause trouble. "Hey, I don't care who you are. Let me tell you, if you're not friends, then please leave. If you're friends, I, Bulma, will naturally treat you to the most delicious food in the world." Bulma stepped forward, looking coldly at Beerus and Whis. Seeing Bulma getting angry, Suyi blinked. "Wow, is this a couple's battle?" Thinking of this, Suyi chuckled and shook his head, slowly getting up and instantly appearing in front of Bulma. As a man, he cannot allow any possibility of his woman getting hurt. Beerus is very polite to ladies, but that doesn't mean he is still very polite after being slightly provoked just now. "Lord Beerus, what's more important, delicious food or face?" Whis chuckled softly, reminding him, "This man seems very powerful in my eyes. You should think carefully." "Huh?" Beerus's eyes widened. He already felt that Suyi was extremely dangerous. And now being reminded by Whis, he immediately became cautious, muttering, "Is this guy really that strong?" Whis smiled slightly, and then came near Bulma, gracefully performing a gentleman's bow. "Beautiful lady, we are not enemies. Please do not misunderstand." Hearing this, Bulma glanced suspiciously at Whis, then looked at Beerus, who was turning his head to look elsewhere, and finally tugged at her husband Suyi, whispering, "Honey, what do you think?" Suyi turned around, reached out to tap her forehead, and smiled. "What else can I say? Just instruct someone to prepare the most delicious food for Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis." "All right." Bulma laughed, and then turned to leave. Phew. Everyone saw that there shouldn't be any more disturbances and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Whis, who was on the side, noticed Suyi turn around, and the two exchanged a glance, nodding and smiling in greeting. Then Suyi glanced at Beerus, who had been staring at her. When their eyes met, he snorted and turned his head away. "Oh, quite the tsundere, aren't we?" Suyi couldn't help but smile and shook his head. At that moment, Vegeta ran over, sweating profusely. Seeing that Beerus had no displeasure, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Suyi, this is Lord Beerus," Vegeta said as he jogged to Suyi and introduced him. However, He appeared a bit awkward when introducing Whis, because he didn't know who Whis was. I am Whis, Lord Beerus's attendant, Whis said with a smile to Vegeta. Suyi knew his name, and although he was curious about how Whis knew his name, he didn't ask. Mr. Suyi, come here for a moment. I have something very important to tell you, Vegeta said, glancing at the indifferent Beerus before pulling Suyi aside. What? Suyi asked curiously. Who is that? That is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. His power is extremely terrifying. If he gets upset, he might destroy the planet. Vegeta quietly warned. If he gets unhappy, we need to be careful on Earth. I understand. Suyi replied with a faint smile and nodded after he finished speaking. Phew, as long as you understand, Mr. Suyi, Vegeta sighed in relief. He was worried that Suyi didn't know that there are people beyond people and realms beyond realms, and if he angered the disaster that is Beerus, it would truly spell disaster for the entire Earth. Soon, one by one, servants brought out delicious food. Beerus and Whis immediately became eager and started a feast. As for Suyi, Bulma, and Lazili, they were chatting on the side, occasionally bursting into laughter, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. As time passed, when everything that needed to be eaten and drunk was taken care of, Sun Wukong finally rushed back from King Kai's planet. Brother Suyi, nothing happened, right? As soon as he returned, Sun Wukong glanced cautiously at Beerus and quickly walked to Suye's side to ask in a low voice. It's fine. Suyi smiled and then said, this time, Beerus came to find the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong was taken aback and then said, didn't you, Brother Suyi, already reached this state a long time ago? Well, but you can reach this state very soon as well. Suyi similait mysteriously. In short, he had watched Sun Wukong grow up since he was a child, so if there were any benefits, he would naturally think of this kid first. This time, there was a chance to transform into Super Saiyan God Red, so he naturally wanted to help Sun Wukong secure it. Therefore, he didn't plan to fight Beerus right away. I can reach this level quickly too? Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at himself in shock. 106. Did Suyi also transform into Super Saiyan God Red? Third update. Suyi nodded and didn't explain much. He guessed that Beerus would soon come over to inquire. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Beerus and Whis walked over. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Suyi, saying, Are you the Super Saiyan God? No. Suyi shook his head, pointing at Sun Wukong, and said, But he can become a Super Saiyan God. Him. Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong, and this guy's Super Saiyan 3 indeed left a very deep impression on him. However, to really make him a Super Saiyan God and grow to the point where he can match him, how long would that take? Do you think he can't do it? Suyi smiled gently, walked around, and gathered Vegeta and the others together. Then he said, Actually, it's not so. The Super Saiyan God is a very special state. To transform is actually quite simple. It only requires 5 Saiyans with a righteous heart to channel their energy into another Saiyan who also has a righteous heart. Upon hearing Suye's words, everyone was taken aback. Beerus glanced at Whis and noticed a hint of surprise on his face as well. Clearly, he was also unaware of this secret. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus me makes 5. With Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and Suyi himself, they just happen to have 5. Come on, let's show Mr. Beerus the power of the Super Saiyan God. Suyi laughed. Does Vegeta really have a sense of justice? At that moment, Krillin suddenly waved his hand and made a sarcastic remark. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he said that, everyone turned their attention to him. They all knew that the last time he was controlled by Babidi, he became evil, and deep down, he harbored sinister thoughts. Hey, how can you look at me like that? Vegeta immediately became unhappy, questioning why they doubted his sense of justice. Ha ha ha. All right, everyone. Let's gather around Goku and take our positions. Suyi laughed twice and had everyone stand in position. Soon, 5 people held hands and surrounded Sun Wukong, and under Suye's guidance, they quickly transformed into Super Saiyans. The 6 of them transformed into Super Saiyans, and this powerful aura changed the expressions of Krillin and the others, especially Suye's presence, which nearly made Beerus exclaim. He had witnessed Sun Wukong's transformations at various stages and had also noticed the increase in his combat power at each stage. Now it seemed that Suye's strength was indeed terrifying. Just the combat power of Super Saiyan 1 had reached such a frightening level. What about the subsequent Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and could Super Saiyan 4 possibly appear? Thinking of this, Beerus fixed his serious gaze on this man, realizing that he truly could not see through this guy. At that moment, beams of golden light burst forth, and Sun Wukong slowly floated into the air. Kakarot, do you feel anything? Vegeta asked impatiently. Well, I haven't really been in a trance, so I'm not too sure. Suyi, can you sense my change? Sun Wukong replied to Vegeta and then asked Suyi, who had entered the realm of gods a few months ago. Your aura is much stronger than before. And Vegeta, you should be able to notice that his aura is becoming shallower, right? This is the approach to the realm of gods. Humans cannot perceive the aura of gods. So he organized his language and explained. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta and the others sensed it and were indeed surprised to find that as time passed, Goku's aura became increasingly subtle and harder to detect. Soon, the six of them floated up into the sky together. At this moment, everyone could see that the sky and the sea were already shimmering with a dazzling golden light. Bang! The golden light continued to flicker, and soon a blue light began to flicker as well. Everyone was watching the six people in the arena, and Krillin and the others had expressions of anticipation on their faces. It seemed that something was really going to happen. Beerus and Whis floated in midair and began to communicate. Yes, I can sense an aura coming from a god. Whis nodded, his face showing a look of surprise. Is it raining? At that moment, it unexpectedly started to rain from the sky, causing Bulma and the others to exclaim, "Please give flowers, huh? Why is it hailing here?" The turtle Hermit and Oolong, who were standing together, exclaimed at the same time. Just then, the weather changed again and it started to snow. Suyi looked up at the sky, where a dazzling golden light had descended upon Sun Wukong. Then, a red light burst forth. And most people couldn't open their eyes at that moment, except for Suyi, who had already stepped into the realm of gods, as well as Beerus and Whis, who were able to see Sun Wukong's body was undergoing a qualitative change. A divine aura was radiating from him. The glaring red light slowly faded. And just when everyone thought the transformation was about to end, another, even more dazzling golden light shone down from the sky. This time, it was not shining on Sun Wukong, but on Suyi. Not only were Beerus and Whis stunned, but even Piccolo and the others nearby were also left in shock. What was going on? Suyi was equally shocked, not understanding why he was also illuminated by the golden light. Moreover, his body was slowly undergoing changes. Although the light shining down was golden, there was a layer of red light membrane on the surface of his body. Pop! It was as if the sound of a bottle cap being pulled off, and suddenly, the red light membranes on both Suyi and Sun Wukong shattered. Kakarot Vegeta, and the others returned to their normal state. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, a complicated expression on his face, and softly called out his Saiyan name. Is this the Super Saiyan God? And why did two Super Saiyan gods emerge at the same time? Beerus's expression was unpredictable, very curious. Lord Beerus, as far as I know, Suyi stepped into the realm of the gods several months ago, Whis said, his gaze flickering. What? This guy entered the realm of the gods months ago? Surprise appeared on Beerus's face. So, after several months, this guy received a blessing and ascended another level? Thinking of this, a strong sense of wariness suddenly rose in his heart. 107. Suyi's strength, Beerus's excitement. Fourth update, just based on his previous strength. Whis said he wasn't his match, and now that he has ascended again, isn't he even less of a match? Whis, who exactly is this guy? Beerus furrowed his brow and asked. Logically, such a powerful individual shouldn't be unknown, but he was certain this was the first time he had seen or heard of such a person. Lord Beerus, he is a Saiyan, Whis replied. Hearing this, Beerus shot a sidelong glance at Whis. He of course knew Suyi was a Saiyan, but could a Saiyan be this powerful? He didn't believe it. Lord Beerus, there was also a powerful Saiyan in ancient times, Whis smiled slightly. According to ancient texts, that Saiyan's strength was incredibly powerful. How powerful, I don't know, but I only know that my father held him in high regard. What? Beerus was once again shocked. He of course knew who Whis' father was. If even that individual held the ancient Saiyan in respect, how powerful must he have been? This guy might possibly be a direct descendant of that powerful ancient Saiyan. Whis chuckled softly. Boom! Two powerful auras erupted in the arena, coming from Suyi and Sun Wukong. At this moment, both of them had red hair and red eyes. Their faces slightly slimmer than before, their auras subtle and elusive, making it hard to grasp. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with intense desire. He also wanted to reach this level, or rather, he wanted to control powerful strength even more. Such powerful strength. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, feeling it, and exclaimed, This power is indeed very pure. Suyi nodded. He also felt the power of this Super Saiyan God Red. It wasn't as strong as the Super Saiyan God Blue, but seemed purer. That wasn't the main point. The main point was why he could also transform into Super Saiyan God Red. System. Why can I also transform into Super Saiyan God Red? Suyi began to inquire in his heart. After a moment of silence, the system did not respond. Clearly, it didn't know, Or perhaps it didn't want to inform him. Beerus and Whis flew down from midair, arriving in front of Sun Wukong and Suyi. Lord Beerus, sorry to keep you waiting. Sun Wukong politely called out and bowed. Do you want to fight me again? Beerus noticed Sun Wukong's intentions and said lightly. I hope to witness Lord Beerus' even greater power, Sun Wukong said, looking at Beerus with fighting spirit. Beerus glanced at Suyi, saw his expressionless face, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong said excitedly, then flew into the sky. Beerus placed his hands behind his back and slowly ascended as well. The two faced each other high in the sky, and Beerus smiled. It seems you really are eager to try. Then, let me see the power of the Super Saiyan God. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze slightly to glance at Suyi standing on the yacht. He too wanted to test this guy's strength. After all, aside from the angel race, his strength was at an absolutely top-tier level. He had experienced the loneliness of invincibility for countless years. If he could try failing this time, he would be very willing to feel that out. Hearing Beerus' words, Sun Wukong struck a starting pose for the attack, a confident smile on his face. He had never felt such powerful strength before, so he was confident he could compete with the god of destruction, Beerus. Sun Wukong charged towards Beerus. But since it was the first time he gained such immense power, he accidentally rushed past Beerus. This power felt as if it didn't belong to his own body. I can't believe it, Sun Wukong said in disbelief. Beerus chuckled, slowly turning around. In that instant, he reached behind the still astonished Sun Wukong and extended a finger, pressing down on his shoulder. Bang! Lord Beerus, you can't use the same move twice. Sun Wukong turned around and punched Beerus' finger, smiling. Not bad. Beerus nodded in appreciation, slowly retreating a short distance. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he became completely serious. With Sun Wukong's roar, the battle officially began. On the yacht, Suyi and the others looked up at the sky. Beerus and Sun Wukong were evenly matched, and it was momentarily unclear who was stronger. That cockroach guy, Vegeta, gritted his teeth, internally shouting in anger. He must defeat Beerus. What do you think, mister? Suyi? Whis approached Suyi and asked softly. The red-haired, red-eyed Suyi glanced at Whis, pondering for a moment. Are you asking about the battle between Beerus and Wukong, or about how I feel transforming into Super Saiyan God Red right now? Super Saiyan God Red? Whis was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as if he remembered something and said, So, you can indeed transform into the blue Super Saiyan God as well. Yes. Suyi nodded, not hiding anything. Then he let out a powerful shout. An immense aura erupted. A blue light burst forth, and his hair changed from red to blue. The flames around him flickered in blue and red, resembling the appearance of Son Goku in his Super Saiyan blue state, activating the King Kai fist from the anime of his past life. In this state, his strength was infinitely close to 10 trillion, even stronger than before. He suspected that if he combined this state with a preliminary transformation into Super Saiyan 5, his battle power would definitely surpass the previous 12 trillion by about 0.7. He speculated that perhaps he could reach a battle power of 14 trillion. Isn't this still not your strongest battle form? Whis guessed. Suyi nodded and did not say anything more, returning to a normal state as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, it seemed that Beerus had sensed Suyi's strength, causing him to become slightly distracted in the midst of battle, which led to him being relentlessly pressured by Sun Wukong. This guy's power was extremely formidable, and Suyi truly wanted to have a match with him. Beerus's gaze was erratic, and the excitement of desiring a strong opponent surged from deep within him. However, Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan God form was indeed a formidable rival, prompting Beerus to adopt a somewhat serious demeanor and begin battling Sun Wukong. Beerus, does Whis know the 6 Meridian Divine Sword? It was proven that once Beerus showed a bit of seriousness, his combat power was terrifying. Even with Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God, with a combat power reaching 6 quintillion, he was still no match for Beerus. The battle started quickly and ended even faster. According to the original story, Sun Wukong could at least hold on for a while longer. But with Suyi being an additional variable, Beerus, who was excited and eager to test his skills against him, quickly resolved the fight with Sun Wukong. Suyi, how about we have a match? Back in the air above the yacht, Beerus looked at Suyi with intense fervor. But Suyi nodded, preparing to fight Beerus without transforming into his initial Super Saiyan 5 state. After all, with the previous transformation into Super Saiyan God Red, His current strength was already incredibly close to 10 quintillion. While there was still some gap between his combat power, which was nearly 10 quintillion, and Beerus's true 10 quintillion, Suyi still had confidence that he could at least remain undefeated. Suyi transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his red eyes glowing, surrounded by blue and red flames. His aura powerful and thick, which only heightened the excitement on Beerus's face. Come on, this place is far from enough for us to fight. Let's have a good battle in the universe. Beerus laughed heartily, just about to fly out of the universe. However, Suyi called out to him in time, and then spent 100,000 exchange points to summon a magic circle, which directly enveloped an area of several thousand miles. Within this area of several thousand miles, you and I have our arena. Let us fight to our heart's content. I want to see your strongest power. It was truly astonishing. This little guy must be a descendant of the ancient Saiyans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to produce such miraculous things. Weiss, standing beside him, sensed the spatial intensity around and showed an expression of amazement. He had heard too many legends about that person from his father during his childhood, and now, seeing various situations, memories from his childhood instantly resurfaced. Soon, Suyi and Beerus slowly ascended into the air, with the entire yacht protected within Weiss's barrier. As long as the attacks did not exceed his strength, they would all be ineffective. In a sense, this was similar to the effect of Suyi's magic array. Please, please. The two of them performed a bow in mid-air, showing respect to each other as strong warriors. Both Suyi and Beerus were already among the top tier in the 7th universe. This duel was not a life-and-death battle, but rather a sparring match. The battle officially began. The people on the yacht all looked up. Such an exciting matchup was absolutely not to be missed. The two initially engaged in hand-to-hand combat, their speed so fast that the people on the yacht could barely follow. Too fast. Even at this level of combat, I can't see it all. Sun Wukong shook his head. Transformed into Super Saiyan God with a red hue, his strength surged, and the divine power had already entered his body, giving him a combat power of at least 3 trillion or even 5 trillion. Even with his tremendous strength, he still couldn't see the specific actions of the two in the sky. One could imagine how advanced this level of clash was. Vegeta, hearing this, snorted coldly and found a spot to sit down. Since he couldn't see clearly, he would just wait for the battle to end. However, the way he occasionally looked up and the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed his inner unease and anticipation. Come on. At this moment in the sky, after their physical techniques collided, Suyi reached out in the void, and a sword of light radiating a red and blue glow coalesced in his hand. 6 Meridian Divine Sword. This is the ultimate move of that ancient Saiyan, as my father told me. The 6 Meridian Divine Sword. At this moment, Weiss on the yacht exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the sword of light in Suyi's hand. Previously, he had only a 50% guess that Suyi was a descendant of that ancient Saiyan. Now, seeing this move exclusive to that ancient Saiyan appear in Suyi's hands, he was 100% certain. This Suyi was indeed the descendant of that individual. A terrifying race. Weiss's eyes were filled with apprehension. A body not of a god could grow to the level of a god, even surpassing it. The Saiyan race was indeed fearsome. Unfortunately, the other Saiyans had already been destroyed. Otherwise, under the leadership of this man named Suyi, the Saiyan race might have occupied the position of the #1 race in the 7th universe. Not only that, but there were also very few races in other universes that could compete with this race. Moreover, if you remember correctly, the 6th universe seemed to be a parallel universe to the 7th, belonging to brother universes, which meant that the 6th universe also had the Saiyan race. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to inform Bardos to take a look at this race. Weiss's gaze flickered, and at this moment, many thoughts surged in his heart. In the sky, the battle was nearing its end. The two appeared to be evenly matched, but in reality, both sides understood that Suyi's strength was still somewhat weaker than Beerus's. However, Beerus did not think Suyi's strength was that simple. A man who could give him a sense of 163 danger could not possibly be weaker than him. This battle makes me very happy. Beerus halted, his aura receding, and smiled at Suyi. In this battle, he neither won nor lost, but it was indeed a refreshing and enjoyable experience. Suyi also smiled, as this battle was the most exhilarating one he had ever fought. Previously, the opponents he faced were not strong enough, let alone able to exchange blows with him. The two landed and returned to the yacht. Lord Beerus must be hungry now, Whis said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Beerus was slightly taken aback, then realized from Whis's glimmering gaze that he had something to say. Well, I'm quite hungry. Beerus nodded and smiled at Suyi. Whis and I will head back first, and we'll visit again another day. Goodbye, Mr. Suyi. Whis tapped the ground with his staff, and the two transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky and eventually disappearing from everyone's sight. The third stage will be the Ultra Instinct. After Beerus and Whis left, everyone was momentarily distracted by Beerus's interruption and didn't have much mind to continue the gathering. Goku, you're so strong now. We need to work hard on our training. Piccolo and the others also began to leave. No one wanted to fall too far behind. They were all preparing to train hard, not necessarily to catch up to Goku, but to avoid being left too far behind. Vegeta snorted coldly, glanced at Goku, and then left with Ale and Trunks. Soon, only Goku's family and Suye's family were left on the yacht. Goku, your strength is already very powerful, but you mustn't become arrogant. You still need to train hard. Suye spoke up. I understand. Sun Wukong naturally understood this principle. The phrase he had heard the most from Su Yi since he was young was, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Well, in the near future, you may have the opportunity to wait for Weiss to teach you cultivation. Su Ye's eyes flashed as he reminded them. Although Whis is a servant and attendant of Beerus, in a sense, he is Beerus's teacher. If you follow him for training, you will definitely learn a lot. Huh. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. He had thought that Beerus was the most powerful being, but Suyi told him that Whis was Beerus's teacher. If that's the case, then training with Whis could lead to learning not just a lot of things, but also more experiences. This generation of teaching experience has been passed down, allowing their descendants to have a perfect tutorial, at least without worries in terms of training. However, this might be somewhat difficult. Sun Wukong hesitated. Such a high-level existence surely wouldn't have that much time to teach them. Beerus likes delicious food, and Whis also enjoys good food. So, just use the delicious food on Earth to get Whis to teach you. Suyi smiled and said, all right. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. If this really works, his strength would probably skyrocket even more. The incident of Beerus coming to Earth came to an end. And not only did Sun Wukong and the others start training, but Suyi was also working hard on his cultivation. Soon, a week passed quickly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed Su Ye's instructions and used Earth's delicious food, which indeed convinced Whis. Naturally, the two of them went with Whis to the God of Destruction's realm to begin their training. One day, Suyi entered the training room, then had the system open the time-space tunnel to enter the Dragon Ball GT world. It had been 2 months since he last entered. This time, Suyi asked the system how long it had been since he entered the Dragon Ball GT world. The host last entered the Dragon Ball GT world 2 months and 3 days ago, and in the Dragon Ball GT world, 6 months have passed, the system replied. 6 months. Suyi began to ponder. The last time he came to this world, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and their strength had become terrifyingly greater than before. Now, half a year had passed. Had they become even stronger? Thinking of this, Suyi smiled and closed his eyes to search for Sun Wukong's energy. Soon, he detected his presence on the Baozi Mountain, using instant transmission to arrive. Suyi found that Sun Wukong was not alone. He was teaching Sun Wutian and Xiao Fong, Wukong's granddaughter, how to control their energy. Huh? Big brother Su Yi, you're here. Sun Wukong exclaimed upon seeing Su Yi, already accustomed to his sudden appearances and disappearances. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Sun Wukong had returned to his adult form, which looked similar to the Wukong from the main timeline, but he appeared a bit older. Overall, this was enough for Wukong. Today, I came to demonstrate my Super Saiyan 5 for you. Although it may not necessarily suit your future transformations, it never hurts to take a look. Suyi opened his mouth and said that the Saiyans in this world cannot break through the realm of Super Saiyan God. So naturally, they cannot learn the Super Saiyan 5 that belongs solely to him. However, it is always good to take a look. Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Ever since he became proficient in transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he has also been pondering whether he could take a step further and reach the realm of Super Saiyan 5. However, he is still lacking too much. Let alone Super Saiyan 5. He hasn't even been able to master the realm that surpasses Super Saiyan 4 from the Dragon Ball GT anime in his previous life. Yes, Super Saiyan 5. Suyi nodded, then let out a roar, first transforming into Super Saiyan 4, then adding the godly form, and finally, silver-white flames flickered around him. His eyes, which were previously one red and one silver, were now both silver-white. Especially his long hair, which had previously been a mix of silver and red, along with his silver-white and red fur and tail, was now entirely silver-white. He had now not only begun to grasp his exclusive Super Saiyan 5, but had also reached the second stage of Super Saiyan 5. All of this stemmed from the blessing of the gods from the main timeline world a week ago, which allowed the divine power to be born within him. If it weren't for this divine power, Suyi probably wouldn't have been able to fully merge the realms of Super Saiyan 4 and the godly realm, Zhao Zhao. It would have been impossible to reach his current state, the second stage of Super Saiyan 5, with his entire body enveloped in silver-white divine light. In other words, this was already a preliminary form of the White God. However, unlike the appearance of the Super Saiyan 5 White God in fan-made anime from his past life, this was Su Ye's own exclusive Super Saiyan 5 White God. The next stage of Super Saiyan 5 should be the complete mastery of the Super Saiyan 5 realm. And at that time, if I cultivate the godly realm to a deeper level, it will be the ultimate instinct. Su Yi whispered, then looked up to see Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian, and Xiao Fong staring at him in a daze, which made him smile. This is my Super Saiyan 5, 110, the resurrection of Frieza, revenge in progress. First update, Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian, and Xiao Fong were completely stunned. If it weren't for Su Yi, this Super Saiyan 5, appearing right in front of them, they would never believe that such a powerful figure could exist. So strong. In front of you, brother Su Yi, I can only feel my own insignificance and don't even dare to look at you more than once. Sun Wukong chuckled bitterly. He wasn't bragging about Su Yi, but he truly didn't dare to look at him, let alone think about watching him to gain valuable experience for advancing to Super Saiyan 5. Huh, what's going on? This shouldn't be. Su Yi found it a bit strange. Although his current strength was very powerful, Sun Wukong's strength was not weak either. He thought it was somewhat normal for Sun Wutian and Xiao Fong to feel this way, but it was unusual for someone as strong as Sun Wukong to have such feelings. However, this feeling indeed existed, as if it were a natural bloodline suppression. You are a king, while I am just an ordinary person. Sun Wukong vividly illustrated this, causing Su Yi to furrow his brows. Could it be? Did his realm allow him to exhibit ancestral bloodline traits? Could it enable him to exert bloodline suppression over other Saiyans? Thinking of this, Su Yi inwardly inquired, System, is my thought just now true? 763? In a sense, host, your bloodline is not a phenomenon of ancestral return, because you have your own lineage. In terms of bloodline purity, you are indeed an ancestor of the Saiyans. As an ancestor, you can naturally exert bloodline suppression over ordinary Saiyans. The system took a few seconds to respond to Su Yi. Hearing this answer, Su Ye's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept onto his lips. This meant his thoughts were indeed correct. Moreover, with this, his future achievements would certainly not be limited to that of an ordinary Saiyan, because he is an ancestor, possessing his own bloodline power, rather than inheriting it from others. In this case, not to mention that he wouldn't be suppressed by others. Just in terms of his growth potential, it had transformed from limited to completely infinite. Very good. It seems he should firmly walk down this path and carve out his own way as a Saiyan. Su Yi displayed a joyful smile both on his face and in his heart. Wukong, since that is the case, you should be the one to cultivate and transform into Super Saiyan 5. Su Yi opened his mouth and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the requirements for advancing to Super Saiyan 5 from the Dragon Ball fan manga in his previous life. In addition to having powerful personal strength, one must also be adept at controlling their emotions in order to become even stronger. It is not hard to see from Super Saiyan 4 that a Saiyan who perfectly controls their emotions must be incredibly powerful. Having thought of this, Su Yi naturally shared the knowledge he had about transforming into Super Saiyan 5. In terms of significance, Dragon Ball GT belongs to the Dragon Ball fan universe. So he speculated that the settings from the fan-made Dragon Ball AF could also continue. Soon, after Goku finished digesting what he had said, Su Yi was already prepared to leave. Brother Su Yi, wait a moment, I have another question I want to ask you. Goku suddenly called out to Su Yi. What is it? Su Yi was not in a hurry. Since Sun Wukong had something to ask, he knew he would naturally tell him. Big brother Su Yi, how strong is the me from your timeline? Sun Wukong asked with intense curiosity. Su Yi smiled, understanding the intention behind his question, and said, at this stage, he is stronger than you, so you need to train harder. Good. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In the future, perhaps you two will have the chance to meet and fight once. So, you understand what I mean, right? Before stepping into the time tunnel, Su Yi reminded him once more. Then, seeing the joy on Sun Wukong's face, he also smiled and walked into the time tunnel. On Earth in West City, at Su Ye's home, a month had passed since Su Yi returned from the Dragon Ball GT world, and estimating the time, he guessed that Frieza would be resurrected and once again plotting revenge. Suddenly, Suyi sensed a powerful aura, which made a faint smile appear on his lips. Oh, just when I thought of you, you've arrived. Truly, Frieza has come. Indeed, the aura Suyi sensed was that of the resurrected Frieza, along with a large group of formidable minions. Such a scene in the past would definitely not have been something the Z fighters could handle. As for now, times have changed, and people have naturally progressed. Not to mention Gohan, who has completely abandoned the scholarly path for martial arts. Even Krillin could easily wipe out Frieza's minions without breaking a sweat. In the original story, during this period, Frieza was in his golden form, evenly matched with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Suyi recalled Frieza's strength, and had to admit that the power levels in this arc of Dragon Ball Super were indeed quite ridiculous. In the past, there were too many complaints. Anyone could have a back-and-forth fight with Super Saiyan Blue. However, now it seemed to Suyi that anime would always be anime. And this was reality. The disparity in strength was too great. Unless one deliberately held back, there was absolutely no hope of victory. Not thinking too much, Suyi instantly teleported to a small island. As he sensed his surroundings, he suddenly remembered that this was the place where Frieza was first defeated by Future Trunks in his revenge. This guy really picked a good spot. Suyi shook his head and laughed, already seeing the huge spaceship hovering in the sky, with a large group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals standing in midair on one side. On the other side, Piccolo and the others looked extremely serious as they watched Frieza, who was surrounded in the center. Suyi swiftly moved and instantly arrived in front of everyone. Mr. Suyi, Suyi, Uncle Suyi. Upon seeing Suyi's appearance, the serious expressions on the faces of Piccolo and the others eased significantly. Clearly, besides Son Wukong and Vegeta, he was also a source of reassurance for them. Suyi is the greatest source of reassurance in everyone's hearts. 111. The inflated Frieza, instant death. Second update. Oh, at this moment, Frieza in the sky revealed a smile, looking at Suyi and the others, and said indifferently, "Just some old acquaintances, Son Gohan, and that Namekian, as well as you, Suyi. Frieza, you really are oblivious to your own mortality." Suyi shook his head and laughed. Just now, the system informed him that Golden Frieza's combat power was only 5 trillion. With such strength, he actually thought he was invincible in the world. To be honest, he really wanted to laugh at this. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm still the old Frieza? Frieza laughed loudly, slowly rising from his flight seat, hands on his hips, looking coldly at Suyi, then raised a finger and said, "To kill you trash, I only need 1 finger. Oh, Suyi responded indifferently, and then took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Frieza. Looking at the horrified expression on his face, he grinned and said, "Say that again." Frieza's expression changed, and he was about to try to retreat. However, how could he retreat in front of Suyi? Suyi reached out and directly grabbed his neck, slowly lifting him up, her voice extremely cold. "Repeat what you just said." Frieza struggled to utter a word, sweat pouring down his face. Bang! Suyi's eyelids drooped, and his hand trembled slightly. A beam of energy shot out from his palm. Frieza didn't even have time to let out a scream and died on the spot. "Is that it?" Suyi shook his head, and a flame appeared in the palm of his hand, directly incinerating Frieza's corpse. He glanced at Frieza's army and said indifferently, "Foolish beings who think they are invincible. Do you not understand the strength of your enemy and assume victory? Death is the price you pay for your ignorance." After saying this, Suyi waved his hand, and countless energy blasts fell from the sky like rain. As the slaughter continued, cries of agony echoed constantly. Suyi remained calm, but Piccolo and the others were truly shocked. "These are all lives. Uncle Suyi, your hostility seems a bit heavy today." Suyi dalkit over, and Son Wukong smiled bitterly. He couldn't get used to this useless person constantly shouting. Suyi covered his mouth and yawned lazily. Upon hearing his response, everyone exchanged glances, their faces showing bitter smiles. They had expected a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a simple massacre. As Suyi and the others left the small island, at the same time, in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, the God of Destruction Kampa of Universe 6 and the Angel Vados had arrived at Beerus's divine tree. The two walked one after the other with a purple-skinned, chubby figure hunched over in a dejected posture behind them, who was Kampa. "Vados, do you really think the guy Beerus will agree to a friendly match with us?" Kampa asked in a low voice. Lord Kampa, based on Lord Beerus's personality, he probably won't agree. Vados chuckled, covering her mouth. "Damn it, there's only 1 Super Dragon Ball left. Why can't I find it?" Kampa gritted his teeth in frustration. As Beerus's twin brother, he naturally had a love for food. He had already tasted all the delicacies of Universe 6. And now he had crossed over to Universe 7 in search of the Super Dragon Ball to get the most delicious food in the world. Vados smiled lightly and didn't reply. Just then, in the central area of the Divine Tree, in Beerus's palace. Whis, is that annoying guy coming? Beerus, dressed in pajamas, slowly got up from bed, his face indifferent. Oh ho ho yes, Lord Beerus, Whis said, covering his mouth and laughing happily. Oomph. Beerus sneered coldly, stepping out, and as a bright light erupted from him, his pajamas transformed into his usual attire. Notify Goku and Vegeta to come out and welcome our guests. With his hands behind his back, Beerus slowly walked out of the palace. Soon Beerus and his group blocked a path, and the god of destruction Campa and Vados were walking over slowly. Campa, what are you doing here? Beerus stepped forward, looking coldly at Campa. What I'm here for is none of your business. No, I'm here to discuss something with you. Campa blurted out, then remembered his purpose for coming and hurriedly said, I want to hold a martial arts tournament between our two universes. Ha, ha ha ha. Campa, are you joking? Upon hearing Campa's words, Beerus's eyes widened, and he burst into laughter, holding his stomach. What are you laughing at? Campa's expression darkened, and he coldly said, Let me tell you, Beerus, if it weren't for the fact that I can't find the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your Universe 7, I wouldn't. Lord Campa, Vados coughed twice, lightly tapping her staff on the ground, reminding Campa. Oh, Whis's gaze flickered, looking at his sister Vados, a hint of an enigmatic smile appearing on his lips. Campa. Beerus's expression suddenly darkened, staring coldly at the sweating Campa, and said in a cold voice, So you're saying you just came to my Universe 7? Yes. Why wouldn't I? If you don't believe me, you can ask Vados. Campa wiped the sweat from his forehead, then shifted his gaze to say this, not daring to meet Beerus's eyes at all. Oomph. Beerus merely smiled coldly, knowing Campa's temperament all too well. After pondering for a moment, he said lightly, Go on, tell me your true purpose for holding this tournament. Don't try to play tricks, you know my personality. Campa smiled and hurriedly said, It's very simple. If our Universe 6 wins, then you must help me find the last Super Dragon Ball hidden in your Universe 7. What if you lose? Goku suddenly interjected. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Goku. Gaze from the god of destruction, Campa won. Gaze from the angel Vados won. Even Vegeta, next to him, looked at Goku with a pitiful expression. To this, Goku, who lacked emotional intelligence, looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Well said. If your Universe 6 loses, then what? Just as Campa was about to get angry, Beerus suddenly burst out laughing. 112. The martial arts tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Lose? Upon hearing this, Campa immediately grinned, glancing at Vados, confidently saying, It's impossible for us to lose. You probably haven't seen the strength of my Universe 6. I ask if you lose, then what? Beerus interrupted the overly confident Campa, narrowing his eyes and smiling as he asked, If my Universe 6 loses, you can do whatever you want. Cough, cough. Campa was just about to boast, but Vados coughed twice, softly reminding him, Lord Campa, don't speak too boldly. Campa, hearing Vados' reminder, immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth to say something. But after pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said solemnly, If you win, I'll give you the 6 Super Dragon Balls that I painstakingly collected. As soon as these words came out, Beerus's eyes flashed, and he turned his head to meet Whis's gaze, then clapped his hands and laughed good. I hope you won't cry when you lose. Oomph. Campa sneered, giving Vados a look, then said in 3 days, I will bring 7 experts from Universe 6 to Universe 7. Vados, let's go. With a tap of Vados' staff on the ground, a bright light enveloped the two, and they disappeared from the spot. 7 people? Beerus chuckled coldly. If it weren't for the fact that they could only engage in 1v1 matches, that missed her. So he could definitely take on all 7 by himself. In any case, Campa, get ready to cry. A day later, at Suya's home in West City on Earth. Mr. Suyi, this is how it is. Can you help suppress this guy's arrogance? Beerus asked politely, as he was concerned about Campa actually bringing very strong individuals. So he was still prepared to rely on Suyi. A martial arts tournament? Suyi was indeed a bit surprised to hear this news. Frieza had just died not long ago, and now a new plot was coming so soon. Yes, can you find some time to participate? Beerus asked sincerely. Beerus's attitude was very good, and since they didn't have any prior conflict, Suyi had a pretty good impression of this guy. After thinking for a while, Suyi nodded and smiled, saying, Sure, but I'll be the last to appear. If Goku and the others are not a match, then I'll step in. Knowing the original storyline, He was aware that the 7th universe would definitely win this martial arts tournament, but this was just an appetizer. The real main course would be the tournament organized by the Omni King, which was the true highlight. At the same time, by then, the plot of Dragon Ball Super would also be nearing its end. Naturally, Sui was unaware of the subsequent storyline because when he crossed into the Dragon Ball world, the plot after Dragon Ball Super had not yet been released. However, even though he didn't know the future plot, Sui was not worried at all. He believed in his own strength and that he could grow quickly. In his view, the power of the Omni King did not lie in his combat ability, but in his supreme status and the abilities he controlled. No problem. Hearing Su Ye's agreement, Beerus was naturally very happy. How can I pick you up in 2 days? Okay. Su Yi nodded. Beerus and Whis then left, while Su Yi began to ponder at home. In 2 days, he planned to train, beat up Sun Wukong and the others again. They should now be able to transform into the Super Saiyan Blue state, and their strength had increased several levels compared to before. With this thought in mind, Su Yi quickly gathered Sun Wukong and the others to his home and opened a time chamber with 100 times the flow rate for them. In just 2 days, with the 100-fold acceleration, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Son Gohan experienced 200 days of joyful training. When the time was up, Whis and Beerus arrived as promised, taking Su Yi and the others to an unnamed planet in the 7th universe. At a glance, the surroundings were desolate and uninhabited, and even the air was very thin. This was the edge of the 7th universe, surrounded by uninhabited planets. Whis smiled and explained to the astonished Sun Wukong and the others. Will the planet where we fight also have thin air? Sun Wukong asked. That is naturally impossible. Without air, you cannot breathe. Forget about exhibiting your own strength. Survival would be very difficult, Whis replied with a smile. As they chatted, the group quickly arrived outside the unnamed planet. Before they landed, Sui noticed that the planet was surrounded by many Super Dragon Balls, making it hard to look away. These Super Dragon Balls are really big, Krillin exclaimed. While they marveled, they had already landed. Beerus, are these people the strong ones in your 7th universe? The god of destruction from the 6th universe, Campa, swaggered over. With Vados following behind him, her gaze fixed on Su Yi, eyes flashing with surprise, but she quickly calmed down. Oof. Beerus didn't want to pay him any mind, simply giving a cold smile and turning to Whis. Say, Whis, set up the fighting platform, and also prepare the spectator seats. Hearing this, Campa said the same to Vados beside him. Understood, Lord Campa. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis and Vados each respectfully responded, then simultaneously raised their hands and pointed into the void, causing ripples to appear before them and slowly spread outwards. After a while, a huge fighting platform appeared on a nearby open space, along with spectator seats on both sides, each displaying photos of Beerus and Campa prominently. Lord Beerus, what do you think? Whis smiled and bowed. Very good, very good. Beerus praised and clapped, glancing at Campa, who was secretly grinding his teeth in hatred beside him, and with a cold snort, he led Su Yi and the others to sit in the spectator seats on the 7th universe's side. Next, for the first match, please have the gods of destruction from each universe send someone to battle. Whis and Vados acted as referees, their voices ringing in everyone's ears. Crush. The shot brought by Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 4. I'll go. A large bear with yellow skin and a red vest flew from the 6th universe's spectator seats to the fighting platform, crossing his arms and wearing a very confident smile. His gaze slowly sweeping over Su Yi and the others, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a hint of disdain. Su Yi looked over and recognized him. Botama, this guy's fighting ability is not particularly outstanding, but his resilience is indeed strong. This is evident from the fact that even the powerful Sun Wukong in Su Ye's previous life anime couldn't hurt him in a normal state. Who will come from our side? Beerus glanced at Botama, but didn't pay too much attention. In his view, beings of this level were just there to serve as extras. I'll go. Sun Wukong, full of fighting spirit, looked at Botama on the arena. After being relentlessly trained by Su Yi in the time chamber for the past 2 days, he could no longer hold back. Now, after he spoke, he directly flew up to the arena and locked eyes with Botama, both of them showing smiles. However, Botama's smile appeared somewhat contemptuous. A scion? Ha, I didn't expect there to be scions in the 7th universe. Upon seeing that Sun Wukong was a scion, Botama became even more disdainful. In the 6th universe, the scion race is considered an average race, with some strong and some weak. In Botama's eyes, who considers himself a strong person, Sun Wukong naturally belongs to the weak category. Oh, you guys in the 6th universe also have scions? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. There are only so many scions in the 7th universe, and if the 6th universe has scions too, it would be nice to get to know them. Alright, let's see what the Scions from your 7th universe are capable of. Bodima, not wanting to waste time, beckoned to Sun Wukong with his finger. Alright, but you better be careful. Sun Wukong roared, currently in a normal power-up state, charging towards Bodima. Huh. The two collided, beginning their close combat. Too weak, your power. Bodima easily deflected Sun Wukong's attacks, even having the leisure to critique his strength. It seems the people of the 6th universe are indeed quite strong. Sun Wukong took a few steps back, suddenly roaring and transforming into Super Saiyan 1. What is this situation? Gabe, you Scions can transform. At this moment, everyone from the 6th universe had their eyes wide open. They had never seen a Scion in the 6th universe like Gabe transform. I don't know either. Anyway, we've never seen anyone who could transform, and this gentleman's strength has suddenly become so powerful. Gabe scratched his head, looking at Sun Wukong, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 1, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. That is Super Saiyan. After successfully transforming, it will gain 50 times the normal combat power. Bardos began to explain, this race is indeed powerful, and your Scions in the 6th universe should also be able to transform. Super Saiyan, 50 times combat power increase. Most importantly, our Scions in the 6th universe can also transform. Hearing Bardos' words, Gabe immediately became excited. It is known that in any world, the law of the jungle applies. The weak are prey to the strong. Strength is always a reflection of status. Just like their Scions in the 6th universe. Many of them can barely afford food, primarily because their race is not strong enough. If they were strong, how could something as simple as eating be a problem? Bardos, do you know how to transform into Super Saiyan? Gabe looked at Sun Wukong, who was gradually overpowering Bodima in the arena, and his eyes lit up as he asked Bardos beside him. Bardos glanced at him lightly upon hearing the question and said, well, that requires you to comprehend it on your own. I can help you the first time, but I can't help you the second time. Hearing this, Gabe fell silent and respectfully bowed to Bardos. What she said is true. If he were to accidentally transform once, it would probably be difficult to control the second time. Therefore, it would be better to slowly comprehend himself. However, if he could comprehend it himself, he should have broken through his limits all these years ago. Sigh. When the time comes, I hope to ask that gentleman in the arena. I hope he will share the transformation techniques with me out of camaraderie as fellow Scions. Gabe sighed inwardly, for the desire for power is the nature of every Scion. Bang! At that moment, Bodima was directly blasted off the arena by the transformed Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. The first match, victory for the 7th universe. The voices of Whis and Bardos rang in everyone's ears. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, the former showing off, while the latter gritted his teeth and angrily turned back. Who will go up next? I don't want to lose another round. Hearing this, the remaining few looked at each other, pondering for a long time, when a guy who looked very similar to Frieza stepped forward. Oh ho ho ho, since you all seem hesitant, let me take the stage. Frost smirked as he walked out and then flew to the arena. Ah, the Frieza of the 6th universe has appeared. He should be a strong opponent. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up upon seeing Frost, and a serious expression appeared on his face. To show respect, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? At that moment, Kampa's face suddenly changed. A Scion actually possesses the aura of a god. Moreover, it seems he has already entered the realm of the gods to some extent. Bardos, am I sensing incorrectly? Kampa turned to Bardos, exclaiming, no, Lord Kampa, this Scion from the 7th universe has indeed stepped into the realm of the gods. Bardos replied with a smile. My goodness. Kampa was even more shocked, his gaze immediately turning to Beerus, feeling his smug look, which made him quite annoyed. However, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at someone on his side, and his heart calmed down a lot. Even if you have someone who has initially stepped into the realm of the gods, the strength of this guy on my side is not weak either. Beerus, how could I let you win? Kampa sneered inwardly. That was a good performance just now, Scion from the 7th universe. Frost felt Sun Wukong's aura and showed a slightly shocked expression. However, he quickly concealed it, smiling as he walked towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked bewildered. This guy was not following the usual script. It is truly an honor to battle with a warrior like you. Hello, my name is Frost, and I am not the Frieza from the 6th universe that you speak of. Please give me guidance. Frost extended his hand and politely began to converse with Sun Wukong. Oh, Sun Wukong blinked, then reached out to shake hand with Frost, smiling. Please give me guidance. Just as the word guidance was about to come out, Frost's face suddenly darkened, revealing a sinister expression, and he suddenly exerted force while holding Sun Wukong's hand. Oh ha ho 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 ho. The Scions of Universe 7. Your brains are indeed just as pitifully foolish as those of the Scions from Universe 6. Frost laughed loudly, and an energy ball appeared in his other hand, gradually growing larger. Then he slapped it toward Son Goku. Bang! It struck Son Goku directly, sending him flying. In midair, Goku's Super Saiyan blue form had already become his normal state. Oh ho ho ho! Frost's laughter echoed in the arena as he slowly walked towards the fallen Son Goku. What an idiot, Goku! In the audience, Beerus slapped his forehead with his hand, shaking his head in exasperation at Goku's carelessness. Is it really going to end like this? Krillin and the others in the audience sighed. As for Vegeta, he crossed his arms, watching coldly. If Goku really lost like this, then he wouldn't be worthy to be his opponent. Hey, you really are just like Frieza, aren't you? When Frost walked in front of Goku and extended a finger, the downed Goku slowly rose from the ground, rubbing his head and looking at Frost with a speechless expression. Huh! Frost smiled coldly, a dazzling light appearing at his fingertip. Boom! An energy cannon was fired. Oh, no way. Goku shook his head with a smile, but his casual gaze suddenly turned serious. He tilted his head to dodge Frost's energy cannon, then roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, launching a punch at Frost. Bang! With just one punch, he sent Frost of Universe 6 flying off the stage. This swift moment left all the spectators from Universe 6 in shock. What powerful strength! Especially Capo, whose face was filled with astonishment. He had never imagined that, as a Saiyan, he could possess such powerful strength. I must learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Capo's eyes were filled with determination. If he learned the transformation method, it would be a tremendous boon for their Saiyan clan in Universe 6. The second match ends, and Universe 7 wins. The voices of Whis and Beerus echoed in everyone's ears. Oh yeah, the audience from Universe 7, including Krillin, Oolong, Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, and Trunks, instantly cheered with excitement. Capo, is this the level of your Universe 6 experts? Beerus looked at Capo with pride, a mocking smile on his face, and his voice deliberately amplified so that everyone could hear. In response, Capo's expression darkened. If it weren't for the prior rules, he would have jumped down to reclaim his honor. Hit, it's up to you next. The others might as well not even show up. Capo said grumpily. Lord Capo, they still need to experience the necessary challenges. As your secret weapon, Hit must have the demeanor of a secret weapon. Vados said softly. Hearing this, Capo shot her a sideways glance, furrowing his brow in thought. He then looked at the small Capo, who was also eager to try, and waved his hand, saying, Go ahead, go ahead. He truly had no expectations for these useless fighters. Most importantly, he never imagined that the silly Son Goku he had seen in Beerus's God of Destruction realm would be this powerful. The third match officially begins. As Capo entered the arena, the voices of Whis and Vados rang out. Hello, Mr. Scion of Universe 7. Capo politely bowed to Son Goku.